Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Corruption on the Run by Ramy Vance and Michael Anderle. Narrated by Jen Lee. Chapter 1. "Devil-damned potholes," the Angel prison guard cursed, from behind the wheel of the nondescript white SUV, with tinted bulletproof windows and reinforced body. As the vehicle sped down the highway, the guard in the front passenger seat shook her head, her eyes flicking vigilantly between the road ahead and the prisoner in the rearview mirror. The two Angel guards sitting in the back seats kept their eyes on the prisoner seated between them as well. The prisoner enjoyed the attention, but what he relished most were their fears, etched into the taut muscles of their faces, arms, and bodies. Did they think he was in any position to escape, with his arms in a straitjacket and a muzzle over his mouth? Of course, their vigilant fear was justified. If he were guarding the most capable and evil demon of all time, perhaps he would be on trigger alert too. But oh, their fear. It fed him like a bowl of hearty chili. The corruptor, the demon who had forged the mantle, twisted his head to the side to study one of his Angel guards. "Avert your eyes, demon," commanded the guard. The corruptor glanced out through the tinted back window. "Sure is a nice day outside." This earned him a swift shove to his opposite shoulder. "I'll not warn you again," the other backseat guard said. "No looking." While turning his eyes downward, the demon gave an exaggerated shrug of dismay. It was best to make them think they were still in control of the situation. The first backseat Angel guard shook his head. "I knew we should have brought the rubber ball gag." "For all your piousness, you Angels do like your torture," the Mantle demon hissed in a pleased tone. "Quiet, everyone," the Angel driver called as he stopped the SUV behind a long line of traffic. He tapped the steering wheel impatiently. The corruptor hissed, "Things not going your way?" The driver growled, "It's like everything that could go wrong is going wrong." "Paranoid much?" the demon said pleasantly. When the driver's eyes narrowed at the demon in the rearview mirror, the passenger Angel guard raised her hand soothingly. "You're taking his side?" the driver asked. "Take a deep breath. Sure, we have to wait in this wretched human traffic, but we took all possible precautions for this transportation. What can go wrong?" The Angel driver sucked in a deep breath and eased his grip on the wheel. "You're right." The passenger seat Angel guard smiled. "I'm always right." She pointed at a turn-off lane. "Now, let's skirt this jam. Take the backup route the rest of the way to the special parole hearing." "Agreed," one of the backseat guards chimed in. "The less time we have to spend in the company of this foul being, the better." The demon grumbled. "Hey, now, I have feelings." "Shut up," one of the guards said, and for a few minutes the demon kept his words to himself as he watched the scenery pass through the tinted windows. Everything was going to plan. All the traffic jams, the backup route. There were too many variables that could work against him on the main road. While it was true that such unpredictable variables could work equally in his favor, he wasn't wearing the mantle, which would help him to identify all potential threats and weaknesses, including the ones he couldn't perceive. The mantle. His dark cloak. His ever-present companion. How he'd missed its demented company while confined to his angelic prison cell for all these years. He yearned for it, and for all the other demonic weapons he had forged to bring the apocalypse to Earth. He'd come so close to achieving its fruition before. This time, he wouldn't fail to break it, to shape it in his image. He was doing them a favor. Given stewardship over a lush green Earth, humans were pretty self-destructive creatures. Cue all the concrete jungles and poison in the air, water, and soil. Humans truly belonged in hell. His hell. Besides, they made good acolytes and servants, even better than demons at times. He and humans deserved each other. One of the Angels shoved him again, snapping him from his inner thoughts. Angels, on the other hand, he felt no connection to them. Even the few angels he had managed to bend to his will over the years had limited use. They were only tools to be manipulated. Angels were the reason he'd had to raise so many demonic hordes from the hell dimensions. Once he reclaimed all of his custom-made demonic weapons, he and his underlings would overthrow them. His minions were plenty out in the world, waiting and hoping and praying for his swift return, to bring the apocalypse and usher in a new world order. One of the backseat guards gave him a stray look as his gaze wandered around the vehicle's interior. "What are you so worried about?" the demon asked. "This SUV has a magically shielded exterior. It's impervious to all tracking spells. It can withstand a bomb. Its only real weakness is its interior." All 4 angel guards inside the vehicle stiffened in alarm. "Easy now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm wearing a magical straitjacket, remember?" He shrugged to prove his point. Eventually, the guard's tension eased. "If it weren't for this jacket, then yes, I'd slaughter you all in a heartbeat." "Enough talk," the driver commanded, his eyes flashing white with smiting energy. The demon composed himself while ensuring his gaze was down at the floor. "My apologies." He couldn't contain his grim smile behind the muzzle as the backup brute passed. Events were falling into place like puzzle pieces. It wouldn't be long now. They drove in silence for the next 10 minutes. When a 4-way intersection came into view up ahead with modest traffic and a green light, the driver sighed. "Looks like our bad luck is finally at an end." The angel guard in the passenger seat smiled at him. "Ah, luck," the demon said. "Such a fickle thing. So easy to manipulate, but only a fool or a novice would attempt it." The passenger seat guard angel turned and gave him a hard look, but didn't say anything. The demon expected a shove from beside him, but when none came, he continued. "You know, I've always found it interesting how people are connected in the most unusual ways. For example, a teacher never loses their connection with their students, even after death. After all, what that teacher taught will be carried with the student forever." The corruptor paused, seeing that at least the passenger seat angel guard was listening to him. "In a way, that is immortality. Fate becomes interesting when unknown connections start to intersect." "Ugh," one of the angel guards in the back complained. "Didn't know demons could be such philosophers." The demon snickered. "I've had a lot of time to reflect on life while imprisoned in one of your glorious and inescapable angel cells. You could almost say I'm reformed." The other rear guard scoffed. "A demon? Reformed? Never." "You were talking about immortality?" the passenger angel guard said testily. "Yes. Back to the teacher-student example. If that teacher had a child who learned other lessons, well, now the child and the teacher's student are connected. Do you know who my teacher is?" "Devil damn me," the driver cursed, and the passenger seat angel turned away from the demon to look at the intersection up ahead. "The traffic light! It just turned straight to red. Skipped yellow." Behind his muzzle, the demon's lips curled into a smile. "That is quite odd. Think something is up?" "I say we don't take any chances," one of the backseat angels called. "The backup route?" the passenger angel suggested, eyeing the cars in line at the light and checking the mirrors. The driver bit his lip and confirmed. He guided the SUV onto another side road. It was gravel, and rocks kicked up under the tires. The demon continued. "Valkius the Troll was my teacher. When he stormed my gates and took what was mine, he taught me so much. So many mistakes I'll never make again." The SUV's tires jounced into a pothole. Up ahead, the road was even worse. It looked like a mini crater. The driver slowed and eased the vehicle toward the rough terrain. "Are you sure we can make it through?" the passenger angel asked. The driver scoffed. This vehicle is a magical tank. We'll make it through. I pray that we do. The demon continued. Did you know that Valkius is dead? None of his guards were paying attention to him now. Their focus was on the ravaged road ahead. He has a child. Again, there was no verbal response, but one of the backseat angel guards cocked his head slightly toward the demon. Did you know that his child, a half-breed, her mother was a mundane, cast her last luck spell? Now, the angels all twisted toward him. It was too late. There was a roar of noise, and a white-hot flash swallowed the SUV from the outside. In the next moment, the vehicle overturned. Metal crunched and glass cracked but didn't break. The vehicle rocked violently from the inside. A minute later, the driver's side door was thrown open, and the demon clambered out into the streaming daylight. Angel blood dripped from his claws as he tore off his muzzle. As he let it drop to the mud, his minion approached. There you are. Now. He paused as a grin curved his features. You tired of babysitting sacred cows? Chapter 2. Maine stood in her apartment living room, gripping the phone tight. Mackie May? What do you mean? The demon got away? Noff yipped. Huh? What? The demon? A series of whooshing sounds came from Mackie May's end. Hold on, Maine. I've got to go. I'll see you shortly. Wait! No, don't go, Maine said. But the line had already gone dead. Well, come on. Fill me in, Noff yipped. Sounds like we're in real doo-doo. She dropped her gaze to the floor. The demon who created the Mantle. He escaped while in transport to the special parole hearing. Oh, shit. That ain't good. I'll tell Al to hold off on the cookies. In the meantime, what are we gonna do? Call Sage back? Suddenly, the air in front of Maine shimmered an iridescent pink. Noff, what's going on? Noff's tiny eyes lit up. Looks like your portal to the magical courtroom. A few moments later, the twinkling brightness stopped, revealing an ovalish doorway of swirling light. Maine pulled on her most resolved face. You coming with me? Hell yeah, I'll try. Usually, portals are keyed only to the person they're meant for, so it might not let me through. Magic and all its rules. They could be so stupid at times. Okay, well, guess it's time to get some answers. Noff yipped, and together they stepped through the portal. A cool sensation prickled her skin, and Maine stepped into a brightly lit courtroom with white walls and marble floors. Some ancient-looking wood pews lined both sides of the room, and the front section of the room contained a raised platform for a judge to sit on. Before she could identify anything else, a figure in a black kimono moved up to her. Maine, Mackie May said, and held out her arms. The Haryanago attorney embraced Maine. The portal zipped shut behind her, and she sensed that Noff hadn't made it through with her. As Maine gave in to her stepmom's embrace, she glanced around the rest of the room now that her eyes were acclimating to the courtroom's brightness. Several angel guards wearing military garb and stern faces congregated against one wall. Maine pulled away. What's going on? Mackie May leaned in close to Maine. The angel guard is still trying to figure it out. Maine threw her hands up. The angel guard? What's that? And what's there to figure out? The demon escaped? How the hell does a powerful demon escape custody? This is like the premise of a bad action movie. Mackie May let her stepdaughter finish her rant. Then she frowned. I wouldn't know about bad action movies, although such human films held a dear place in your father's heart. Seriously! Maine grabbed her stepmom's wrist. I need some answers. Of course. As for how the demon escaped, it should not have been possible. That's what the Angel Guard is trying to figure out. They are the angel equivalent to the Army or the Marines. Mackie May's words trailed off as another portal opened in the courtroom, and a tall, buff angel with a carved face and blonde hair wearing a formal white uniform entered. He immediately started toward the nearest band of angel guards. "Oh, not him," Maine muttered under her breath. "Who?" Mackie May turned. "Oh, the Guardian." At that moment, the Guardian braked his formidable gait and frowned at Maine. "Oh, you. I should have known you'd be mixed up in this." "Oh, my troll. Are you serious? I had nothing to do with this." The Guardian seethed. In an instant, he had whooshed up to her. His hand shot out and gripped the mantle wrapped around Maine's formal black dress courtroom attire. At his touch, the mantle hissed in Maine's mind. "Weakness. The Guardian is blocking my reading power." Maine's gaze flicked to the silver bangles on the angel's forearms. She had surmised during her first confrontation with him that the magical items were blocking the mantle from reading his weaknesses. Now instinct bade her reach out and grab the magic bangles. She did so. The Guardian's grave eyes shot wide open. "What are you?" Some of the other angel guards nearby gasped. In the stunned moments before they swooped up to the Guardian's side, the mantle whispered harshly through Maine's mind. "Weakness, afraid of failing in his duty and responsibility, holds too much of a burden on his shoulders, fears he will mess up and inadvertently usher in the apocalypse." The apocalypse? Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 angel guards swooped up, knocked Maine back a few steps, and inserted themselves between the Guardian and Maine. With her enhanced agility, Maine easily recovered her footing. "The apocalypse? Is that what this is about?" The Guardian thrust a finger out at her, the gesture sending a laser-like beam of condemnation into her chest. He opened his mouth to say something, but one of the 2 angel guards spoke first. "Mortal, how dare you assault the Guardian?" "Assault?" Maine played up her indignation. "All I did was touch his fancy magic bangles. You know what? I found out his biggest weakness." "Hush!" The Guardian's voice cut hard and clear across the bustling courtroom. For all its strength, Maine didn't miss the slight pallor creeping across the Guardian's stern face. The 2 angel guards glanced at him for how to proceed, and the Guardian waved them off. After exchanging uncertain looks, they fell back from the space surrounding the Guardian and Maine. The Guardian leaned closer to her. "I wouldn't trust the lying words of your evil demonic cape." Maine shrugged. "Oh, I don't know. It's usually right." The mantle hissed. "Usually? Remember the time you told me to... Well, I can't think of a time off the top of my head." "Impertinent troll woman. I've saved your life more times than I can count." "I'm appreciative." Maine relished the look of utter disdain painting the Guardian's face. "But I can still make my own decisions." Now she turned her attention to the Guardian. "That's why I'm not ever going to go evil. I trust my judgment." "We cannot trust the 7 demonic weapons, and the demon's lesser-known ancillary weapons." Maine frowned. "Ancillary weapons? How many demon weapons are there?" The Guardian seethed again. "Too many. They were all forged for the demon who had the mantle created." "Does this demon have a name?" The Guardian's throat contracted as if he'd swallowed bile. "The Corruptor." She laughed. "No. Seriously? What's the demon's name?" "The Corruptor." When she realized from Mackie May's face that this wasn't a joke, she said, "You mythical creatures aren't the best at names, are you?" "We're not," the Guardian said. "The demon corrupts all he comes across, laying waste to your morals and soul. He corrupts, ruins, twists, and infects. I think he's aptly named." "I guess so. Okay, look. The demon is starting to sound like a real badass. So what if he had a lot of weapons made back in the day? I still don't understand why he's so dangerous." The Guardian sent her a look that could simmer butter. "I mean, Why are you standing here wasting your time talking to me? Why don't you go out there and do your damn job? You know, catch the big bad guy." The Guardian's upper lip quivered. For a moment, a white-hot light flared from his clenched fist, and veins bulged from both sides of his neck like tridents. "Yes, yes," the Mantle hissed. "You are playing right into his greatest fears." Then, "Warning, you are within smiting range." The Guardian took a step closer to Maine. She could feel the heat of his smiting magic. "On second thought, keep pissing off this opponent. Perhaps it is time I find a new master to serve." Past the Guardian's shoulder, Maine noted all the angel guards in the room staring in the Guardian's direction, awaiting his next action. Instead of smiting her, the Guardian turned and tromped off. As Maine savored her small victory, a voice spoke up suavely behind her. "What a pompous prick. You sure showed him, kid." She turned to him. He was an attractive young man in a pinstripe suit with slicked-back black hair. "I like you," he said softly. Maine glanced to the side for Makime, but she was off to the side, arguing with a large, bald troll in a judge's robe. Who are you?" she asked the man in front of her. Let me introduce myself." The man placed an arm ceremoniously over his abdomen and bowed deeply. "I go by many names. Some not as bad as the others. Must you know my name to get to know me?" He gestured poetically in the air with his hands. "What is a name, anyway? But a string of consonants and vowels." "Are you the devil?" Maine cut him off. The man frowned at her. "I prefer Morning Star." A sudden chill flushed through her system. Makime had said that the devil was the corruptor's attorney. Also, the devil was probably pissed at her for breaking his deal with Dick Skeeter during her previous adventure. If she was on the wrong side of the devil... She assumed a defensive position, preparing for the worst. Chapter 3. "Whoa, killer. Ease up," the devil said good-naturedly. He straightened his pinstripe suitcoat and unbuttoned the top button. Maine didn't ease up in her defensive posture. "Mantle?" she whispered. "Weakness. None. Gives no fucks what others think. Strength. The original silver-tongued devil. Do not look into his eyes, and under no circumstances agree to any bargains." The devil grinned. Am I missing something here? She didn't take her eyes off him. "I'm talking with my evil Mantle." He chuckled. "Oh, I didn't mean that." He gestured between her and him. "I mean between you and me. Is there some rift? A disagreement I'm aware of?" "I think you know," Maine said guardedly. The devil cocked his eyes up to the ceiling, and then back at hers. "Enlighten me." Maybe it was her, but his pupils seemed to swirl like a hypnotist's spiral. "Oh, I think you know." She glanced over her shoulder for help, but both the Guardian and Makime were nowhere close. Shit. "I think there is some confusion in our communication." The devil stroked his chin. "Perhaps you are confusing me with my father. I am not all-knowing. Caution. Reveal as little as you can to him." "Fine. I'll play along," Maine said. "You're pissed at me for breaking a high-profile contract of yours." The devil regarded her coolly for a moment, apparently deep in thought. Then he smiled wickedly. "You think I am mad at you for voiding my contract with that sleazeball producer Dick Skeeter?" He steepled his fingers together in front of him. "Oh, but you've done me a great service in releasing him. Do not let your guard down." "What the hell are you talking about?" She kept her fists raised defensively. They were only talking, and the gesture felt a bit silly, even if she was conversing with Lucifer. Again she glanced around for Makime, but she was still in a heated argument with the judge presiding over the special parole hearing. "Oh, I think you know," he said, copying her previous comment. But whereas her voice had been terse, his was a soft, seductive purr. His voice was a disarming weapon. I really don't. Her voice faltered. Suggestion. Extract yourself from this conversation. Now. The devil unbuttoned the other button on his suit coat. Underneath, his form-fitting button-up shirt contoured his chiseled, sexy chest. Damn, this guy's magic allure was intense. Adrian, the former avatar of lust, had nothing on the devil. He unbuttoned the top button of his dress shirt, then another, revealing his chest in a teasing fashion, and Maine felt a stirring inside her. He blinked and drew her eyes to his like magnetism. His pupils weren't swirling hypnotically. They drew her in like a void. Was she standing on her own 2 feet in a magical courtroom, or was she slowly swirling in a vat of warm, oozing honey? She drank in his eyes like a healing potion. Yes, you will do whatever I say now, the devil said softly, then paused. And then abruptly, wait, shit, you don't know, do you? Broken from her trance, she eased back to reality. No, I don't know what you're talking about. The soft allure in his eyes was crushed like gravel under a boot heel, as a vertical edge sliced down the center of his suddenly reptilian pupils. Then let me lay it out in plain language you can understand. I'm not mad at you for breaking my contract with Dick Skeeter because, in doing so, you have provided me a far greater service. I have no idea what you mean. Your influx, Destiny, enabled my client to escape his prison transport. Huh? She said. Lucifer is an attorney, the Mantle hissed. His client is the demon who created me, the corruptor. Oh, shit. She had forgotten. I see you understand now, the devil mused. Don't feel too bad. You lasted longer than most mortal women and men I converse with. Gee, thanks, she said sarcastically. Don't look into his eyes again, the Mantle hissed. Maine kept her eyes lowered to the devil's sexy, sallow cheekbones instead. So you're the asshole behind the corruptor escaping his transport? The devil threw back his head and laughed. He flicked a finger to the patch of his bare chest peeking out from the top of his shirt. Who? Me? Of course not. It would be against magical law to intervene in any such way. My relationship with the corruptor is strictly legal. His escape surprised me as much as it did you. As much as it did all of these bumbling, incompetent, angelic fools. Maine glanced at the angels and Mackie May, all still caught up in their worlds, completely oblivious to the actual friggin' devil talking to her. It was as if some kind of powerful magic was purposefully keeping their attention from her. Yes, it is my doing, the devil confirmed. He wagged a finger at her. No, I'm not reading your mind. Your thoughts are all over your face. You must be more attentive, lest you wind up like your dad. Clenching her teeth, Maine inched closer to the devil, careful not to meet his eyes. You probably don't know this, but I once tried to make a deal with your father. Sadly, it fell through. I'll never make a deal with you. You say that now, but, well, never mind. Perhaps you are correct. You are very much like your father. She changed the subject. What is the demon's plan? The devil suddenly looked giddy. Oh, I don't know. The corruptor has quite the imagination. After all, he's feared more in the magical world than me. He sighed. And now that he's free, think of the carnage he's free to wreak upon the earth. Isn't it so exciting? Part of me is even jealous. His eyes darted to hers like twin snakes. And it's all thanks to you. Maine's stomach bottomed out. She wanted to turn and run away from the devil. She was outmatched here, but her body felt transfixed in space and time. It probably was some kind of paralysis magic. Unable to move her body now, she flicked her eyes in Makime's direction. Makime can't save you. Since when in human history have moms been able to protect their daughters from the world's bad boys? The devil tapped his chin good-naturedly. Of course. I'm not from this world. I'm from a hell dimension. This situation sucked. Really sucked. But the devil didn't seem to want to harm her physically. As long as he forced her to interact with him, she might as well try to worm some more information from him. The corruptor. Am I in danger? Heaving in a deep breath, the devil said, The demon will visit you soon, but don't feel too important. He has his other weapons to collect as well. He may come for the mantle first, or he may save it for last to prolong the suspense. I hear he has had a thing for you. Your father was one of his greatest teachers. Maine clenched her hands into fists. It probably won't be quick, either. If I know him as well as I think I do, the corruptor will want to do things to you before he tears the mantle from you. With business-like precision, the devil fingered his pinstripe suit, then lanced her with his gaze. Are you in danger, you ask? What do you think? Maine didn't know what to say. Apparently, neither did the mantle, because for once it was dead silent. I think it is time we separate you two. The voice belonged to Makime. She stepped up to them and tugged Maine away from the devil by the shoulder. After blinking a few times to make sure it wasn't a dream, she locked onto her stepmom's face. At that moment, she wanted to throw her arms around Makime. She didn't. Makime's voice was like a thunderbolt. How dare you speak to my client? She warned. And taking advantage of her by using magic on a half-mortal. The devil sneered. Oh, you and I know the girl is far from helpless. If I'm not mistaken, she'll one day give her father a run for the title of Best Troll Detective. Don't you mention her father, you vile creature, she all but spat. Ha! Don't forget, Haryonago. You would never have met Valgius if not for me. What the? You made a deal with the devil? Maine asked Makime. What? No, of course not. I'd never. I want to believe you, but your face says otherwise. The devil cackled with delight. Ha ha! Now, Maine. Neither your father nor your stepmom made any deals with me. However, I was the one who introduced the two of them. Way back, when your father was still married to your mother. Such a kind-hearted gal, she was. She lived a good human life. Shut up! Maine's words echoed through the courtroom. A sudden whoosh brushed past her, whipping her hair back from her forehead. Then the guardian was standing tall and proud before the devil. With speed like lightning, his hand lashed out and gripped the devil by the throat. A host of angels whooshed up, enclosing the guardian and the devil in a tight circle. The devil smiled maliciously. Then he swiped his hands across the guardian's wrist. Blood misted into the air. Instead of fingernails, viciously sharp claws tipped the devil's fingers. The guardian released his grip from the devil and moved forward to smite with his other hand, glowing white-hot. The devil easily brushed the guardian's attack aside. Whoa, fuck off, angel boy, or I will press charges. His brazenness caught the circle of angels off guard. He rounded on them, addressing them with words dripping with cotton candy poison. Care to test me, boys and girls? They kept their eyes averted from the devil's eyes. When none of them responded, he hissed. Out of my way. The guardian gripped his bleeding wrist and commanded in a voice like thunder after the devil. Where has the corruptor fled to? The devil whipped back around to face the angel commander. How should I know? You think I have the demon on speed dial? You are his lawyer, Maine said. He didn't consult with me on his current course of action. Had he, I would have advised him against it, regardless of my thoughts on the matter. I say you're lying, Maine said. I swore an oath to uphold magical law. Mackie-May gave Maine a serious look. You cannot breach a magical oath. What do you mean? Maine asked. He's the friggin' devil. He is compelled by his magical oath to uphold magical law. It would be impossible for him to aid his client in escaping in any way. He's telling the truth. But he's the devil, Maine pleaded. The devil dragged his glare across everyone in the courtroom. Even if I did know where the corruptor was going, I couldn't tell you under attorney-client privilege. There are ways of making you chalk, the Guardian warned. Ha! I know every torture tactic in the book. I wrote the book. You physically couldn't make me tell you if you tried. Not that you would. You're too good for that. With a gloating look, a black fog engulfed the devil. Then he was gone. Maine grabbed Mackie-May's wrist. Come on, let's get out of here. Not so fast, the Guardian said. He conjured up a bright ovalish portal and motioned at the angel guards to seize Maine. What? No! You can't! Maine tried to fight them, but the angels were too fast. They were on her in an instant, restraining her by both wrists. Let me come too. Mackie-May eyed the portal. I'm her family. The Guardian gave her a strict but apologetic look. We must secure the demonic weapons. That includes the mantle. Where we are going, you cannot follow. With a flap of his wings, he shot through the portal. The angels at Maine's side braced themselves to swoop forward. She passed Mackie-May a final look. Then she too disappeared through the portal. Chapter 4. Back in Maine's apartment, Noff yipped until footsteps approached. A few seconds later, Al the Cyclops butler appeared in the doorway. Dressed in his usual formal attire, he looked as stereotypical a butler as possible. Sans an eye. Ah, Master Noff, you rang.
Yeah,
Noff yipped.
Maine's courtroom portal finally came, but she's been gone a long time. I'm starting to get worried.
He scratched embarrassedly behind his ear with his hind leg.
It's probably nothing.
Al's solitary eye blinked. I wish I had some helpful information for you, but since I have never been to a special parole hearing, I cannot speak to how long Master Maine might be gone.
It ain't a special parole hearing anymore. The demon escaped.
Al unconsciously reached up and loosened his shirt collar under his suit. What?
Yeah, before the portal came, Maine got a call from Mackie-May. Something bad happened. Jailbreak, I guess.
Oh, dear. The Cyclops withdrew a handkerchief from his front pocket and dabbed sweat from his forehead while his eye absently searched the apartment.
You all right?
Noff peered up at the butler. Al straightened. Certainly. Whatever would make you say otherwise. Noff scratched behind his ear again.
It's just that you're usually cool as a cucumber. Now you're sweating like a granny at bingo night.
The Cyclops mopped up more forehead sweat. Who knew Cyclops could sweat so much? Al fidgeted and sat on one of the kitchen chairs. He patted the front of his suit as if checking if he still had something inside his inner coat pocket. He sighed. Let me assure you that I am quite all right.
You sure, man? You look like you've seen a ghost or something.
Al loosened his shirt collar once more, then chuckled uneasily. Master Noff, I haven't the foggiest what you are insinuating. His words trailed off as the air in front of him shimmered.
You sure?
Noff yipped.
'Cause it looks like you got a portal coming for you, too.
Oh, dear. Al mopped up more sweat with the handkerchief. Noff frowned at the Cyclops butler.
Does this have something to do with the corruptor?
I don't know what you mean.
What I'm saying is, Are you somehow connected to the demon? You know, criminal past, employment in a hell dimension, maybe?
Al sat tight-lipped.
I'm no detective. That's my partner's job. But you're acting mighty suspicious, Jeeves.
A white wing breached the portal glowing before Al. A moment later, an imposing angel guard stepped into the apartment. Another angel followed, this one much taller and built much sturdier, in a fine white military uniform. The Guardian. Noff yipped.
Oh shit, the angel guard.
The Guardian swiveled his head Noff's way.
Watch thy filthy language, dire wolf.
Then the Guardian turned to Al.
Cyclops, Al, you are hereby summoned.
What is the meaning of this? Al stammered. The Guardian's voice broached no argument.
As the holder of one of the 7 demonic weapons, you now fall under the guardianship of the Angel Guard.
Noff gasped.
Holy shit! Al, you've got a demon weapon?
The Guardian flashed him another look, and Noff raised a paw to his mouth and made a zipping motion. Al protested. I think you must have the wrong person, for I'm only a humble butler.
There's no time to argue. Come along now.
After patting the front of his suit coat reassuringly again, Al rose from the kitchen chair. He swallowed and turned to head the opposite way. In that case, let me grab a coat and a clean pair of briefs. The other angel guard grabbed him by the elbow and tugged him toward the shimmering portal. Before he passed through it, Al faced back grimly at Noff. Contact Master Sage. He'll know what to... Al disappeared through the portal. Noff wiggled his butt, preparing to blast off and launch at the portal, even though he knew it probably wouldn't allow him through, as with Maine's portal. The Guardian flashed him a stern look that said, I wouldn't try that if I were you. The Guardian turned and disappeared through the portal.
Well, you ain't me.
Noff blasted off from the floor. He sailed through the air, but the portal dissipated as he reached it. Noff continued sailing forward until he struck the leather couch in the living room. He bounced back to the floor and groaned. Rolling over, he covered his eyes with his paws.
Oh, man.
He recalled Al's last words. How was he going to get hold of Sage? Even if he had a cell phone, he didn't have opposable thumbs. Unfortunately, Siri couldn't understand his requests, since human AI couldn't hear beyond the veil. He would find a way, though. Judging by Al's reaction to the demon's escape, and the fact that the Guardian himself had come to retrieve Al, things were far from all right. Al had a demonic weapon, too? He shook his tiny head to clear it. All that mattered was his partner was in trouble, and he was going to find a way to help her. Maine opened her eyes. She was lying on her back. When she sat up, she saw she was on a cot. Concrete walls surrounded her on 3 sides. The 4th was a wall of vertical iron bars, and a door. And a door. What the hell? She complained. You stupid angels put me in jail? Her voice echoed as if she were in a cavern. It went unanswered. On the cot next to her sat her purse and a neatly folded pile of clothing consisting of jeans, a shirt, and a jacket. Upon closer inspection, they were all her size. Seriously? What the hell? She got off the cot and stepped over to the iron bars of her cage, her footfalls clapping coldly against the concrete floor. She enclosed both of her palms around 2 bars and thought back to what had happened. The last thing she remembered was the angel guards closing in on her in the magic courtroom. The Guardian had claimed they were taking her someplace safe to protect the Mantle from the demon. Had the angels drugged her somewhere along the way? Dosed her with angelic chloroform? She shook her head. Most likely, they had cast a sleep spell on her. Then the dirty bastards had locked her in a jail cell. After seething for a few moments, she released her grip on the bars and turned her attention to the corridor. Outside her cell was a concrete wall that ran both ways, perpendicular to the way she was facing. The entire structure appeared to be concrete, and tubes of warm light running along the ceiling kept everything illuminated evenly. There was no one in sight in the corridor outside her cell. "Hello?" she called, but no one answered her. She gave her cell door a cursory glance, then headed back to her cot and the pile of clean clothing. She was still wearing a black formal dress for the courtroom appearance, and she'd feel a lot better if she was in regular clothes. After quickly inspecting the garments, she decided to put them on. They fit great, and she felt more in her element. Why had she been given clothes? Were the angels expecting her to stay here for a prolonged period? Not if she could help it. She checked her purse and found her cell phone. Unfortunately, she didn't have any reception. She slid her phone into her pocket, stepped back over to the bars, and looked both ways down the corridor. There was still no one around. She sidestepped over to her cell door. She grabbed it and pushed outward, not expecting any give. Instead, the door opened easily, without making even a squeak. Frowning, she pushed it wide and waited for some trap to be triggered. A blaring warning siren or the rushing of angel guards. Nothing happened. She stepped through the doorway and out into a hallway with concrete walls. Unsure what she'd find, she made her way down the corridor. At intervals, she came across additional cells identical to hers. The doors were all closed. She tried to open one of them, but it wouldn't budge. Strange. Hers had been so easy to open. Why would these be locked? Was hers supposed to be secured too? Had she accidentally escaped? Was she supposed to? There were too many questions. Angels were stupid. She passed some more empty jail cells. Each one she tried was locked. She came to a bend in the corridor up ahead. She trotted up to it and found another corridor stretching out before her. It was bland and identical to the one she had been in. It irritated her, and she picked up her pace, her footsteps echoing off the concrete. Where was she? Some kind of underground bunker? Eventually, she heard voices up ahead. They were a ways off, but one of them sounded vaguely familiar. She slowed down to move more quietly. Up ahead was another bend in the corridor. She rounded it and saw a hulking brute of a figure standing with his back to her. Even if she didn't hear the anger in his voice, from how he gestured with his bulging arms, she could tell he was arguing with the angel guard standing across from him in the center of the hallway. "I demand an explanation," the large figure said. A massive weapon strapped to his back began to glow faintly. It looked like some kind of halberd or tribal club. The angel guard crossed her arms over her chest and shook her head. "I am sorry, but all will be revealed shortly." Then the angel guard turned and started away at a brisk trot. "Hey! Come back here!" the large figure called after her. Then, Maine recognized the giant weapon strapped to the figure's back. The claw hammer. A demonic weapon that belonged to none other than... "Uncle Joffrey?" Maine asked as she neared him. The figure rotated to face her, his arms crossed, the animal skin furs draped over his massive shoulders rustling with the motion. He wore dark leather armor and had a mean, fat face marred by faded scars. His eyes were cold and discerning, the eyes of a hunter. They softened when they fell upon Maine. "Of all the places," the troll hunter chuckled as he opened his arms to her. "Niece, how are you?" Giving in to the familial urge, Maine rushed forward and embraced her uncle. He patted her on the back in a surprisingly gentle fashion, considering how large and calloused his hands were. Finally, she pulled away from him. "It feels so good to see someone familiar here." He nodded. "Agreed." He passed his gaze back over the identical cells lining the concrete corridor. "What is this place?" Maine asked. "An angel prison?" Joffrey gave a deep belly laugh. "Oh, this isn't an angelic prison. Those are much worse. They don't have doors. Of course, gnomish prisons are the worst." "You've been in a gnomish prison?" "It was a misunderstanding." Maine grinned. "I've never met a gnome before. What are they like?" Her uncle scratched his broad, stubbly chin. "Small." They rounded another bend in the corridor. How's fireball spell training going? She lifted a palm and conjured a fat ball of flame. Her uncle nodded approvingly. In the extra lighting, Maine noticed a wound on the other side of Joffrey's nose. It looked fresh. Looks like you've got a new scar in the making. Joffrey chuckled. A pack of rabid bunny banshees. Ordinarily docile creatures. Not these. Bunny banshees? That's funny. I fought 3 of them recently. Yeah, some asshole banished them to Scotland. They were terrorizing an elven cottage. I dealt with them. Oh, how'd you dispatch your batch? Silver dagger through the heart. Maine bit her lip. Something like that. Scotland, sounds like an awful place to visit. It ain't too bad. You should try the haggis. Let me guess. You're a big gambler? Her uncle scratched his face. That's some kind of sex party in the woods? She shrugged. It's debatable what exactly gambling is. How about we talk about what's going on here? Good thinking, kid. But I don't know what is going on. The angels came, knocked me out, brought me here. Well, how about we keep walking? That angel guard went this way, and where there's one angel, there's bound to be more. Maybe I can hunt down the guardian and figure out what's going on. I like the way you think. Her uncle's rough tone brought a smile to her face. They continued side by side in the direction the angel guard had gone. After they rounded yet another bend and found themselves in an identical-looking corridor, Maine groaned. Whatever this place is, I don't like angels. They're the worst, her uncle agreed. Hey, remember that bloodthirsty angel gal that hired me to eliminate your direwolf partner's pack? Maine groaned a second time, as she tried to keep pace with his much longer gait. How could I forget? I owe her a friggin' favor. At this, her uncle frowned. That isn't good. Was it a favor or a magical oath? I don't remember. I think it was only a favor. She didn't like how her uncle gritted his teeth together at that. What is it? He cursed under his breath. Angels. Sometimes when they curry favor with lesser beings, they add hidden fine print to the bargain. If you ask me, angels can be worse than demons. Maine laughed uneasily. Humans have it all wrong, I guess. Her uncle gave her a look. Humans know nothing. Of the magic world, that is. They can make a mighty fine pizza, though. You ever eaten at a New York pizzeria? Her eyes lit up. I lived in New York for a time. Troll, those pizzas are so good. Joffrey smirked in approval. You're all right, kid. Your father would be proud. They continued in silence for a bit longer, until they came to another bend in the corridor. Then another. It was like they were in a maze. This is so frustrating, Maine said. Losing a hand of poker to a drunken Wendigo is frustrating. This is... The claw hammer glowed faintly on Joffrey's back. Infuriating, he finished. Then, without warning, he had the huge spiked hammer in his meaty hands. It was out in front of him, and he was swinging it before Maine realized he'd drawn it. He moved deceptively fast for a troll of such size. He was pure cunning. He swung around like a tornado, the clawhammer's spike screaming toward the concrete wall nearest him. Upon impact, Joffrey grunted in pain, or surprise, and the clawhammer dropped to the floor. Maine stared at the wall. The demonic weapon had caused no damage whatsoever. She noticed then that her uncle's hands were smoking, seared by red-hot magic. The mantle hissed. Weakness. Wounded hands. For the moment, he cannot effectively wield his weapon. Suggestion. Add insult and further injury by punching him in the throat. Then pick up the claw hammer and bury it in his thick troll skull. See if trolls have brains. Ew. I am not killing my uncle, she grimaced. And yes, we have brains, you rag. She extended her hand to her uncle to help him up. As he grabbed it, clapping sounded up ahead of them. followed by annoying boyish laughter. A diapered cherub fluttered up to them with a bow and quiver on his bare back. "Not you," Maine and her uncle muttered in unison. Chapter 5.
"You look so weak and pathetic,"
Cupid said. The last time Maine had encountered him, the cherub had worn a black ninja outfit. He had been trying to kill her, he claimed, so he could put the mantle into safekeeping. Now he was fully embracing his birthday suit, with only a bunched-up diaper hugging his crotch. Tiny wings protruded from his naked toddler back. He'd plastered a childish grin on his youthful face. Maine tried to help her uncle to his feet, but he waved her off and picked up himself and the claw hammer. Then he narrowed his eyes at Cupid. He sniffed the air, then scoffed. "Looks like you had the same idea as me, little man." Maine squinted in confusion at Cupid. Eventually she saw what her uncle saw. The cherub's hands were smoldering faintly. A faint scent of cooked fatty bacon reached her nostrils. When her stomach grumbled hungrily, she felt a bit sickened. Who knew cherubs could smell so tasty? Cupid thrust his hands to his hips.
Yeah. I tried shooting a hole in the wall with an arrow. It didn't work."
"Magic walls," Maine remarked.
"Exactly,"
Cupid said. He patted his hands together, wincing as his burned palms connected. "Where the hell is this place?" "Probably somewhere underground," Joffrey grumbled, not wanting to look at the cherub. Cupid threw his hands into the air.
"There sure are a hell of a lot of cells. I wonder why they're all empty."
"I'd like to know why the doors unlock from the inside and not the outside," Maine said. Cupid chewed that over.
"Yeah, that's a good question, too. Why do you think they took us?"
"Isn't it obvious?" Maine said. "There's only one way I can think of how we three are connected." Her uncle winked at her and replaced the claw hammer at his back. "You're right. Our demonic weapons. But why did the angels come for us now?" Maine realized that while she had been walking with her uncle, she hadn't mentioned anything about the demon to him. "You guys don't know?" Both Cupid and her uncle looked at her expectantly. "Earlier today, the corruptor escaped angel custody." Her uncle twitched his nose. "That's not good." Cupid grunted, crossing his chubby toddler arms over his chest.
"This is exactly why I was trying to amass the demonic weapons in the first place. To keep them safe, in case the demon escaped or his minions ever got the idea to hunt them down. Looks like I was right."
He puffed out some air upward from his lower lip that rustled his curly locks. Joffrey scoffed. "Wee man, tell me, how many of those demonic weapons did you manage to track down?" Cupid's face reddened. He dropped his gaze to the floor.
"I tracked down several of them. I just didn't succeed in reclaiming any of them."
Joffrey grinned heartily and slapped Maine's shoulder. "Don't take it personally, but we demon weapon holders aren't easy to take down. Ain't that right, niece?" It was true, she reckoned. Ever since she'd inherited it from her dead father, she had fought off her share of magical assassins intent on killing her and taking the mantle from her corpse. Her uncle lifted his hand from her shoulder. "Wait, if the corruptor has escaped, why were we brought here? What is so special about it?" Maine recalled her conversation with the devil, where he had explained that the demon would come for them all soon. "The Angel Guard is trying to keep us safe from the demon." "We're under witness protection?" the troll hunter growled. "I don't need that. I'm a grown-ass troll. I've done battle in a hell dimension. Legions of lesser demons have fallen beneath my wrath." Cupid sighed his discomfort, too.
"What I don't get is why would the Angel Guard throw me in with you guys? I'm an angel like them."
Maine glanced sideways at him. You're not exactly like them. With her palm level, she measured the height of her knee.
Troll, I will cut you.
I'm joking, she said. But that bow of yours is a demonic weapon, too.
Ancillary weapon,
he corrected. Maine nodded. It's weird that the angels didn't give us any instructions or information if they wanted to keep us safe. Just knocked us out and put us in magical jail cells that unlock from the inside? Sounds like a defective plan to me.
Maybe we aren't prisoners, Cupid said.
Huh? Maine and her uncle responded together.
You know, like we're under their protection, but we're not prisoners. We're free to wander about the facility.
How is that freedom? Maine asked. Must be faulty angel logic. Joffrey grunted. I don't like it when people try to tell me what's best for me. His claw hammer glowed faintly again, and it looked like he was going to whip it out and attempt to smash it through the magical concrete wall again. Instead, he exhaled loudly, and the demonic weapon stopped glowing. Cupid's tiny wings fluttered, and he did a small loop-de-loop in the air before settling back to his bare feet.
I think I've heard rumors of this place. Not a prison, but some kind of angelic safe house.
Gee, Maine said. I don't want to see what an actual angel prison looks like.
You don't,
Cupid confirmed.
You probably won't believe this, but I wasn't always known as the Angel of Love. Before that, I was known as Striker, the Angel Bounty Hunter.
Maine and her uncle exchanged a look and burst into laughter.
What? It's true, Cupid said. You guys are so mean.
Maine shook her head. Don't forget you tried to kill both of us. Grew as tall as Godzilla and tried to stomp and love blast us to death.
For heaven's sake, can't we let the past be the past?
Joffrey popped his knuckles and set his feet offensively.
Wee man, if you act out of line again or threaten my niece, I will end you. I will turn you into a red splat on the floor.
I like your uncle, the Mantle hissed. Such a colorful imagination. Like me. Cupid clenched both tiny hands into fists and fluttered into the air again. Before the two of them could do something stupid, Maine inserted herself between them. Boys, there will be no red splats on the floor today. I know we might not all like each other, but how about we try to get along until we can figure out where this angel safe house is and what we're going to do about it? Her uncle popped his neck from side to side, while Cupid stuck his tongue out. Their hands hung tautly at their sides like duelists about to go for their weapons. They stared each other down. Finally, they both started breathing evenly again. Cupid bowed mockingly to Maine and waved her down the corridor.
By all means, lead the way, Miss Troll.
Joffrey joined her as they walked past the cherub, who tagged along behind them, the padding of his bare feet echoing off the concrete walls. Ha! We showed him, her uncle grunted as they walked.
I heard that,
Cupid said sharply. Hey, Maine said. I see something up ahead. A bright light or something. Is this heaven, maybe? Are we dead? Cupid laughed harshly behind her. Absolutely not. Heaven is much softer than this. Think more along the lines of Cloud 9 and less World War III underground bunker. I can send you back to heaven if you keep talking, Joffrey suggested. Maine knew these two needed to find some other way to relieve their pent-up aggression before one of them turned the other into a splat of red. Luckily, the light up ahead proved to be where they needed to go. Finally leaving behind the bland, identical corridors, they found themselves in a gigantic concrete room with an absurdly high ceiling. Maine asked, Is this a cafeteria? The wide-open room looked like a giant open-air mess hall. Part of it contained a bunch of long tables and aluminum chairs. while one corner of the room was devoted to exercise equipment and recreation. She saw several ping-pong tables and even a billiards table over there. Along one wall, she spotted several angel guards conversing. They were sipping steaming liquid from styrofoam cups and looked haggard and worn down. "Wee man, I will decimate you," Joffrey muttered. Maine turned to face her uncle and Cupid, each staring each other down with murder in their eyes. Suddenly, Cupid swooped in and punched Joffrey in the gut, before zipping out and back in, landing a jab to the cheek. Joffrey swung but missed. "Down, cherub, down!" he grunted as he spun, trying to anticipate the next strike. "Boys, how about instead of killing yourselves for real, you, go kill each other figuratively, in a game of ping-pong?" Cupid cheered. "Woohoo! I love ping-pong." He fluttered into the air and shot off toward the game tables. Joffrey cursed as he watched the cherub fly. "I will not. The damn paddles are too small for my hands." Maine clamped a hand on her uncle's impressive bicep. "Can you please keep that annoying cherub busy while I try to get some answers?" She angled her head toward the conglomeration of angels near the wall. "I'm not sure I trust Cupid." "Me neither. You've got good instincts." He scratched his chin. "Good luck." She thanked him and headed toward the angels, while he trudged to the ping-pong tables, muttering about how he was going to send a ping-pong ball down that annoying cherub's throat. "Again, I admire your uncle's creative imagination," the Mantle hissed. Maine was about to respond when she noticed that it wasn't only angels gathered by the wall. At the center of them stood a cyclops in fine attire. When he saw her coming his way, he blinked at her. "Al?" Maine asked. What the fuck are you doing here?" Chapter 6. Master Maine, there you are. It's a rather long story." Whoosh. From a doorway set in the wall, the Guardian swooped out and came to a rising stop in front of Maine. He puffed out his chest and glanced down at her over his nose. "Isn't it obvious, mortal? The Cyclops named Al is your butler. A butler should watch over his ward, especially when she is as troublesome as you." "Troublesome? Who, me?" Maine scoffed. "As I think the score currently reflects, you owe me. I saved death from destiny, remember?" The Guardian's eyes seemed to boil from within. "I wouldn't expect you to understand. There are things you do not know that are in play." "Then tell me, so I do understand. I skipped magic school." "Your jokes are not funny to me." That wasn't a joke. I didn't go to magic school. I'm still learning about magic."
The Guardian sighed.
"And that's why you wouldn't understand."
Al spoke up.
"I'm not quite sure about that. She might surprise you. I know she has surprised me over the time I have known her."
Maine grinned in appreciation of the comment.
Al continued. "In fact, I am indebted to her the same as you." The Guardian was flustered. "I am not indebted to this half-troll. I owe her a boon. Nothing more, nothing less." A silence fell upon Maine and the Guardian. The sound of ping-pong balls punctuated the silence. Maine turned toward the far corner where her uncle and Cupid faced off across a ping-pong table.
"Ha! My point,"
Cupid blurted. "Not fair. You've got wings," her uncle muttered.
"The perks of being a cherub. My serve."
"You're being stupid," Maine told the Guardian. "Also, are we prisoners here?" "Of course not." She retrieved her phone from her pocket. "Then how come there are no bars here? If we're not prisoners, we should at least get Wi-Fi." "That's because there are no phone signals or internet this far under the earth." "Aha!
so we are underground. The Guardian's eyes cut into her forehead.
Yes. And no, you weren't supposed to know that.
Keeping us in the dark, huh? What are you going to do about it? Wipe it from my mind? For a moment, the Guardian's fists glowed white-hot with smiting power. Then he reclaimed his calm.
I don't see what good it would do. We warded this angelic safe house specifically to protect all inside from being magically detected by anyone outside.
The magic in the walls probably had a protection spell cast on them too, she reckoned, recalling both her uncle and Cupid received injuries when trying to break out. Okay, so is this also a no-technology area?
In essence, yes. I don't trust human technology. Besides, why would we need technology when we have powerful magic?
You have powerful magic, Maine thought. All she had at her magical disposal was a fireball spell, which was pretty cool, and the knowledge of how to brew potions up to the intermediate level. Potions. Now that was an idea. If this was a cafeteria of sorts, there must be a kitchen in here somewhere. If she could find it, maybe she could brew up a quick potion. She'd seen a stone skin potion in one of Sage's recipe books that she had wanted to try her hand at, but hadn't found the time. She even had a photo of the recipe on her phone. She only needed the equipment. You angels are lame. You know that, right?
I don't care what you think, and I must be going now.
Wait. I can kinda understand the need for all the security and keeping us in the dark about where we are. Can you let us know what's going on? Did all the demonic weapon holders make it here? What is the plan? Are we supposed to stay here forever? An angel guard stepped up to the Guardian and handed him a clipboard. The Guardian gave it an annoyed look, then addressed Maine.
Most of the demonic weapon holders have already been accounted for and have already been transported here. All of you are to remain here indefinitely for as long as the demon is free.
He scrawled his signature on the paper and handed the clipboard back to the angel guard, who saluted and left.
It is for your safety.
How are we safe here? Maine asked.
The jail cells are impervious to all magical attacks and physical intervention. Even if the demon somehow managed to find this place, you all would be safe from him as long as you stayed inside the cells, for they only open from the inside.
That kind of makes sense. Maine didn't like the idea of being stuck inside a cell, no matter how safe it was. If we got trapped in the magic cells, how would we get food and water? The Guardian clasped his hands behind his back.
It shall not come to that. The only beings who know about this safe house are the personnel who are currently here. I selected them from the Angel Guard myself.
You could have been traced here when you portaled here.
Impossible. We took the utmost precautions, transporting you all here. Remind him of the demon transport failure,
the Mantle hissed. A lot of good your precautions were in getting the demon to the courtroom. The Guardian gritted his teeth. I get that the cells are destruction-proof. The problem is they're all already locked from the outside. We can't get back in. Another angel guard stepped in and handed the Guardian a clipboard to sign.
I alone have the magic to command them to open from the outside. That's what makes them so secure.
That doesn't sound like a good idea, Maine said. What if you die?
I am immensely powerful and capable.
What if we were all safe inside the cells? You got apprehended by the demon, and he tortured you until you unlocked all the cells.
Girl, I would never cave to mere torture.
I hear waterboarding can be pretty convincing.
I tire of your hypotheticals. This angelic safe house isn't only to keep you all safe. It's more to keep the entire world safe.
From the corruptor?
Yes. Mark my words. He will come for all those in possession of his demonic weapons. Yeah, I know all that. We can all hide out just as easily back in Rainwater. Or anywhere else. Could you now? Because each demonic weapon contains a small part of the corruptor's essence, and thus he can sniff them out and track them down like a bloodhound. A demonic bloodhound. There are only 2 places in all existence that I know of where the corruptor will be unable to sense where his weapons are. This is one of them.
Maine wondered where the second warded haven was.
Why hide from him? She asked. With the weapons in our possession, we should easily be able to defeat the corruptor. A sudden cheer rose from the opening of a side corridor. Yes! A power lifter with a mullet exclaimed, as he strode across the cafeteria floor toward them. He balanced a massive golden baseball bat against his shoulder like a caveman with a club. Wires and tiny red lights spiraled up from the bat's grip to its widened end. I agree. Instead of keeping us cooped up here, why don't we take the fight to the demon?
3 other imposing figures followed the bat wielder across the floor. One was a very tall and thin elf, gripping a glittering lance in her hands. The other was a shambling young man with burned skin and frayed hair. Skeletal wings projected from his back, and his eyes stared dully out at nothing. He looked like a minion from hell. The last was a goblin mage, clad in a robe. He clutched a glass jar with a lightning bolt in it, prepared to twist open the lid. As interesting as these 3 were, Maine kept her focus on the bat wielder in the lead. The guardian grumbled.
Atlas. I'm glad my angels found you. I knew you'd come seeking me out eventually.
Maine's eyes widened. This was Atlas? The Atlas? The Titan condemned to bear the sky upon his shoulders? She flicked her eyes past the man's arms to the ragtag band behind him. Were they godlike entities too? Or merely the current bearers of the demonic weapons?
Atlas smirked. I'm certainly not going to sit in a magical cage and miss all the action. Atlas! Joffrey called, abandoning his ping-pong game, to Cupid's chagrin, and met the mulleted power lifter with a handshake and a chest bump. Joffrey! Long time no see.
Her uncle knew Atlas? She knew she shouldn't be surprised, but it was so cool.
Weakness. Brotherly love. Drive a wedge between them and watch them battle to the death. Atlas addressed the guardian. Why keep us cooped up here? The girl makes a valid point. Why not let us fight? We are, after all, the best suited to stop the demon.
The figures behind him grumbled their agreement. Some of their weapons began to glow faintly like Joffrey's clawhammer did before he was about to use it. Suddenly, all the angels in the room stiffened and became more alert than ever.
Angel guard, the Mantle hissed. Weakness. Unable to keep their detainees satisfied and calm. No match for the collective might of the demon weapon holders. Exploit this. Start a riot.
I'm not starting a riot. See, here's an example of when your advice is wrong.
But you all are the best suited to apprehending the corruptor.
She thought about that. Maybe Atlas was right. You really think it would be that easy? She asked the Mantle, stepping back from the group while they bickered among themselves.
Of course. With the aid of their demonic weapons, you all will be an unstoppable force.
Unstoppable force? Yeah, I get that. But isn't that what made the corruptor unstoppable in the first place?
Yes, stupid troll woman. That is what I've been saying.
Something seemed off about this logic. What if the weapons somehow corrupt their wielders?
Oh, that is not how it works. The demon is the corruptor, not the weapons themselves.
But the demon created the weapons.
Dense you are, young troll.
No, that's the point I'm making. The demon failed before.
Because he left his weapons unattended. But he's the most badass demon of them all. He's more infamous than the devil beyond the veil. Why wouldn't he build a protective mechanism into his forged weapons? I do not follow. He had these demonic weapons created for him. He's not stupid. He would have to have a backup plan in case the weapons ever fell into the wrong hands. Or the right hands, I guess. The Mantle was uncharacteristically silent for a time. You bring up a good point. You're one of his creations. Do you have a built-in backup mechanism? Such as? I don't know. Oh, wait. I do. You ever read The Lord of the Rings? I am a sentient cloak. I cannot read. Right. However, I have seen the movies on Blu-ray, the extended versions. But how? You're a cloak. Never mind. So, you know Sauron, the big bad guy. He's like the Corruptor, correct? Yes. The Mantle hissed. I am pleased that you are beginning to finally understand. The Corruptor is much worse, though. Okay. Then here's what I think. Why wouldn't the Corruptor make his weapons so they are only loyal to him? Or, make them turn on their owners when he returned? Ah, a most devious idea. You might grow into the evil princess I am grooming you to become. Keep on this path, and one day you may even be granted dominion over your own hell dimension. Maine frowned. You're joking, right? There was a long pause. Then, of course, I am just joshing you. Good, because sometimes it's hard to tell when you're joking. Unless I'm not, the Mantle hissed delightedly. Ah, I swear. If I'm right, this isn't good. I need to tell the Guardian my suspicions right now. Before she could, though, Atlas called in a strong voice. Not everyone is here. Where is the holder of the power ring and demonic timepiece? The Guardian stood closed-lipped as he surveyed them all. At this time, the troll chieftain who bears the power ring and Father Time who carries the demonic timepiece are both unaccounted for. Father Time? Maine muttered to herself. He's real? Just then, a breathless angel guard swooped into the room. He relinquished a clipboard to the Guardian, who had to read its contents more than once. What is it? Atlas demanded. The Guardian's nose twitched as his eyes tightened. It seems the bearer of the power ring will not be joining us. Maine wondered what kind of weapon the power ring was. Atlas punched his palm. So you're saying the Corruptor has his first demonic weapon? The Guardian sighed. It would appear so. Let us hope we find Father Time before the Corruptor does. If the demon gets his claws on the demonic timepiece, it's all over. Chapter 7. Thousands of miles away, an older man with gray hair flowing down to his shoulders and an equally long gray beard glanced over his shoulder yet again. Then he twisted back toward the bus terminal. After tucking the bright orange scarf around his neck inside his coat, he got in line to board his bus. Yes, even Father Time took the bus on occasion. This was a very dire occasion. Patiently, ever so patiently, he waited his turn as the line advanced, and riders climbed up into the Greyhound bus. As he waited, he kept casting furtive glances, scouring the entire terminal for agents of the Corruptor. As he waited, he muttered softly to himself. He had long since learned to disregard the opinions and whispers of others. Talking to himself was how he processed his thoughts. He'd had psychiatrists over the centuries, but none of them could keep up with his time and schedule. That, and they kept dying on him. Ah, the annoying shortcomings of immortality. Speaking of annoying, having mastery over time had an interesting effect. Mainly, he heard voices in his mind, the voices of his past and future selves, converging and realigning with his present self's mind. It was enough to drive a person batty.
Luckily, he was an avatar of a law of nature. If an avatar wanted to talk out loud when he was alone in his study, when he was in public, or when he was sitting on the loo, who cared? It helped him to think. This terminal. He didn't like being here. He glanced around again, searching for any minor discrepancies that might represent a threat. Too open. Too vulnerable. The only thing the bus terminal had going for it was that it was a very populous place. Wait. He backtracked through his thoughts. The corruptor will not care if I'm in a public place or not. He wouldn't spare lives. He'd never do that. He takes them. The corruptor would kill half the world in one fell swoop if it meant finding me. He paused. Why? He asked himself. Why? To take back his demonic weapon, of course. The timepiece. His gaze dropped to his wrist, and the black metal band with the tiny blinking red lights on it. The demonic timepiece had a few buttons, too. They controlled the manipulation of time. Speed time up, slow time down, reverse time for up to 1 hour. It can do more than tell the time, he muttered. Excuse me? A lady in front of him in line asked. His eyes widened as they met hers. It can do more than tell the time, he repeated. You crazy, the lady said, clutching her purse to herself and stepping forward when the line moved forward. Not crazy. Very old. Ha ha. Time. Yes, I'm very old. He didn't mind being so old. He minded that the corruptor was now free and would be coming for him. Coming to carve out my heart with his claws and take my treasure. He absent-mindedly fingered the demonic timepiece strapped to his wrist. He wondered if the demon had already claimed any other weapon holders. If only I had been alerted sooner. I could have reversed time to prevent the escape. Too late now. Can only repeat the last hour. Suddenly he cringed. He beat the side of his head with the meat of his palm, as the voice of either past him or future him shouted in his skull. In the beginning, the voices hadn't bothered him much. Over time, they grew irritating. At times, they threatened to drive him insane. The voices, he muttered, are because I wear the timepiece, not because I'm Father Time. You should take the timepiece for yourself, for only you are suitable to keep it safe. It was the voice of his past self, speaking soothingly from when the demon had lost the war, his treasures plundered. The voice of his future self spat back violently inside his head. You never should have claimed it. Now you'll go crazy, and he'll track you down. I could not have known, he muttered aloud. He'll track you down, his future self repeated. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. People turned his way and stared. He didn't care. He shuffled up in the line when it moved onward. You must do the right thing, his past self said. Father Time wearily rubbed his jaw. I did do the right thing. Are you so sure? Said his future self. Come on. It's the corruptor we're talking about. You knew this day would come eventually. Ticket? Father Time snapped back to the present. Huh? Ticket, please? It was the ticket taker standing outside the bus. Oh, right. Yes, I have it here. He pulled out his cell phone and pulled up the barcode for the man to scan. You're scared? It needn't have come to this, his future self said. I said shut up. The bus attendant raised his scanning device but didn't scan the phone. Sir, you drunk? Drunk? Why, no. Sober as a snake. The ticket taker frowned. That's not a saying. Father Time gave a sly smile. It used to be. Back before your time. I see. The ticket taker scanned the UPC on the phone. Enjoy your ride. That's the plan. Father Time tromped up the bus's steps. People looked at him funnily as he made his way down the aisle. He decided upon a seat near the back, close to the emergency escape door.
Best to be prepared in case the demon attacks.
He sat. The seat was lumpy.
Like sitting on a cabbage, he said.
You're like so weird,
a teenage girl muttered from her seat across the aisle from him. He gave her only the briefest glance.
The girl grinned. I like that. I'm weird too.
Father Time paid her no attention. He glanced from his demonic timepiece out the bus's window. So far, so good.
Hey, what's your name?
The teenager called from across the aisle.
Huh?
Oh, Ted.
You have a cool scarf.
Thanks. He wasn't paying attention to her. He was too busy keeping track of his surroundings, watching the front of the bus, outside the bus, and scrutinizing everyone who got on. Demon? He asked himself. A moment later, he responded with, Nope. He continued to scrutinize his environment. Eventually, the bus's door shut, and the driver pulled away from the terminal. A short time later, they got onto the highway.
Hey, mister. Hey, Ted. Are you even listening to me?
Father Time turned to look at the girl. I'm so sorry. What was it you were saying?
I said I'm running away from home.
Oh. He thought about that. Well, good luck. The girl scrunched up her face.
That's it? Good luck? Aren't you going to try to talk me out of it? Tell me to go back to my parents?
I never had parents, he said with a straight face. One moment I didn't exist. The next I did. Poof. The girl's frown turned into a grin.
Are you an alien from space?
An alien? Ha ha. She thinks I'm an alien. No. I'm the avatar of time. She leaned forward on her palms.
Tell me more.
He told her the story of a crazy poker night he had once had with death. Afterward, she giggled.
Another story, please,
she said. He told her some more stories. Wondrous stories. About the time he'd gone parasailing with Alice, and when he'd played 18 holes with the Fates. They were such sore losers. As he spoke and she laughed, he started to relax. He liked relaxing very much. The girl said, You may be crazy as a box of nails, but I like you. Father Time smiled at her. I like you too, miss. The girl opened her mouth to answer when all hell broke loose, metaphorically and literally, as a semi collided with the bus. Metal screamed, and glass sprayed the air. The bus skidded violently, somehow managing to remain upright. Father Time wheezed, slowly picking himself up from the floor. His body ached all over. He collapsed back to the floor. He lifted his head, blinked, and glanced at where his talking companion had been sitting moments before. The girl was gone. From outside, the bus's tires exploded one by one. Claws raked the bus's exterior. No, 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 he muttered. He found me. He's here. An unseen force wrenched the bus door to the side, mangling it. Clawed feet clacked upon the bus's stairs, then down the center aisle. The timepiece, Father Time murmured. He was seeing spots now. Had he hit his head in the crash? The footsteps grew closer. There you are, the corruptor rasped. Now where do you think you're going? Father Time groaned. It hurt too much to talk. It hurt to move anything. But he had to reach the timepiece. He had to initiate the reverse protocol. Doesn't matter where you're heading, thief. Now save yourself the trouble and give it to me, will you? With labored breathing, Father Time met the demon's terrible, glowering eyes, while he felt for his watch with his free hand beneath his chest. He found it. Now he had to input the right sequence of buttons. The demon was nearly to him. Give it to me, and perhaps I might spare you a fraction of the pain. With a grimace, Father Time said, You didn't say please. He clicked the final button on the timepiece, which beeped.
No!
The demon hissed, throwing a clawed hand toward Father Time's wrist. The demon was too late. Father Time watched in third person as the scene reversed itself. The demon walked backward down the center aisle and descended the steps. The rogue semi uncollided with the bus. He reversed time up until the point where he had first arrived at the bus terminal. Then he terminated the reverse process and let time flow naturally, unhindered by magic. At least now the teenage girl who had been so friendly to him and the rest of the people on the bus would be safe. The demon wouldn't need to make a scene if the timepiece wasn't present. The demon couldn't make a scene because the angel guard would be searching for him, waiting for him to slip up. Father Time considered letting the angel guard find him, but he didn't know who he could trust. What if there was a traitor among them? The corruptor had spies everywhere. No, he had to make this journey alone. The fate of the world depended on him. The demon could not be allowed to recover the timepiece. There was only one place where he would be truly safe from the demon, and it was on the other side of the earth. He doubted the corruptor knew of its existence, for only a few beings knew about the place. The other avatars of the laws of nature, a couple of gods, some of the angels. It would be a difficult journey, but he would get there. He just needed to find the right transportation. The demon regarded the Greyhound bus from the terminal's shadows, watching as the last of the people in line boarded the bus. He hissed. I can smell his old man stink. Can sense the timepiece. He was here, but now he's gone. Must have reversed time and escaped. I wonder how I attacked him. A rogue semi, perhaps? He relished the blood and carnage a semi smashing into the side of a bus would cause. Yes, that was probably what he had done. Then that rotten Father Time had managed to reverse time. Damn it. So close. He turned to his second in command. I can only sense the timepiece. The angels must have already reached the rest of the weapon holders and spirited them away. His second in command nodded. Luckily for me, the angels aren't as thorough in their security as they think. Since I can't be in two places at the same time, I'm sending you there in my stead. Take several hordes. You may need them. He fingered the power ring on his forefinger, the only weapon currently in his possession. By wearing the power ring, he could control whoever wore any of the 9 slave rings. They were for his lieutenants, since one couldn't be so trusting of demons. They had a way of stabbing you in the back. He considered making his second in command wear one of the slave rings. But she wasn't a demon, and she had already proved her worth by helping him escape his prison transport. He decided not to enslave her. Where will you go? She asked. To continue tracking down Father Time. He can't run forever. Actually, he probably could. No matter. The corruptor would enjoy the hunt. Chapter 8. Noff yipped in annoyance. He was sitting on one of Maine's leather couches in her apartment, wagging his head in frustration. Hey, don't sweat it, man, a voice called from a tablet propped up against the couch's armrest. Things will turn out all right. Unless they don't, but, they totally will be good. Noff turned his focus back to his in-progress video call. On the tablet screen, Death grinned back at him, giving him a bony thumbs up. As usual, he was wearing a hoodie and was lounging in an expensive gaming chair.
While I appreciate the positivity, I'm starting to worry about my partner. It's been over 24 hours since I last saw her. You know what they say about when people go missing for longer than 24 hours?
Little buddy, you said a serial killer didn't kidnap Maine. Angels took her.
Yeah, but...
And I think in missing persons cases, it's 48 hours. Noff yipped.
Really?
Dude, I should know. I'm the one who takes the victim's souls when, things go south. That and I'm a sucker for a good true crime show. He rubbed his bony hands together. What? I'm Death. It excites me. Heats my blood up. Not that I have any blood.
Noff yipped in irritation. Death had been the last contact on his list to call and ask for help investigating Maine's disappearance. Death threw his hands up.
Sorry, little man. Wish I could help. Really. But I can tell you one thing. She's still alive and kicking. No one has collected her soul.
Well, that's something, I guess. Thanks for your help.
Don't mention it, dude.
Footsteps sounded from the kitchen, and Noff turned to see Sage enter the room with a spellbook in one hand and a laptop in the other. From the tablet screen, Death smiled and waved at Sage.
Sage! The celebrity chef Noff has told me so much about.
Sage grinned uneasily.
I'll be seeing you,
Death said.
Sage paled. Sorry, bro. Didn't mean it like that. I mean, eventually I see everyone, but I won't see you like that for a while. I don't think. Then again, you're up against a world-ending demon, so maybe I will see you sooner than later. Never mind. I'll shut up now.
The video call ended, and Sage nervously swept back his hair.
I wasn't scared.
Noff yipped.
Don't worry about it. Meeting death for the first time tends to have that effect on people.
Sage shook it off. You come up with anything?
Nah, but death did confirm that Maine is still among the living, so that's something.
Yeah, that is good, I guess.
I know. This whole thing is frustrating as hell. You making any headway with that locator spell of yours?
Sage tapped the spellbook's thick cover against his forehead.
I've tried all the locator spells I know. I've even looked up some advanced ones.
And?
Well, there is one more locator spell to try, but it's quite intrusive.
Intrusive how?
If it's successful, I'll be able to peek into Maine's essence. The spellbook says that to Maine it will feel like someone is looking at her naked.
Nice,
Noff yipped.
What's the problem?
Sage frowned.
I don't know if she would appreciate that. Also, it only works if the caster and target are linked by reciprocated affection.
English?
It won't work if she doesn't like me.
Noff snickered.
Oh, I know my partner. She's into you.
Sage looked only a little relieved by that. He set down the laptop and spellbook and stepped into the kitchen. He returned to the living room a minute later with some cloves and devilweed. He placed them in a stainless steel pan, lit a match, and touched it to the contents. Then he chanted something in Latin. There was a spark, and the lights flickered in the apartment. Then Sage clutched at his heart in agony. He fell to the floor, but caught himself. Noff bounded over to him.
You all right?
Sage winced.
I'll live.
What? She doesn't like you anymore?
No, it wasn't that.
Sage sucked in a calming breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them, he said,
Damn it. Why did I have to drop out of the Wizard Academy?
I'm confused.
Noff yipped.
Why?
The spell must have failed because my magic isn't strong enough. If I had stayed in school, I would have access to more powerful magic and spells.
Noff scratched behind his ear.
Then you would never have met Maine.
Sage blushed. He tried to compose himself, failed, then managed a thoughtful face.
You're right. Jeez, I can be so dumb at times.
It's okay. Love's great at turning the best of us into fools.
I don't know if I'm in love with her.
Noff flashed him a look.
Okay. Maybe I am.
Noff gave a low growl.
Maine is my partner. She's like my best friend. Don't tell her that.
Now it was Sage's turn to be confused. He sat on the couch.
What I'm trying to say is you had better not think about breaking her heart. Else I'll have to break out the damage, destruction, terror, and mayhem. Am I clear?
Sage cleared his throat and straightened.
Crystal.
He rubbed his forehead and stared up at the ceiling.
I can't believe I can't reach her.
You sure it's because your magic isn't strong enough?
Well, there is another possibility. She could be in a specially constructed space where magic and other locator spells can't penetrate. I'm not sure if such places even exist. I always thought they were storybook legends, myths. Makime stepped into the room. Oh, they exist. But you must know someone important to gain access to them. She dropped some Chinese takeout bags on the couch. Oh, hey, Makime. Sage shifted on the couch. Didn't hear you come in the door. Thanks for the food. Don't mention it. She looked wistful. Something wrong? Sage glanced up from his spellbook. Makime smiled sadly. This food, that couch, it reminds me of all the nights Valkius and I would stay up late, working on his cases. You helped him with his cases? Sage bent forward on the couch and retrieved a carton from the food bag. Whenever he hit a wall, he'd bounce ideas off me. We reached many a breakthrough on that couch you're sitting on. She smiled fondly. Of course, we did other stuff on that couch, too. Okay, that's all I need to hear. Sage stood up and read the label on the food carton in his hands. Noff sat at Makime's feet, his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Do go on, please,
he yipped. Who had the General Tso's chicken? Sage asked. Noff blasted off from the ground and caught the carton in his jaws. He landed and set it on the floor, but couldn't open it with his paws and teeth.
Little help here?
Makime stooped and opened the carton for him.
Thanks. Maine usually does that for me. I miss her.
Me too, Sage said. Agreed, Makime added. We'll find her, though. She dug her food carton out of the bag and sat cross-legged on the floor to eat. Where are we at in the investigation? Any new leads as to Maine's whereabouts?
We know she ain't dead,
Noff said, with a mouthful of sweet and spicy chicken. Sage opened his food carton. There has still been no word from Al. He's her sworn butler. Why would he disappear? Maybe he's looking into Maine's whereabouts on his own, Makime suggested. He is loyal to a fault to Maine, and would do anything for her. Noff belched.
I think we all would.
Sage shrugged. He does have extensive resources. Maybe we can use some of them? Makime attacked an egg roll with her chopsticks. Since I also serve as Al's attorney, I can look into it.
Then, what do we do in the meantime?
Noff yipped. Makime swallowed a bite of rice. You mentioned a space completely warded against all magical tracking spells. It's no secret that the Angel Guard possesses such a place, although where it may be is a closely guarded secret. Sage chewed his food thoughtfully. Makime continued. The good thing is that for the moment, Maine should be safe from the demon who will be looking for her, as well as the rest of the demonic weapon holders. The angelic safe house will be someplace where he cannot easily reach it.
So, it's up in heaven?
Noff yipped. The Haryanago attorney swallowed a mouthful of food. It's rumored to be located somewhere far beneath the Earth's crust. Noff booted his rear in the air and pawed at the apartment floor.
So, we start digging?
Makime's face sagged. It could be under any of the 7 continents. We will need powerful magic or some other means of reaching it. First, we must locate it, Sage said. Noff lowered his head to the floor and put his paws over his eyes.
I don't trust some angel guards that I don't know to keep Maine safe.
He lifted a paw and peered up at the two of them.
We need to find where the safe house is and go be by her side.
Agreed, Sage said. But how? They sat in contemplative silence. Makime raised a finger meditatively. As it stands, we might not be able to find Maine.
How could you say that?
Noff yelped. But if Maine can somehow contact us, maybe we could determine the location that way. How would she be able to contact us? Sage asked. Her magic can't get through the anti-magic warding, and cell phone signals don't travel through the ground too well. There was a twinkle in Mackie May's eyes. Maine is a rather resourceful girl. We might have to wait another day or two, but if she is anything like her father, she will find a way to reach us. Noff yipped.
You're right, but damn, I hate all this waiting.
Sage caught Mackie May's eyes. I agree. Maine will find a way. In the meantime, we need to be ready to come to her aid when she does. Noff blasted off with a,
Hell yeah!
When he landed, he wobbled on his feet.
Not a smart idea. Think I'm gonna be sick.
Before he could puke on the carpet, Mackie May used her magic to send the carry-out bag under his mouth. After Noff puked into the bag, he felt a bit better.
Thanks.
Sage finished a bite of noodles and set his food carton aside.
You gonna eat the rest of that?
Noff asked. No, I'm not hungry anymore. One can't be too prepared, and I'm going to make sure we're ready for when Maine contacts us. I'll be at the Sacred Sourdough, whipping up some potions. Noff flicked his eyes between Sage and his half-eaten food.
Then, you wouldn't mind if I finish your food?
Sage laughed. You and Maine both have incredible appetites. Go for it. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door.
Oh, and bring back some pie, will ya?
Chapter 9. Maine huffed out a breath. She lay on her back on top of one of the long cafeteria tables, listening to the sounds of the underground Angel's safe house. The incessant, hollow thwacks and clicks of wooden paddles on ping-pong balls. Angels bickering among each other. The Guardian grunting as he reviewed the previous hour's reports. She'd have long since gone crazy had she not been able to brew some potions in the cafeteria's kitchen earlier. She'd been a bit ambitious, completing several health potions and the stone skin potion she'd wanted to try out. It hadn't been that difficult, and the kitchen was surprisingly well stocked with magical ingredients. What exactly did the stone skin potion do? She wasn't 100% sure, but the recipe book had said it fortified your skin like armor. That sounded cool to her, and might come in handy if she had to go up against the demon if he somehow managed to find them. In her mind, she kept replaying the words and conversations she'd heard and taken part in yesterday in the Angel's safe house. She mentally reviewed all she had learned about Father Time, how his demonic timepiece would likely prove to be the cornerstone of whether or not the demon succeeded in bringing about the apocalypse. At the moment, the demon had only one of his weapons, the power ring, which he could use to enslave others if they wore one of the numerous slave rings he had. It seemed a rather lame weapon to her. Lame, the Mantle hissed. Yeah, why would anyone willingly put on a slave ring? Why must they put one on willingly? It's still a stupid weapon. Not if used correctly. Just think, demon lieutenants that will never betray you. Yeah, Maine countered. But all someone would have to do to end the mind control is cut the slave ring off their finger. Or kill them. Big whoop. Ah, but slave rings are invisible to all but the wearer of the power ring. Cool. Of course they are. Here's another thing. It's so unoriginal. What do you mean? I mean, it sounds like a Lord of the Rings ripoff. The power ring. The One Ring. Well, they are similar. But the One Ring is copyrighted, and not nearly as powerful as the power ring. Whatever. It's still a lame weapon. She did, however, find it unnerving that anyone here could be wearing an invisible slave ring, secretly serving the corruptor. The Guardian had said that the Angel Guard had taken precautions. This was a very secure and secret place. She rolled over onto her side and surveyed the rest of the weapon holders gathered around the ping-pong table as Joffrey faced off against Cupid again. The 7 demonic weapons, she now knew, included the mantle she wielded, and her Uncle Joffrey's claw hammer. The goblin mage wielded lightning in a bottle, a glass jar with a wish-granting spark inside. The elf woman carried the fearsome, glittering crystal lance. A troll chieftain formerly wielded the power ring, but now the corruptor possessed it. The timepiece was a wristwatch device held by Father Time. Then there was the needle. Apparently the needle could shape reality. A pretty badass ability. But she didn't know what it looked like or who had it. When she had pressed the Guardian for answers, he had only said that it was here. Maybe the Guardian was keeping it safe himself. She allowed her gaze to track the ping-pong ball blasting back and forth over the table. Cupid might have had an edge at the beginning with his wings, but her uncle's technique was improving with every match he played. Maine smiled. At least there was something down here to take their minds off the grim situation. During her time here, she'd learned there were also 3 ancillary demon weapons. The Atlas wielded the gravity bat. Cupid had Cupid's bow, aptly named for him. The Icarus wings were 2 bony, featherless wings projecting from zombie Icarus's back. Yes, one of the demonic weapon holders was an actual friggin' zombie. The Icarus wings could grant others the ability to fly. Maine wouldn't mind flying away from this place. Too bad that wasn't currently a possibility. They were somewhere underground. She raised her eyes from the ping-pong match and played them over the walls and the narrow grated air vents that covered the wall in places. Weakness. Possible entry point. But also a necessary evil to bring fresh air down here. Mortals are too frail. At least I'm not a rag, Maine jibed. I am a mantle. At least I'm not a troll. Whatever. Trolls are cool. Oh, really? I seem to recall you used to think trolls were stupid. I changed my mind, okay? I can do that. All this communing with the mantle was going to drive her crazy. She had been trying to find Al to talk to down here, but he kept disappearing. Was he avoiding her? Why was he down here in the first place? What she wouldn't give to see and talk to Sage, Noff, and Mackie May. Still lying on the table, she pulled her cell phone from her pocket and checked again for a signal. Nothing. She sat up and dangled her legs over the edge. She didn't care if the Guardian said they were safe down here. She didn't want to hide from the demon. She'd rather take the fight to him, a sentiment that Atlas and some of the other weapon holders seemed to share. Yesterday, she had expressed her concern to the Guardian that the corruptor might have built a mechanism into the weapons to make them turn against their holders. The Guardian had dismissed the notion, though. While the demon could sense his weapons like a homing beacon, they couldn't actively turn against their current owners. Maine yawned. I wonder which weapon is the demon's favorite. I am my master's favorite weapon, the mantle insisted. You just keep on saying that, Maine said, to mess with the mantle. Sounds like Father Time's weapon is the demon's favorite creation. The mantle scoffed. Who needs to be able to control time when you can assess hidden weaknesses? Oh, you think you could take on a demonic timepiece? Certainly. Any day of the week. The mantle seethed with fury. Bring it on. I hope it never comes to that, Maine said. Are you afraid of facing the corruptor? Afraid of being corrupted? It's not so much the being corrupted part I'm concerned about. More along the lines of evisceration and decapitation, or whatever the demon has in store for me. Oh, right. Sometimes I forget you are a mere mortal, unlike me. If the demon does confront you, I will do my best to aid you in the fight. I do like a challenge, after all. The mantle paused. However, if you do fall to his wrath, I am quite sure your head will make a most lovely adornment on a spike outside the corruptor's fortress. Aw, you think I'm pretty? Maine said sarcastically. Your skin shall make a fine suit for the demon, and your innards shall feed his hellhounds for days. Okay, I get it. Enough with the gory details. Maine hopped off the table. If she kept talking to the mantle, she would go insane. A cry of surprise rose from the ping-pong table as Cupid scored a point. Maine sauntered over to watch. She stood between the tall female elf with the crystal lance and zombie Icarus.
Match point. You ready?
Cupid shouted, fluttering a foot off the table as he prepared to serve the ping-pong ball to Joffrey. Joffrey grunted. Do your worst, Pipsqueak. Cupid served the ball lightning fast. It streaked past Joffrey. A moment later, the wooden paddle crunched together in Joffrey's clenched hand. With a muttered curse, he let the splintered paddle drop to the ground and left.
"What a sore loser,"
Cupid taunted. But Joffrey didn't take the bait.
"We're running out of paddles."
5 yards away, the Guardian glanced up sternly from the clipboard in his hand, then returned his gaze to his paperwork. Maine considered confronting the Guardian, but Cupid stole her attention as he chanted,
"I am the winner. I'm the winner."
After fluttering around in the air, he landed softly upon the ping-pong table with toddler grace and danced in a circle. When he saw Maine watching him, his eyes grinned in glee.
"Ah, half-troll. Come to test your troll agility against my cherub reflexes."
She was half tempted to. She shook her head. "You chicken," the Mantle taunted. "No, I just don't want to. Besides, he's probably cheating. Scaredy cat. Screw you."
"So, what will it be?"
Cupid asked, batting his eyelashes at her like a lover. "All right, fine. One quick match." It wasn't pretty. "You suck," the Mantle hissed, as she walked away from Cupid's taunts. "Shut up, rag. I was telling you his weaknesses. Why didn't you exploit them?" "It's only a game. Besides, I didn't feel like cheating." "Ha, cheating. Life is a game. If you let your guard down for 1 second, you could lose it in a heartbeat. Never let your guard down. And always, always have all your weapons and gear on you. At all times." Maine patted her purse slung over her shoulder, causing her vials of freshly brewed healing potions and stone skin potion inside to clink against each other. "Don't want to end up like the Corruptor and get thrown in an angel prison?" "Yes, correct. There are some things worse than death. Angelic prisons are one such thing." As she walked away, Cupid paddled a ping-pong ball at her back. It popped off her shoulder, and she nearly turned to give him a piece of her mind. Then her stomach growled, and she realized she should probably head to the kitchen and see what was cooking. She was about to meander over there when she noticed the Guardian's posture. The lead angel shook his head bitterly as he reread the last report he'd received. He looked utterly pissed. Since the Guardian was one of her favorite people to pick on, Sage and Noff being the other two, she headed over to him instead. "What's the news?" she called as she approached. "We going to be stuck down here for years?" "Girl, child, this is no laughing matter." She grew serious. "What is it? What's wrong?" The Guardian cleared his throat. Then he dismissed his closest angel guards with a hand gesture. "Walk with me." "I'm sorry. I could have sworn I heard you tell me to walk with you." "I did. We have important matters to discuss." "Ooh, you're important," the Mantle hissed. "This should be good." Ignoring the Mantle, Maine said, "What do you mean?" The Guardian didn't answer, only headed down the nearest corridor of empty magic jail cells. He gestured for her to follow. She did. "What is this about?" The Guardian waited until they rounded the first bend, before abruptly stopping and turning to her. "This is about you." "I don't follow." "It's your destiny. Your in-flux destiny." "Oh, that," she said, as if that made all the sense in the world. "What about my destiny?" He gritted his teeth. "Your aura is brimming with chaos energy. Your presence down here in the safe house is a liability." What are you saying? You're giving me the boot?" At least that would solve her problem of how to get out of here. The Guardian scratched his chin. "I thought I'd portal you to Mars." The Mantle hissed. "You wouldn't last a minute on Mars. Prepare to battle your foe." Maine frowned at the Guardian. A moment later, his visage softened,
but his words were as hard and sharp as ever.
I am only joking. Mostly. Magic portals are trackable. The demon would then know where you are.
I don't follow. Do you want the mantle and me here, or not? I thought this was the safest place because of all the powerful magical warding. One of only 2 such secure places.
Yes. Ordinarily that would be enough,
the Guardian said.
With your chaos factor. I only wish Makime was here to help manage it. That is an attorney's biggest job beyond the veil.
So I've heard. She focused on the Guardian.
Weakness. Suffering from a slight bout of indigestion from the breakfast burrito he ate this morning. Sock him real hard in the gut. Then watch the partially digested ground beef spray from his lips.
Well, she said, aside from me, what's got you so concerned all of a sudden?
I cannot tell you.
The Mantle hissed.
Use his weakness.
Tell me, or I'll tell the Angel Guard about how insecure you are inside.
Girl, you wouldn't.
His eyes burned white-hot. Maine stood there, enduring it. Also, I'll tell them you're the gassy one this morning. You know, from that breakfast burrito. His glare tightened, but after a few moments, he gave a ragged sigh.
It should be no secret the reason for my anxiety. It's Father Time. He has to know that we're looking for him, to bring him to safety. So why is he keeping hidden?
Maybe he doesn't trust you guys? The Guardian scowled at her. I get it, she said. If the Corruptor gets the timepiece, he can start the apocalypse. But don't forget, we've got all the rest of the demonic weapons.
If the Corruptor can control time, all of their combined might will be no match for him. The only reason we won Troll War II is that the demon wasn't wearing his timepiece at the time. When we learned of this fact, your father volunteered to lead the strike himself, pushing deep into the fires of the Corruptor's hell dimension to raid the demonic storehouse.
Wow. I hadn't heard that part of the story before. My dad was a cool guy. The Guardian regarded her closely.
It is true he lived a good troll life. But he also bore the weight of the mantle. The demonic weapons taint their holders.
You really don't like us, do you?
I only trust you demonic weapon holders as far as I can throw you.
No, it's deeper than that. You're scared of us, aren't you? He refused to say anything. Why weren't the weapons destroyed after Troll War II?
It's difficult to explain to someone as inexperienced in magic as yourself.
He saw the look she was giving him.
I will try my best. The weapons all contain pieces of the demon's essence in them. Since the demon cannot be killed, not truly in the way you're thinking, neither can the weapons be destroyed. So now, you see our problem.
She let that news settle. Then, why don't we challenge the demon to battle before he gets the demonic timepiece that will end the world? With the combined might of the demonic weapons, we defeat the demon. Then we draw and quarter him and bury his body parts in the far corners of the earth. Or maybe put one on Mars, another on Uranus. You get the picture. If you're going to lock up the demon in an angel prison again, I think we're only kicking the can down the road. The Guardian thought about this. At long last, a satisfied smile crossed his lips.
I do admire your creativity. A bit bloody for my taste, but the dismemberment of the Corruptor could work.
Great. You don't happen to have the demon on speed dial, do you? Call him up and give him the location of a neutral battle zone? The Guardian's features hardened.
We are not going to be so reckless as to challenge him in a battle.
Seriously? Why not?
He is not only one opponent. He has minions.
How many minions?
Hordes and armies of lesser demons and other fiends. Not to mention his lieutenants, and whoever he has serving as his second in command. They will stop at nothing to restore their master to full power so he can initiate the apocalypse and reshape the world to their liking.
We can't wait down here forever.
You can't, the Guardian said. I can. So can the rest of the Angel Guard.
What the hell are you saying?
I'm saying that we don't need the weapon wielders, only the weapons. You're right that the weapons are vastly powerful. Who knows? Maybe you could take on the Angel Guard and win.
The Mantle hissed.
I told you that you should have started a riot.
You'd turn on us? Maine demanded. Fireballs flared to life over each of her palms. The Guardian raised both hands, extinguishing Maine's fireballs.
There need not be any violence. It is an option, though. You protect the world by living out the rest of your lives down here, playing ping pong to pass the time. The cafeteria food isn't bad.
You bastard. That's your plan? Wait until all the demonic weapon holders die of old age?
It would solve the problem, as long as Father Time escapes the demon's clutches.
You're a monster, Maine huffed, and turned away. She called over her shoulder. To think I used to believe you were one of the good guys. She seethed. You know what? You should be scared of us demon weapon holders. You know what else? I hope you choke on your breakfast burrito when it comes up. Chapter 10. She stormed away from the Guardian in the opposite direction of the cafeteria. If the situation wasn't already bad enough, now she had to watch her back not from just demons, but angels too. Ugh, they could be so evil. Things didn't make much sense anymore. She felt trapped. She felt like she needed to vent to someone she knew. Someone who would understand. Someone like Sage. She instinctively pulled out her cell phone, and predictably still didn't have any service. Stupid angelic safe house buried underground somewhere. She kicked the concrete wall beside her in frustration. In return, she received a jolt of pain that zigzagged up her leg and into her core. It knocked the air from her lungs, and the next thing she knew, she was on the floor. She was about to pick herself up, but then decided to ease back into a seated position against the wall. She sighed, raised her legs, and wrapped her arms around her knees. Lowering her head, she closed her eyes. As mad and frustrated as she was, she wouldn't let these bastards see her cry. She started taking deep breaths. When they didn't seem to help, she thought back to her meditation session at the hotel in L.A., where she'd accessed her innate magic to interact with the tracking spell. Yes, that's what she needed now, to connect with her magic. She now made a conscious effort to breathe rhythmically, but felt no more connected to her magic than before. Then Noff's yipping voice came to her in her mind.
That's what yogis say when they meditate.
While it felt ridiculous, she didn't have anything better to do at the moment. She cleared her mind and said, Suddenly, she was inside her head. A black void surrounded her. There was a tiny red orb, and she understood that this was her fireball spell. Aside from that, the rest of the mental area was blank. She called the fireball spell orb to her and investigated it. She felt connected to the fire, and her anger and frustration fueled it. She concentrated and felt her attributes strengthen incrementally. While this was interesting, it didn't help her at the moment. Her fireball spell was already fairly strong. Was she supposed to sit in silence like a monk for years, cultivating her fireball magic? "You okay?" a voice asked from the real world. With a start, Maine pulled her attention back from inside her mind to the present. She blinked up at Atlas's imposing, muscular figure. He grinned at her and chuckled, his mullet bobbing behind his head with emotion. He reached out to her, and she accepted his hand. After she had brushed herself off, she said, "Yeah, I'm good." "You don't look good." "How can you tell?" "Please. I've literally borne the weight of the world on my shoulders. Of course, that was a long, long time ago, but
I know a look of anguish when I see one, especially on a face as pretty as yours. Weakness. A charmer. Invite him to bed, then break his neck. She half smiled. I'm already taken, I think. Atlas chuckled. Whoa, I didn't mean to overstep. It's all good. You worried about the demon getting to Father Time? Maine winced. Well, it would be nice if the demon didn't get his hands on his doozy of a weapon. Psst. Atlas flicked 2 thumbs up. Father Time is golden. This might come as a surprise, but I once went parasailing with him. Even though the demon is after him, he'll be all right. He's braver than he likes to admit, and always does the right thing in the end. The gravity bat twinkled from its place, magically holstered behind his back. What's your bat do? She asked. Atlas flexed his biceps. It causes anti-gravitational effects upon impact. Wow. A gravity bat that works? He nodded. Last time I used it. Here, wanna take a swing? Grinning, she took the gravity bat in her hands and reared back, like she was on home plate preparing to hit a fast pitch. Surprisingly, the bat weighed almost nothing. It really was a gravity bat. She wished she had an opponent she could smack with it. Cupid, maybe. She chuckled at the idea of playing target practice with the annoying cherub. Just don't hit the wall with it, Atlas warned. It won't hurt the bat, but the wall's magic warding will probably hurt you. She knew that all too well. Her foot still ached from where she had kicked the wall. After taking a few more swings at the air, she reluctantly handed the gravity bat back to Atlas. Stupid and random question, but can I take a selfie with you? My friends won't believe I met you unless they see proof. Atlas was about to holster the gravity bat on his back magically. He stopped. Don't see why not. Maine pulled out her phone again. Atlas made a strongman's face and pretended to smash her with the gravity bat. Maine donned a faux scared face. The photo turned out as hilarious as she had hoped it would. She sighed. What is it? She slid her phone back into her pocket. I wish I could share this photo with my friends. I miss them. The mulleted strong man squinted down at her. You want a cell phone signal boost? Huh? What do you mean? He grinned mischievously. You need some bars, right? I can give you some. How? This safe house is warded. Warded against magic, not cell signals. All the layers of rock and dirt block them. So, how are you going to fix that? We can't exactly punch a hole up through the ground to the sky. Simple. Atlas gripped the gravity bat in one hand and smacked it against his other palm. There was a spark, and a wave of invisible radiation blasted Maine back a step. Hells yeah! Atlas whooped. When she'd recovered, Maine asked, What was that? A 4G blast, baby. She frowned at him. I've given you a temporary mobile hotspot, he explained. How do you get wireless technology from a magic anti-gravity device? Kid, a word to the wise. Don't overthink magic. It'll drive you crazy. My best theory? Gravity has some yet-to-be-discovered properties. He winked. Go ahead. Check your phone. She did. I've got 1 bar. You're awesome. She gave him a quick embrace. But would it have killed you to give me 5G? The strong man grew serious. I don't like 5G. Gives me a headache. If you ask me, humans overreach too deeply sometimes with their technology. Gonna kill all the birds and animals. Okay, well, thanks. This should work. She brought up Sage's contact information and was about to call them. Atlas cocked an eyebrow at her. That the boyfriend you alluded to? Something like that, I think. It's complicated. Atlas nudged her good-naturedly and headed toward the cafeteria. Hang in there, kid. I think things are going to start looking up soon. He patted the gravity bat with his palm and grinned. Was that supposed to be some kind of code? Did Atlas know about the Angels' possible plan to imprison them until they died? Was he going to start a riot? Was he a spy for the corruptor? Too many questions. She waited until he rounded the corner and dialed Sage. She hoped he answered. She was in over her head here. It would be great to talk to him, get some support, and maybe some advice. She dialed his number. Her ear hurt when he answered. "Maine, are you okay?" Sage asked. "Hello to you, too," she said, after wincing from her aching ear. "Sorry, I couldn't pick you up from the human prison." "Don't worry about me. I'm good. Or I will be once I see you again. What happened? Angels took you?" "Where to begin? Everyone is on standby to rescue you." Sage spoke up when she hesitated. "We just need your location. Do you know where you are?" "Other than way underground? Sorry, not a clue." Another voice blasted over the phone.
"Partner, good to hear you."
"Maine?"
Makime's voice followed Noff's.
"It's so lovely to hear your voice."
Maine teared up. She walked down the corridor away from the cafeteria to be guaranteed privacy.
"You don't know how good it is to hear all your voices. I'm not sure how long this call will last, so we've got to be quick."
"Are you in trouble?"
Noff asked.
"You seem concerned."
"It's not good," Maine admitted. "The Angels have rounded up all the demon weapon holders. Most of them, at least. One is dead. I'm not sure who the 7th weapon holder is, and Father Time is still in the wind, evading Angel Patrol." Makime gasped. "Are you safe for the moment?" Sage asked. "It is the corruptor we're talking about." "Yeah, but I think the Angels might be a bigger threat than the demon."
"What do you mean?"
Noff yipped. Maine gripped the phone to her ear as she wandered down the corridor. They are more worried than they are letting on about the demon. The whole "if he gets his weapons back" spiel. They're most worried about Father Time's demonic weapon, but in the meantime, they mean to hold the rest of us here against our will. "For how long?" Sage asked. "Until we die." "What?" Sage said. "Is the Guardian backing this plan too?" "He's the one who admitted it to me, with the Mantle's help. He said it was an option. He also said my influx destiny is going to be our undoing or something." I didn't want to hear any more. Noff yipped excitedly.
"Do the other weapon holders know about the Angels' plans?"
"I don't think so." The mental replay of Atlas smacking the gravity bat as if he was getting ready to use it came into her mind. Had he overheard the Guardian? Was he about to rally the troops against the Angels? Guys, something just dawned on me. I think there might be a riot about to take place." "A riot?" Sage sounded concerned. "An insurrection against the Angels, by the weapon holders. I need to get back to them." As she turned to head back to the cafeteria, she heard an echoing clatter from around the corner behind her. It sounded like a grate falling to the floor. Maybe she was hearing things.
"Is there anyone there you trust?"
Noff yipped. She started back toward the cafeteria when she heard another clattering sound farther down the corridor. Curiosity getting the best of her, she trotted toward the corner in the passageway. After pausing a moment, she edged around into the next corridor. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Only another long stretch of identical-looking concrete hallway with empty magic cells spread out on each wall. Sound carried too well down these concrete halls. The noise must have come from around the next corner. "Yes." Maine adjusted her purse on her shoulder and the phone next to her ear. "My Uncle Joffrey is here."
"Sweet,"
Noff yipped.
"Tell him I said hey. Also, he needs to stop by Rainwater soon. I want to hear all about his latest adventures."
Maine continued cautiously down the corridor toward the next corner at the end. This part of the angelic safe house was like a series of zigzagging parallel lines on a giant accordion. Angelic construction was so annoying and totally unoriginal. "Cupid is also here."
"Ew,"
Noff groaned. "I know. I haven't killed him yet, but he's still as annoying as ever."
"I feel for you, partner." Maine, Mackie May cautioned. Stay with your uncle if things take a turn for the worst. Your father once told me a trollish saying, 2 trolls are always better than 1.
Maine was halfway down the corridor. I wouldn't get it tattooed on my body, but it sounds like a good saying. What? Sage asked. The line went staticky for a moment. Then it was clear again. Hello? Maine asked. Can you guys still hear me? Suddenly, she heard a new sound echoing down the corridor toward her from around the next bend. It sounded like thousands of ink pens clicking in unison. Maybe the safe house's mechanical room was down this way? Did you hear some kind of machine? Can hear... No. How... You... Sage asked. Maine gripped her purse to her as she continued down the corridor. You're breaking up. Atlas's 4G hotspot must be dissipating. What? Mackie May asked. Atlas? Where are you? Sage asked. We need to get... and... location. I don't know where I am, Maine said. The next corner was directly up ahead. The rhythmic clicking sounds were growing louder now, and the floor began throbbing gently. Warning, the mantle hissed. Maine swallowed. Suddenly she felt very close to impending danger, and far from the cafeteria's safety. Maine? Sage's voice called through the static on the line. She lowered the phone toward her waist and crept up to the corner. Whatever was coming from around this corner, she needed to know what it was. She was over being stuck in this place doing nothing for days. Her phone emitted some more static. Mackie May said something, but Maine couldn't understand her words. She silenced her cell phone and slid it into her pocket as she reached the corner. Warning! Turn and run! Now! She couldn't do that. She had to find out what was making those clicking sounds. The ground was vibrating beneath her feet. Whatever it was large and coming her way. She snuck up to the corner and drew in a quick breath. Then she peeked around the corner. And wished she hadn't. A horde of demons in leathery armor lay directly ahead, choking the concrete corridor for its entire length. Their horns protruded into the air, and their wings and tails swished as they marched fluidly toward her. At least now she knew what was making the clicking sounds. It was their clawed feet. The demons saw her then. They stopped, and silence as heavy as death fell over the corridor. Then, one of the demons in the lead shouted, It's the Mantle! Get her! Charge! Chapter 11.
All this waiting is killing me,
Noff yipped, as he paced the Sacred Sourdough's kitchen.
You heard that commotion in the background on Maine's line? She's in trouble.
Sitting at his desk in the manager's office, Sage continued to watch the screen of the laptop Blue Dots the tech dragonfly fairy had lent them. Complex magic coupled with technology was taking place, trying to trace Maine's phone call from wherever the angels had taken her. I don't like it any more than you do, but we have to wait for the signal to be triangulated. Sitting on the floor of Sage's office, Mackie May assumed a meditative posture, with her legs crossed and eyes closed.
It will work, right?
Noff yipped. Sage set his jaw. It has to. They'd closed the Sacred Sourdough early for the day to have the place to themselves. They wouldn't be here long, though. As soon as they received Maine's location, they would take the one-way directly to her. It's the phone signal, Sage said. It doesn't look normal, at least according to Blue Dots. A magically generated wireless signal, perhaps? Mackie May suggested, with her eyes still closed. Maybe. Sage rubbed his tired eyes. A few moments later, the laptop beeped. Got it! Noff yipped.
What's it say? What's it say?
Mackie May slipped out of her meditation and rounded the desk for a look. Sage read the analysis on the screen. It says she's underground. Way underground. He clicked around on the screen. Beneath the beneath? Noff squinted.
You mean under rainwater?
That's what it looks like.
But how do we get down there? Noff yapped. You heard, Maine. Whatever is going on, she doesn't have much time. We gotta help her. Now.
Al has a nexus down to the beneath, Sage said. I've taken it before, but we need to go farther. May studied the screen silently. Sage massaged his temple. I've got the coordinates of Maine's location. We just need a way to dig super fast, super deep. They all racked their brains.
The mushrooms,
May said. Noff and Sage both looked at her.
The magical mushrooms that were trying to dig another nexus to the beneath. Al was trying to burn them, but Maine was able to get them to reach a peaceful understanding.
Sage snapped his fingers. Yes, great thinking. We need to get to them ASAP. You're their attorney. Do they still live near here?
Yes,
May confirmed.
But there is a hitch.
Always a hitch,
Noff yipped, doing an impatient spin atop the desk. Sage looked at her to go on.
The last I heard, they were going into a magical fungal state to dig more effectively with their roots.
Sage got up and grabbed his coat off his chair. Then he opened a desk drawer and scooped up some potions. He shoved them into his jacket pocket. So, what's that mean for us?
It means,
May said,
that we will not be able to communicate with them telepathically, as before.
Then how do we talk to them? Sage asked. We need them to dig down to Maine's location. May's face soured.
I'm afraid there is only one way. We must commune with the mushrooms on the fungal astral plane.
How do we do that?
Noff yipped. May sighed.
One of us will need to ingest some hallucinogenic mushrooms.
Sage closed the laptop and rushed into the kitchen. He opened an overhead cabinet door and unlocked a secret compartment with a spell. He pulled out a couple of small jars containing dried mushrooms. I'll do it. May, please tell me you know the sentient mushroom's exact location.
Certainly. I shall prepare a way to them through the one-way. Everyone ready?
Noff yipped. Sage zipped up his coat. Let's do this. Another demonic spear whistled past Maine's ear as she fled down the corridor. She risked a glance over her shoulder as two demons let fly with tridents. The projectiles shrieked with a hellish pitch as their forked prongs sliced through the air, intending to pin her as their target. She threw herself forward, scrambling around the bend in the corridor as the two tridents clattered against the wall and floor at her back.
Mantle?
Maine shouted.
Say something! Help me out! How do I get out of here?
I tried to warn you.
Yes, lecture later. Help now.
I'm not so sure I can help now. The clawed footsteps were no longer marching in harmonic rhythm behind her. They were charging, in a hell-bent fashion, toward her, to kill her and reclaim the mantle for their demon master, for the corruptor. Maine tore down the bland-looking corridor, identical to all the rest in this place. It would be only seconds before the demons rounded the bend behind her and started chucking more sharp pieces of death at her backside.
What do you mean you can't help me? Tell me some damn weaknesses or something.
Would that I could, but this angelic safe house has been constructed with my unique function in mind.
What are you saying?
She was huffing in breath now. I'm saying that this underground tomb was designed with all of the demonic weapons in mind. It was to be the perfect safe place for and from them.
TLDR, please.
In short, these mindless, duplicated magic corridors have no weaknesses to exploit. A demonic spear screamed past her, nicking her thigh. She cried out as she slapped a hand down to cover the wound. Blood trickled through her fingers. She cursed.
You're sure you can't find a weak stone in the wall, or a secret passage, or a thin patch in the ceiling?
Oh, trying to tell me how to do my job now. If not for me enhancing your reflexes and watching your back, you'd already be a shish kebab.
Roar!
A demon growled from directly behind her. She turned just in time to see a gorilla-esque demon with fat knuckles and a face like a bulldog on her heels. It lunged at her with its mouth open and wicked teeth bared. Maine threw herself into a spin, kicking the demon's cheek like a soccer ball. The demon gorilla dog went, "Blarr!" and toppled onto its side, where the rest of the furious demon horde promptly stampeded over it. Maine pushed off, hurtling down the corridor again as she tried to put some distance between them. "I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job. I'm trying to survive here." "What did I tell you about always being prepared? Never forget to carry your weapons on you." More lecturing? What was the Mantle's problem? She knew that if the angel had built the safe house so the demonic weapons couldn't exploit it, it wasn't the Mantle's fault. But usually it could provide her with some help. She scanned all the magic jail cells stretching before her down the corridor. An idea came to her. Maybe she had this all wrong. "Mantle, help me find an unlocked cell." If she could barricade herself inside a magical cell, the demons wouldn't be able to hurt her because of the magical protection. She slowed her pace enough to tug on the door of the next cell. Locked. She rushed onward and checked the next cell door. Locked too. "I cannot help you." A horrible thought came to her. Was the Mantle finally turning against her? Was it succumbing to the call of its true master, the corruptor? "Why not?" "Because they are all locked." "You're sure?" she spat, as she threw herself into forward momentum again. She couldn't sustain this pace for too much longer. Besides, the horde was gaining on her, and had plenty of spears and tridents left to hurl at her. She risked a glance back at the masses closing in on her. Several demons with long beaks and flapping wings had lifted into the air, preparing to swoop down on her from the back. Demon pterodactyls? Shit. "Yes, I am sure. Why are you suddenly doubting me so? This is your fault you got into this situation. You heard strange noises and had to investigate like a clueless blonde in a horror flick. You should have listened to my warning." "I'm gonna kill you," Maine muttered, as she neared the end of the corridor. When and if she reached it, she could buy herself a few seconds' reprieve from the demonic projectiles and pterodactyls. These magic prison cells were created as protection from demons. Can't you use your detect weakness ability to unlock one of them so I can lock myself in and be safe? "Only the Guardian can unlock them from the outside. You know that." "Damn you, you dysfunctional rag, help me!" The Mantle hissed approvingly. "Yes, anger. You can use that to fuel your running or fighting." "I can't fight a friggin' demon mob." "Never forget your weapons." She was just about to reach the corner up ahead when a terrible shriek split her ears from behind. There was a blur from the corner of her eye. She threw an elbow up as a demon pterodactyl swooped at her. It groaned as it slammed into the sidewall, but excruciating pain wrenched Maine's opposite shoulder as the second demon's sawtooth-lined beak clamped down on it. "Oh, damn it," Maine blurted, at last reaching the end of the long corridor. She twisted, trying to grab the evil pterodactyl, but its body flapped above her and she couldn't reach it. When it threatened to lift her off the floor, she knew she had to do something fast. She grabbed her purse and swung it up and around. It arced backward, striking the creature in the beak. As it did so, the glass potion vials inside the purse clinked together. "That's it," she thought. The Mantle had told her never to let her guard down, nor be without her weapons. She did have weapons. They were in potion form. Temporarily disoriented above her, Maine caught the pterodactyl off guard as she reached up, grabbed hold of one of its flapping wings, and pulled it down in front of her. Then she rammed the wall ahead of her, using the demonic pterodactyl as a shield. The ploy worked like a charm. A blast of magically inflicted pain shot through the demon from the impact, and it finally released Maine's shoulder. She gave it a quick punch to its scrawny throat to be sure, then dodged around the corner as half a dozen spears clattered against the wall. Now was her chance. Her temporary respite until the horde rounded the corner and chomped down on her. She stopped and leaned against the concrete wall as she dug into her purse. Blood drizzled down her arm from her aching shoulder. Were demon pterodactyl bites poisonous? She hoped not. She frantically searched through the potions she had brought as the floor shook with the charging menace. The shrieking and howling made it hard to think. "Come on, I know I brought it." Then she found it. "Stone-skin potion. Do your thing," she whispered, then bit off the cork. She downed the potion.
Chapter 12. At first, nothing happened. Then, her skin felt like it was on fire. It felt like needles were poking into her body through every pore. She screamed. "Get up," the mantle hissed. She was on the floor. As she picked herself up, she watched as the demon horde broke around the corner and fixed their sights on her. "Get her!" Well, it was too late to run now, since the stone skin potion hadn't worked. "It did work," the mantle hissed. She glanced down at her skin. Her gray skin. "Holy shit, I'm a gargoyle," she blurted. The demons charged at her with savage cries, squawks, and hisses. She knew from prior experience that gargoyles were no fun to deal with. Their hard skin was impervious to all physical attacks that she knew of, and their only weakness appeared to be ice magic, which could shatter them to pieces. Considering the demons streaking toward her came from a hell dimension, they probably didn't have ice magic at their disposal. "Hold your position. Don't rush them until you see the blacks of their eyes," the mantle hissed. "Screw that." Maine broke into a mad sprint right into the forefront of their hellish attack. A demonic battle axe swung down at her, held by some kind of alligator-faced demon. She batted the bladed weapon aside with ease. Her forearm barely registered the impact. Then she rammed a fist into a bull-headed demon's face. A spear struck her chest, tearing some clothing but doing no damage to her body. She grabbed the weapon as it fell to the floor, and broke its shaft over the nearest demon's head. It groaned and fell, and the horde trampled it. "Watch out! They're trying to surround you," the mantle hissed. Maine saw what the mantle was talking about. The demons were wising up to the situation, and her unique temporary ability. They circled her and closed off her escape. It wasn't long before the concrete corridor was choked with demons on both sides of her. She hoped she hadn't bitten off more than she could chew. "On 3, a demon voice hissed from the horde. The demons angled their weapons at Maine in the center of the circle. 1, 2. Maine didn't wait for them to attack. She attacked first. Never more grateful for her freakish troll strength in her life, she lunged at the nearest demon. Her punch blasted him back into the ranks of demons, toppling others like bowling pins. Then the horde closed on her, swarming her. She held her fists out and pivoted on the balls of her feet. As they rushed her, she pinwheeled them with the might of Hercules. They fell by the 10s and 20s. They kept coming. Punch, kick, uppercut. A trident struck her stone skin back and deflected to the side. She slammed the offending demon into the wall, and it let loose a pained howl. They continued their attack. She continued kicking their asses. Eventually, she noticed a trace of hesitation in some of the demons. They were growing wary of her. "Excellent use of your body as a weapon," the mantle hissed. "Just a bit more to scare them off. Then you can pursue them and gleefully finish them off as they cry out in bloody fright." Right. She would settle for scaring them off so she could run back to the cafeteria and warn the rest. These demons had found a way to infiltrate the safe house, and it was no longer safe. A demon pterodactyl dove at her, and she caught it around the beak and neck. It squawked as she spun, using it as a club against its demon comrades. With each impact, it squealed until it dissolved into a sulphurous pile of ashes. Ew. Was that what happened to demons when they died? "Warning," the mantle hissed. "Someone is coming." She socked a demon gorilla in the teeth. "Is it the corruptor?" The mantle didn't respond. Worry started to grip her, but a familiar voice called, "Need a hand?" From the side of the horde closer to the cafeteria, she saw Atlas towering over the horns, wings, tails, and tridents. "Hell yeah," she thought. "Do your worst," she called. The gravity bat was already in Atlas's hands. "I don't want to hurt you." "I've got stone skin. I took a potion. Let her rip." Atlas wasted no time in commencing his attack, which consisted of only one move. He raised the gravity bat over his head and brought it down upon the demon horde from behind. The demons didn't stand a chance. They didn't even have a chance to make a sound. Densely clustered in the corridor, their bodies lifted as one from the floor as the gravity bat struck it. For a moment, the demons, and Maine,
hovered a few inches off the surface. The next instant, they flew and slammed against each other and into walls and ceiling like rogue pinballs. The wall's magic warding took effect then, with a catastrophic result. For the demons, as they exploded into goops of ash. Maine once again landed on the floor. She groaned as she tried to push herself to her hands and knees, but there was simply too much demon ash weighing her down. It smelled like rotten eggs turned up to 11. She wondered if she might suffocate under its weight when a big hand found her and hoisted her up through the demon horde's remains. There was an awful lot of ashy remains. Atlas set her down on her feet, and once she had wiped the demon ash from her face and mouth, she regarded him gratefully. For the record, I had that covered, you know. He laughed. You truly are your uncle's niece. Maine shrugged. She noticed then that her skin was starting to turn back to normal. She still had some patches of gray stone skin, but it was nearly gone. Just in time, too, or she'd be human jelly. Suddenly, she turned a suspicious eye upon Atlas. How did you know where I was? He bore her skepticism with a grin. I didn't. I just followed the sound of demon howls. You tried to take on an entire battalion of demons all on your own. That's pretty impressive. And kinda stupid. He smirked and smacked her lightly on the back. I like that. Whoa. Looks like you got bitten during the attack. And your leg is a bleeding mess. Maine winced. With the effects of the stone skin potion leaving her body, sensations were flowing back into her system. Not the good kinds, either. Biting back the pain in her shoulder and thigh, she pulled a healing potion from her purse and threw it back. She relished the energy as it dispersed throughout her, healing her. Need one? She asked Atlas. Nah, not even a scratch. Of course I had some help from the magic warding on the walls and ceiling. I've never ashed that many demons with one strike before. You're a one-hit wonder, she said. Now we'd better get back to the others and let them know this place is no longer secure. Atlas replaced the gravity bat on his back. Good thinking. Demons are like cockroaches. They just keep coming. As they jogged back to the cafeteria, Maine still couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious of Atlas's appearance so soon after the demons had attacked. Was he somehow helping the demons? Was he a spy? No, couldn't be. He had decimated like 1,000 of them. Still, the doubt niggled at her all the way back to the cafeteria. Their hurried footsteps echoed incredibly loudly in the corridor, making it hard to think. There were supposed to be sensors in the vents the demons had climbed down. It made sense that the demon invasion was an inside job, that someone on their team had disabled the sensors. She would have to keep a close eye on Atlas. When they were almost to the cafeteria, a figure stepped into the corridor. It was a friendly figure. Al, Maine said. It's good to see you. Bad news, but we have a demon problem. A demon pterodactyl swooped down at Al from behind. With quick reflexes, Al sidestepped and rammed a fist into the demon's side, pounding it into the wall. It turned into a pile of ash. With that finished, the Cyclops butler straightened and patted his hands neatly upon the front of his dress pants. Yes, Master Maine, that is why I was coming to find you. From the cafeteria beyond Al came the screeches and hisses of attacking demons. It sounded like there were even more in the cafeteria than she had faced off against in the hall. They weren't in the clear yet. The Mantle hissed with delight. Out of the frying pan into the oven. Chapter 13. Al grabbed her wrist and made to guide her away from the major battle raging in the cafeteria. Maine pulled her hand free. What are you doing? We must go, Master Maine. It isn't safe here. I'm not running away. If the rest of the demon weapon holders are in the cafeteria, that's the safest place to be. Al looked as though there was something else, but he didn't want to say. He blinked down the corridor as if to say, Let's go. No, Maine insisted. We've got to stay together. But, Al said, then stopped.
Perhaps, Master Maine, you are correct. Maine glanced back the way she and Atlas had come from. Another battalion of demons was now rushing their way, closing off any idea of retreat. These demons were a bit physically larger than the last ones, their weapons longer and sharper. Instead of leather armor, they wore steel armor painted black.
"What did I tell you?" Atlas grunted. "They're like cockroaches." Then he whooped in delight.
"Oh well, looks like it's time to generate some more demon ash."
As he readied the gravity bat, the entire front line of onrushing demons summoned large magical shields. With a grunt, Atlas swung down with the gravity bat, sending a shockwave of anti-gravity matter down the corridor. It swept past the new demon horde, with little effect other than rippling demon wings and tails. Atlas cursed.
"They're shields."
Al muttered something, then grabbed Maine's wrist again.
"Stand and fight it is, then. I shall do my best to protect you."
"I don't need your protection," Maine said, as she followed Al into the expansive, high-ceilinged cafeteria. That's when she saw all the blood. Al, what?" She glanced up as downy angel feathers seesawed down on her.
"Move,"
the Mantle hissed. Obeying, Maine sidestepped just as the crumpled body of an angel guard slammed down upon the floor. "What kind of demon is that?" Maine said, holding a hand to her eyes, trying to discern the creature hovering near the ceiling that had just thrown the angel to the floor.
"Not a demon," Al said. "An archangel."
"Oh. Wait, that makes no sense."
"Agreed," Al said. "It's utter chaos in here, hence my urgency in wanting to flee to a more secure location."
Maine quickly surveyed the cafeteria. Angel guards battled with muscular demons throughout the room, on the floor and in the air. They struck out with smiting rods and swords, and the demons met them with claws and weapons of their own. Blood and ash pooled and littered the floor. In the corner, next to where the ping-pong tables lay in shambles, Joffrey, Cupid, the female elf, the goblin mage, and zombie Icarus were battling some squid demons. "There's so many," Maine gasped. A group of 10 or so demons prowling about the center of the room twisted their heads, locking in on Maine, Al, and Atlas. She added, "Is it me? Or are they a lot bigger and meaner looking than the ones in the corridor?" Atlas smacked his bat in his palm.
"Yep, this should be fun."
He took off at them, swinging madly with his bat. These larger demons summoned shields and were able to keep their footing amid the anti-gravity effects, but the bat still did damage when it connected with them.
"Look out,"
the Mantle hissed. Maine ducked as a rectangular table soared her way. She rose after it had passed, sighting the demon that had hurled it at her, an ugly brute with 2 alligator heads and steel armor. Maine punched her fist in her palm. "Ready, Al?"
"Master Maine, perhaps we should look for a smaller opponent."
She was already rushing forward to meet the demon. Both of its heads hissed evilly. Pulling up just short, she felt the Mantle assisting with her reflexes. One of the alligator heads snapped at her, and she sidestepped. She jabbed the elongated reptile head, and it recoiled like a snake. Then the demon turned, and a massive scaled tail swung at her. She raised her hands, but was no match to stop the force behind. The impact slung her backward. She skidded to a stop on her side near the wall. A pair of claws sank into her shoulder from behind.
"Gonna eat you,"
a demon hissed, looming over her. She elbowed it in the throat and regained her footing. She kicked it stupid across the jaw, and it went down.
"Above you."
Maine dodged another angel, dropping at her like a comet. Again she glanced up at the being responsible for sending all the falling, broken angels down to Earth. She finally got her first look at the floating figure. Al had said it was an archangel, and while the figure resembled one of the angel guards, it had multiple sets of wings on its back. Also, it was a female archangel. Interesting. But Maine didn't have too much time to think about that. 3 boar-like demons charged her with hand axes.
"Warning. I would not suggest you attack them hand to hand."
"Why not?" she asked as they approached.
"They have weapons. You Do not.
Oh, I've got weapons. Maine raised her palms and conjured a fireball from each. She released the flames, and they detonated like mini bombs upon the demons' chests. Her attackers toppled sideways to the ground, adding to the piles of ash covering the floor.
Nice technique,
a gruff voice called over Maine's shoulder. A moment later, Uncle Joffrey stepped up to her with the claw hammer in his hands. It glowed faintly with magic. She conjured 2 more fireballs and readied them for the next attack. I learned from the best.
You certainly did,
Joffrey said, bringing the claw hammer down upon a heavily armored demon. His foe crumpled to ash. What happened? Maine asked. Where did the demons come from?
No clue,
her uncle grunted.
I just kill 'em.
We need to help Al. Together, they rushed over to where Al still fought the 2-headed alligator demon. Al had gotten in some good hits, but he was bleeding from wounds he'd sustained in the fight. Maine let loose with both of her fireballs, relishing the tiny explosions they created when they struck the demon's armor. The 2-headed demon staggered backward, and Joffrey threw himself forward, burying the claw hammer into the creature's belly before raising it and splitting the demon down the middle between its 2 heads.
Haven't had this much fun since Troll War II,
Joffrey cheered. Are we winning? Maine asked. Her uncle stared at her.
What does it matter? We're killing demons.
Then he charged off to fight about a dozen demons, pinning down a couple of angel guards. Maine found herself shoulder to shoulder with Al.
Your uncle is a brute, he remarked. It's good he's on our side.
Agreed, Maine said, as she launched 2 more fireballs. Her fire magic was depleting, so she was going to have to revert to using her hands and feet. Across the room, a toddler-sized figure fluttered through the air, raining arrows upon the demons pouring into the room from several of the corridors. I'm glad Cupid is on our side, too.
Take that, you asshole!
Cupid shouted as he fired arrow after arrow while suspended in the air. With his diaper bunched up over his ass, it made for a strange sight. I still have the urge to kill the bastard, though, Maine said thoughtfully.
Look out,
the Mantle hissed. Maine dove to the side, reaching out and taking Al down with her, as a rampaging gorilla demon in steel armor charged her previous position. Maine lifted her palm and peppered him with a fireball that turned him into a pile of foul-smelling ash. Al was already on his feet, helping her up.
They must have infiltrated through the air tunnels leading up to the surface.
Yeah, Maine said. I thought I heard an air vent grill clatter to the floor right before they attacked. Al and Maine backed up so their backs were touching. The demons continued to pour into the massive cafeteria from multiple corridors. Al picked up an angel sword lying on the floor. He looked like he knew how to use it. Maine found a double-headed battle axe she liked and grabbed it. They just keep coming. Maine adjusted her grip on the weapon. From the far side of the room, Atlas knocked down about 50 shielded demons with 1 blow of the gravity bat. Instead of turning to ash, they got back to their feet and renewed their attack. Al gave the angel blade a few swings to test its weight.
What most concerns me is how did they know we were down here?
A demonic lion warrior jumped in front of them, but before Maine or Al could react, Joffrey pounced, slamming the claw hammer down upon the demon's head.
More demon killing, less talking.
He rushed off to dust some more demons.
Above you,
the Mantle hissed. Maine was a bit slow to react. Had Al not slashed up with his angel sword, the pterodactyl might have bitten off her head. She'd been slow because a terrible realization had hit her like a hammer.
Master Maine, is something the matter?
Oh, you mean besides the fact that we're trapped in a cafeteria being overrun by demons that want to eat us? Al blinked.
Yes.
A demon bull rushed at them. Maine evaded like a matador and buried her battle axe into its back. It turned to ash, and she retrieved the weapon. She looked Al in the eye. I just thought of something. Maybe I'm the reason the demons know where we are.
Whatever do you...
Al cleaved an attacking demon in 2 at the torso.
Maine?
Some kind of demon with multiple snakeheads hissed in front of Maine. She hacked off 3 heads with 2 axe swings and swung it hard into the creature's side.
The axe head broke off, but the demon turned to ash. Before the demons arrived, I may have talked Atlas into giving me a magical 4G hotspot so I could call Sage. The demons probably traced the call. Al regarded her seriously, then stabbed an octopus demon through the eye. Had she been the cause of all this? Maine wondered. The demons had attacked shortly after she had called Sage, like a few minutes afterward. There was no way they would have been able to show up here so quickly, unless they were using portals. That had to be it. No, wait. She had heard a vent grate clatter to the floor. So what was going on? The Guardian had said her chaos factor was off the charts. Maybe the demons had been on standby in front of portals, waiting for the safe house's location, then portaled into the vents? She shook her head. The portal theory didn't make sense. This brought up an even more disturbing thought. If it hadn't been her that had alerted the demons, how had they known the safe house's location? If she hadn't given away their location, they were back to square one. The only explanation that made sense was that they had a spy. Suddenly, the Guardian's loud, clear voice rang throughout the cafeteria. "Battle stations, everyone!" In response, an equally loud and clear voice resounded through the space. It belonged to the female archangel, slowly descending to the center of the cafeteria floor. "Cease your fighting, and we can end this bloodshed." "You're lying," the Guardian boomed. "You are a monster, a terror." "You didn't always feel that way about me." "You never were fit to be an angel. You were always more interested in war and death." She cackled evilly. "That is our creation's ultimate purpose." "You've lost your way. We exist to protect and serve." Maine saw the Archangel clearly now. Black, form-fitting armor clad her. Small spikes projected from her shoulders and steel claws, protected her elbows, knees, and breasts. She was all curves and sharp things. With a seductive laugh, she said, "Do you honestly still believe that?" Maine realized then that all the demons had ceased their attack. They now stood at the room's edges, hemming all the weapon holders and angel guard inside. The demons watched the female archangel with reverence. The Guardian stood his ground. "Yes, I do believe that." "Then you're a fool. Humans should have died out eons ago. They're too destructive and equally fragile." Maine elbowed Al beside her. "I know all the demons are obeying her, but is she that bad?" Al bobbed his head soberly. "She is an archangel." "What does that mean?" "It means she wields about as much power in her body as the entire angel guard. In short, if she wishes to wipe us all out, we're doomed." Maine scoffed. "Surely not." "Well, we have the Guardian on our side. The only angel who could stand up to an archangel and possibly win. Oh, he'll win all right. He's got too much responsibility and pent-up rage inside." Her eyes trailed to the sides to all the fallen angel guards on the floor around them. A demon hadn't done that. "Hopefully," Maine added. The Guardian cleared his throat. Then he boomed. "I should have known you would side with the corruptor. Are you the accomplice who helped the demon escape his transport?" The archangel smiled wickedly and bit one of her long, black-painted fingernails. "You're smarter than I remember." "Why would you side with him?" the Guardian demanded. "Because he treated me as an equal and made me his second in command." The Guardian laughed. "The corruptor sees no other being as his equal. He will only keep you as long as you are useful to him. Mark my words, he will betray you." "I have no use for your words,
And it wasn't only me who allowed the corruptor to walk free. What do you mean? The Guardian demanded. The Archangel pointed at Maine in amusement. Her chaos made it so. Seems the foolish troll girl cast a luck spell. Since her father Valkyus was the demon's greatest teacher, they are connected, linked by a magic bond that can be neither seen nor felt by anyone else. The Guardian growled. He flashed Maine a look that said, "We'll talk about this later." The Mantle hissed in delight. Weakness. He is pissed. Use this to your advantage. Do the Macarena, and when he moves in to smite you, squirt jelly into his eyes, and strike him in the lower back to take him to his knees. The Guardian gritted his teeth and turned back to the Archangel. How did you know where we were? This angelic safe house has wards to prevent anyone from discerning its location. The Archangel swept her eyes over the demons, angel guards, and demonic weapon wielders, settling for a few moments too long upon Maine, before flicking her attention back to the Guardian. The Guardian's fists pulsed with white-hot light. Weakness. The Guardian doesn't want to talk with you when this is over. He wants to smite you. Somehow, this was all her fault. Grimacing, Maine knew she had to do something. She took a step forward. "What do you want?" she called. The Archangel cackled, curving her back as she inspected Maine from 15 feet away. "Oh, how lovely," she said. "The half-troll girl I've heard so much about. The foolish girl who made a magic oath with me." "What?" Maine said. "I never—" She thought about it. "Oh, shit. You're the angel who tried to kill the dire wolves." The Archangel's smile grew sharper. "I thought Mackie May said your name was Ashira. You were an angel, not an archangel." Digital privacy is a joke these days, and I like to keep my true identity a secret. I can have two identities, can't I? I guess. What I can't understand is why you'd want to exterminate some dire wolves for accidentally eating some sacred cows. The Archangel's face grew instantly feral. It was my one sacred duty on this earth. You fell asleep on the job. It's okay. We all do. You pathetic mortal. Maine felt confidence flowing into her. You're saying I made a magical oath with you. If I recall correctly, I only agreed to do you a favor. She remembered her uncle's caution about angels and upholding magic oaths. Malice and amusement once more crept across the Archangel's face. Then you should have asked for the fine details of the bargain. Per magical law, they do not have to be disclosed unless requested. Oh, fuck magic law. Now, the Archangel said soothingly and calmly, how about you step back in line? And if I say no? The Archangel's eyes glowed red. Then how about I carve out your ribcage with a butter knife and eat your bone marrow with a shrimp fork? Maine's stomach twisted. This was one twisted, bloodthirsty, evil angel. Warning, the Mantle hissed. She really will do that to you. Also, she is my hero. Such creative use of kitchen utensils. Not while I'm alive. Her Uncle Joffrey's voice exploded across the cafeteria. With surprising speed, the troll hunter placed himself between Maine and the Archangel and raised the claw hammer over his head. The Archangel lifted a finger in a bored manner. Hush, troll. She flicked her finger at Joffrey. He fell onto his side, dropped the claw hammer, and clutched his chest. What did you do? Maine shouted, rushing to her uncle's side. I gave him a heart attack. Blood dribbled out from the corners of her uncle's mouth. This is no heart attack, Maine shouted. Oh, I did some other stuff to him. Messy stuff. The Archangel licked her lips seductively. In front of her, Joffrey wheezed and sucked in a breath. He had trouble keeping his eyelids open. He sucked in another breath, nearly choking on his blood, No, you can't die. Maine's eyes moistened. You can't leave me like my parents did. Her uncle's eyes fluttered as he mouthed, Sorry. No! Maine pounded a fist against the floor and received an angry magical shock that jolted through her entire body. Always carry your weapons, the mantle hissed. The mantle was right. Shaking off her helplessness, Maine reached into her purse and pulled out a health potion. She didn't know if her uncle was too far gone yet or not, but she tore out the cork and poured it down the troll's throat. The archangel laughed coldly. Have, troll. Luckily for you, you're off limits to me. Seems the corruptor has other plans for you. Something about the mantle being the last weapon he will reclaim. Maine didn't know if her uncle would live or not, but she rose and turned to face the bloodthirsty archangel. Knowing that she wouldn't kill her, Maine decided to take a swing at her. What was the worst that could happen? Ah! Maine roared as she charged toward the archangel. She only made it a few steps before the archangel twitched a finger, and she froze in place. However, she said coldly, that doesn't mean your friends are off limits. I've done my research on you, and those closest to you. Now stand down, or I will visit my visceral artistry upon your boy toy sage. Maine tried to grunt in fury, but she couldn't breathe at the moment. She'd never experienced a paralysis spell like this before. Oh, and your little mangy direwolf mutt, Noff? The archangel paused as if tasting a new thought. The Noff? Ha! I'll pluck his spinal cord out his back with a flick of my pinky finger. Feeling her face go red, Maine struggled and felt her body quiver, but only for a moment. Then she felt like she was about to pass out. Understand, the archangel said. She released Maine from her spell, and Maine slumped backward. Al caught her before she could hit the floor. The archangel addressed the room. Now, my request is simple. Everyone wielding a demonic weapon, please step forward and lay it at my feet. Mental anguish struck Maine like a bolt of lightning. If everyone gave up their weapons, it would be a bloodbath when the demons attacked them again. This archangel could not be trusted. The guardian must have been of like mind because he stepped forward. You'll have to go through me first. The archangel bit her long black fingernail. Very well. They were all about to find out if the guardian was powerful enough to take her on, or if they would all die. Chapter 14. If you wish, the archangel said coolly. Then she snapped her fingers, and a giant force field appeared, encompassing her and the guardian. Only the two of them were inside, standing about 20 yards apart. Let's fight. She shot toward the guardian faster than Maine's eyes could perceive. The next thing she knew, the guardian had deflected the attack, and the two angels were airborne within the giant force field. Wings flapped, and the two swooped close to the floor before crashing against the force field's wall. They landed on the floor, and the archangel straddled the guardian and conjured a long, thin saber. As she swiftly brought it down, the guardian maneuvered out from under her and met her attack with a conjured blade. Thus began a string of lightning-fast sword strikes and parries that were too fast to comprehend. The two angels drew a breath and resumed their sword fighting. Maine realized she had been holding her breath. The fighting was happening so fast it seemed surreal. The guardian was going to win, right? They seemed pretty evenly matched, except that the archangel had a bit of an edge in speed and dexterity. The insanely quick-paced battle stretched on for only about half a minute. For every swipe the guardian blocked, the archangel landed 2 quick slashes, until finally the guardian's blade slipped from his hand, and he staggered drunkenly. He did a slow-motion corkscrew and toppled to the floor. The archangel watched him fall, her cheeks dappled with the guardian's blood. I win, she said, and lowered the force field. She walked over to the guardian's quivering body and knelt beside him. She poised her blade over his heart, prepared to deliver the finishing strike. Some of the demonic weapon wielders exchanged breathless glances.
The end of the fight had arrived so quickly that no one knew what they could do. If the Guardian hadn't been able to defeat the Archangel menace, who could? The Angel Guard stood speechless and forlorn, in shock. Instead of finishing the Guardian quickly, the Archangel exchanged hushed words with him. Maine wondered what the hell they were talking about. Then the Guardian sat up on the floor, his chest a mass of bloody sword swipes. He said something else and spat to the side. The Archangel looked visibly shaken for a moment, then recommitted to executing the final strike. She had held the position longer than she should have. Long enough for Atlas to rush forward with a battle cry and swing the gravity bat down at her with all his strength. The Archangel was too quick. She maneuvered around Atlas like a snake and leapt upon his back. Before he could get the bat back up to knock her from his shoulders, she struck, thrusting her black-clawed hand through his back, through his heart. "Oh, man," Atlas groaned and dropped to his knees. Moving so fluidly that it appeared as one single motion, the Archangel stole the gravity bat from Atlas's hand and smacked him over the head. His body soared across the cafeteria and landed amid the demon horde, which cried out with equal parts pain and glee, depending upon who Atlas's sliding weight crushed. "No!" Maine shouted. "Now," the Archangel said, turning back around. "Time to—" The Guardian sprang off the floor and tackled the Archangel, wrestling for the gravity bat. The Archangel was stronger, though. She kicked him back and swung the bat down at him. He managed to dodge the brunt of the attack, but got clipped on the shoulder. Upon impact, his body lifted from the floor and skyrocketed upward, where he smacked into the high ceiling and crashed to the floor. The Guardian tried to pick himself up, but it was soon clear that he'd broken one or both of his legs. Grunting in agony, he flapped his wings and hovered above the ground in a pseudo-standing position. "Retreat!" he cried. The Archangel laughed as she approached him. "Retreat? Where?" The Guardian flapped his wings again, barely managing to stay aloft. His face was almost as red as his chest. His body was broken. He was barely holding himself together. When she reached him, the Archangel shook her head and raised the gravity bat. She brought the bat back, and as she swung, the Guardian uttered an incantation. A magic mirror appeared before him. The gravity bat struck it, and the Archangel cursed. Her body lifted off the floor and catapulted across the room toward the broken ping-pong tables. The Guardian uttered another incantation, and the magic mirror lifted off the floor and turned onto its side. Without warning, the Guardian sent the mirror slicing through the demon horde before him. It cut through them like a sickle through wheat, rendering them to ash before it struck a wall and dissipated. Maine was trying to figure out how that would help them when a wall section opened. A secret passageway. "Retreat!" the Guardian shouted, barely keeping himself aloft as he made for the passageway. "Where does that lead?" Maine called, as she rushed over to her uncle, who slowly picked himself up. "Just run!" the Guardian commanded all who still stood. His body was leaking an awful lot of blood. As her brain was trying to process the appearance of a secret path, she threw one of her uncle's arms around her neck. The potion had worked, and followed the rest. Al caught up with her and grabbed her uncle's other arm. Did this underground safe house have a hidden basement or safe room? If so, why hadn't they been there all along? She had to have faith that the Guardian hadn't lost his marbles. However, he had taken quite a beating. It wasn't like they had a choice in the matter. Atlas was beyond saving, and they would be too if they didn't try something fast. She and the rest of the surviving demon weapon wielders followed the Guardian through the ash left behind by the demons the magic mirror had cut down. Most of the Angel Guards followed, as well, but not all. Whether from the shock of battle or the shock of seeing their all-powerful leader get his butt kicked in a fight, Maine didn't know, and didn't care. All she knew was that, as wounded as he was, following the Guardian was probably their best shot at staying alive, for at least a little longer. The demon horde was gathering its wits. They yelled and charged toward the fleeing weapon wielders and Angel Guards. "Hurry!" The Guardian stopped at the mouth of the secret passage and waved everyone past. The demon horde was closing in. a demonic trident propelled toward them. The Guardian cast it aside with his magic, although the effort drained him further. His face looked almost translucent, devoid of all color. Maine and Al pushed past the Guardian into the secret passageway, half supporting Joffrey, who was recovering more and more from his near-fatal wound. At first, it was dark inside. Then the ceiling lit up with the same tube lights that illuminated the rest of the safe house. The rest of the demon weapon holders made it inside, too. The female elf, the goblin mage, Cupid, zombie Icarus. The angel guards brought up the rear. As they swooped inside, the Guardian stepped in after them, sealing the passage behind him with an incantation. Only then did he allow his shoulders to slump forward. The languid flapping of his wings barely kept him aloft.
We must hurry. Keep moving. That won't hold them for long.
He caught his breath and moved to the front of them, guiding the way like an injured shepherd. Behind them, the demons attacked the wall. The magic warding won't let them through, will it? Maine asked, as she, Al, and Joffrey followed in the Guardian's wake. The Guardian sucked in a breath.
The warding is weakest there. They will break through. We didn't make it to keep an archangel out.
The Guardian's words trailed off as he swerved in the air. Entrusting Joffrey's weight to Al, Maine rushed up, caught the Guardian, and helped steady him. Joffrey grunted and waved Al away.
I'm okay. Help him.
Al quick-stepped up and helped Maine with the Guardian, each of them throwing an arm over their shoulders and trying not to bump into the Guardian's broken leg, or legs. The Guardian's words came as a gasp.
We need to move faster.
Some of the angel guards nearest them exchanged whispers. Why didn't we know about this passage? What is it? One angel grumbled. Judging by how the Guardian's arm tensed over Maine's shoulder, he was utterly distraught at their questioning of his leadership. Of course, he was barely holding his insides inside. Literally. Finally, he sighed.
It's a secret place. Only I know about.
Why don't we know about it? Another of the angel guards asked distrustfully.
Because it's a secret, you idiot.
The Mantle hissed to Maine.
Because I alone am the one who fashioned this angelic safe house in the days of yore. I could trust no one else with the knowledge of the secret passage's existence. It is only in case of emergency.
Maine wondered if he was telling the truth, or bluffing to give everyone hope. Either way, their only option was to take this passageway into the unknown, or stay and fight the demons chipping away at the sealed entrance at their backs. After walking for about 5 minutes down the long, straight passageway, the sealed secret entranceway finally caved in. Demons poured in after them. How much farther is the end? Maine asked.
Not far,
the Guardian said. They pushed onward. Some of the angel guards began to argue with each other. Up until now, they had always seemed so cool, calm, and professional. One of them said,
Maybe the archangel will be merciful to us if we turn over the demonic weapon holders.
You're a fool, if you would think that,
the Guardian said hoarsely. Another angel guard joined the first one. Says our weak leader. What do you know? The Guardian pushed away from Maine and Al, his teeth gritted together like stones. With the aid of his wings, he was able to stand on his maybe broken leg, or legs.
I can walk from here. The gate is up ahead.
Gate? Maine asked.
It will save us.
Up ahead, the bright, ever-present whiteness of the safe house faded into thick darkness. Odd. Was it another passageway? Against one wall, a massive iron bar gate stretched from floor to ceiling. That gate is quite large, Al remarked. It was still about 50 yards away, and the demon horde was closing in on them from behind. Even though it pained him greatly, the Guardian lifted into the air and gestured toward the blackness at the end, as he commanded the remaining angel guards.
We must pass through the Heaven's Gate. It is the only thing that will hold them back. We must be quick. Grab a weapon wielder and make haste.
The Guardian reached down and picked up both Maine and Al by the wrists. Then, with the help of some magic, he swooped down the corridor, clearing the distance in seconds and going past the floor-to-ceiling gate. "What's a heaven's gate?" Maine asked, as the guards set her down on the other side of the giant gate.
"A larger version of the doors in the magic cells back in the safe house. This one is full-size. The rest are miniatures."
He beckoned for the rest of the angels to follow suit.
"Hurry up!"
The narrowness of the passageway slowed the demons somewhat, but they were now visible.
"Where are you running, O Guardian?" The Archangel's voice echoed down the passageway.
The two angel guards who had expressed dissent stood their ground instead of flying past the gate.
"What are you doing?"
the Guardian asked.
"Come on!"
Instead, the two angels bowed to the rapidly approaching demons and the Archangel.
"We beg thee forgiveness."
The Archangel turned both of them into bloody confetti.
"Close the gate!"
the Guardian yelled. That's when Maine realized that the female elf with the crystal lance hadn't had an angel pick her up. She was running on foot, trying to escape the horde.
"Wait!"
Maine cried out.
"We've got to wait for her."
A trident struck the elf, and she fell. The demons ran over her.
"Close the gate!"
the Guardian repeated, straining as he pushed against it. Maine joined him. So did Al and Cupid. The gate was heavy. They weren't going to get it closed in time. A demon with a beaver head leapt through. An angel ran it through with a sword. Then two more demons made it through. Joffrey trudged up to them and took them out with one blow of the claw hammer. Then he put a hand on the gate, and with his help they shoved it closed. A demon hand reached through at the last moment and got cut off when the massive gate clicked shut. Now closed, the gate lit up brightly. Demons threw themselves against it to break it down and leapt back, their skins searing and smoking from the contact.
"You're only prolonging the inevitable,"
the Archangel shouted through the magic gate.
"The corruptor will regain his weapons, and he will reshape the world."
Maine turned to an exhausted Al.
"Man, I hate it when they keep talking."
Al chuckled nervously. "Is it over?" Maine asked. Al wiped some blood off his chin.
"We're not in the clear yet. I'm afraid the corruptor wasn't among the attacking demons."
"Isn't that a good thing?" Maine asked. Al's eye was bloodshot and strained.
"No. It means that instead of attacking us, he has gone after Father Time."
Chapter 15. The constant blast from the airplane's engines was pleasing to Father Time as he kicked back in his first-class seat. First class was the only way to go, especially when you could afford it. He was ancient and had a lot of investments, and compounding interest was his friend. Also, manipulating time helped him win all sorts of contests and lotteries.
"Never too much at a time. Always different identities,"
he muttered under his breath. Being able to control time had its perks. It also had its challenges. When one lived for so long, it was easier to be detected, found out. Especially in this new digital age where there were so many cameras on the streets, not to mention all the smartphones flooding social media networks with photos.
Yes, have to cut my hair,"
he murmured, absent-mindedly running a hand through his long gray locks.
"No more getting compared to Willie Nelson."
He'd needed a facelift, too. He needed to look younger. That would be no problem, not with magic. He knew plenty of competent sorcerers and wizards who could accomplish that. He could cut his hair himself.
"Cut my hair myself."
He glanced out the window at the passing clouds. "You're stranger than I thought you would be." Father Time straightened in his seat. Next to him sat a boy of around 9 years old, squinting at him through thick plastic-framed glasses. Father Time grinned.
"Stranger than who?"
The boy scoffed, then smiled, wide-eyed. "You don't have to play smart with me. It's obvious to me who you are."
"And that is?"
A paranoid thought screamed through Father Time's mind. Could this be one of the demon's minions? A demon in a child's suit? Was the demon already on to him? How long had he been in the air? An hour? He could only reverse time up to 1 hour. "Why, you're Santa Claus, of course," the boy giggled. A nervous laugh escaped Father Time. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He wasn't compromised after all. This was only a human child, mistaking him for the jolly man in red. Santa and Willie Nelson. Yes, it was time for a new look. He subconsciously patted the bright orange scarf around his neck and tucked it into his coat. Although he would probably hold on to the scarf. It was soft and comforting. The boy adjusted his thick glasses. "Why do you sweat so much? Christmas is like forever days away." Father Time didn't immediately respond to the boy's question. He was too busy thinking, worrying, calculating his chances of making it to the safe place in Greece before the demon got him. But the location of the safe place was a closely guarded secret. The demon wouldn't know his true destination. Couldn't know his destination. He was still safe. Finally, the boy caught his attention again. "You're scared, aren't you? Why are you so scared?" Father Time fidgeted in his seat. "I'm not scared. Why would you think that?" "I think it's obvious, isn't it? All the sweat on your forehead." "Oh, that. Ha! I, forgot to take my medication today. That's all." He leaned toward the boy. "Taking your medication is good for you. Remember to always take it." The little boy frowned. "My mom says medication is bad. She says natural remedies, healthy food, and moderate exercise can cure anything." "Can it cure a demon from tracking you down, skinning you, and taking his timepiece back?" Father Time thought, but thankfully didn't say. "Your mother sounds like a smart woman." Not for the first time during their encounter. The boy frowned. "You're not smart?" After a glance down at the timepiece on his wrist, Father Time stroked his long beard and stared thoughtfully at an emergency exit door a few rows up. "Sometimes I wonder." Deep down, he had always known that day would come back to bite him. With the corruptor defeated after Troll War II, the demonic weapons needed competent holders. Some of the holders didn't last long, and more competent holders were selected. Atlas for the gravity bat, Father Time for the timepiece. It would not be prudent for a weapon as powerful as the timepiece to fall into the wrong hands. By agreeing to bear the timepiece, Father Time had to come to peace with the fact that the demon might someday be free again. He just thought the day wouldn't come so soon, though. He closed his eyes for a few moments. So far, so good. There had been no demonic activity in the small airport where he had boarded this airplane. It wouldn't take him to Athens, but it would get him closer. When he finally did reach the safe place, well, that only opened a new string of questions. How long would he have to stay there? How would he get food and water? Was there a well inside? He didn't know. This had been a hastily put-together plan. Back when they'd incarcerated the demon, there had been guarantees that he would be behind bars for a very long time, with no chance of parole. Father Time would have time to plan. Time. How ironic. Now the demon had escaped. How? It didn't matter. The only thing he had to focus on was surviving. He didn't have much choice. Not when the corruptor is on my trail. The boy giggled. Corruptor? You're funny. You sound like you're on a cartoon. Cartoon? Father Time winked. Oh, you mean like Looney Tunes? The boy scratched his chin. I've never heard of Looney Tunes. I was thinking of SpongeBob SquarePants. Or Paw Patrol. Or Trolls. I haven't heard of any of them. But
Some people call me loony. Ha ha ha.
The boy shook his head.
I don't think you're loony.
A warm smile eased over Father Time's features.
Thank you.
Father Time didn't have any grandchildren, but at this moment, this boy felt like one. A quiet moment passed between the two of them. Then the boy asked,
Can I tug on your beard?
Father Time chuckled. It felt so good to let his guard down.
Oh, sure.
Over the years, he'd learned that kids loved to pull on his beard, although he didn't know why. Since he'd be shaving it off soon to complete his new disguise, he leaned over next to the boy's seat. He held out the length of his beard to the boy, but his seatbelt was in the way. He unbuckled his seatbelt to stand.
Just don't pull too hard.
There was a metallic clang at the emergency door. Then chaos, as one moment the door was there, the next, it was gone. Sunlight doused the airplane's interior. Freezing air sucked outward. It was a horrible sound. Even more blood-curdling were the screams of unbuckled passengers being sucked out and into the daylight 30,000 feet above the ground. Father Time got sucked toward the door. It was all happening too fast. His body spun. He caught onto the strap of his seatbelt as his feet left the floor. He was on the wildest and most dangerous amusement ride ever. He didn't like it. He glanced over his shoulder. The young boy with glasses was nowhere in sight. He dejected into the ether, just like Father Time was about to be. The demon had no boundaries and cared about only getting his claws on the timepiece. Father Time cursed under his breath as the strength in his arms waned. The corruptor had found him. The demon was here. It would soon be over unless he could get to his timepiece and reverse time and avoid getting on this plane. Unless an hour had already elapsed since the plane had lifted off. No, mustn't think about that. Must think about the task at hand, pressing the reset sequence on his timepiece. The demon's timepiece. The air was whipping him around insanely. He was about to lose his grip. An elderly lady flew past him, striking him a solid blow on the forehead with her cane that drew blood as she flew out the open emergency exit. Somehow Father Time managed to hold on. Then a young college-age girl crashed into him as she flew past. Ah, youth, he thought, as his grip was about to give way. He was old. There was no denying that. No magic facelift could change that. Oh well. His grasp was about to slip. His only hope was to make it through the emergency door opening and still be alive and conscious as he plummeted. He could then press the reset button sequence on the timepiece as he fell.
I'm coming for you,
the demon's voice roared through the plane's cabin, louder than the rush of whooshing air.
I'm coming for what is mine, old man.
Oh dear, Father Time sputtered. Before his fingers gave way from the seatbelt, he succeeded in wrapping his elbows around the strap, hugging it like a life vest. He glanced over his bobbing shoulder. The dark, hulking form of the demon entered the plane's cabin. His large claws dug into the metal, which screamed in protest.
Old man, the demon's voice boomed. You do not know how many planes and trains and automobiles I have boarded over the last few hours in my efforts to find you. I have minions everywhere. You cannot escape me.
Father Time's legs kicked madly in the air behind himself. It couldn't end like this. It couldn't. The demon crawled along the plane's metal floor like a Komodo dragon, digging in and pulling himself away from the sucking air hole toward Father Time. It wouldn't be long now. If Father Time released his grip on the strap, he'd get pulled backward. He'd perish before he could press the reverse sequence. Unless he was fast enough. He had to act now.
You knew this day was always coming, the demon crooned.
Now or never, Father Time muttered, and let go of the strap. As his body was swept backward toward the demon, he brought his hands together and tapped out the time reverse sequence.
Coming to me, are you?
The demon laughed coldly. As the demon's claws penetrated Father Time's back, The demonic timepiece beeped.
No!
The demon roared. An hour previously, Father Time was sitting in his plane seat. For a moment, a wild terror took him. It was too late. He was already in the air. Then he realized his seatbelt wasn't connected yet. The engines weren't yet throbbing in his ears. The plane had yet to take off. He swept the sweat from his forehead, but this time it was in relief. He got up from his seat and grabbed his meager carry-on bag. Coming up the aisle toward him was the little boy with thick glasses. "Are you Santa Claus?" the boy asked. Father Time grinned. He pulled out a small toy clock souvenir from his bag and handed it to the boy. He always carried them because children expected to receive toys from Santa. "Take care," he said. "Be a good boy and listen to your mother." Then he proceeded to get off the plane, to the frustration and confusion of the flight attendants and airline staff. He booked a cab as quickly as possible, with the intention of finding a new airport or method of transportation to Greece. The demon could sense the timepiece and would follow. If he left this airport behind, the corruptor wouldn't need to board it mid-flight and kill everyone inside. What a crappy life he was living. Just have to make it to the safe place, he told himself, as if it was a simple task. He started to doubt whether or not he'd make it there in one piece. Chapter 16. Maine swung her cell phone flashlight at an arc, illuminating the new area. She was in some sort of great hall. It was massive, with the darkness swallowing the majority of it. It was so big she didn't know how far the gloom stretched. Crumbled stone lay everywhere, debris heaps. It resembled the mines of Moria in Lord of the Rings. Fortunately, there weren't any skeletons or goblins about, except the goblin mage holder of the lightning in a bottle. "Where are we?" she asked. Her Uncle Joffrey shuffled up to her.
"I don't know, but it makes the Angel safe house look small."
She swept her flashlight away from the towering pillars to her uncle. "Are you okay? Should you be walking this soon after what that archangel did to you?" He grunted.
"I'm a troll. I'm fine."
"Yeah, but you almost died." Her uncle mussed up her hair with a big hand.
"I would have, if not for your potion, my good niece."
He sighed heavily.
"You are your father's daughter."
"What do you mean?" He plumped down onto a fat slab of stone.
"Back in Troll War 2, Valkyus saved my life more times than I could count."
Maine sat beside him. "I'm sure you had his back, too."
I saved him a few times. Mostly I was focused on bashing in demon skulls, drenching myself in their ashes."
"Oh, that's, nice." Maine bent forward and picked up a crumbling artifact located among the debris.
"He was a real good guy. The best."
As if uncomfortable with the thought, her uncle stood and unshouldered the claw hammer. He bumped it against the nearest column. It didn't budge.
"Anyway, whoever built this place had a good basis and solid foundations."
There was a flutter of wings, and a boyish voice said,
"Isn't it obvious? Dwarves built this place. It's a dwarven hall."
Cupid beamed at them from midair.
"This place sucks,"
he whined.
"Sure, it's spacious, but there are no ping-pong tables."
"To hell with ping-pong,"
her uncle growled.
"Nah, you're a sore loser, you big brute."
Joffrey grunted dismissively, but Maine regarded the cherub thoughtfully. "Dwarves made this place?" Cupid nodded matter-of-factly and swiped a finger across a dusty column.
"Although, by the look of it, they last used it in medieval times. Now it's a bunch of rubble, like the Angel's plans."
Maine winced. The angelic safe-house plan had turned out to be a flop. "Are the Angels okay?" Maine asked. She hadn't seen them for at least a couple of hours now. After the giant gate had sealed, They had formed up to have a powwow farther on, in the darkness. Only a token force remained to watch over the remaining demon weapon holders. Cupid touched down on the ground. He shrugged. I don't know. They won't let me in on their reindeer games, if you know what I mean. I'm an angel, too. He patted his bow. I know that it's this thing they don't trust me for. Cut me a break. I'm keeping this demonic weapon safe. From demons. Maine noticed then that Cupid had a small gash on his forehead. He had a bruised elbow and some claw marks on his back. Hey, come here. Let me check your wounds. Joffrey crossed his arms over his chest. Truly, niece. Since when do you trust this one? Look at him. He's wounded. We've got to look out for each other's backs. Either that or we'll fall. Joffrey rubbed his cheek. Yes, you are very much like your father. Very well. I shall converse with the other weapon holders to see how they are holding up. The cherub makes a good point. The angel force is weaker. We should be able to overtake them easily and escape to freedom. All the more so if the guardian is beat down. We're not going to be killing angels. We don't have to like them, but we're on the same side. Joffrey gripped the clawhammer. Who said anything about killing angels? Now, knocking them around a bit so they let us leave. Where are we going to escape to? Maine asked. This ruined, dwarven ruin they now found themselves in was massive, and buried as deeply underground as the safe house had been. One problem at a time, niece, her uncle said, as he walked away toward the other demon weapon holders. Brute, Cupid huffed, as Maine walked over and squatted next to him. At least he's on our side, Maine said, pulling a vial of antiseptic from her purse. Cupid nodded solemnly. It is wise to have greater power on your side rather than that of the enemy. Maine laughed. Since when are you a military tactician? He pushed back from her hand, dabbing antiseptic at his forehead gash. Hey now, don't you be stereotyping me. Love and war are two sides of the same coin. I may have never fought in Troll War II, but you know I can take care of myself. Maine forced herself not to laugh. Seeing a toddler in a giant diaper talking about troll wars was more than a little funny. She finished dabbing at his wound. You sure you won't take some healing potion? I'm fine. Really? Just scratches is all. Okay. Maine found it a bit odd that anyone wouldn't want to heal themselves. Of course it made sense through the lens of a tiny cherub trying to be taken seriously in the company of a bunch of full-sized angels. He wanted to look stronger in their eyes. I can't believe Atlas is gone. And that elf lady with the crystal lance? Oh, now the demon has 2 more of his weapons. Cupid looked embittered. Yep. Having finished with Cupid's wounds, Maine stood. I'm tired of hanging around. I'm going to find the guardian. Good luck, Cupid said. Hope it isn't your funeral. Those angels are pissed. The angels weren't the only ones who were angry. Off to her side, her uncle was conversing animatedly with the rest of the weapon holders. Now and then he'd point at one of the angel guards, who glared back. If she didn't find the angel commander soon, there might be another battle. There had been enough fighting and loss for one day. For a lifetime. Using her smartphone flashlight, she explored around the ruined dwarven hall until she happened upon where most of the angel guards now convened. They were crowded around the guardian, propped up against a ruined pillar. He looked like a wreck. When she approached them, they all turned in unison and leveled their angel swords at her. Halt! They commanded. She threw up her hands. Whoa! I'm not here to cause trouble. I want to speak to the guardian. You shall not pass, an angel guard spat. The guardian's voice rose feebly from their protective circle. Let her through. She and I need to talk. Really? She'd been expecting more pushback. She waited for the angel guards to open the circle enough to let her pass. After she had done so, the guardian spoke softly.
"Now, leave us."
One of the angel guards protested.
"She wields a demonic weapon."
The guardian managed a quick laugh before devolving into a racking cough. He wiped his lips on his sleeve.
"She wields but a mantle. What is she to do with it? Smother me with it?"
The mantle hissed, clearly taking it as a compliment. The angel guards reluctantly and awkwardly left the guardian and Maine, but kept within eyesight. "You're so firm," Maine joked, when it was only the two of them. The guardian's posture dropped as he allowed himself to slump back against the wall. He looked much smaller than usual.
"I am afraid there is much truth to your sarcasm,"
the guardian said after a pause.
"Much of my angel guard sees me as weak, unfit to lead them. It is only a matter of time before they turn their backs on me."
Instead of answering with words, Maine reached into her purse and pulled out a healing potion. She handed it to him.
"You would do that for me?"
the guardian asked. "I may not like you, but you're one of the most powerful magical beings in existence. I think I would rather have you alive instead of dead." The guardian looked at the potion in her extended hand.
"You wouldn't have known it by watching me face off with the Archangel. How do you humans say it? I got handed some ass."
Maine made a face. I think you mean you got your ass handed to you. I hope." The guardian raised a hand in annoyance.
"I used to keep up with humans and their slang and vocabulary. Do you know how many humans I have dealt with over the millennia? It's tiring."
"Oh, we humans and half-humans are the worst," Maine said. She jiggled the potion in front of his face. "So, you going to take this or not? You look like you've bled more blood than I have in my body."
"First, could we discuss what I wanted to talk with you about?"
"Sure," Maine said. "What is it?" It had to be big. This was the guardian. The guardian coughed into his hand.
"It concerns the boon that I owe you for saving death at the McCam."
"What about it?" Maine had completely forgotten about that for the moment.
"With the corruptor on the loose, I do not think I shall be able to grant it until he is defeated."
"Wait. That's what you wanted to tell me in private? That your boon has to wait?" His face grew graver than she'd ever seen it before.
"I'm saying that I may not be able to ever grant your boon."
"Why not?" He sighed.
"Because, this time, I'm not so sure he can be defeated."
Chapter 17. "Why can't the demon be defeated?" Maine asked.
"Because, with every demonic weapon he recovers, his power grows. With every second he breathes free air, he becomes more confident. More of his minions, many who have been waiting for this day in secret, will flock to him."
"I get the feeling that isn't all."
"No,"
the guardian said.
"The last time we defeated him because we caught him off guard. He was without his weapons. This time, the demon has an archangel on his side. Archangels are built for wars and killing."
"I did get that impression. Who is that angel? It seemed like you knew each other." The guardian's eyes clouded over as he grew lost to another time.
"We did know each other once. Or at least, I thought I knew her. It was a long time ago."
"And?"
"And it's not important. It's angel stuff. Mortal minds couldn't comprehend it. Weakness. He is gravely embarrassed. It must have been a juicy affair that ended messily. Press him for more details. Make him relive his greatest emotional pain."
Maine didn't consider doing that. Even though she was curious about the guardians and the archangel's relationship, she wasn't that big an asshole. "Fine," she said. "I get it. Personal boundaries. But why did she spare your life?
What do you mean?
I mean, I saw you two exchange words after she threw you to the floor. What were you saying? The Guardian didn't move or react. She had a chance to kill you, Maine said. She hesitated.
She gave in to weakness.
He sighed. Maine was pretty sure the Mantle was right about the two angels being former lovers or something of that nature. Did angels get into relationships? The Guardian continued, his eyes grim.
If I know the corruptor, she will pay dearly for letting me escape.
The sound of a heated exchange back in the holding area echoed to them across the expansive, dark hall. It was her uncle's voice, that was for sure, and he was arguing with the angel guards. Hopefully things wouldn't get out of hand before she got back there. But if she knew her uncle's tendency for violence, they probably would. Another sound echoed across the ruined dwarven hall, too. The sound of magic fury pounding against the heaven's gates. Will the magic gate hold the, archangel back? Maine asked.
For a while, I think.
How long is a while? A few days? The Guardian shrugged defeatedly.
Most likely another hour or two.
An hour or two? Shit. Then we might not escape this place.
Hence me not being able to grant you your boon if I fall in my second round with the Archangel.
If the Guardian died, they were all doomed. The entire world was doomed. Maine couldn't allow that. She placed the vial of healing potion in the Guardian's palm. Then that is why you must drink this.
I cannot. There are others among my ranks who require it more than me.
She glanced at his mess of a bleeding chest and body. I don't think so. Besides, you're their leader.
Am I still? I do not think it long before they rebel against me.
I don't know. Maybe. That's more reason to take the damn potion and start recovering. He gave her a sharp look. Finally, he took it. He downed it in a single gulp.
My injuries are extensive. It will not heal me completely. It will not restore me to my full strength.
That's fine, Maine said. A little stronger is better than nothing.
You are correct about that. We must use every edge we have against the demon, for he will hold nothing back against us.
Maine agreed. She rummaged through her purse and realized she had no more healing potions. Oh, and since that was the last healing potion, you now owe me 2 boons. The Guardian growled, and some redness flushed his cheeks. She grinned and offered him her hand. I see the potion is strengthening you already. Glad to have you back on the team. He nodded wearily. An even louder clamor broke out from where the angels were guarding the demonic weapon holders.
What was that?
The Guardian flexed his wings and ankles. He seemed sharper now, more aware. That is what I came to talk to you about. I think the demon weapon holders are springing a mutiny on your angel guards. The Guardian cursed.
We must not be divided. Follow me, Mantle wearer.
He leaned forward and attempted to spring off from the ground. Instead, his ankle crumpled, and he fell to both hands and a knee.
Not strong enough to fly yet. I shall recover, though. Slowly.
You better. Maine helped him up again. He didn't fight her. You're going to need to be able to whoosh when we face off against the demon.
I shall be fine,
he said gruffly.
It is you who must concern yourself with being ready. He will come for you. He will come for the Mantle.
Gee, what a pep talk. Now come on. We've got to stop a magical civil war. They reached the holding area in time to see her uncle grab an angel by the collar and shove him backward. The other demon weapon holders and Al tried to step in, but 2 angel guards suddenly shot up to him with smiting rods in their hands. They thrust the weapons against the troll's bulging neck. Wait, Maine called. Can't we get along? Her uncle huffed.
These incompetent angels are the enemy.
Look, they may be as incompetent as the human CIA and FBI. Our real enemy is the demon horde trying to get through the gate, and within an hour or two, they'll be here."
Joffrey beat his chest. "I say, let them come. Once we smash these angels into the rubble, we'll bury ourselves in demon ash."
"You're not getting it," Maine said as she walked up to him. She stepped past the two angels with the smiting rods to Joffrey's throat and slapped his chest. "We are stronger together."
"They kidnapped us, tried to hold us captive when we can watch out for ourselves. Also, they can fly. I don't like them."
"We don't have to like them. We only have to work together for the time being. As soon as we find a way to escape this place, you can go back to being enemies."
"How are we going to find a way out of here?" Zombie Icarus asked.
Maine shrugged. "This place has to have a way out."
"It is much larger than the troll cave," Al cautioned. "If we blindly search for a way out, we may come upon a dead end and be trapped by the demon horde."
The Guardian stood tall.
"The well-dressed Cyclops speaks truth. The Mantle wearer also speaks well. We are too weary to fight off the demon horde in our current condition. We must find a way to reach the surface and call for reinforcements."
Some of the angel guards grumbled at their situation. "How many more angels besides the ones down here with us can fight?" Maine asked the Guardian. For the first time in a while, he gave a half grin.
"Many, many hosts of angels. But I cannot summon them from down here. More than enough to give the demon pause, at least for now, until he acquires more weapons."
"That's good to know. It only helps us if we can escape. Maybe you can send out some scouts down the passages?"
"Hey!"
one of the angel guards called. "I'm not taking orders from a stinking demon weapon holder." Another one called,
"Me neither."
"She's not ordering it," the Guardian said. "I am. Now lower your smiting rods."
The two angel guards drew back from her uncle, who propped his hands on his hips in a power pose and laughed. This set the angel guards on alert all over again. The air shivered with tension. Then the floor tremored slightly. Dust sprinkled down from the ceiling.
"Caution. Beware of falling debris."
"The demons are coming down from above," an angel called in alarm. Desperation quickly settled upon the angel guards.
"They've hemmed us in,"
one shouted. While the Guardian tried to calm them, Joffrey trudged over to the nearest wall.
"Niece, there's no time to check for an existing way out. Instead, I think it's time to make a way out."
He drew back the claw hammer and swung it at the wall. As with the angel safe house, the wall seemed to have wards. But it was a different kind of protection. It didn't injure the attacker. Joffrey struck the wall again and again, but made only a tiny dent in the ruins. The ground shook even harder. Dust rained down from the tall ceiling. Cupid, Zombie Icarus, the Goblin Mage, and Al formed a tight circle, glancing out for whichever threat materialized first. The Archangel and Demon Horde pounding at the gate, or the Demon Horde closing in from the ceiling. More dust sprinkled down. Suddenly, the wall where her uncle was beating started to quiver. He stepped back from it.
"This is the work of no demon."
"Then what is it?" Maine asked.
"One way to find out."
Her uncle drew back the clawhammer and smashed the wall. A spiderweb crack formed. Then the stonework crumbled. A long tentacle burst out. Chapter 18. Except it wasn't a tentacle. It was...
"A root?"
her uncle asked confusedly. Maine reached out and touched the wriggling root. It was tapered, and lots of white, stringy things hung off it. It felt like a giant cow's tongue on her hand. It tickled.
"What is a sentient root doing here?" Joffrey asked.
Al stepped up to them.
"Master Maine, I do believe I know what is going on here."
He paused, as the rest of the stone wall cracked and rained to the floor in chunks.
"Dive!"
the Mantle hissed. She did, as several long, thick roots wiggled into the great hall. Before Al could explain what was going on, an angel ran into the hall.
"The Heaven's Gate! It's about to give way!"
So much for an hour or two,
Maine thought. They were still no closer to finding a way out. Suddenly, movement caught her eye from atop the root near the ceiling. A figure spotted with mud and dirt was up there, waving madly down at the ground. At her? "Hey, Maine! It's me!" Her uncle grabbed her shoulder. "That funny man caked in mud is calling your name." The figure near the ceiling grabbed onto the root with both hands and slid down on his stomach. Maine stared, dumbfounded. What the actual... The muddy figure rode the root down, slipped off, and fell onto the floor. A small four-legged creature blasted off from the muddy figure into the air at Maine.
"Maine!"
Noff yipped.
"We've come to save you."
Maine opened her arms, and the muddy miniature direwolf landed against her chest with a splat. "Noff! How'd you know where I was? How'd you—" The muddy figure rose from the ground. Although it was difficult to discern much of its features, Maine would know that smile anywhere. "Sage?" The muddy figure grinned even wider. "Maine." It was almost too much to try and figure out what was happening. Here they were, about to be overrun by the demon horde, and Noff and Sage had come to their rescue? With giant, probably magical, roots? A female voice called down from the top of the root, where Sage had slid down. Maine cupped her hands over her mouth and called upward, "Makime?" "Climb on," her stepmom shouted. "I don't even know what's going on," Maine said. Another angel rushed up to them. "The gate? It's been breached. They are coming." Maine turned to Sage and Noff. "We've got to go. Now. Are these roots safe?" "Totally," Sage said. And she noticed he was a bit wobbly on his feet, probably from all the mud. "Where are they from?" Maine asked. "A giant tree?"
"Nah, you dummy,"
Noff yipped.
"They're the roots that the magic mushrooms use to dig to create new nexuses to the beneath. You remember Pink Morel?"
Al frowned. "I know I do. Master Maine, I could have had a monopoly on nexuses if you hadn't made me let them dig." Maine patted the slithering root. "I'm really glad I did now. I think." She turned to face the other demon weapon holders eyeing her and the roots suspiciously. "The roots can help us get to the surface. Follow me if you want to live." Noff groaned.
"That was the best comeback you could think of?"
She grabbed onto the root with the other hand. "It is appropriate, though, don't you think?" Suddenly, the demon horde burst into the ruined dwarven hall.
"You're right, partner. Let's scram."
Sage grabbed the root beside her. Maine waited, but nothing happened. "How do I make the root go up?" The root lurched and slid up. Maine had to fight to hold on to the gnarled grips along the root's length. It was the world's scariest amusement park ride. When she reached the gap in the wall near the ceiling, more roots slid past her down to the ground. Maine risked a glance over her shoulder. The angel guards and weapon holders had erected a giant magic shield between them and the demon horde, which had just entered the ruins. Zombie Icarus and the goblin mage were now clambering onto the newly arrived roots, while Cupid and the angel guards flew up to where more roots poked through the wall and ceiling. A hand patted Maine's arm. It was Makime. She helped Maine off the root and pulled her into the gap in the wall, which was a mess of hard dirt and mud from the upper layers. "These roots go all the way to the Earth's surface?" Maine shouted, to make herself heard over the chaos of giant slithering roots and the demons hissing and growling below. Noff yipped.
"Yeah, go straight to rainwater."
She gave him an incredulous look. "The safe house has been under rainwater this entire time?"
"Nah, that's where the magic mushrooms digging base of operations is."
Maine tried to understand, but there was too much going on. The explanation most likely involved magic, and she wouldn't understand it anyway. Sage appeared beside her in the earthen cavity. He slapped her butt. "Climb, Maine, climb!" With all the mud and dirt smeared over his face and clothes, he looked like a soldier in a jungle from an old war movie. But why'd he slap her on the ass? That was rather out of character, wasn't it? Was he on drugs or something?
What about the demons below? They'll follow us up. The Mantle hissed.
Not if you collapse the ceiling completely. Shouldn't be too hard. The mushrooms have done most of the hard work. The Heaven's Gate is a challenge for an archangel to bust through. Miles of the Earth's crust? That will slow her down.
Her uncle appeared beside her, stepping off a gigantic root that looked relieved to be rid of the troll's weight. The claw hammer, Maine blurted. Collapse the ceiling on them. Her uncle grinned.
My pleasure.
Wait until all the angels fly up before you collapse it.
Oh, do I have to? Ha! Just kidding, niece.
Feeling relatively sure that her uncle would follow her request, Maine started climbing up through the mud and dirt and roots. The roots had done a good job of loosening everything up. It was surprisingly airy and spacious, although dark. Sage and Makime cast light spells. As they pulled themselves up, angels flitted past, their smiting rods glowing white and adding additional light to the vertical earthen space. The weapon holders ascended alongside her, their weapons glowing faintly. The climb up through the layers of the Earth's crust, with the help of giant squirming magical mushroom roots, was a nightmarish blur. Shadows, flitting wings, the glint of demon weapons, demon hisses far below, the sound of a great collapse of rubble. Maine and the rest of them climbed for as long as their bodies could endure. When Maine was almost too fatigued to move, a root wrapped itself gently around her, and she felt the dirt and mud of the earthen shaft brush her as she rose. Eventually, the root chucked her up onto solid ground. After her body had stopped rolling, Maine let out an exhausted sigh and coughed up some dirt. Worms wriggled out of her hair. It took a few moments for Maine to get her bearings. From all this stress and enclosed quarters and fighting for her life to make it to the surface, she felt like she might have had a mild case of PTSD. Her hands kept feeling at her sides, trying to find the dirt wall, the giant slithering roots that brushed up against her, the glint of smiting rods and demonic weapons in the darkness. She blinked, trying to rid everything about the vertical passage from her mind. Eventually, she realized she was outside. It was nighttime. A crescent moon and stars provided enough light to see all the broken down and abandoned logging equipment scattered all around her on the ground. The curving hulls of some nearby warehouses reflected the moonlight.
Know where we're at?
Noff yipped in her ear. She recoiled, feeling at her ear. She knocked a spider from her hair. Yeah, we're back in Rainwater, the old logging district.
Yep,
Noff yipped proudly.
My old stomping grounds before I met you, partner. Used to be my home.
The tiny direwolf passed his gaze over the aged logging equipment and a new-looking giant enclosed barn.
Now the magic mushrooms have claimed it for their base of digging operations. See that big barn? That's where the big roots start. They're growing giant mushrooms in there.
Magic. Gotta love it. Maine rubbed at her head. Don't forget, we fought some gargoyles here, too.
How could I forget?
Noff yipped.
We kicked their stony asses.
Maine remembered a much different version of the story. They had been the ones getting their butts kicked by the 3 gargoyle assassins, until Noff's direwolf pack had bailed them out with ice breath blasts. A muddy figure tottered drunkenly over to them and squatted. It was Sage. Dirt and grime coated his face, hair, and body. He ran a hand through his gloopy hair and laughed. Do you see them? He glanced wildly around in awe. What? See what? Maine asked. All she saw were a bunch of angels and some demon weapon holders lying around, exhausted from the climb.
All the little green men. They're everywhere.
Sage waved his hand over himself, directing her attention to the night sky. Little green men? Maine asked. Sage gasped.
They're parachuting down all around us, like rain.
He cocked an ear to the sky.
Do you hear them? They're singing.
Maine gave Noff a look.
Oh, yeah. I should probably mention,
he began.
Sage had to ingest some mushrooms of the hallucinogenic kind to speak to the mushrooms. He might have had a few too many.
Chapter 19. Maine walked over to Sage, now sitting on the dirt and waving to the air all around him, with a friendly smile plastered on his face. "Sage, are you okay?" Maine asked. He grinned even wider. "Shh, Maine, we are having a tea party." "Who?" "Me and the little green men. They have such beautiful music to share. And their jokes are pretty funny, too." Tripping or not, it was annoying that Sage wouldn't concentrate on her. She patted his cheek, and finally he brought his attention to her. His wide eyes first went to her eyes, then traveled down to her chest. Somehow his eyes widened even further with awe and curiosity. "Maine, your boobs, they're swelling." She glanced down. There was nothing funny going on with her girls. She slapped Sage. "You're tripping balls." Sage's face wrinkled. Then he snickered. "Balls? That's funny. Want to see them?" All around them, the angel guards and demon weapon holders were beginning to pick themselves up. They rubbed their heads and checked their weapons. Some of them were already taunting each other. Great. Just what she needed. A brewing civil war between the good guys and Sage, tripping balls. "I do not," Maine said. Sage nodded politely and closed his eyes. The little green men agree. They're falling like raindrops. Splish, splash, and singing. Bebop, doo-doo, loo, bop, bop. "You are an awful singer," Maine said. Noff yipped up at her.
"You should video record this. He's like a young, magical Elton John."
Sage moved his body to the music he was making with his mouth, his hands fingering an imaginary piano, his head and jaw rolling like a bobblehead. Maine tried to get his attention again, but it was no use. He was too deep under the effects of the mushrooms.
"At least they enabled him to talk to the mushrooms,"
Noff yipped. Why did he even need to take mushrooms to talk to the magical mushrooms? I was able to talk to Pink Morel telepathically. Noff rolled his tiny shoulders.
"Not all magic mushrooms can communicate with people. Only their leaders. The last I heard, Pink Morel took a vacation in a redwood forest out west. Something about rolling in cash after the success of their new nexus to the beneath."
Al stepped forward then, rubbing mud from his forehead and out of his single eye. "I should know. The damn fungi are underpricing me. I'm losing money every day in the Nexus business." "You're still rich, right?" Maine asked worriedly. Her butler gave a confident grin. "Oh, most certainly. You won't have to worry about expenses until the day I die." "You don't plan on dying anytime soon, do you?" Al blinked. "Not if I can help it." Noff yipped.
"Hey, can't Cyclopses see their own death?"
Al blinked quickly. Yes, we can." "Then how do you die?" Maine asked. Al bit his tongue. "Oh, Master Maine, it is difficult to explain to someone such as yourself. Because I'm a half-troll, or because I'm still new to magic?" "Neither. Being able to see one's death is unique to Cyclops. It's like if I asked you how your troll strength worked. It just does." "Yes, exactly. Do you understand now?" "Not really. Can you or can you not see when you will die?" Well, what I'm trying to say is that I could die any day, the same as any other creature, the same as any human. It depends on whether or not I take certain actions." "Let me get this straight," Maine said. "You're not going to die anytime soon. But if you put yourself in a deadly situation, say you were standing on a busy street corner and jumped out in front of a car, you'd see your death?" Al beamed. He clapped his muddy hands. "Splendid! You've got it now." "That's stupid. How is that helpful?" It is much more useful in unpredictable circumstances." Maine's head felt like it was swirling. Why couldn't magical creatures speak clearer? Such as? To go back to your example, say I was standing on a street corner. I am following the rules of the street when suddenly I see a vision in my mind's eye that a robber is about to come up to me and demand my money. He shoots and fatally wounds me when I try to resist. See, this vision of my death only comes to me when the circumstances line up. If either I or the would-be robber weren't at the street corner, the vision of my death wouldn't come. Having received it, I would simply leave the street corner and call the police, or try to apprehend the perp myself before he could jump me. He blinked apologetically at Maine. Do you understand a little better now? She smirked and slapped his shoulder. I understand completely now. Why didn't you explain it that way the first time? I did not want to confuse you. That's why I love you, Maine said. That and for having breakfast ready every morning. And all your magical contacts. And the spending money. Her butler smiled pleasantly. Glad to assist you, Master Maine. You don't happen to know a way of waking Sage from his hallucinogenic stupor, do you? Al took only a minor glance at Sage. I'm afraid not. I must confess I had a mushroom phase in my teen years. The best remedy is to sleep it off. He should be fine. Off to the side of her, Sage was now standing up and introducing his little green men to the disgruntled angels and demon weapon holders. Maybe she could knock him out. That would put him to sleep before he got himself hurt. She shook her head and turned to Noff. How did you guys even know how to find me?
What can I say, partner? With the demon on the loose, it's been all hands on deck ever since those angels kidnapped you. Me and Sage Boy were trying to think of a way of contacting you, but we weren't making no headway. Finally, Makime told us that we had to wait, that you would find a way to contact us. She was right. When you called, Sage had blue dots the dragonfly fairy track your signal.
Maine made a face. The magic warding prevented any tracking.
Only magical tracking. However, you had a cell signal. That's what we tracked.
Oh. That made her think of Atlas and his sacrifice.
Before the signal went kapoop, we heard what sounded like a demon army trying to kill you. We knew we didn't have much time. We had to get you out ASAP. So Sage got hold of the magic mushrooms, and they did their thing.
It was that easy? Maine asked.
It was kind of like playing a game of Battleship. The mushrooms would send down a route, and when they struck the Angel Safe House warden, they received a painful shock. That would be a miss. They kept poking and prodding the ground around your last cell location until they found the dwarven ruins. Sage figured that would be the easiest way to try to find a way into the safe house. Looks like you found your way to the dwarven ruins first.
Thank troll I did, Maine said. You guys are amazing.
Mostly it was Sage.
Noff looked over at Sage, doing what may have been some form of a primitive rain dance in front of some angry angel guards.
You wouldn't know from looking at him right now, but he'd do anything for you.
Maine bit her lip. That had to be painful and time-consuming for the magic mushrooms. How'd you convince them to help? Noff grinned.
Lots and lots of moolah.
It seemed magical creatures loved money as much as humans. It had probably saved her life.
What we gonna do now?
Noff asked. I need a shower.
Nah, I like your new fashioned sense. I call it earthy with notes of mildew.
Shut up. Come on. We'll need to figure out our next move. Maybe we can head back to the troll cave?
Can't. Still flooded.
Okay. We'll work on a base of operations. Also, we're going to need some help to defeat the demon.
On it, partner. I already called up my dire wolf pack. They should be on the way soon.
Maine? Makime called as she ran up to her. What is it? Maine asked. Your uncle. He's about to start a war with the angel guards. Chapter 20. We don't need no babysitters, Joffrey grunted as Maine approached. Her uncle had the claw hammer in his hand.
Cupid, Zombie Icarus, and the Goblin Mage were ready to fight too. About 30 angel guards stared at them from across an invisible line in the ground.
"Let us fight the demon!" Joffrey cried.
The Goblin Mage raised a fist.
Yeah!
The Guardian made his way through the angel guards to the front.
"No, we must—"
He winced as he held a hand to his wounded side.
"Must stick together. Enough talk."
Joffrey brought both burly arms up and launched a large fireball at the Guardian. Noff yipped.
"Oh shit."
With a grunt, Maine threw up her hands and projected a fireball of her own. It was smaller and faster than her uncle's, and intercepted it in front of the Guardian. The two fireballs exploded spectacularly into the night sky. When the spectacle dissipated, Maine shook her head. "There is no need to fight each other." The Guardian huffed.
"She's right. We've had enough for one day."
A disgusted look crossed her uncle's face. He looked about to replace the claw hammer on his back, when several angels stepped forth past both sides of the Guardian. They drew swords in unison, their combined ring both eerie and clear as daylight.
"We fight the weapon holders!"
a rebelling angel cried. The rest of the angels shouted in agreement. More swords were drawn.
"Kill the weapon holders!"
another angel shouted.
"Claim the weapons!"
cried another. The angels charged. The clattering of weapons on weapons rang through the night. An angel threw herself at Maine and took a swipe with her blade.
"Duck left,"
the Mantle hissed. She did.
"Slide to the right."
She did.
"Now twist around and snap her neck."
"Yeah, not doing that," she muttered, as she twisted around and jabbed the angel in the abdomen where her armor didn't protect her. When the angel guard doubled over, Maine grabbed her under the arm and launched her over the heads of several combatants. Noff blasted off the ground and landed softly on her shoulder.
"Nice toss. You throw shot put in college?"
"No." Maine surveyed the battlefield for the next nearest threat.
"Discus?"
Noff yipped. "No." An angel met her eyes and darted forward in a lunge, his sword held straight out to skewer her.
"Spin move. Fireball combo,"
the Mantle hissed. Maine evaded the attack, then let loose with a fireball. It exploded against the angel's chest, sending him backward and knocking down two other angel guards.
"How about bowling?"
Noff asked.
"'Cause that was a strike."
There weren't any other immediate angel threats, so Maine threw herself into a dash toward Makime, who was locked in combat with an angel guard. The Haryanago attorney ducked under a sword thrust and swept out her attacker's leg. As the angel guard fell, Makime delivered a quick chop to the angel's neck and shoulder. The angel struck the ground with a groan and lay unconscious. "Can't you do something?" Maine called over the clashing of weapons. Makime gave her stepdaughter an odd look. Then, without looking, she raised a hand to the side and uttered an incantation. An angel guard with murder in his eyes collapsed to the ground as his legs simply gave out. Makime pivoted on one leg and swept wildly about with her other foot. It crashed into the angel's jaw, sending him sideways into the mud. "Isn't your job to negate chaos?" Maine said, then added, "Nice kick." "Yes, it is my job." An angel guard gave a war cry as he charged at Maine. Before she could deal with him, though, Noff blasted off from her shoulder, striking the angel below the chin. The angel guard did a slow spin and fell to the ground, clutching his throat. Noff blasted back to Maine's shoulder.
"That never gets old, you know?"
Maine turned her attention back to her stepmom. "Maybe I need my eyes checked, but this sure looks like a hell of a lot of chaos." Makime frowned. "Perhaps you do need your eyes checked. This isn't chaos. This fight was quite predictable and rather inevitable from a universal standpoint." She slid to the side and dealt a chop to an angel's neck. "This aggression is simply a rebalancing of all the pent-up negative energies on both sides."
"Behind you,"
the Mantle hissed. Maine barely evaded a forward thrust from an angel blade. She slammed her palm into the angel's face and then kicked him backward in the chest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more angel guards swooped down from nowhere, brandishing their swords.
"Close your eyes,"
Noff yipped, the key marking on his rump starting to glow. Maine shut her eyes as Noff's body flared.
The two angels touched down right in front of Maine, clutching their eyes as they staggered around.
I am the Noff, and I am hot like the sun,
Noff yipped. Maine and Makime both rushed forward and non-lethally disabled each of the angel guards. Noff blasted off and did a backflip onto Maine's shoulder.
You know what they say? Teamwork makes the dream work.
From somewhere behind them, her uncle let loose a war bellow and struck the ground with a claw hammer. Vicious force waves tore through the air in outward spirals, knocking down fighters on both sides. Maine spun to the ground, but sprang right back up. If we don't do something fast, there's not going to be a team or a dream. As Maine picked her way through all the unconscious angels sprawled in the mud, an angel guard raised a sword and swung down at her uncle. Her uncle knocked the blade to the side with a deceptively fast block with the claw hammer, then struck the angel to the ground with the demonic weapon. Another angel guard leapt for him and received an arrow in the shoulder from Cupid. Joffrey kicked the angel guard to the ground. He was moving with intent, but what was he moving toward? Then she saw and understood. Her uncle was tromping toward where the guardian squatted, clutching his side. "No!" Maine shouted, sending 2 fireballs at her uncle. Joffrey swung back twice with the claw hammer, sending the fireballs ricocheting off and exploding harmlessly into the night sky, like fireworks.
He's real fast for a big guy,
Noff yipped. Maine was about to reach Joffrey when Sage threw himself in front of her. They collided and went to the ground. As she picked herself up off Sage, he muttered something that sounded like, "The mushrooms are not happy." Mushrooms are not happy? Makime joined her now. When an angel tried to run up alongside them, her barbed hair attacked the angel, who shrieked and ran off, clutching at his wounded face.
"Wish my hair could do that,"
Noff yipped. Unbelievably, it seemed as though the demon weapon holders were winning in the fight against the angel guards, Maine thought, as she frantically searched for her uncle. She reached her uncle just as he and the guardian were facing off like 2 duelists. They quick-stepped to the side in matching fashion, moving in a circle, mirroring each other's movements. Their eyes were focused only on their enemy. Everything else did not exist to them. Considering the guardian's wounded condition, Maine figured her uncle could KO him with one well-aimed strike of the claw hammer. She was searching for something to crash over her uncle's head when her uncle darted forward, commencing his attack on the guardian. The guardian hunkered down and raised his arms defensively. Noff yipped.
"This is gonna get messy."
It didn't. The claw hammer descended upon the guardian, but stopped short, connecting with a magic shield. "Impossible," Joffrey grunted, the claw hammer surging with magic as he flexed his muscles. The angel leader gave his head a haughty shake. "You forget. I am the guardian." Then he conjured a white blade from thin air and held it to the troll hunter's throat. "Now, yield." Joffrey grunted as he tried to maneuver away, but the mud and dirt clumps entangled his feet. It seemed odd that he couldn't pull free. Was something else at work here? Finally, he nodded solemnly. "I yield." He uttered the words like a cold threat. The guardian took a careful step backward from Joffrey, then thrust his white sword into the air triumphantly. His voice rang clear and true. "Call reinforcements." Acquiescing to his authority, the angel guards still standing bent on one knee. Then several of them conjured large brass trumpets and tooted out a heavenly tune. In response, a crack of thunder split the air. Then hundreds of whooshes ravaged the air over the battlefield as more angel guards descended. Cupid flitted beside her uncle and pointed his demonic bow up at the new angel forces. They were hopelessly outnumbered now. The angels kept coming. Maine groaned. "I just want some friggin' downtime. Is that too much to ask? First I got kidnapped by angels. Then I got attacked by demons. Then angels. Now there are more angels coming."
"Can't always get what you want, partner. Ready for our last stand?"
Maine popped her knuckles. Her energy was failing her, and she knew she didn't stand a chance. "Warning," the Mantle hissed. "Roots." "Roots?" Maine asked. Then she saw it. "Duck!" she shouted to Cupid and her uncle. Noff yipped,
"Roots?"
Then he saw it too. A giant rope-like root rising from the ground, about to lash out at Cupid and Joffrey. Cupid just managed to evade the root. Her uncle, however, couldn't move his feet from the ground. Now, Maine realized that more roots were wrapped around his ankles and holding him in place. It's why he'd had to yield to the Guardian. The root tried to smack him across the chest, but he deflected with the claw hammer, and the root turned its attention to one of the newly arrived angels having just touched down. It knocked the angel guard to the ground in no time flat.
"Why they attacking us?"
Noff yipped. Maine recalled what Sage had said earlier. Something about the mushrooms being mad. Mad? Why? Oh, because they were fighting at the site of their digging operation. She searched for Sage. When she found him, she dashed over to him. "Duck!" the Mantle hissed. The root scraped her shoulder as she passed under it and came to her knees by Sage's dazed form. "Can you still talk to the mushrooms?" she asked frantically. "Oh, yeah. But they're, so hostile at the moment. They be all like, 'You go now or we kill you.' I like talking to the little green men more." "I don't care about the little green men." She grabbed him by the shoulders. Usually, he was the one with the plan. Now he was just tripping balls. "The mushrooms. They're pissed at us for fighting here. Can you tell them we're sorry, that we'll leave them in peace?" "Can you help me up? I can try to speak their language again." She pulled him to his feet with a quick tug. Then he did something she wasn't expecting. He started squatting up and down while patting his mouth with his muddy palm, making odd squelching sounds.
"Seriously,"
Noff yipped.
"you need to be recording this shit."
"Behind you." Maine kicked out behind her, striking an angel guard off balance. Noff finished him off with a blast to the chin. He gave her a furry high five as he blasted back to her shoulder. While Sage continued his whatever he was doing, Maine dispatched another angel who had landed. All around them, angels and demon weapon holders were crying out in surprise as roots grabbed their ankles and dragged them across the mud and dirt. The roots would have grabbed Maine's ankles, too, had the Mantle not been telling her when to hop and evade. It was like playing a dance arcade game, and she hated dancing. When her strength was about to give out, Sage stopped moving his body. He grinned stupidly at her. "What?" Maine asked, as a giant root lifted from the ground. It appeared that it was about to strike Sage a nasty blow on the back of the head, and there was nothing she could do about it. She was too far away, and a fireball wouldn't be quick enough. Then the root hesitated and attacked an angel guard instead, tossing him far over the battlefield. Sage stopped grinning long enough to say, "I communed with the magic mushrooms." "What did you say to them?" "Let's just say that they will let us go. They think the angels are the bad guys." Passing her gaze over the battlefield, she saw that the roots were unentangling themselves from the weapon holders and attacking all of the newly arrived angel guards instead. She ran up to Sage and kissed him on the muddy cheek. When she pulled away, the demon weapon holders were starting to form up around her. "We just need a way to escape," she said.
"On it, partner,"
Noff yipped. Then he threw back his tiny head and let out what was probably supposed to be a long and loud howl, instead of a short, shrill yapping. "What is the small one doing?" Zombie Icarus groaned, his bones popping as he craned his neck down to get a better look at Noff.
"Calling in the cavalry, baby."
A few moments later, the hulking forms of dire wolves materialized out of the night. Their shaggy coats shook like shag rugs as they clawed towards them.
"Everyone, get on!"
Noff yipped.
"But the angel guards and the demon will be able to track us,"
Joffrey grunted as he selected a dire wolf, Dirk, the former pack leader, who looked like he would rather have anyone except the big scary troll ride him as a mount. The goblin mage thrust up a finger.
"Not so, for with my lightning in a bottle, I can temporarily mask our trail from all entities and technology."
"Then what are we waiting for?" Maine asked, as she hopped up and threw a leg over Susie, the latest direwolf pack leader.
Let's go.
Chapter 21.
Where exactly are we going?
Noff yipped in Maine's ear. They were moving fast through the woods. All of the demon weapon holders, Al and Sage included, were riding the direwolves. Maine didn't recognize some wolves, which meant this wasn't only Noff's pack. It was still night, so darkness aided in concealing them. If the goblin mage told the truth, his lightning in a bottle was masking their trail. I don't know, Maine admitted. They'd made it a good distance away from the old logging district, where the magic mushrooms presumably were still keeping the angels tied up. Literally. They weren't far from Rainwater, though. They had cut a big semicircle around the town. Her Uncle Joffrey pulled up level with Maine's direwolf mount.
Your father's troll cave, perhaps, he grunted.
No dice, Maine shouted over the rushing air. It's flooded.
Flooded? How?
A good luck spell gone bad.
Oh, see, that's why I stick to blunt weapons and fireballs. Not much can go wrong there.
I'll keep that in mind, Maine said. Surely there is somewhere we can lie low for the time being. The sacred sourdough?
Joffrey chortled. All of us demonic weapon holders hold up at the sourdough? The corruptor has minions everywhere. We'd stick out like a sore troll thumb there.
So basically we should stay out of Rainwater? Her uncle nodded. He slapped his direwolf mount for more speed, but Dirk, the former pack leader, wheezed and somehow managed to maintain the current pace under the troll's weight.
I've got it, Joffrey said suddenly. We go to my cave.
Your cave? Maine asked. Oh, wait. Are you talking about the one down in the ravine in the woods? Under that covered bridge? He belly laughed affirmatively. Noff snickered.
I still can't believe your uncle lived under a bridge. He's a real OT.
OT? Maine asked.
Yeah, OT. Original troll.
Maine shook her head. But it's caved in. I caved it in.
Ah, but niece, we have the needle. We can shape it anew.
The troll hunter grinned toothily at Maine. No, we don't, Maine said. I'm pretty sure the Guardian has it. Joffrey kept a wild, gleeful look on his face.
We shall see. We shall see.
What did that mean? Did her uncle secretly have the needle? Had he stolen it from the Guardian during their fight? Oh well, she'd find out once they reached her uncle's cave. They were making good time until Joffrey's direwolf started huffing and finally slowed its gait.
I think there's something wrong with my mount, he barked.
Dirk rasped.
Wearing down. Need break. Weakness. Fire. Vegetables. Carrying too much weight. Suggestion. Sweep the legs.
Maine's direwolf, Susie, Noff's current pack leader, scoffed. You should train harder. Maine could tell that Susie's pace had slowed as well. No matter how good a shape they were in, these direwolves weren't used to bearing riders on their backs. How about we rest for a bit? Maine suggested. Her uncle twisted on his mount.
Rest? We're only a 20-minute ride to my cave.
Without warning, Dirk stopped and lowered his front paws and head, catapulting the troll hunter into a bushy pine tree. When he extracted himself from the needly foliage, sap stuck to his clothing, furs, and the claw hammer. He spat some of the sticky substance to the ground while Dirk gave a sly smirk. When Joffrey saw the direwolf's reaction, a menacing growl started deep in the troll's throat. Then Joffrey threw back his head and belly laughed. He approached the exhausted direwolf and mussed up the fur on his head.
I like this one, niece, Joffrey told Maine. Has an attitude to match mine.
Dirk growled and snapped at Joffrey's hand.
As vicious as me, too. I think I shall enjoy breaking him in.
Dirk snapped his jaws at the troll again. I am not some wild stallion to be tamed.
Come here, my boy.
Joffrey knelt beside the direwolf with surprising speed, wrapped a bulging arm around Dirk's shoulders, and held him down while he stroked the direwolf's fur with his other hand. At first, Dirk let out a warning growl. Then he relented, allowing Joffrey to continue petting him.
Ah, they're friends,
Noff yipped in feigned amusement.
A troll hunter and his former prey. This would make a good story, you know. A Hallmark story. Or maybe they could team up and fight crime like Starsky and Hutch.
Maine threw a leg off her direwolf mount and leapt to the ground. You watch too much TV.
Ha!
Susie howled in delight, shaking out her body after carrying Maine and Noff.
The half-troll is correct. You always did spend too much time watching the Nature Channel instead of going out and hunting.
Noff blasted off into the air, landing softly in front of Susie.
Sis, let me tell you about the rabbit I hunted outside of Los Angeles.
Oh, a rabbit?
Susie flashed Maine a curious and very amused look. Maine winked, and noticed Sage's direwolf had stopped. She headed toward him.
Yep, that fluffy bunny was a fat little bastard,
Noff said behind her. As Maine reached Sage, she found him wobbling on his perch. She extended a hand and helped him down to the ground. Weakness. Uneasy stomach due to the ill-advised combination of shrooms and a direwolf ride. Suggestion. Stand back. You are in the splash zone. Let nature run its course. Sage turned to her and opened his mouth. Puke came up, and he doubled over on the ground. Maine evaded just in time.
There goes the pastrami I had for lunch,
he muttered deliriously. He retched again.
And the sourdough bread. And the sauerkraut.
Maine watched, unable to help him at the moment. When he finished puking, she bent and touched his shoulder. You all right? Sage wiped some spittle from his mouth.
Better now. Those little green men are some real sons of bitches.
What do you mean?
They said it would be fine to ride the direwolves. They sang a song about it. Once the direwolf started running, I felt sick, and it was too late to get off.
Such is the ride that is life, Maine said.
Such wisdom, the Mantle hissed. And coming from a troll woman.
Maine disregarded the quip and helped Sage up. For a long time, he still looked wobbly. Then his eyes latched onto her chest, and he heaved a sigh. Maine rolled her eyes. Are my breasts still swelling? He nodded.
Focusing on them helps me not feel sick.
You're sure that's all? She said.
I'm sorry, he said a short time later. I've never eaten shrooms before. Might have eaten too much. I had to make sure I ingested enough to commune with the mushrooms. I had to do it for you.
She smiled at him, even though he couldn't see it at the moment. She hugged him. Thanks for coming to my rescue.
We're far from being safe.
Sage's eyes stayed glued on her boobs.
The demon. And along the way, I overheard Cupid speaking about some archangel on the demon's side.
Yeah, well, at least we have each other, Maine said.
And boobs, Sage added. Sorry.
He finally managed to make eye contact with her.
Do you know how I can...
He wobbled again.
Overcome the shrooms?
The Mantle says rest is the best thing, so don't even think about trying to solve it with a potion. Sage nodded gratefully.
First thing, when we get back to where we're going, I'm going to take a long nap.
Maine smiled and touched his cheek. He touched her hand.
We'll get through this, he said. We all will.
Her smile faltered a bit as she recalled Atlas and the holder of the crystal lance, who had both fallen. She stepped back from him. I'm going to check on some of the others before we push on. You going to be okay without ogling me? He smirked.
I'll keep my eyes closed the rest of the way. Picture you in my mind.
She left Sage and walked past the direwolves. Most were stretching. A few were relieving themselves around the perimeter. Up ahead were the goblin mage and zombie Icarus. She stopped to check on them and made sure that none of their wounds needed tending to. She also inquired if they knew anything about the needle. They said they didn't. She was about to head back to her dire wolf when she paused and realized someone was missing. Then she saw the cherub sitting on a tree stump with his chubby arms crossed over his bare chest, and stepped up to him. "You look troubled." Cupid uncrossed his arms and glanced up at her.
"Maybe I'm just alone."
"Alone?"
"In case you haven't noticed, I'm tagging along with a bunch of evil demonic weapon holders."
"Hey, don't forget, you've got a demonic weapon, too." She eyed the bow strapped to his back. His words were exasperated.
"Yeah, but I'm one of the good guys."
"We're all the good guys. The corruptor is the bad guy, remember? Him and his demon horde, and that scary archangel lady." Cupid stiffened. "Do you know her?" Maine asked. The cherub made a face.
"You do, don't you? Only in the way that all angels know of each other. She used to be a hero among angel kind. A legend. She was a real force of good, smiting demon hordes back during the angel and demon wars, when the angels pushed back the demon forces into their respective hell dimensions."
"There was a war between angels and demons?" Maine asked. "They don't teach you that in history class."
"Human school doesn't teach a lot of things, like how to make your appendages glow, or how to cast sleep spells, or how to levitate. They also don't teach about the corruptor."
"They do in magic schools?" Cupid gave her an incredulous look.
"He's got an entire course, part of the required core curriculum, devoted to him and his ways."
"Interesting. Since I never took that class, how about you give me a quick version?" He eyed her.
"You want me to tell you of the corruptor's ways? Okay."
"Keep it straightforward. Nothing confusing like most mythical creatures' explanations about magic."
"Sure. It's pretty simple, really. The corruptor is the worst demon. He twists one's souls until they do bad. Generally, he achieves this by convincing you that there is no other way, and he is right. Trouble is, he uses the truth to get you. The corruptor never lies. I'm not sure how he got to the archangel, but it must have been pretty convincing for her to switch sides."
She focused on Cupid's grim facial features.
"Weakness. The chubby baby angel seems to be justifying the archangel's betrayal of angel kind. He is hiding something. They must have been close friends at one time, and as a result, the archangel's betrayal deeply hurt Cupid."
Maine thought about this. Cupid did say he felt alone. It was true that he didn't seem to fit in with the rest of the angels. Maybe the archangel had been an exception.
"Suggestion. Talk about how the archangel is lost forever. She will die a traitor, forever known as one in the annals of history. Her former heroic legacy overridden. This will hurt Cupid deeply. When he is sobbing inconsolably, rip off his wings and shove him to the ground. Kick him when he's down."
Maine winced at the viciousness of the Mantle's suggestion. Instead of trying to cause the cherub physical harm, she stepped up and set a hand on his tiny back. "I don't know what to say to make things better, but this too will pass." The Mantle hissed.
"Have you been reading poetry?"
It paused.
"Because your prose stinks of unoriginality and deep sentiment."
Cupid glanced up at her. Maybe it was the moonlight, but it looked like a shimmer in his eyes. Maybe the Mantle was right about him being on the verge of sobbing. "Now come on," Maine said. "The dire wolves are probably ready to start moving again." As she walked away, Cupid cleared his throat.
"Thanks, Maine."
She nodded. His voice tugged at her heartstrings.
"Careful," the Mantle warned. "You're growing soft."
"And you're an old rag. Let's stick to identifying others' weaknesses, okay? Not mine." The Mantle was silent as she made her way back to her direwolf mount. Chapter 22. Despite the steepness of the dark forest ravine, the direwolves picked their way down without any issue. It was a little scary how silently such large, deadly creatures could move. Maine was glad they were on her side. When they reached the cave that had served as her uncle's home while he had been hunting the direwolves earlier that year, they found it still caved in, except for a small section near its mouth, where Joffrey had clambered out from under the rockfall. Maine shared an uneasy look with her uncle.
"What's wrong?"
He laughed. "Well, we nearly killed each other here."
"That's what makes us true trolls. Occasionally we fight and try to kill each other. All perfectly natural and good."
"If you say so." Maine advanced to inspect the collapsed cave. The rocks were massive, too heavy for even her uncle to move by hand. Maybe this hadn't been such a good place for a hideout. Joffrey clapped his thick hands together with eagerness.
"Now, will the bearer of the needle please step forward?"
"I'm so confused," Maine said. "You don't have it?" She turned and watched the rest of the group standing about. They all looked as puzzled as her. Then Al stepped forward. He blinked.
"I am the protector of the needle."
"You?" Maine asked. "Whoa! That's like a huge secret you've been keeping."
"It is why I was trying to keep my distance from you at the Angel's safe house. When the Guardian entrusted the needle to me many years ago for safekeeping, he made me swear an oath not to tell anyone about it until it was necessary. That oath extended even to you, my master. I do hope you can forgive me."
Maine licked her lips in excitement. Yeah. That's so cool. My butler has the needle. I have the mantle. My uncle has the claw hammer. Who says the Fates don't have an odd sense of humor?" This elicited a few chuckles. Al studied Joffrey with an intense look in his eye.
"How did you know I had the needle?"
Joffrey thrust his shoulders back and planted a foot on a boulder.
"Call it a tracker's intuition. For one, it didn't make sense that the angels were keeping you with us if you didn't have a demonic weapon. 2, the Guardian kept looking your way in the safe house. He tried not to make it obvious, but I can spot such things. Also, I noticed you patting the pocket of your suit coat a couple of times."
Al blinked. "Quite perceptive of you."
"Well," Joffrey said, "come on. Let's see the needle in action."
Al bustled up to the cave's entrance and surveyed the rocks along with Maine. "You think the needle can fix this mess?" Maine said. "The whole cave is probably collapsed."
"Oh, most certainly it is. And most certainly it can, Master Maine."
"Then what are you waiting for?" Maine asked softly, to not be heard by the rest. Al closed his eye for a few moments, then blinked open. "Oh," Maine said. "Were you checking to make sure you wouldn't die if you used the needle?"
"Precisely."
He reached into his tattered suit coat and pulled out a long silver needle with an eye at the end to run a thread through. "It's so... Can I touch it?" Maine asked. Al nodded, and she did so. It felt cold, and it pulsed with power. She pulled back her hand. "You know, it's odd that I've never realized you were doing that death vision thing in the past."
"We Cyclops don't try to make it obvious. Besides, we can't always consult whether our actions will bring about our deaths. That's no way to live."
"True. So how's the needle work?"
"Haven't the foggiest,"
Al murmured. "You haven't ever used it?" Maine asked. Joffrey's voice boomed from behind them, making Maine start.
"What's taking so long?"
Al confirmed to Maine that he had never used the needle before. "Why not?"
"Because this is a very powerful demonic weapon. In the wrong hands, it could be catastrophic."
She narrowed her eyes at the demonic weapon. "Really? A needle?"
"With the needle," Al instructed, "one could construct a fortress out of a mountain in moments, or raise one to the ground in the same amount of time."
Is this where you give me the "with great power comes great responsibility" spiel? Because I've already heard it about the mantle. He nodded at her.
Come on, Joffrey grunted. What are you two talking about? We're burning moonlight.
Al straightened his suit coat.
Right. Now, let's give this needle a whirl.
He raised the needle and directed its tip at the cave-in. Maine caught his wrist.
Yes?
You didn't see her death, did you? Her butler blinked.
Most assuredly not.
She grinned and released him. She watched as he gestured with the needle, spinning and bobbing it. Just when she thought she was certain that nothing was happening, the air in front of them began to shimmer. No, the rocks and the outline of the cave began to shimmer. At that moment, Noff blasted up and landed on Maine's shoulder. He panted with excitement. As they watched, the rocks abruptly stopped shimmering. Then they simply disappeared.
Holy shit! They're gone! They're all gone!
Noff yipped. He hopped to the ground and was about to dash off into the newly cleared cave when Maine caught him by the scruff of the neck. Hold on. We don't know if the structure will hold. Al blinked and wiped a hand over his forehead.
Oh, it will hold. This cave is stronger now than it has ever been.
How do you know? Maine asked. Al held up the needle and waggled it at her. He must have used the rockfall to reinforce the existing structure.
So cool.
Unable to contain her excitement, Maine bounded into the cave. Darkness pressed in on her, and she conjured up a fireball and kept it floating above her palm so she could see. True to his word, Al had cleared out all the debris. Old crates and trunks filled with her uncle's gear littered one wall, some crushed beyond recognition. She realized that he'd fortified the walls and stone pillars. Wow! The needle was friggin' cool! Footsteps sounded behind her. She turned to see Al.
Do you approve? Al asked.
Maine threw an arm around his shoulders.
So awesome! Hey, what else can you do with that needle?
Al had his hands in his pockets now, the needle safely tucked inside his tattered suit coat. Behind him, weapon holders and dire wolves filtered cautiously into the cave.
I am sure that it can do many things, he said. It is probably only limited by one's creativity.
So you could fix up some food from nothing?
Perhaps.
Or fix dirty dishes by making them clean? He nodded. Could you fix people by healing their injuries?
Yes, Master Maine. The needle can do that. But like I said, I chose not to use it. For a weapon like this, best not to use it unless necessary. It will only attract the demon, and you know from experience that powerful magic can have unintended side effects.
Yeah, fine. I know what you mean. That good luck spell backfired when it helped the demon escape. She recalled speaking briefly with all the weapon holders in the clearing when they had stopped for a break. Luckily, no one is seriously wounded.
Yes, it is very fortunate.
Maine ran down the length of the cave to the end, where her uncle had kept 2 of the dire wolves locked in cages. The cages were smashed flat, and there was a lot of open room there. She had seen some darkened cave branches farther back too, which meant there was plenty of space for everyone to lie low for a bit, until they could figure out their next move. As everyone settled in and inspected the place, the goblin mage said that he had put a warding spell on the entrance. Maine expected everyone to be weary and tired. Instead, the weapon holders were already busy making plans to construct a makeshift war room where they could discuss the threat of the demon. However, as the minutes turned into hours, she saw them being overtaken by yawns, one by one. They had been fighting and on the run for a long time. That had a way of catching up with one's body. Before she found a place to lie down and catch some Z's, she saw that Sage had already claimed a spot along the cave wall in the main tunnel. Noff padded up to Maine and said he would sleep next to Sage to make sure he was okay while he slept. What a great partner and loyal guard dog. Guard direwolf? Maine rummaged through some of her uncle's smashed gear until she found a wolf fur. She rolled it up into a makeshift pillow and eased it under Sage's head. He stirred as he slept, muttering something about not being able to trust the little green men. Also something that sounded like, boobs are the gods' greatest gift to mankind. Noff snickered.
How many shrooms did that guy eat? Joffrey grunted from behind her.
She turned to face him. I don't know. But if it weren't for him, we'd all be dead down in the dwarven ruins. Those mushroom roots saved our butts.
Her uncle nodded. How about we follow suit and get some sleep too?
She yawned.
Sounds like a really good idea.
Chapter 23. Maine awoke to voices. As she cocked her head and listened, she realized her uncle was discussing their next moves with the rest of the demonic weapon holders. She stretched and glanced toward the cave's entrance. It was light out, but the sunlight was dim, which meant it was late in the afternoon. She'd gotten some sleep, which was good. She headed toward the sound of the voices at the back end of the cave, where a large slab of rock in the center served as a war room table. Her uncle stood at its head.
Ah, niece!
He waved for her to join them. Gathered at the roughly fashioned stone table were the rest of the demon weapon holders, the goblin mage, Al, Cupid, and zombie Icarus. There was one spot left between Al and Cupid. Maine took the stone-hewn chair and sat. Did the needle make this table and chairs? She asked. The weapon holders exchanged polite laughter.
Certainly not,
Al whispered to her. Joffrey beat his chest.
Nay, I carved this functional stone furniture from the cave wall itself.
With what? A magic jackhammer? Her uncle patted the head of the claw hammer, resting on the top of the table before him like a scepter. Right, Maine said. Thanks for not collapsing the cave on our heads while we slept. Wow, I must have been sleeping like the dead. Zombie Icarus gave a cheesy grin. I know I did.
Now, back to the matters at hand, Joffrey began.
Cupid smacked his palm on the tabletop.
You know, this would make a perfect ping-pong table. Anyone got a ping-pong ball so I can whoop this troll's ass? Again?
Joffrey growled. Maine said quickly, What are you all discussing? The goblin mage leaned forward over the table.
We were trying to cajole old One-Eye into fixing us a pot of coffee.
Maine glared at the goblin. Get your own butler. Joffrey belly laughed.
What he meant to say is that we were discussing our strategy for the next time the Archangel attacks us.
Yeah, that would be helpful, Maine said. Did anyone have any suggestions? Al nodded at Maine.
Makime said she would perform a shamanistic ritual to determine a special defense against the Archangel. Noff is going to help her.
That was good. Hopefully Makime discovered something, or they probably wouldn't survive the next Archangel encounter. The rest of the demon weapon holders expressed their concerns and hopes, and eventually Joffrey cleared his throat.
Next on the agenda, the Corruptor. He now walks free, so where is he? He didn't personally join the attack on the Angel Safe House, so it reasons that he is pursuing a different objective.
The goblin mage slapped the table.
Speaking of safe houses, I think this cave is safer than that Angel Safe House. Am I right?
That elicited some chuckles from all around the table. Maine was starting to wonder if these guys expected to get anything done, or if they were going to keep making bad jokes. I think I know where he's heading, she said. Everyone stopped laughing and turned expectantly toward her. Isn't it obvious? He wants his demonic weapons back, and arguably the most powerful of them isn't here. It's with Father Time. The goblin mage turned to Joffrey.
Your niece is quite smart for a troll.
Her uncle beamed.
Ah, yes. But where is Father Time?
Not in the demon's clutches, Cupid said. How do you know, Tiny Wings? The goblin mage asked.
Cupid frowned.
Because we're still alive. I disagree, the goblin mage said. If the Corruptor gets his claws on the demonic timepiece, he doesn't need our weapons right away. Sure, he'll hunt us down one by one and reclaim his weapons.
He can try, her uncle interrupted.
But his priority will be ensuring his security, bolstering his ranks of minions, locating a suitable stronghold, preparing himself for a full-on assault by the entirety of the angelic hosts. He knows that even with the demonic timepiece, there are too many angels to contend with.
Zombie Icarus craned his withered neck. First, he must find the demonic timepiece. He must find Father Time.
Where is Father Time headed?
The goblin mage asked. It seemed to Maine that the goblin mage was pressing the question. Why did it matter so much if they knew where Father Time was? Was the goblin a spy? Maine spoke up. The Guardian said there are only 2 safe places where the demon could not track his weapons. The Angel Safe House was the first place. What's the second? The goblin mage turned to Joffrey.
Your niece asks very good questions. Are you sure you are both related?
This elicited another round of laughter from those around the stone table. Joffrey shook his head.
The angels and their secrets. I suppose it would have been too much to tell us in case the safe house didn't work out.
Spoiler,
said the goblin mage.
It didn't.
Maine bit her lip. We could ask the Guardian.
We're not letting any angels into our plan,
the goblin mage said.
Hey,
Cupid warned.
Sorry, little feller. You know what I mean.
Cupid climbed up onto the table and stepped toward the goblin mage.
No, I don't. How about you spell it out?
Boys, Maine said, standing up and slapping both hands on the stone table. She suddenly wished Makime was there to help negate this chaos. Was she still performing a ritual? Cupid cursed under his breath and plopped back onto his stone seat, which Maine thought resembled more of a high chair than a stone chair. She kept this thought to herself, though. Maine addressed them all again. If Father Time is heading to the second safe place, the Guardian knows where it is. He'll tell me if I ask him.
How are you so sure?
Asked the goblin mage. Because he owes me a boon.
Oh.
The goblin stroked his chin thoughtfully, then straightened.
I vote hell no. He'll send the rest of the angels to this cave. They'll smite the area around it for miles and kill us all in an attempt to secure the demonic weapons.
Joffrey slammed his fist onto the table.
Shall we take a vote, then? All in favor of contacting the Guardian.
This conversation was moving so fast. Maine and Al raised their hands.
Those against?
Everyone else raised their hands. The Mantle hissed. According to troll culture, if you disagree with your uncle, you must now fight to the death to settle the dispute. Yeah, she wasn't going to do that. Instead, she said, one of you has to have an idea of where the second safe place might be. The goblin mage and zombie Icarus shook their heads.
I don't know of any other angel safe houses either, Joffrey said, and I've been all over the world.
Maine thought it over. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. The Guardian knows where it is, but I don't think it's connected to angels, or else they would probably have split us up so we weren't all in one place. That means it's somewhere else, somewhere not controlled by angels. Maybe it's neutral territory, or hard to get to. The goblin mage grinned.
Definitely the smartest troll I've ever met since Valkius.
With a smirk, Maine said, What can I say? I'm a good troll detective. Zombie Icarus cleared his throat. If it's not connected to the angels, perhaps I may know where the other safe place is. The war room fell silent. Joffrey beat his fist upon the stone table again.
Well, out with it! Where is it?
I'm not 100% sure. It's a myth, really.
You're a myth,
the goblin mage joked. Zombie Icarus continued. I think the Guardian may have been referring to the underground labyrinth of the Palace of Knossos on the Greek island of Crete. Shit. Another labyrinth?
Maine muttered. Not just any labyrinth, Zombie Icarus said. The labyrinth? King Minos's labyrinth. I've always wanted to go to Greece, Maine said. But I don't know. Isn't that a popular tourist attraction? Probably to humans and mythical creatures? Zombie Icarus smiled proudly. It is. Then why would it contain the safest place in the world to hide a demonic weapon? This wasn't making sense. Until now, she wasn't even sure a labyrinth existed in Greece. She thought it had been a myth. It was hard to keep them all straight when many of the myths had turned out to be real. Many humans flock to visit the site each year, Zombie Icarus said. And to mythical beings, the palace is like Disney World. He frowned at Maine. You've never seen an I've been to the labyrinth and survived t-shirt? No, I'm still kind of new to living beyond the veil. Cupid stirred. That can't be where the second safe place is. I have one of the shirts. It was a tourist trap, not a heavily warded safe haven. Ah, Zombie Icarus said. But rumor has it that the true labyrinth is beneath the tourist attraction. They say that only a minotaur can locate it. Cupid crossed his arms. I say it's only a myth. The goblin mage chuckled. You're Cupid. You're a myth. Cupid climbed up onto the table again, brandishing a childish fist. I'll cut you. Maine gestured wildly in the air. I know how we can settle this. How? Cupid and the goblin mage both asked in unison. Maine grinned. With a phone call to a minotaur. Chapter 24. She pulled her phone from her purse, but there was no cell service down in the ravine, so she had a direwolf carry her up to the rim, where she watched the sunset as she spoke with Minnie, the minotaur mechanic. He had claimed to be working on an automobile, and the conversation was brief. And odd. Afterward, she rode back down to her uncle's cave. Now she was standing in the war room again. Everyone stood instead of sitting. Makime and Noff were there too. Hey, you two, Maine greeted them. Makime smiled. I have concluded my shamanistic ritual in one of the cave branches. Oh, and I was helping, Noff yipped, a little too excitedly. How did you help exactly? Maine asked. With the disrobing and body painting, of course. Right. This wasn't her stepmom's first naked shaman ritual, or whatever it was. Did you, find what you were looking for? Yes, Makime said. A way to defend ourselves from the Archangel's powerful magic. First, let us hear what you found out from Minnie. That sounded promising. Nodding, Maine addressed the whole room. Minnie did confirm that there is a secret labyrinth under the labyrinth. The labyrinth core is called the Lost, and it is the safest place in the world. There are several secret entrances to the labyrinth, hidden and locked with a special key. What's the key? Noff yipped. A minotaur. Noff whined. Yeah, should have known. What else did you learn? Joffrey asked. Minnie was acting a bit strange. He said he'd only been there once and couldn't talk about it over the phone. Said he could only talk about it in person. I'm to meet him at the Sacred Sourdough tonight after it closes. What? Noff asked. The big lug couldn't tell you over the phone? He said it was privacy issues. I don't know. He seemed skittish. Joffrey raised a leg and placed his foot atop the stone table. So, you have to go to Rainwater to see him in person? That's dangerous. I'm not sure we should take that risk. The Corruptor has minions everywhere. What if this is a ploy? Zombie Icarus said. What if this Minnie the Minotaur is the demon's servant? What if this is a trap to reclaim one of the demonic weapons? Minnie is harmless, Maine said. Mostly. I mean, he's afraid of gremlins. Hey, gremlins have sharp teeth, Cupid said. I don't like it, her uncle said. Don't worry. I'm a troll, Maine said. Besides, I won't be alone. I'll have my bodyguard with me." Noff blasted up onto Maine's shoulder.
"Damn straight! Now, let's go get some pie."
Maine's stomach growled. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten. "I'm going too." Everyone turned their heads to look at the latest speaker. Sage stood in the main tunnel, leaning against the wall. His clothes and skin were no longer as muddy as they had been, and his eyes were full of energy. "Sage, are you okay?" Maine said, hurrying over to him. His smile warmed her.
"Never been better, although I could use a shower."
"You're not still seeing little green men parachuting from the sky?"
"Nope. You were right. I slept it off. I'm going with you tonight to the sacred sourdough."
"Why?"
"We need a way of defending against the Archangel's magic attacks. If we don't even the odds for our next fight with her—"
"That's right," Maine said. "She can force choke people. She nearly killed my uncle. Makime said she found a way during her ritual."
Sage glanced Makime's way. "Exactly. With the help of contacting some spirits, we've found a potent protection spell that should be strong enough. But I need ingredients from the sacred sourdough."
"You sure you're not still tripping balls? One magic spell is going to protect us? That Archangel was pretty powerful."
"He speaks the truth," Makime confirmed.
"Wait, Sage, you weren't involved with the naked shaman ritual too, were you?"
He blushed. "No. I was researching. For a troll, your uncle has quite the collection of old spell books in one of his trunks. Some are even banned from magic schools, so you know they have good spells in them."
"How does the protection spell work?" Maine asked.
"Once I have all the ingredients, I will cast the spell on us. Then the Archangel will not be able to kill us. In one hit, at least."
Maine turned from Sage to Makime. "You guys are great," she said, unable to hide her excitement.
"I never knew how spooky rainwater could look after dark," Maine said softly. Her footsteps echoed eerily off the cobblestone street she was walking down. Noff and Sage walked at each side of her. The two dire wolves that had carried them waited at the edge of town in the tree line. They would come if summoned by Noff, but otherwise they would wait until it was time to head back to the ravine hideout.
"What do you mean?"
Noff yipped.
"We've walked rainwater streets plenty of times at night. Half the time we go to the sacred sourdoughs after closing time."
Maine glanced over her shoulder. "I know, but something feels different this time. I don't know. The Mantle feels it too."
Noff lowered his leg from a fire hydrant and padded up to her.
"Oh, yeah? What's the Mantle saying?"
"Nothing, at the moment. That's what's worrying me." There were no lights on in any of the houses. Not a single one. It also seemed that there were fewer cars parked on the street. She pointed this out to Noff and Sage.
"You're right," Sage said. "That is a little odd. Maybe people left town in case the demons showed up. Rainwater is a big hub for mythical creatures."
"Maybe," Maine said. The sacred sourdough wasn't far away now. They kept walking, following the street lamps that led the way.
"You know what?"
Noff yipped, when they had a block to go.
"Maybe this is a trap, and Minnie is a rat bastard spy."
Maine spotted a figure up ahead in the darkness of the sacred sourdough's parking lot. She spoke softly. "Stop it. We're not turning on our friends." She squinted into the shadowy parking lot. The figure wasn't there anymore. "Sage, since when does the sourdough not have lights in the back parking lot?"
Sage looked grim. "It did when I was here last night. You're right. Something's up."
He flexed his hands in front of him, ready to cast a spell at a moment's notice. "You smell anything off with that magic nose of yours?" she asked Noff.
Noff yipped.
"Can't smell much, 'cause of the rain."
"But it's a magic nose."
"Woman, it's still a nose. Water messes with scents. And in a town like Rainwater, where, incidentally, there's a whole lot of rainwater, it can be almost impossible."
Maine shushed him.
"Over there," she said. "I think I see someone. Against the side of the sacred sourdough, by the garbage clam."
"Which one?" Sage asked.
Never mind. It's gone. I must be seeing things." Noff urinated on a fire hydrant and caught up with them.
In a town like Rainwater, you're probably not just seeing things.
They reached the Sacred Sourdough's parking lot. There was no one there, just the garbage clams sitting outside along the restaurant's wall. Sage looked furtively all around.
Didn't Minnie say he was going to meet you here?
Yeah?
Maine moved in a slow circle around the empty parking lot, searching for clues. All she saw was Noff with a leg up against one of the garbage clam dumpsters.
"How much pee do you have left?" she asked. "You've gone like 5 times altogether on the walk over here."
What? It's what canines do. Now watch this.
Noff quickly dashed away from the garbage clam. As he did so, the garbage clam's lid creaked open. Then a long, mucousy tongue slipped out and ran down the side of its curved shell. When it tasted the urine, it made a disgusted sound and withdrew its tongue. It started slamming its lid up and down furiously.
"That's not funny,"
Maine said.
"Also, what's that say about your pee? Garbage clams will eat everything."
Noff shrugged. "I thought shamans and potion makers prized direwolf urine."
Okay, can we please stop talking about my pee?
"Alert," the Mantle hissed. "Intruder in the bushes." Maine's eyes locked in on a bush at the end of the parking lot.
"Minnie? Is that you?"
She started walking toward it. Sage tugged her backward. "Are you crazy?"
"What?"
"It could be well, you know what kind of things live in rainwater." Noff yipped.
Hey, magical creatures have feelings too, you know.
"I'm going to go check it out," Maine said. "Watch my back." She conjured up a fireball to light her way as she headed toward the bush. When she was a few feet away from it, a hulking figure sprang up. "Maine? Is that you?" It was Minnie the Minotaur.
"Yes. Now why are you hiding in the bushes?"
Minnie's eyes were furtive with fright. "How about we talk about it inside?" She stopped him with a hand to the shoulder. "Minnie, this is all very suspicious.
"Are you working for the demon?"
Minnie gulped. "No, but they are." Maine twisted her head back at the parking lot, where 2 monstrous forms had just launched themselves at Noff and Sage from behind. Chapter 25. "Warning," the Mantle hissed. "If those 2 demons sound the alarm, this place will be crawling with demons, and they will hopelessly outnumber you." She wanted to do something, but the demons were nearly on top of Sage and Noff, and she was too far away. According to the Mantle, she couldn't scream because then she'd alert the rest of the demons, wherever they were. Luckily, she didn't have to. Sage and Noff suddenly reacted, moving swiftly and with coordination. Sage dual-cast a purplish spell from each of his palms. Each struck a demon, but neither seemed to do any damage. One of the demons had a crocodile mouth, the other a pig snout. They each had long claws instead of weapons, either of which would have looked ridiculous for a demon pig to have. They raked their claws through the air at Noff and Sage, but they were too quick, backstepping away. The 2 demons shook their arms in the air in a furious pantomime, and Maine realized that Sage had cast silent spells on them. They couldn't speak. Maine rushed up to the 2 demons, drawing their attention off Sage and Noff. Before she reached them, Noff blasted off and struck both of the demons under the chin in rapid succession, before landing back on the ground like a pup-sized ninja. Sage was about to cast 2 more spells when Maine sent a fireball at each demon's chest. They disappeared in a silent flash of ash that dropped to the wet parking lot. "Nice," Minnie said, as he tiptoed up to them. "Now, can we please go inside?" Once inside, Sage turned on the kitchen lights and magically barricaded the restaurant's back door behind them. While Minnie paced nervously through the kitchen, Sage went about opening cabinets and gathering ingredients for his protection spell.
We better hurry,
Noff said.
I don't like the idea of a bunch of demons outside in the streets. They could try to come in at any time.
Right, Maine said. Minnie, when did the demons come to Rainwater? Couldn't have been here long, Sage commented, as he selected a jar from a cabinet. I was here yesterday before we contacted the magic mushrooms to rescue you. Minnie stopped pacing. They came yesterday, in the night, searching Mostly everybody in town either fled out of state or to the beneath, or hid in their cellars.
That had to be scary, Maine said.
Wusses, I say,
Noff said, blasting up onto a kitchen prep table. He turned to Minnie.
No offense.
Why'd you stay? Maine asked. Wait, you weren't working on a car when I called, were you? Minnie fidgeted.
I was. Working on automobiles keeps my mind occupied. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be coerced out of my town, though.
Unless you're working for the corruptor,
Noff accused. Maine flashed him a hard look.
What? We don't know who he's sunk his corrupting teeth into. His name is the friggin' corruptor, all right?
The Minotaur shook his head.
I'm not his spy. I despise the demons and all his minions. I may not be the bravest person here, but if there's anything I can do to help fight the corruptor and prevent the apocalypse, I'm all in.
Maine looked at the Minotaur. With the end of the world at our doorstep, I might have imagined the entire town of Rainwater drinking heavily at the sacred sourdough. You stayed to defend it. I'd say that's pretty brave. Minnie flushed. He was about to say something when a voice cut through the swinging doors leading to the restaurant's dining area.
I think I will have that drink, the voice boomed.
A moment later, Joffrey stepped through the swinging doors. Uncle? Maine asked. What the hell? Where did you come from? Her uncle beat his chest with a proud fist.
Don't you forget, niece. I am the world's most formidable hunter and tracker. I know how to travel silently and quickly. Now that I have a dire wolf, it's even easier. Also, I know how to infiltrate a building.
That doesn't explain why you're here.
I knew you were coming here, and I wanted to make sure you were safe. Consider it a debt I owe to your father.
Sage paused in his ingredient gathering. Then how come you didn't help us with those two demons up front?
I saw that you had it covered. Plus, I was busy evading demons myself. No, I didn't alert any.
Noff yipped.
How do we know you're not the corruptor's spy?
Joffrey grinned.
You don't. But I'm not. Now, chef man, where do you keep the scotch?
And pie,
Noff yipped. While Sage went to grab Joffrey some alcohol and Noff a slice of pie, Maine turned her attention back to Minnie. There is a way you can help us defeat the corruptor. A big way. You mentioned you've been to the secret labyrinth before?
I was born there.
Wow, really? Maine nodded humbly.
For I am a true son of the labyrinth.
What do you mean? Maine asked. Noff spoke up.
Don't you know nothing about minotaurs? Only real minotaurs are born in the labyrinth.
That doesn't make much sense. It's not like your mother or father is the actual labyrinth, right? Minnie cleared his throat.
You probably don't want to know how minotaurs are birthed. Let's just say it involves the labyrinth, a bull, a full moon, a powerful spell, and—
You're right, Maine said. I don't want to know the rest. Sage re-entered the kitchen and set a plated pie slice in front of Noff. He handed Joffrey a bottle of scotch.
This is a very good blend. Single malt, 5 years aged. Does it have alcohol in it?
Yeah, it's 80 proof.
Good.
Joffrey opened the cap and threw back a gulp.
Ah, now that hits the spot. We shall not let the demon win. Not while our hearts still beat, and we lust for the ash of our vanquished foes on our weapons.
Tone it down, Maine said. We're here to get info on the labyrinth. You know, where Father Time is heading? Not to get drunk.
I won't get blind drunk, niece. How irresponsible do you think I am?
I'm not going to answer that. Now, Minnie, you do think that is where Father Time might be going. He's got a very powerful weapon that belongs to the demon, that he will want to hide. Minnie considered it.
I do not personally know Father Time. If he truly wishes to dispose of a demonic weapon, the labyrinth is the best place I can think of for him to do it."
Noff belched. His pie was already gone.
Hey, I got an idea. Why not just throw all the demon weapons in a garbage clam?
Maine winced at this seemingly too easy idea. She turned to Sage for input. He pulled his eyes away from an ingredient jar.
"If it were that easy, don't you think I would have suggested that right away?"
"Well?" Maine asked. Sage shook his head and continued to go through the ingredient cabinet.
"Wouldn't work. A garbage clam is like a pig or a goat. They will eat anything, as in literally anything, except demonic weapons."
"Why not?" Maine asked.
"You dare not try to dispose of me,"
the Mantle hissed in warning. Joffrey set the scotch bottle down on a prep table and sat on a stool that groaned beneath his weight. The bottle looked like it was half empty.
"Because the demonic weapons were created to resist all forms of destruction."
Maine recalled that during a fight with Cupid, he had mentioned the same thing. At one point, he had used a rocket launcher against her in hopes of destroying her, but leaving the Mantle intact.
"Besides," Sage added, "garbage clams are like giant pandas."
Maine squinted. "They're cute and cuddly?"
"No, they're endangered mythical creatures."
"Oh, yeah, I totally knew that."
"Belch."
Everyone turned to Joffrey as he set the scotch bottle down again. This time it was empty. The troll hunter lifted a finger and nodded at Sage.
"Another scotch?" Sage asked. "Don't worry, I tip well."
As Sage went to fetch another bottle, Maine huffed out a loud breath. "I said tone it down," she told her uncle.
"I am. 2 scotches are nothing for me. Don't you know alcohol helps trolls think better?"
Sage confirmed as he returned with the second bottle of scotch.
"Trolls are both the best and worst customers. They drink a lot, but they go through your food and drinks like a wildfire." "Compliment accepted," Joffrey said,
as he twisted off the cap and slid some money across the work table. As Sage walked back to his ingredient cabinet, he said,
"It's bottom shelf."
Joffrey grinned. He flicked his eyes at Maine.
"Now, this boy truly understands troll culture. You should bet him."
"Whoa! Can we please not talk about my love life?" Noff whined.
Why not? It's so interesting. By the way, I could get behind that philosophy of drinking like the apocalypse is coming."
He held up a paw.
Sage, 2 scotches, please."
"Bottles?" Sage asked incredulously. The miniature direwolf wagged his head.
2 shots, please."
Maine shook her head and canceled the order.
Aw, have more fun. It's only alcohol.
"Maybe you've forgotten, but we're at war," Maine said. "With a demon named the Corruptor? We need to be as clear-headed as we can be. We need plans." Minnie cleared his throat again, all but forgotten during the scotch incident. He waved a bundle of rolled-up papers at them all.
"Yes, the labyrinth. These should help us traverse it."
"What are they?" Maine asked, as Minnie rolled them out on a prep table.
"Schematics of the labyrinth. They are only one part of the equation in solving the puzzle of reaching the center of the labyrinth."
"The Lost?" Maine asked.
"Yes."
"And what exactly is the Lost?" Minnie chewed his lip.
"Think of it as a void that once something goes in, no one can find it again. Ever."
Maine gave him a look that said, "Go on."
"There are treasures of immense power in the Lost that the gods hid because they couldn't destroy the items. I would bet anything that Father Time, an avatar of one of the laws of nature, knows this and will want to dispose of his demonic weapon there."
Maine grinned. "Sounds like where Father Time would be heading. What's the other part of the equation to solving how to get to the Lost?" Minnie hesitated.
"I cannot share that with you until we reach the labyrinth. The labyrinth's laws bind me, which I kind of have already betrayed by showing you these schematics. But the world is at stake.
Maine walked up and embraced the Minotaur. Thank you. This is exactly what we needed. Now we need to meet up with Father Time and make sure he gets to the labyrinth safely before the demon can reach him. A creak interrupted Maine from out in the dining room.
Squeaky pipes?
Noff yipped softly.
Sage froze. No, I know every sound this building makes. Someone's out there.
Joffrey grinned.
Could be a demon. Leave it to me.
Before Maine could protest, her uncle had slid silently off his stool and crouched before the swinging doors. He made a hand motion for Maine to continue talking. Right. Okay, so we have to find out where Father Time is right now, and... Joffrey shot through the swinging door. A moment later, his voice boomed back to them in the kitchen.
Aha! Caught you, you little sneak.
Maine exchanged curious looks with Sage and Noff. Then her uncle trudged back into the kitchen, suspending Cupid in the air by the back of his diaper. Cupid? Maine asked. Explain yourself.
What? It was taking a while for you all to return to the cave, so I ventured to town to make sure you were safe. Do you guys know rainwater is crawling with demons?
Maine kept her eyes steady on the cherub, still dangling from her uncle's fingers.
I ashed a few of them with my trusty bow from the shadows. They didn't see me, though.
Noff yipped.
That sly bastard really is a ninja baby.
Cupid's fingers twitched.
Watch it, Furball, or I'll have an arrow with your name on it. You could try. I'll blast out of the way, you little toddler with wings. At least I'm not a teensy tiny dire wolf.
Noff gave a low growl, and Maine stepped between them to reel them back to harmony, with the realization that they all probably would have killed each other already, if not for her interventions. Cupid fidgeted in Joffrey's grasp as he eyed the kitchen from an inverted angle.
Say, what's going on here? A secret powwow?
His eyes landed on Minnie.
You learn anything important about the labyrinth?
A warning growl slipped from Noff's throat.
You a spy? You working for the corruptor?
Cupid looked taken aback. With a grunt and a shimmy, he broke from Joffrey's grasp and landed softly on the kitchen floor.
How could you even think that? I've spent my life trying to protect the demonic weapons.
After you helped create them, Maine interrupted.
From falling into the wrong hands. Look, I got a bone to pick with the demon too, and I don't appreciate being left out.
Maine focused on the cherub. The mantle hissed.
Pulse, steady. Heart rate, even. Appears to be telling the truth. Well, folks, that's all I know,
Minnie said.
Now, how about we get out of here before the demons in the streets find us?
Good idea, Maine said. She snapped a few pics of the labyrinth schematics with her phone. Then Minnie rolled them back up and held onto them for safekeeping. Sage, how are you coming with the spell ingredients for the Archangel protection spell? Sage shut a cabinet door and lifted a large drawstring pouch from a countertop.
I've got everything. It will take some time to cast, but I'm ready to go.
Maine was glad for that. Cupid, do you know of any of the Archangel's weaknesses? Cupid frowned.
Why would I know? You think because we're both subsets of angels that I would know?
Maine recalled the Mantle's inferences about Cupid from before. You do know the Archangel.
Woman, I've never met that Archangel until back at the safe house. I only know her by reputation.
He's hiding something,
the Mantle warned.
I am sensing that the Archangel was an unrequited love. Suggestion. Embarrass the cherub by calling him out. Tell him that he wasn't big enough to satisfy the Archangel. He's just a toddler, and always will be. Metaphorically, rip his heart out, tear it in two, and stomp on it. Crush him.
While it was true that Cupid was a little bastard with wings, he didn't deserve that fate. She would, however, keep her eye on him. For now,
it was time to head back to the cave. Chapter 26. The rest of the night and the following morning passed agonizingly slowly for Maine and everyone else. They'd all gathered their gear and made sure they'd patched up all their wounds. They passed around healing potions as they sat at the stone table. But waiting was hard. Then, once the breakthrough occurred around noon, everything took off at a freakishly fast pace. Makime dashed into the cave war room in her birthday suit with paint smeared on her body. "I have divined his location," she blurted triumphantly. Maine tossed her stepmom an old wolfskin from her uncle's trunks. "What did I tell you about putting on clothes?" Beside her at the war table, Joffrey chuckled. "Valkius did good when he chose his second wife." "Ew," Maine said. "With the help of the spirits, I have located Father Time at O'Hare International Airport in Chicago." Noff yipped atop the stone table in front of Maine.
"That's one of the largest airports in the USA. We're gonna have fun trying to track him down there."
Maine nudged him. "Good thing you have a magic nose, and it doesn't rain inside airports." Noff stuck out his tongue.
Ha ha.
"What about the demon?" Joffrey asked. "Have you located his position?" Makime's face looked downcast. "I have not been able to find him, but he is undoubtedly not far behind Father Time. He can sense the demonic weapons, remember." The goblin mage checked the time on his wristwatch.
"It's noon. Demons typically hide during the daylight hours."
Relief flooded Maine's system. "So the demon won't be out now?" "Oh, no," Makime corrected. "The demon is immune to the sunlight's weakening effects." "Of course," Maine grumbled. Joffrey grinned like he'd won a battle, or, in the case of a troll, had spotted a battle to join. "Why are you so happy?" Maine asked. "Niece, the fact that it is daylight means we will not have to face off against a demon horde." "Okay. Fighting a demon horde sounds like your dream job. So why are you grinning like a very large monkey with a pair of cymbals?" "I am joyous because if the demon is out and about and on Father Time's trail, he will have at least one of his lieutenants with him, probably two of them. The demon's lieutenants are much more formidable than your typical subservient demon horde." "Again, how is that a good thing?" Maine asked. Her uncle answered by drawing the claw hammer from his back and gripping its shaft in gleeful anticipation. Noff gave a low whine.
"This operation is doomed. At least it should be interesting."
Their plan was simple. Ride into town and use the one way in the sacred sourdough to go to the Chicago airport. With the aid of the veil, their magicalness would stay mostly concealed from all the humans. There was one other action they needed to take, namely disguises. Noff wasn't the only one with a magic nose. The direwolves would be coming too, and they couldn't have a pack of large dogs freely roaming the airport with all the humans around. As they were preparing to leave the cave, Maine found Sage. "Is the anti-archangel protection spell ready?" He beamed at her. "Just completed the final preparations." The demon weapon holders, direwolves, and Noff gathered around Sage. He had a cauldron in front of him, and he dipped a ladle into it 3 times, each time uttering an incantation as he poured the liquid back into the cauldron. When he finished the spell, Sage ladled out a vial to all of them. After they all drained their vials, Sage said, "You all should now have some limited protection from both the Archangel and the demon." Maine cocked a hand on her hip. "Limited protection?" "Yes. Now neither can one punch kill you with magic." "They can still physically one punch kill us?" "In theory." "I'll take it." All of the weapon holders' hopes were high as they exited the cave one by one. Maine was about to follow them when Al placed a hand on her shoulder. "What's up?" she asked. She had rarely seen him as hesitant as he now appeared. "Master Maine, I must confess that I must stay behind on this mission." "What do you mean?" "Well, you see, my Cyclops powers." Her eyes widened in acknowledgement. "You mean you saw your death if you came with us to the airport?" He gave a curt blink of the eye. Precisely. Okay. Yeah, totally. I understand. Although I wish you could be there to back us up. You do have the needle, after all. Truly sorry about that. It is for the best. If I die, the demon will claim the needle, and we mustn't allow that.
No, that would be bad.
Maine paused as she watched the last weapon holder exit the cave. What about the rest of us? Did you see any of us die? I am afraid my powers don't work like that. I can only see my death, not the deaths of others. Maine bit her lip. That's okay. If something happens to one of us, once we find Father Time, he can reverse time up to an hour, right? Precisely. I do wish you would be there, though, for moral support. Al gave her a kind smile. Remember, I shall always be in your heart, at least for the next 170 years. Maine giggled. Thanks. Do not think I will not be providing support. Al fished inside his suit coat and pulled out a small case filled with magic ear mics for the team. He handed it to Maine. I will follow you all to the sacred sourdough and speak to you over this magically powered communication system. I will also enlist Blue Dots to aid us remotely with any technological problems we may face. Maine embraced him with a suddenness that stole the breath from him. You really are the best butler a girl could ever hope for. They headed out of the cave side by side to select their dire wolves for the ride to the sacred sourdough. They wasted little time at the sacred sourdough. Maine found out that Al wasn't the only one sitting this mission out. Mackie May left to go to her place, but she would still be providing support over comms. It seemed like their party was growing smaller by the minute. Sage administered them a small dose of a minor charm potion. Charm spells attracted demons, but they needed enough to fool the human airport personnel and security. In addition to the charm spell, there was also the issue of disguises. Sage grabbed a bunch of chef and serving staff uniforms from the manager's closet and set them on a prep table in front of Al. Then Al pulled out the needle, poising the demonic weapon over the clothing like a master seamstress about to work.
I love this part,
Noff yipped excitedly. Hush, Maine said, as she watched in rapt attention as Al used the needle to mend the restaurant garb into airport security uniforms. When he had finished with her outfit, a trim button-up white shirt with the airport's logo, she held it up to herself. Whoa! I can't believe this is such a good replica. You made this from something entirely different. Al blinked at her. The power of the needle. Maine mentally acknowledged that the needle required material to work with, to turn it into whatever the wielder desired. She went into the bathroom and quickly donned the airport security attire. It fit perfectly. How did you get my size right? She asked, as she returned. Everyone else was in the process of receiving and putting on their uniforms. I am your butler, am I not? It is my duty to know these things. Also, the needle knows. Never get rid of the needle, Maine said, half-jokingly. He nodded at her and finished making the uniforms. When he finished, even the dire wolves had security dog uniforms. Maine lowered the veil for a moment to see what they looked like. She was amused to see a pack of Alaskan Malamutes wearing security vests, trimmed in reflective tape with "Do Not Touch" on them. With a smirk, she raised the veil again so she could see all things magical. Noff's outfit was the last to be finished. He wore a security vest too, although it was much smaller than the rest of the dire wolves' vests. He swore he was over being a purse chihuahua after their trip to L.A. They finished their last-minute checks and prepared to go through the one-way to the Chicago airport. Al caught her before she left and tapped the magic ear mic in his ear. I will be with you the entire time, he said warmly. Don't forget, me too, Blue Dot said over the line from her office. I feel like this will work. Maine patted her purse. She opened the door to the one-way and got lost in the swirling black clouds inside. As she fell forward into nothingness, Al whispered behind her, Good luck.
Chapter 27. The one-way sent them into a boiler room at the airport. No one was around. They exited the room and split up into groups. As they'd already discussed, this was one huge airport. It was so big that flyers often had to jump on carts and trams to reach their connecting flight. Maybe this won't be so easy after all, Maine muttered, as she, Noff, and Sage walked through the nearest airport terminal. There were people everywhere. And the noise. People talking on cell phones, people talking to airport personnel, announcements over the loudspeakers, carts whining past, carrying passengers to other parts of the airport.
No one said it would be easy, partner.
Maine glanced down at Noff in his tiny airport security vest. The miniature direwolf looked utterly adorable, and it was a small miracle she didn't laugh. I just thought of something. I don't know what Father Time looks like. How am I going to know him if I see him? Sage chuckled. Oh, you'll know him when you see him. Older man, long gray hair and beard, bears a striking resemblance to a skinny Santa Claus. How do you know? Maine asked. You've met Father Time before? No. It's taught at magic school. Father Time is the star of every history class. I walked right into that one, didn't I? She said. Like a foodie at a food truck. Noff yipped.
Enough food references. Gonna make me hungry.
Word is, Sage said. Father Time is also a bit crazy. You mean like senile? Not exactly. More like forgetful, talks to himself, is a bit paranoid. So he's senile? No, his brain still works. Mostly, I think. Look, you'll understand when you meet him. He's eccentric. Okay, I understand eccentric. Why didn't you lead with that?
Words.
Noff yipped.
Hey, so now that you two are reunited, when's the wedding?
Both Maine and Sage fumbled for words in the busy airport terminal, shrugging off the odd looks they were receiving from passengers. Finally, Maine said, Noff's joking, I think.
Woman, there are two things I don't ever joke about. Wedding cakes and pies.
What about nature documentaries? Maine asked.
3 things.
Noff corrected. Sage bumped Maine's shoulder. What's up with nature documentaries? Maine tilted her head toward him as they continued to walk. You don't want to know. They passed an airport lounge bar.
Hey,
Noff yipped.
How about we act like trolls and grab some alcohol? So we can think better. You know, 'cause the 3 of us are 1/3 troll.
1/6 troll? Maine corrected. Can't you do math?
Why would a direwolf need to know math? I'm a bodyguard, not a rocket scientist.
Well, what if you had to calculate how many miles you could run in a day to catch a moose in the Canadian wilderness? Noff stopped to sniff a female Yorkie service dog. Then he snapped back to Maine.
Oh, a moose? Is that supposed to be a size joke?
Oh, you could take on a moose. First, you'd blind it with your sunburst. Then you'd blast off and hit it in the throat. Sage grimaced. You guys are sadistic. Maine snorted. This is tame. You should hear the Mantle. Why, thank you. For the record, I know of at least 122 other ways the small direwolf could take down a moose. That was interesting, Maine guessed. FYI, this airport is teeming with vulnerable people. It is so delicious. Weakness, acrophobia, fear of heights. Weakness, claustrophobia, fear of confined spaces. Weakness, ophidiophobia, fear of snakes. Weakness, social anxiety disorder. Okay, stop it, Maine said. Why would people be worried about snakes in an airport? Have you not seen the movie with the snakes on the plane? Oh, shut up, Maine groaned. Sage glanced over at her. Come again? It's the Mantle. Oh. You're not worried about it going full evil on you, being this close to its demon master, do you? Should I? Maine asked as she gazed at the approaching airport bar. Several young and middle-aged people sat sipping beers and mixed drinks on stools. She noticed an older man with a wrinkly face sitting in the middle of the bar, but he was bald and had no beard. Weakness, self-esteem issues. Does not appreciate being compared to Willie Nelson. Maine thought that was a rather odd weakness. Without any hair, the man didn't look anything like Willie Nelson. I just realized I don't know what the corruptor looks like either. I don't suppose they taught that in magic school. Noff patted alongside her.
Hard to say. He changes his face every decade or so.
He gets a facelift? Maine asked.
Nah, he molts. He's a demon.
Right, Maine said matter-of-factly. Sage added, he usually has horns, spiked shoulders, wide sunken cheekbones, and eyes like death. Maine tried to see around the crowd in front of her. Now that shouldn't be too hard to miss. What about the demon's lieutenants? They have horns too? Well, there's the rhino, Sage said. Isn't that a bad guy on Spider-Man? Maine asked.
The rhino is kind of like ya,
Noff yipped.
Strong like a troll, but clumsier. And he has a horn above his nose, so you should be able to kick his ass if he shows up.
Great. Maine didn't relish the prospect of such a fight in a public place. There's also the mist, Sage said. Noff wagged his tail.
Now she's an exciting baddie.
Let me guess. She can turn into a cloud of mist?
Good guess,
Noff yipped.
How'd you know?
Just a guess. If she can turn into mist, how do you defeat her? Sage shrugged as they walked. Dunno. No one does. She's never been defeated before.
Oh,
Noff yipped.
There's also the Raven. He's so cool.
Part man, part raven? Maine guessed. Pretty much, Sage confirmed. He's a were-raven. Maine rolled her eyes. Like a werewolf, but he can turn into a raven?
He's scarier than you might think,
Noff yipped.
If you can believe eyewitness reports.
Sage chimed in. Contrary to human beliefs, the raven is responsible for many famous fears. He inspired Edgar Allan Poe to write the poem, The Raven. Maine giggled. When she saw that Sage and Noff weren't kidding, she straightened. Okay, I get it. He's a bad dude. Let's hope we get the demons easier, lieutenants, like the rhino. And the lizard.
Hey, how'd you know about him?
Noff yipped. Lucky guess. They walked down the terminal for a few moments longer, until the Mantle gave a warning that chilled her to the marrow. Warning. Archangel alert. That wasn't good. She froze, and Noff and Sage walked past her. Up ahead, 20 yards away, the Archangel picked her way through the crowd of people, clearly searching for someone. Luckily, it didn't look like she had spotted Maine, Sage, or Noff. By the time Maine regained her bearings, someone had bumped into her from behind with a mad grumble. Maine apologized and grabbed Sage. She pulled him into the nearest alcove off to the side, an overpriced bookshop. Noff scampered inside after them.
What's got you so scared?
Noff yipped softly. Then he saw the Archangel through the storefront glass. The three of them ducked behind a revolving stand of cheap paperbacks.
This ain't good, folks,
Noff whimpered. Maine agreed. She didn't want to test out Sage's protection spell. Not yet. It might not work twice. While they waited behind the book rack, the Archangel stopped outside the bookstore, her demanding eyes scanning everyone in the terminal.
Damn, she's scary,
Noff yipped.
I'm getting goosebumps just being in her presence. And you owe her a favor?
Yeah, about that, Maine said. What exactly does an Archangel favor imply? It's not good, Sage confirmed. With an angel favor, she can compel you to take an action you don't want to take. The favor is limited to the angel's imagination. She can make me do anything? Maine asked. According to the laws of magic, it must be reasonable in nature. What's that mean? It means she can't make you hurt yourself or someone you love. Oh, thank Troll for that.
But if the favor is so all-powerful, I wonder why she didn't call it in on me at the Angel's safe house. She could have made me turn on the rest of the weapon holders or something.
Maybe she was overconfident,
Sage suggested. She did seem pretty arrogant.
Or, Sage said, she has an angle we're not seeing.
What do you mean?
Maybe your indebtedness to her isn't the only trump card she has in her pocket.
Noff yipped.
Or maybe she wants to turn you into her sex slave.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Is she still outside?
Sage asked. Maine stole a quick peek. The Archangel was looking inside the store, but her face didn't betray that she had seen her.
Warning,
the Mantle hissed.
I think she may have detected you.
Shit. She drew a deep breath and prepared for battle. Guys, I think our cover is
She's leaving,
Noff yipped. Sage took a relieved breath.
Whoa, that was a close one.
Maine stepped up to the store window to see the Archangel's back as she made her way back the way she had come. That meant they were going to head back the way they had come. As they walked back down the familiar terminal, Maine rubbed her cheekbones. Think the demon is here, or just the Archangel?
I'm sure we'll find out soon,
Noff yipped. The earpiece in Maine's ear beeped. Al's voice spoke.
Master Maine, how goes it so far?
We've spotted the Archangel, but no sign of Father Time.
What about the demon?
Nope. Al sighed. Was it a sigh of relief, or a sigh of dread?
Very good, then. I'm sure you will locate Father Time. Keep looking.
I'm looking, too, Blue Dot said over Maine's ear mic. No skinny Santas, though. Keep us posted, okay? Maine said she would and ended the call. They had reached the airport lounge bar when Sage pulled up short and pulled Maine off to the side behind a kiosk. What? Maine asked.
Over there. It's the mist.
While trying to remain inconspicuous behind the kiosk, Maine searched for the entity known as the mist. The miniature black cloud floating above a woman wearing a black raincoat, and nothing else, gave her away. Noff hopped up a few times trying to see, but the crowd was too dense, and if he used his magic to blast up, well, the veil could only do so much to shield humans from the effects of magic.
What's she look like? Is she as hot as they say she is?
Sage said.
She's definitely something to look at.
Maine flashed him a dirty look.
Can someone please hold me up?
Noff yipped.
I want to see her.
I thought you weren't a purse chihuahua, Maine ribbed.
Ouch. I guess I deserved that one. Now, can you please hold me up?
Maine didn't hear his last words. Instead, her attention was focused on the bar, on the bald older man getting up from the counter.
Weakness. Enlarged prostate and weak bladder. Follow him into the restroom and crack his skull on a urinal.
While she wasn't 100% sure, her detective instinct was screaming that this guy might be Father Time. The way he was moving, fleeing the bar. It could be because he really had to pee, but it also could be that he had spotted the mist, too. If he was Father Time, she couldn't let him get away. She had to confront him now, before the demon or his minions did. Then, she had to make sure he made it safely to the labyrinth. Chapter 28. Guys, watch my back.
Huh?
Sage said, but Maine was already gone, heading after the older man. She wanted to catch Father Time before he reached the bathroom, if this was Father Time. If she was wrong, she would probably get arrested for assault. She was gaining on him, but she had to contend with the flow of the crowd, and it slowed her down. She made it through the crowd, but before she reached him, the older man put on some speed. Before she knew it, he was 10 steps ahead of her. Damn it, she muttered. She hurried to catch up with him. This time, same as before, right before she reached him, he took off again. That's when she realized what was going on. The older man wasn't moving faster than her. She was moving slower than him. Everyone in the terminal was. Everyone seemed affected other than him. It was as if he was immune to the effect. This was Father Time. But, how was she supposed to catch up with a being that could alter the speed of time for those around him? Mantle, any suggestions?
Calculating. Throw your shoe at him. No, he will duck in time. Shoot a fireball at him. No, that would set off the fire alarm.
Maybe the Mantle was onto something with the fire thing. Ignoring the Mantle's latest suggestion, she did something that always seemed to work in the movies. She cupped her hands to her mouth. Fire! Nothing happened, and she questioned whether or not anyone had even heard her over the din of the airport. She shouted it again. Still not having an effect. She glanced around her. She saw a fire alarm pull switch on the wall.
Do it! Do it! Do it!
The Mantle hissed. She pulled the fire alarm. The results were instantaneous. The mass of people began to stop, twist, and turn, looking for the nearest exit. People started shouting and pushing, trying to get away. Some were holding their palms over their ears, trying to block out the awful screeching fire alarm. The older man got jostled, but continued toward the restrooms, which weren't far away. He was going to beat her there. It seemed like Father Time was grabbing his head, talking to himself. What had Sage said about Father Time being crazy or something? The older man was grabbing his ears now as he pushed open the restroom door. He slipped inside. Wincing against the harsh fire alarm buzzing in her ears, Maine pushed into the restroom after him. A man in a business suit rushed out of a stall and brushed past her out into the terminal. Maine righted herself and approached the older man who had backed up against a stall door. Confusion and frustration painted on his face.
"Did he send you? Are you one of his minions?"
the old man shouted. With his rear, he pushed open the stall door and backed into it. "No, I'm not working for the demon. I'm trying to help you, to keep you safe."
"Prove it."
The old man had a sleeve of one arm pulled back, revealing a sleek black watch strapped to his wrist. It had several buttons on it. "I don't know how to prove it, but I'm one of the good guys." Father Time shook his head erratically.
"The voices of past and future, always trying to sync up with me. Annoying, but that fire alarm is worse."
"About that, I'm sorry, but you kept squirming out of my grasp." He flicked his eyes to hers.
"You're a demon, aren't you?"
"I'm really not. I'm half troll, though."
"The corruptor has his spies everywhere. They're trying to take my timepiece. His timepiece."
Maine shook her head as calmly as she could. "I don't want that to happen. Neither do my friends. I have a very competent security team here at the airport. There are also some bad guys here, too. We're trying to get you out of here before they catch you. We want you to get to the labyrinth." His head quit shaking. He met her eyes.
"Labyrinth? What do you know about the labyrinth?"
"I know that it's the only place you will be safe. You'll be able to throw the demonic timepiece into the lost and be free of the demon." He studied her for a time, as if to see if she would make any sudden moves.
"You know where the labyrinth is?"
"Yeah. I've got a Minotaur friend. It's under the Palace of Knossos in Greece."
"So you do know."
He stroked his bare chin.
"Damn, I miss my beard. Had to cut it as a disguise."
She felt herself winning him over. "It fooled me. But I've got to ask, what do you have against Willie Nelson?"
"Ugh! Enough with the comparisons."
"But why don't you like Willie?"
"Because of his song. On the road again. I don't like it."
"Why not?" From his weathered complexion, it seemed like he had done a lot of traveling in his days.
"It's too damn catchy. Gods. Damn, I'm going to have it stuck in my head now for at least a week."
"It's not that catchy," she said, as the refrain got stuck in her head.
"You don't understand. None of you mortals ever do. I'm not like you. My past self and future self always talking to me,
Whenever I hear that song on the radio, they sing it back to me constantly. Stuck in a loop. In my mind.
He glared at her.
You must work for the demon.
What the hell? How was I supposed to know about your two selves talking to you? She took a step toward him. He matched her step backward and plopped down onto the closed toilet seat lid. He pressed a button on his watch. It beeped.
Stay back, or I will tap out the reverse sequence.
To reverse time? She asked.
What else?
She didn't want to have to go through this spiel again if Father Time reversed time. But wait, she wouldn't remember then, would she? Probably not. Ugh. Time travel was so difficult to understand. She reached up to her ear mic. Al, I've got Father Time cornered in a bathroom stall, but he thinks I work for the demon. You know any way I can convince him otherwise?
Perhaps you could give him a compliment.
That was odd. But a demon probably wouldn't do something nice like that, would he? She focused on Father Time.
Weakness is comforted by his orange scarf. Suggestion. Yank it away from him and flush it down the toilet.
Maine smiled. I like your scarf. It's very bright. Father Time's hands unconsciously went to the collar of his jacket where his scarf was peeking out. He narrowed his eyes at her, then drew a breath of relief.
Yes, thank you. It is very soft and comforting to me. Sorry to mistake your allegiance, but one cannot be too careful with the corruptor on the loose.
Maine wiped a hand across her forehead. Al, you're a lifesaver, or in this case, a time saver. To Father Time, she said, Do you trust me now?
Fine. Yes. But saying you want to help me and actually helping me are two different things. I don't care how big your team of good guys is. The demon's forces are already here, and I haven't booked my flight yet.
She gave him a smart look. Luckily for you, I've got inside help. She tapped her magic ear mic. Blue Dots, Father Time needs you to book him on the next flight to Greece. Not a problem, the Dragonfly Fairy responded almost instantly. The clacking of a keyboard followed. All right, I've found a flight that will work. Takeoff is in half an hour. In case the corruptor is tracking Father Time's passport, I will book 3 other flights at the same time going to other destinations. I'll even mark Father Time as a foreign dignitary to speed up the boarding process. Smart thinking, Maine said. Thanks. To make this work, I need you to relay some information to me from Father Time. Okay, sure. Blue Dot's voice came back over the ear mic. Then Maine turned to Father Time. My tech girl needs me to send her a photo of your passport. The older man nodded and carefully withdrew his passport from under his coat. Maine took a photo of it on her phone and sent it to Blue Dots. While she waited for further instruction from the tech fairy, Maine read the name on the passport. Your real name is Reuben Z? Father Time's cheeks reddened.
For now, yes. It's not my real name.
She scrunched up her face. But Reuben Z? What kind of a made-up name is that? Father Time snatched his passport from her hands and tucked it away under his coat.
I'll have you know that the name is from a character in a book series I wrote.
Her eyes widened. You're an author?
I've had a lot of time on my hands to practice my craft, Father Time admitted.
Since they were waiting anyway, Maine pulled up Amazon.com on her phone. What's your book called?
Press Die to Continue. Available on Amazon right now. You should check it out. Of course, I had to work with a human author to get it published. The deal I made with the guy was I'd give him an extra hour every morning to work on his books if he published the book under his name.
She typed in the title. 29 reviews so far. Father Time thrust his hands into his pockets as he sat on the toilet seat.
Normally, that author gets hundreds of reviews on his books. Sadly, mine didn't sell too well.
Still, good for you for publishing it. What was the story about? Maine replaced her phone in her pocket. Vigor and youthfulness flashed in the older man's eyes.
It was quite clever, really. An ordinary guy finds out he has the ability to reverse time up to 3 minutes, and only he can save the world.
Why only 3 minutes? Father Time sighed.
Well, I couldn't make him too powerful, could I?
I don't know. I'm not a writer.
My advice to you, young girl, don't ever try to be one. It's tough work, especially when you've got arthritis.
Ouch. How old are you?
As old as death.
How old is death?
As old as time.
We're not getting anywhere. But hey, I've met death. Saved his life. Death. Happier than I'd imagined. A lot more laid back, too.
Everyone does say that. How do I stack up to your image of Father Time?
Spot on, she said, as her ear mic crackled and Blue Dot's voice came back over the line. Okay, Mr. Time should be good to go to board the flight I texted you. Maine's phone beeped, and she checked it. She opened the text Blue Dot sent her and showed Father Time. Want me to write it down for you? Maine asked. He gave her a reproachful look.
Miss, my memory is better than you probably think. If I forget, the voice of my future self will remind me. Echoing in my head. Always echoing.
Okay. Maine reached inside her purse and handed Father Time a magic ear mic. In case we get separated. She touched her ear mic. Blue Dots, what's going on outside the bathroom? It's all cleared out except for Sage and Noff, who are waiting outside the restroom. I'll hack into the PA system and straighten out that the fire alarm was a false alarm. That won't work, will it? Maine asked. Of course it will work. You've got a lot to learn about magic. Now hurry, and get to Father Time's flight before the crowd comes back. This is a big airport. Yes, it's big, Maine thought, and the demon's minions would be looking for them. Chapter 29. As Maine ushered Father Time out of the restroom, Sage and Noff fell in on either side of her.
What took so long? Sage asked.
Yeah, you fall in or something?
Guys, this is Father Time. Father Time, this is Sage and Noff. As they walked, Father Time wrinkled his brow.
Not the sort of fellers I figured you'd have for a competent security team.
Hey!
Noff yipped.
But I guess they'll have to do.
The rest of the team comprises a pack of dire wolves and the surviving demonic weapon holders. We'll keep you safe. At this, the older man's eyebrows went up in warning.
You brought all of the demon's weapons here? Right to him?
Not all of them,
Noff yipped.
We didn't bring the needle.
Father Time wiped the sweat from his brow.
Thank the gods for that. In my opinion, aside from the demonic timepiece on my wrist, the needle is the most powerful weapon.
The Mantle hissed.
Hey, what am I? Chopped liver?
More like head cheese, Maine projected back. I thought the Mantle was the most powerful, Maine said. That's why my father claimed it after Troll War II, to keep it safe. They kept moving through the terminal. People were starting to filter back in, and soon it would be crowded again. At least there was no sign of the Archangel or the mist. Father Time chewed the inside of his lip.
To be honest, all 7 of the demonic weapons are the strongest. The auxiliary demonic weapons, too. It depends on how they're wielded.
Noff yipped.
Oh, I see. The old size don't matter shtick.
When she realized Father Time was starting to slow and breathe harder, Maine threw his arm over her shoulders and half-carried him. He nodded his appreciation. So what you're saying is that any demonic weapon can defeat any of the others on a level plane of battle?
In theory.
The older man drew in a labored breath.
With the timepiece, you can reverse time up to 1 hour, as well as slow down or speed up everyone around you for a limited time. And the needle, well, with the needle you can build a castle out of a mountain, or level a skyscraper in the blink of an eye. With the mantle... Oh, no.
Huh? Maine said. Then,
shit.
The mist. The demon's lieutenant was standing a mere 10 yards away from them. Her words drifted to them like a cold, icy fog.
Thought you could escape me, did you?
Noff yipped.
Thought did cross our minds.
The mist cackled, then spun seductively in a circle before lancing them with her pitch-black eyes.
I am the mist. I am everywhere. You cannot elude me.
Her black rain-coated body grew in size. A moment later, she towered over them like a thunderhead. Maine threw herself between Father Time and the mist, and Noff threw himself between Maine and the mist.
I am the Noff, and I am hot like the sun.
Noff's tiny body exploded into harsh white light. With a curse, the mist shrank back in recoil, lowering to her original size. She rubbed her black eyes angrily.
You'll need more than petty parlor tricks to thwart me.
Noff growled.
Parlor trick? That took me years to master.
Sage threw out his hand and cast a spell at the mist. She deflected it with a mad cackle. They were outmatched. Maine turned and picked up Father Time, cradling him against her behind his knees and back. "Run!" she shouted. Noff and Sage fled with her.
At least it's not me you're carrying this time,
Sage called, as they dodged through the startled crowd. "Aw, you don't like being held?" Maine teased, bowling people aside with ease. Sage cast a spell ahead that safely displaced everyone in his path out to the sides.
Not when I'm a grown man, and you're my girlfriend.
So, we're an item then? Maine shouted. Noff yipped, scampering under the stampeding feet of the crowd.
How many times we gotta go over this? You two are hopeless.
Stealing a glance over her shoulder, Maine saw the mist was gaining on them. The amorphous demon lieutenant reared up over the crowd between them and darted forward with giant claws. "Can you sunburst again?" Noff blasted up into the air and flared white-hot again. The mist shrieked and fell back. "Nice one, partner," Maine called.
Tell it to old man Time, who thinks I ain't part of a competent security force.
"Let's all get along," Maine said.
Tell it to the confused crowd around us,
Noff yipped back.
I think we're about to get security called on us.
They slowed to a stop, and Sage popped his knuckles.
I'll take care of this.
He uttered an incantation and cast an area-wide calm spell, followed by a disorientation spell. Maine whistled. "Looks like I'm not the only one who's been practicing her magic." Sage shrugged.
"I had a lot of time to train when I was in prison."
"You were in prison for like a whole day."
"Maybe I trained for that whole day. Learning to cast magic is like perfecting how to bake macarons. It takes practice and finesse."
Noff licked his lips.
I could go for some macarons right about now.
"Team, how about we get to Father Time's plane first?"
"Or you could let me reverse time an hour," said the man in her arms.
Maine shook her head. "No, we can't waste this opportunity. Who knows how things could go down if you reversed time? They might go worse." He sighed, holding on to her as she pushed through the crowd.
"You may be correct, but we still have time for me to reverse if necessary. The demon keeps getting closer to me. I've already had more close calls with him than I'd like."
Maine's earpiece crackled. It was Blue Dots with an update. "I'm fixing all the airport alarms and calls for help. I'm also making sure that all of the flights will leave at their scheduled flight times." "Thanks. By the way, good job getting out of that scrape with the mist." Where did she go? Maine asked. I don't see her anywhere on the surveillance cameras. Keep going. You're about halfway to the plane. That was good, Maine thought. Sure, they'd gotten into a fight with one of the demon's most dangerous lieutenants. They'd survived, hadn't they? And Blue Dots was watching their back. If she had to be honest with herself, would that be enough? It was the friggin' corruptor they were up against. Commander of countless demon hordes, minions, and even an evil archangel. Could they defeat him? Or were they only buying themselves more time? She shook her head. She had to stay positive. It was partially her fault that the demon had been able to escape in the first place. They were going to make things right. She kept her attention on weaving through the gaps in the crowd ahead of her. If only she hadn't been so stupid and cast that luck spell in L.A. She had only wanted to help Sage. She wanted to be a hero like her father. Her heart had been in the right place, but her action had brought about a lot of chaos. She wondered what the fates would have told her of her future if she had asked them back at the McCam. Would it have been that she was the bringer of the apocalypse? Was she the sole reason that the veil and the human world would get destroyed? She set Father Time down and smacked the side of her head to bring her thoughts back to the present. "The hell is wrong with me?" she muttered. "Everything is wrong with you," a voice hissed in her mind. Was it the mantle? It sounded a bit different. "Stupid half-troll. You don't belong here." Definitely not the mantle speaking in her mind. "Go back to the human realm. Fight crime, not monsters. There's a reason magical creatures are afraid of trolls. They're big and mean and scary." She felt a bit dizzy now. Seriously, what the hell was going on with her head? Beside her, Sage and Noff seemed as confused. Looks of fear gripped their faces. The internal voice came faster now. "Trolls think with their fists. You break things. You break everything. Sage secretly doesn't like you. He's only taking pity on you. Poor little girl who's new to magic. The dark rain will come, all because of you. All because of little Miss Break Things." She realized that she was screaming and pulling her hair. The crowd around her was closing in, pointing and laughing at her as they passed. It felt like time was all wrong. No, it wasn't time. This was something else entirely. This was irrational fear. This had to be the work of the Raven. It was like a transparent film lifted from her eyes as she came to her senses. The crowd wasn't laughing and pointing at her. They were waving, cheerfully. Whatever kind of calming spell Sage had cast on them was hella powerful. Then she realized that Noff, Sage, and even Father Time were standing with their eyes glazed over. They shivered, as the Raven inflicted fear upon them too.
"Why won't the mean bunny die?"
Noff whimpered.
"He keeps biting me with those sharp teeth."
She'll understand. She'll understand," Sage kept muttering. Father Time sighed. "I just have to accept that I'll never make it to the labyrinth. If I'm honest with myself, I wouldn't step into the lost even if I did make it there. I'm too scared to." Maine slapped him. Hard. Then she struck Sage and Noff. They snapped out of their fear state. "Guys, we've got to get to that plane fast. The Raven is here." Chapter 30. They were still another 5 minutes out from Father Time's departing plane. The demon's lieutenants were already on them. There were too many bystanders to fight them here. They needed to go somewhere else, like outside. Maine saw a side door leading out onto a security patio. She, Sage, and Noff had on security uniforms, so they should be fine. They exited through the checkpoint, pretending Father Time needed some fresh air. The air outside was refreshing and cold. It flushed Maine's cheeks and re-energized her. "The plane," Father Time motioned back to the terminal. "We're not letting you go by yourself.
Maine said. "Now stick close. Things are about to get crazy." Father Time tried to wriggle from Maine's grip.
"I'll have you know, I am not totally helpless."
He uttered something, and time seemed to slow down for her, Sage, and Noff, while Father Time took a few steps back from her. The mantle hissed. Then the mist stepped through the door outside with a wicked grin on her soft face. She cackled.
"Here we shall fight."
She raised both hands, and a black mist coalesced in the air. A moment later, it had formed a giant snow globe-like force field around them. Its curved walls blotted out the sun. Suddenly, Maine realized they were no longer at the airport. They were somewhere else altogether. The walls of the mist globe were translucent with a black tinge. Beyond, black clouds swirled, kind of like in the one way. The mist cackled again.
"It looks like you've never been in a pocket dimension before."
Are we trapped? Maine thought. The mantle hissed.
"No, you may pass through the wall from either side."
Then what is the point?
"The mist is stronger inside the sphere. Also, humans will not be able to see the battle about to take place. Now watch out!"
The mist vanished into the air and reappeared right before Maine. She lashed out with clawed hands and raked them across Maine's shoulder. Maine staggered to the ground as Sage cast a spell at the mist, but the woman had already disappeared into a thin black mist.
"Lady, you're the one with the cheap parlor tricks,"
Noff yelped, frantically spinning around, trying to see where she would appear next. He was looking everywhere but up. When the mist materialized out of the air directly above him, Maine cried out, "Above you!" But she was too late. The mist reached down and plucked up Noff by the scruff of the neck and slung him across the ground. "Noff!" Maine yelled. The mist rematerialized in front of her and extended a long leg that tripped her. Maine sprawled to the ground on her palms. Sage shot off 2 more magic spells at the woman. The mist's torso dematerialized right before the spells impacted, and they shot through harmlessly and disappeared through the giant globe's wall. The mist kept her face solid, though. With a cackle, she hissed at Sage, and black mist sprayed out at the wizard's face. Sage clutched at his eyes, flailing. "I can't see. Maine, I can't." The mist knocked the air out of his lungs with an elbow to the back. He went down hard. Maine was still on the ground herself. As she picked herself up, she saw the mist glide over to where Father Time was slowly backing up.
"Quit running,"
the mist said soothingly.
"I only want the demonic timepiece, not your life."
Something about her cruel tone suggested that she might want both. Father Time was using his slowdown speed, but the mist was nearly on him. Maine had an idea. She raised her palm at the mist and shouted, "Speed up, Time!" Then she let loose with a fireball. With time slowed, the mist would have gotten Father Time before the fireball reached her. Now, time sped up as Father Time nodded, and the fireball zipped through the air like a screaming rocket. It exploded against the mist's backside as she stumbled, not anticipating the abrupt change in Time's speed. With a snarl, the mist threw a hand back at Maine, and a long, slender black cloud shot at her. Maine tried to evade the magic attack, but trying to outrun a sentient, evil magic black cloud was harder than it sounded. She got a few steps farther before it wrapped around her head and condensed itself until she couldn't see anything. She had a black cloud over her head like an astronaut's helmet, and it started to rain on her. Magic waterboarding sucks, Maine thought, as she struggled not to drown. The mantle hissed.
Regular waterboarding sucks too. It's such an effective means of torture.
Water gurgled out of her mouth as she sputtered. She didn't have long until she passed out or died or whatever happened when you drowned. "Help me," she thought, as loudly as she could. Meanwhile, her body flailed, unable to accomplish anything useful.
The mist and her clouds are water. Weakness, extreme heat. Incidentally, also extreme cold.
She had heat covered with her fireball spell, so she conjured a fireball above both palms. When she held them up to her face,
She could barely make out their dim glow through the dark cloud.
Not hot enough.
Not hot enough? They were fireballs. How much hotter could you get?
Noff.
His sunburst ability could probably eliminate this magic black cloud, drowning her. Was he even conscious? He'd taken quite a tumble when the mist had tossed him earlier. She was close to the end now. Her knees wobbled, and she felt herself falling. Oddly enough, she heard the mist's cackle. Then she heard a muffled,
"I am the Noff."
The black cloud burned away as a hot surge washed over her. Her face dripping, Maine spat out water and found herself on her hands and knees.
"Close your eyes,"
Noff yipped, and she did. He did another sunburst that instantly dried her hair and clothing, leaving her hair hot and frizzy. Maine sucked in a breath. Thanks. She helped Sage up. The black mist stuck to his eyes had been seared off by Noff's sunburst, too.
"Now let's get her,"
Noff yipped. 10 yards away, within the mist globe, the mist had Father Time pinned down on the ground. She looked like she was about to cut the older man's hand off at the wrist with her claws to remove the demonic timepiece. Sage shot a spell from his palm. It struck the mist in the shoulder. The mist backhanded Father Time and twisted her upper body back at them.
"Your puny spells won't affect me. I'm—"
Noff blasted off from the ground, launching himself at her. While in midair, he repositioned his body so his back feet were flying forward, as if he were sliding at home plate in a baseball game. His tiny feet connected with solid skin for a moment, then his furry body splashed through the mist's neck and out the other side, as the mist morphed into mist form, her head the only visible portion of her as she floated off the ground like a specter. "How do we defeat her?" Maine asked. Sage shrugged. The mantle hissed.
"I already told you. Extreme heat or extreme cold."
Noff blasted off back at the mist and did a sunburst. As hot as he was, it wasn't hot enough. The mist cackled and batted him out of the air. Noff bounced off the ground and wobbled, probably preparing to attack again.
Extreme cold.
"Noff!" Maine shouted. "Call the direwolves here!" It took a moment for him to understand. Then he threw back his tiny head and let out a long, whiny yap. The mist pirouetted in the air and glowered down at them.
"You cannot defeat me. I am immortal."
A bunch of direwolf paws bounded through the portal to wherever they were currently, followed by their large, furry, muscular bodies. After sizing up the situation, one of them leapt up at the floating mist. He soared right through her, getting drenched in the process. Maine cupped her hands over her mouth.
"Use your ice blast breath. You cannot defeat me,"
the mist cackled as 5 direwolves unleashed their icy magic breath on her. Ice instantly crystallized all over her mist-composed body. She dropped to the ground, and when she did, her entirety shattered into a million diamonds. "Tell that to them," Maine said with a smirk. She walked over to Father Time and helped him up. As she did so, another figure stepped into the portal dimension arena. He was as big as her uncle and wearing steel armor, with black feathers tucked into the chest plate's collar. His eyes were blood red.
"I am the Raven," he cawed. "Welcome to my nightmare."
Chapter 31.
Weakness. Self-conscious about his name.
Very creative name, Maine taunted. Mr. Raven? How about you turn into a big raven so we can defeather you?
Ouch, Sage remarked beside her. That was harsh.
"And not that funny,"
Noff added. It didn't appear to have affected the raven.
"Use more emphasis next time,"
the mantle hissed. The raven puffed out his chest, his red eyes scanning the pocket dimension's interior. When his hawkish gaze fell on the crystallized remains of the mist, he shrieked in furious agony.
"My wife! What did you do to the mist?" "Second weakness. the Mantle added. His beloved partner in evil, the Mist.
The raven bored into Maine with his evil red eyes.
You did this?
Black wings sprouted from his armored back, and he swooped up to her, swiping at her with his talons. Maine ducked, narrowly avoiding having her head cut off by the oversized bird talons. Instead of a human head, a large black raven head pecked at her. She backstepped, but he managed to tear open a wound in her arm. Sage shouted, "Confuse! Sleep! Frenzy!" as he cast spell after spell at the shifting were-raven. The spell ran down him like water off a duck's back. Turning suddenly, the raven launched razor-sharp feathers at Sage, who barely dove out of the way in time. The feathers stuck into the ground like steel darts.
"You shall all pay," the raven roared.
Noff blasted off then, and struck the bird's throat. It was odd seeing a giant raven in steel armor being attacked by a miniature direwolf. The attack did little. Noff sunburst before he dropped back to the ground, but the raven had averted his gaze in time. With his wings, he sent a wind gust that tossed Noff across the ground like a tumbleweed. Maine rushed forward and slammed her palm against the giant raven's head. As she did so, she unleashed a fireball that exploded with a boom. The raven fell back a step, and Maine rushed to Noff's side. He had come to rest on his back, all four legs up like miniature flagpoles. His eyes were closed. "You okay?" she frantically asked as she bent over him.
Rub my belly.
With a shake of her head, she lightly smacked his belly. Behind her, the direwolves were pouncing on the giant transformed raven in steel armor. Sage came over and made sure she and Noff were okay. Then he rubbed his temple as he watched feathers and fur fly, as teeth snapped and talons clashed.
"It might have started iffy, but I think this might be the easiest boss fight ever."
"Father Time," Maine said. They quickly made their way over to Father Time, who was sitting up and feeling one of his ankles. "Are you okay?" she asked as they reached him.
"It's my ankle. Must have sprained it."
Maine pulled a healing potion from her purse. It was a good thing she'd stocked up at the Sacred Sourdough before coming here. She popped the cork and thrust it into his hands. "Take. Now." Father Time did as instructed.
Cherry-flavored."
She nodded. "I've been experimenting a little." Once he finished, she helped him up. "Come on. We've got to get you to your plane, or it will leave without you."
"I still think I should reverse time,"
he said. But he seemed more unsure this time. "If you reverse, where are you going to go instead?" Maine asked. "We've already booked your flight. We just have to get you to your plane." Father Time massaged his forehead.
"I could keep moving. Find another airport."
"The demon will get you unless you get to the labyrinth. You're so close now. This is your best bet. If you don't, the world is doomed, and whatever." Ignoring the outrageously loud raven caws and wolf growls at his back, Father Time relented.
"Okay, I see your point. As long as I get there before the demon, it will save the world."
He looked at her feebly, and at that moment she saw his age wearing on him.
"I don't want any of your security team to get killed."
Maine glanced over her shoulder at the battle with the raven. "It's 5-1. I think we've got this taken care of. If the Archangel shows up again, we've got a surprise for her, too." Father Time nodded.
"Okay, I'm ready. Let us go."
As they were preparing to step through the pocket dimension's wall, a large figure entered. "Uncle Joffrey," Maine said. "A bit late to the fight, aren't you?" Joffrey's eyes darted to the dire wolves attacking the raven. He pounded his chest and drew the claw hammer from his back.
"I see you have softened up my opponent. Now it is time to crush him."
Maine was a bit scared of the look of raw combat fuel in the troll's eyes.
"Go and escort Father Time to the plane."
Suddenly, the dire wolves all growled savagely and turned away from the raven. They directed their eyes at Joffrey and charged him.
"Get
The troll hunter!
Susie, the leader, shouted as the 5 direwolves crashed against Joffrey, who repelled them with the claw hammer and a magic barrier.
What the hell? Maine asked.
Stay away, barked one of the direwolves. This does not concern you. We only hunt the hunter who has preyed on us.
A wicked glint gleamed in all of the direwolves' eyes.
We're already through with this vendetta,
Noff yelped.
We're at peace with the troll, Joffrey.
The direwolf Dirk snarled. Never.
It's the Raven, Maine said. He's using their former fear of Joffrey against them.
We gotta do something,
Noff said.
Sage helped support Father Time.
We're outnumbered. If we get in the way, the direwolves will tear us to shreds.
One of the direwolves leapt at Joffrey from behind and got a good bite on his shoulder. The troll elbowed the attacker off his back and swung around with the claw hammer, knocking back the rest. He turned to Maine.
Go. I will take care of them and the Raven.
Are you sure? Maine asked, eyeing a direwolf shaking off the attack and preparing to lunge again.
Yes, niece. I have trained all my life for such a glorious battle.
Don't kill none of my family,
Noff yelped.
Joffrey nodded. I won't.
He batted 2 charging direwolves to the side.
Now, the Raven, I can't promise the same.
The Raven was wounded. He was no longer in giant raven form. Instead, he was back in his burly, humanish self, trying to sit up. He looked vulnerable.
Warning. The Raven is putting on somewhat of an act. While seriously injured, if you approach, he will throw countless razor feathers your way. Even with your troll agility, you will not be able to avoid them all, and no potion will heal a severed carotid artery.
Maine relinquished the hungry need to pummel the Raven into the tarmac with her fist.
Go!
Joffrey called from the ring of direwolves as they pounced on him from all sides. His bulk disappeared for a few seconds in a flurry of direwolf fur and teeth, but he managed to throw them off him. Tiny rivulets of blood ran down his cheek and forearms. They'd torn his fur armor in too many places to count, but his expression was pure enjoyment. He was fulfilling the role he was born to do. He waved for Maine to move as a direwolf snapped at his face. He raised the claw hammer's shaft, blocking the direwolf's attack. Teeth chomped down over the haft, trying to get to Joffrey and spraying the troll hunter with spittle.
I said I'll be all right. What are you waiting for?
Maine became aware of Sage's hand on her shoulder. Her uncle was buying them time. They needed to move. She nodded at him, and they all walked through the wall of the pocket void. An odd sensation tickled her skin as she moved through it, and found herself back outside at the airport terminal. Maine and Sage helped Father Time walk on his ankle, which was healing rapidly due to the healing potion she had given him. Noff scampered out in front to sniff the way to the plane. They didn't look out of place outside due to their having security uniforms on, and no airport officials challenged them as they moved. On the way, the Mantle hissed,
I can't believe you fell for the Raven's fear tricks earlier.
Oh, yeah? Maine asked. How come you can't project fears into my opponent's minds?
Because it's not my job. I was created to identify weaknesses for my wearer, not to do your job for you.
Lame. Up ahead, Noff stopped and sniffed the air excitedly.
That's it. The plane. See it?
A long silver plane sat on the tarmac about 200 yards away. Tension uncoiled from Maine's gut. Great. Still no sign of the demon. We've got this made. They were about to take off when Maine's ear mic crackled.
Master Maine, can you hear me?
Al said. She pressed her device. Yeah? What's up?
It's the sacred sourdough, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Sage asked.
His attention snagged, listening via his ear mic.
The demon horde surrounds the restaurant. I put up some hasty magical defenses, but I think they are almost through.
Chapter 32. What the hell? Maine said, as she headed toward the plane again. Noff led the way, and Sage supported Father Time whenever he stumbled.
You can't take on a demon horde by yourself. I thought you said you saw your death if you came to the airport, not if you stayed at the sourdough. Wait, did you see the demon horde too? Al spoke quickly. No, like I said, time and place determine our fates. It doesn't matter what I saw. They are here now. I thought demons can't stand the daylight. They don't prefer daylight. They're not vampires. Why attack the sacred sourdough? Maine asked. The plane was closer, 175 yards away. I believe they are after the one-way. What? That makes no sense. Master Maine, there is much you do not know about the one-way. She laughed nervously. What do you mean? They can get their own one-way. Actually, they can't. There is only the one-way. Maine glanced at Sage for confirmation. He nodded. There is only one-way in all of existence? I thought they were everywhere beyond the veil. Wasn't there one in the beneath? Master Maine, I don't have time to go on about semantics, but this one-way is unique. How so? 150 yards away to the plane now. It can be made portable, Al said. There was a loud crash on his end of the line, and the sound of Al grunting as he exerted a lot of physical effort. Al, talk to me. What's going on? Oh, nothing. I couldn't handle. Just a small breach, but I ashed the demon responsible for it. What is special about the one-way in the sacred sourdough? Maine asked. There was another crash on Al's end. Al tried to say something, but his voice was overwhelmed by demonic hisses and growls. Shit! Sage, what's going on? There must be a way we can help Al. Sage looked beside himself as he helped Father Time along. When Father Time clutched his ribs, Maine was terrified. Are you okay? She blurted. The older man grimaced.
Just a stomach stitch. I'll be fine. Haven't had to move this fast in, say, at least 5 centuries.
Well, come on, you immortal couch potato. We're so close. To Sage, Maine asked, What's up with a super unique one-way at the sacred sourdough?
What do you mean?
I mean, why is it in some backwater town in Maine in the middle of nowhere?
Rainwater is a very popular hub among magical creatures.
Okay, fine. Whatever. But if Al dies... She turned her gaze on Father Time. You're going to reverse time.
But we've come so far,
Father Time said.
I thought you said that if I make it to the plane ahead of the demon, we must carry on.
Maine quickly and internally debated the issue. Her Cyclops butler wasn't helpless. He could fight off some lesser demons. He had survived Troll War II. What was a little demon horde compared to that? They were less than 100 yards now. As they closed it, a security official on an electric cart pulled up to them. What is going on here? The young man asked with alert eyes.
Charm potion don't fail me now, Maine muttered to herself before she said,
We need to get this gentleman on that plane ASAP. The airport security agent looked puzzled. He has to go through the line inside like everybody else. Does he have a ticket? At least he hadn't called the rest of security on them. Yet. Sage stepped in. He does have a ticket, and he's not like everybody else. He's a foreign dignitary, trying to get to the Greek embassy for a very important assignment. The security agent still looked a bit uneasy with the situation. He reached for the radio clipped to the cart's interior. Please? Maine asked, with her best puppy dog eyes. She took out her phone and flashed the guard a photo on her phone of Father Time's flight ticket. At her ankles, Noff yipped in as cute a fashion as possible. The word security on his vest made her grin. With a shake of his head, the airport security agent depressed the button on the radio. Maine's heart sank. So close, only to be thwarted by airport security. Yes, I'm radioing in about the plane departing for Greece. The Mantle hissed.
Fireball him before he can blow your cover. Blow up his puny golf cart in a spectacular ball of fire.
A female voice responded over the radio. That plane is getting ready for departure. The gate is already closed. The guard set his jaw. Yes, I'm aware of that. Is there someone on the passenger list by the name of Buzz Lugger? A few moments. Why, yes. A no-show. He's in the system as a foreign dignitary. The security officer on the cart grinned. Then we need to get this man on board. I'm out on the tarmac. I'll bring him to the gate and get him squared away. Very well, sir. I'll alert the pilot about the temporary delay. Father Time turned gratefully to Maine and mouthed the words, "Thank you." Then the security guard motioned for Father Time to get on the cart. He did so, and the cart took off. Noff yipped.
Job well done, team.
He's not on board yet, Sage said. They hadn't heard back from Al yet either. Maine tried her earpiece again. Al, are you still there? No response. They felt too exposed standing in the middle of the tarmac, so they hurried over to the nearest exterior wall of the terminal, where they hunkered down in the building's shade.
I feel like we're in an action movie,
Noff yipped.
You know, like a showdown at the runway. Or a romance story, where the hero comes running after his love who boarded a plane to leave his life forever.
Seriously, Maine groaned. For a dog, you watch too much TV.
I'm a dire wolf, thank you.
That's what I meant.
Then why didn't you say that?
Noff was interrupted by a crackling over their ear mics. Al? She asked quickly. Nope, me. Uncle, Maine said. You're okay.
Ha! I'll live. Mr. Lightning in a Bottle showed up and broke the fear spell over the direwolves. Then we attacked the Raven with all our combined might.
Maine heard the grin plastered on her uncle's face, even though she couldn't see it.
Things got a little messy, but we all pulled through in one piece. You make it to the plane.
Yes, we're waiting for Father Time to board. We got here just in time.
Good. We'll come to you, just in case. See you in a bit.
Maine bit her fingernail as she waited for Al to report back. She tried to reach him once again, but there was no response. Noff yipped.
He's probably sweeping up demon ash off the sourdough's floor. You know, butler stuff.
Sage didn't say anything. He looked grim. Maine touched her earpiece. Father Time, can you give me an update? A few moments passed, then Father Time whispered,
I'm about to board the plane.
They waited. It wasn't long until Father Time was ushered up to the plane. He boarded, and the plane's door closed. Maine's earpiece crackled. Al? There was an exasperated sigh from the other line.
Yes, Master Maine, it is me.
Are you all right?
One of the buggers took a bite out of my thigh, but I managed to patch myself up.
Good. You had me worried. So, it's over? You survived the demon horde? A pause.
I survived the first wave, yes. I'm afraid there are many more out there than I first thought. They must be swarming through the streets of Rainwater.
Do you have a way out? Maine asked frantically. Out on the runway, the plane's engines were starting up, and the pilot was going through their checks.
The one way, of course, Al said. I'll be okay, but the demons won't. I'm afraid I'm going to have to destroy the sacred sourdough. Master Sage, I really am sorry.
I understand, Sage said. It's okay. We can always rebuild a building. Take care of yourself. What about the one way? Maine asked. Then realized that's why Al was going to destroy the restaurant. Things were happening too fast.
The demons shan't get their claws on it, Al responded. Did Father Time board the plane?
The plane started taxiing down the runway. They're nearly in the air now, Maine said.
Good.
A loud crash sounded from his line.
I must get back. I will talk to you soon, Master Maine.
Good luck.
She watched as Father Time's plane left the ground. Noff yipped.
"Lift off, baby!" And everyone pulled through safe and sound.
The rest of the team cheered over the communications line. Sage made a face.
It wasn't without its ups and downs. Cue the 2 demon lieutenants.
Yeah, but we defeated them, Maine said. And Al's safe. Now that the plane is in the air, the demon can't reach it.
"Oh, shit," Noff yipped. "The demon might not be able to fly. What about the Archangel?"
That's right. She was here. They'd spotted her earlier. Suddenly, Maine felt like something was wrong. Very wrong.
Alert,
the Mantle hissed. But its warning came too late. The airport wall at their backs exploded outward with magic might, sending their bodies tumbling amid the debris. When Maine's body came to a rest on the tarmac, she coughed and pushed herself up into a position where she could see. She blinked a few times. Where there had once been a wall, there was only fire. Blazing orange and hot and hungry. Black smoke belched upward. Then the demon stepped through. She could tell it was the demon because, well, the spiked shoulder armor and the angry horns sprouting from his head.
You.
His voice came like a tiger's whisper. Then he snapped his fist, and she gasped. She felt some magical safeguard trigger inside her. Sage's anti-archangel and demon protection spell. Then she groaned as she drew a breath. The demon looked amused. He stepped up to her, sunlight glinting off his clawed feet.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, she said. A husk of your former self without your weapons.
I like your spunk. You possess the same tenacity as your father. Valkius, my teacher.
She squinted up at him. The sunlight hurt her eyes and the smoke stung her nose. Your teacher?
But of course. And not just any teacher.
He crouched low to her in a fluid motion. His sharp teeth and hate-filled eyes were inches from hers.
Valkius was my greatest teacher.
What did he teach you?
To never be without my weapons. My power.
Is this the part where you take the mantle? Maine asked. But the demon didn't hear her.
I only regret that I couldn't have taught him his final lesson in person. Oh well, my minion Newly took care of him.
The revelation struck her harder than she thought it would have. Newly. Al's former master had killed Valkius with poison gas. It had been under the orders of the demon himself? The demon whose mantle Valkius had worn?
Yes. Have you not already learned? My minions are everywhere. Now that I'm free, I shall retake what is mine.
He reached out, grabbed her by the arm, and tossed her into the air as if she were a salad. Then he sliced out with the claws on his other hand. Maine grunted as her body struck the tarmac. Her body felt numb and cold, and there was an awful lot of blood pooling out beneath her. Her blood. Was this how it ended? She thought, as the demon stood and walked off down the runway as if he didn't have a care in the world.
Oopsie,
he called over his shoulder when he saw her condition.
Got a little carried away. But it should do. It should do.
What the hell was the demon talking about? And where were Sage and Noff? Were they buried under the debris? Were they still alive? She groaned, and fought to rein in every bit of strength she had yet at her disposal. Her concentration seemed to be leaking out of her mind, fleeing her. Mantle, help me. She felt the mantle pouring healing energy into her injured body, but it was far from enough.
Master, my job is to identify opponents' weaknesses, not mend life-threatening wounds.
Then what?
do I do?" Maine muttered. "I truly am sorry," the Mantle hissed softly. "You were a decent bearer of my glory."
"Decent?" she sputtered.
"The best,"
the Mantle hissed, as Maine's consciousness peeled away from her and rose into the sky. Chapter 33. Father Time stared in horror out the window of his plane seat. They had gotten him a window seat, which was always his favorite. Not so much this time, as he witnessed Maine getting struck down by the demon. There he was, blurring past on the tarmac below. The corruptor. It had been so close. So close. He recalled the demon tearing off the emergency exit of the last plane he had flown in before he'd reversed time. That had nearly been too close as well. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. For a moment, he entertained the idea of reversing time. He could warn Maine that the demon would be coming for her. But would it be enough? Could it possibly change things enough? Would the demon still kill her? No, he couldn't. His mission was too important. He had to reach the labyrinth in Greece, or else all was lost. Maine knew that. She had sacrificed herself so he could get away. He let out a deep, inconsolable sigh. He had to be brave now. He had to. He swallowed and turned away from the window as they rose into the sky. One thing was bothering him. Why had the demon struck her down instead of running after the plane? The corruptor had all sorts of tricks and powerful magic at his disposal. The more Father Time thought about this, the more it seemed to him as if the demon had purposefully let him get away. But why? It didn't make sense. With the demonic timepiece back in his possession, the demon would have a vast advantage over the forces of good. He would, in fact, possibly be undefeatable. Was he overthinking this? What was the demon's game? "Would you like something to drink?" The voice coming from the stewardess in the plane's aisle startled him. "Something wrong?" the woman asked. Father Time placed a hand over his chest. "No, dear. It's just you nearly gave me a heart attack." "I'm sorry. Would you like a drink?" He thought about it. He really shouldn't. But Greece was a long way off. The image of the demon descending upon Maine flashed through his mind. Suddenly the voices of his past and future selves chimed in their opinions. The past self urged that he was doing the right thing, while his future self labeled him a coward for not reversing time and saving Maine. He winced. Had he made the correct decision? The voices were only getting started. He unconsciously reached up and felt the soothing softness of his scarf. Yes. A cranberry juice and gin, please. This would be a long flight indeed." Maine felt warm and gooey. It was a pleasant sensation. It was bright out, too. So bright she couldn't see anything. Wherever she wasn't in pain. She had no worries. "Am I dead?" she asked with an easy smile. "No, Master Maine. You're being mended." "Oh, that's nice." She continued smiling as the warm, healing sensation spread throughout her body. Then time seemed to stop, as reality struck her like a thunderbolt. She sat upright, blinking against the sunlight. Pain flared up through her chest, snapping her into an even more fully awake state. Finally, the outline of her Cyclops butler came into focus in front of her. They were still at the airport, on the tarmac. Her face scrunched up in a look of horror. "Al! What are you doing here?" He kept his face polite and stoic. He blinked. "Why, fixing your fatal chest wound with the needle. Wouldn't do to have you bleeding out like that, now would it? Who would look after Newley's mansion?" Newley's mansion? She blinked back confusion. She reached out and grasped his wrist. "Al, you can't be here. You said you saw your death if you came to the airport." He tenderly patted the top of her hand as he continued to sew up her injuries. Now. Fate is tricky. Just because I saw it in my vision
doesn't mean it will come to pass.
Yeah, but you said...
Mustn't worry. Here. Al produced a chocolate bar from inside his suit coat. He slid it into her purse lying beside her. For when you get hungry, I know that appetite of yours.
Huh?
Oh, and here. He fished a small polished stone from inside his suit coat and inserted it into her pants pocket. It may not look like much, but this is quite valuable. Be a dear and keep it safe, will you?
Al, I don't understand. What is going on?
A dark blur streaked across the tarmac toward her. Toward Al. There, all finished. Gripping the needle in one hand, Al helped Maine to her feet. Surprisingly, she felt like she was inhabiting a fresh, newly constructed body. She'd never felt this good in her life. But Al, the demon... A croaking sound emerged from Al's open mouth as the demon's claw punched through his chest from behind.
Al!
Maine shouted. Al locked pained eyes with her. Master Maine, it has been a complete honor serving you. The demon stripped the needle from Al's hand, then retrieved his claw from the Cyclops' chest. Thank you, Maine, the demon crooned delightedly. You fell right into my trap. What? How? Anger burned through her confusion like a funeral pyre. You weren't trying to kill me, were you? I was bait. The demon gave her a smile that curdled her skin. As perceptive as your father. He'd be so proud of you. You would be correct. I had to sell it. I had to flush the needle out from hiding. I need it to construct my fortress. Absolute horror rained down on her. Leaning with a punch, she threw herself at him. He swatted her aside as if she were a child. Oh, I'm not going to kill you yet. The mantle can wait. I've got bigger fish to fry. The timepiece? Maine's face turned ashen. Of course. Now that I missed my flight, I'll have to find another one. He turned to walk away, then paused. I do enjoy this game of cat and mouse we are playing. Be seeing you soon, Maine. Then he threw himself into a streaking blur and disappeared through the flaming hole in the airport terminal's wall. Chapter 34. Maine, what happened? Sage asked, as he stumbled over to her. He had been buried under a pile of rubble from the exploded airport wall. She didn't hear him. She was sitting on her heels, her legs folded under her, sobbing uncontrollably. She only realized his presence when he gently shook her shoulder. Glancing up at him, she said, I never knew it was possible to hurt this much. Hurt? You're hurt? Alarm widened Sage's eyes, as he scanned her for any sign of wounds. Not me, Maine gasped, between tears. She nodded at Al's body, lying in front of her. Sage's eyes quivered at the sight. What happened? The demon. Oh, I'm so sorry. There came the soft padding of feet as Noff limped up to them. He had a scorch mark along one side of his body, but he wasn't seriously injured.
Oh, no,
he yipped when he saw Al's body.
This is terrible. What?
The demon. Maine said it like a curse.
At least you're okay, partner.
Maine gulped down a pint of anguish. But the demon, he's got the needle. Sage and Noff were speechless. They collapsed beside her on their butts. When Maine's head started to clear the tiniest amount, she touched her ear mic. Everyone, the demon has the needle. I repeat, the demon has the needle. She sucked in a breath. Father Time, do you read me?
Yes.
How did you... I mean, you're all right? Yes. What are you talking about? I saw the demon attack you from the plane's window. You didn't reverse time to try to save me? A long, painful pause. I thought you were sacrificing yourself for me.
It was a trap. Now the balance of power is starting to favor the demon. How many weapons does he have now? The power ring, the gravity bat, the crystal lance, and now the needle. You've got to reverse time. We can't allow him to get the needle. She waited for the old man's response, but heard only alarms shrieking from inside the airport. Sitting beside her, Sage squeezed her hand. Noff nuzzled her knee. Father Time, did you hear me? You've got to reverse time. I'm sorry, he sputtered, but I can't. Take the chance. This time was too close. What? Like you said, I must get to the labyrinth, or else the entire world is doomed to be reshaped by the corruptor's touch. I don't care about the corruptor's touch. I want Al back. I need Al back. A tear streaked down her face as she regarded the Cyclops' body. His face looked so peaceful. As she closed his one eye, she felt more tears trying to burst from their ducts. Then a giant hand touched her back. She twisted to look back at her uncle, a forlorn look on his bruised and scraped-up face. His clothes were tattered and marred. I'm sorry that I was not here, my niece. This day I have failed you. He dropped to one knee beside her. A tiny fluttering sounded from off to the side, and Maine saw Cupid, looking at her with a surprising amount of consolation on his chubby face. The goblin mage appeared next, hanging his head, followed a short time later by Minnie. Zombie Icarus appeared last, dragging his toes across the tarmac. He lived a good Cyclops life. The words came from Joffrey, still kneeling beside her. The surviving demonic weapon holders and Maine's friends had gathered around her. It was some small comfort, but their presence didn't change that Al was dead. I feel like we should say something, Maine said, after a time had passed. You know, tell his soul how grateful we are for his sacrifice. Sage snapped his fingers. That's it. His soul.
You okay?
Noff yipped at him. Sage grabbed Maine's hands in his. Al's spirit. It hasn't passed on yet. We have 3 days. What do you mean? Maine asked. I mean we have 3 days to perform a seance. Makime can do it. Then we can perform a re-spiriting ritual. We just have to have a vessel for him. It sounded too good to be true. A resurrection ritual? Sage nodded. Beside him, she thought she saw Joffrey grimace. Will it hurt him? Maine asked. I don't think so. Al's spirit would decide whether he wanted to stay on this plane or move on. If he finished being your butler, he could still pass on to whatever the afterlife is, unimpeded. Maine considered it. This is for real? You can do this? Sage gave her a weak smile. It is possible. Then how come I've never heard of anyone else coming back from the dead before? For that matter, why didn't anyone try this on my father? Joffrey spoke up quickly. Your father didn't want it. He signed a DNRS. What's a DNRS? Maine asked. Do not re-spirit. It did seem a bit macabre to her. But if Al had a say in whether or not he stayed, she was down with trying to bring him back to life. With renewed hope and vigor, she turned to address all of her friends and the weapon holders around her. We will save Al's spirit. But first, we're going to make sure Father Time reaches the labyrinth. There were cheers of assent. Her uncle grunted. The sooner we leave, the better. How are we going to get there? Zombie Icarus scratched under his chin while flexing his bony wings. His eyes shot open. We could take my wings. Your wings? Maine asked. The zombified myth nodded vigorously. All you would need is some magic wax and a feather from my wings. Your wings don't have feathers, Maine said. Zombie Icarus clenched his fists and strained his cheeks as if he were trying to take a deuce. Then white downy feathers sprouted from his skeletal wings. He looked rather pleased with himself. take a feather." He addressed them all one by one. "You get a feather. You get a feather. Everyone gets a feather." "But what about the magic wax?" Maine asked. "I've got that covered," Sage said. "I should be able to stop by the gift shop for the ingredients and whip something up. Can someone help me carry it all back here?" Cupid raised his hands and fluttered after Sage.
"So glad that pipsqueak has turned out to be a help,"
Noff yipped, as he padded up beside Maine, watching Sage and Cupid go.
"Remember when he was such a pain in the ass?"
Maine wasn't listening, though. Her hand had found the small polished stone Al had put in her pocket. "Mantle, what is this?" "I believe it is an infinite stone." "An infinity stone?" "Oh, no, that term is copyrighted." "What does it do?" "I'm not sure. Something to do with transportation, I think. Look, I know some things, but I'm not a magical encyclopedia." Al had said it was very valuable. If it was associated with transportation, maybe it had something to do with Al's nexus to the beneath. Or maybe it was a very expensive and rare rock. She made a mental note to look into it later. If only Al had used the one way to go anywhere other than here, he'd still be alive. Thinking of the one way made her think of the sacred sourdough. The sacred sourdough. Oh, had Al blown it up? She thought of Sage. He had to be feeling like crap with his restaurant burned down. She would have to make sure he was okay when he got back. All she knew for certain was that the demon would pay for killing her butler. Also, Al's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. Even though she was mad at Father Time for not reversing time, she would make sure the Avatar reached the labyrinth safely. Chapter 35. A few miles from the airport, the demon reclined on a park bench. With his arms spread out along both sides of the bench's backing, he watched the children play, as well as the breeze blowing the dead tree branches. From somewhere behind him, the merry-go-round screeched as it spun. "Such a pleasant sound," he mused. "This world could use more screeching." With the needle in his possession, he now had the means to turn this park into a crater, or a slab of concrete, or a dungeon. Dungeons were nice. However, circumstances prevented him from doing that. The moment he used one of the demonic weapons, or if he warped to a new location, the angels would be alerted. They would be on him in an instant. He wasn't the only one with minions, eyes, and ears in the world. The angels had their ways, too, and there were so damned many of them. Sure, they'd lost some of them in the great battle at the angel safe house, but his demons had suffered the worst losses. Lesser demons were so fragile, so easily ashed. Of course, little could be said for his greater demons, his lieutenants. While the report of the Mists and the Ravens' defeat had irked him, it wasn't the biggest of surprises. His enemies wielded his demonic weapons. As long as they stood together, they would be a threat to him. Yes, it was when they were separate, like the Cyclops with his needle had been, when they were most vulnerable. The demon picked up a twig and snapped it between his claws. It sounded like bones breaking, and he couldn't help but grin. He would get his weapons back. The current weapon holders would fall, one by one. With each weapon he claimed, his strength would grow. He would be prepared for anything. Not even 100 hosts of angels could stop him then. Whoosh! The demon's eyes flickered against the sudden gust that whipped up dead leaves in his face. He growled and let both halves of the snapped twig fall to the ground. "Well?" he said in expectation. The female archangel, his second in command, knelt before him. "I bear good tidings." The demon irritably gestured for her to go on. Still in her crouch, she tilted her head up at him. "I know where Father Time is headed. To the labyrinth in Greece. The secret labyrinth beneath the temple of Knossos." The demon slid his tongue among his sharp teeth as he considered this. "So it's true, then? The myth of the lost?" Her eyes gleamed triumphantly. "The angel guard appears to be clueless.
They are still like chickens with their heads cut off, but I am sure it is only a matter of time before they catch on and send reinforcements to Greece." She paused, and the demon nodded for her to go on. "The only ones who know of Father Time's intentions are Maine and her little entourage of demon weapon holders. They are devising a way to reach Greece as we speak. I hope this news pleases you." The demon grumbled. "It does." "Have you secured a means of transportation yet?" the archangel asked. He nodded simply, lifting a hand into the air and feeling the cool air sift between his claws. "Warping would be quickest, but we mustn't alert the angels. I have a private jet on standby. Its original owner disposed of." The archangel licked her lips. "Was it clean, or was it messy?" With a dry chuckle, the demon said, "What do you think?" She smiled. The demon grew serious. "We mustn't let Maine and the rest of the thieves reach the labyrinth." He paused. "Are you ready?" "Yes, master. Always." Ugh. Her subservience equally disgusted and pleased him. "Good. Ensure they do not survive the journey overseas. I'm sending 2 of my lieutenants to accompany you." A feral look crossed her face. "In case you run into trouble." The archangel stabbed a finger at her chest. "You think I would fail you?" The demon rolled his spiked shoulders. "You've already failed me once. Or have you forgotten your blunder at the angel safe house? That was... You let the guardian live." She struck her breast with her fist. "I will not let you down again." "Yes." He paused. "For your sake, I hope not." With a look of fury etched into her face, she said, "May I ask which lieutenants you are sending with me?" "The sisters." Back at the airport tarmac, Maine watched as Sage and Cupid returned from the gift shop. Cupid, she was surprised to see, carried a bouquet of 12 roses along with the paper sack of ingredients. Almost shyly, he set down the bag and handed the flowers to her.
"For your loss," the cherub said. "I know it's not much, but they cost me like $100, so enjoy."
He pressed himself against her as he gave her a quick embrace, then fluttered away as if his good deed was starting to make him itchy.
"That was sweet,"
Noff yipped.
"but unnecessary."
"Actually," Sage said, "they are totally necessary for the human invisible potion I'm about to make." Maine's hands shot up in front of her as if of their own accord. "No, thank you. Invisibility potions and I do not mix." Sage frowned. Noff snickered.
"She means the last invisibility potion she took gave her explosive dire—"
"La, la, 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 la," Maine said, to drown out Noff's words. "It wasn't a pleasant experience. I'm not going through that again, especially if I'm going to be flying with magic Icarus wings." Noff whined.
"Birds do it all the time. They open the hatch and drop their cargo whenever they please."
"I'm not a bird." Maine crossed her arms. Sage laughed, shifting the contents in the paper sack he was holding. "Luckily for us all, we will not suffer the runs from taking the human invisible potion. There are no side effects whatsoever from the potion, aside from humans not being able to see us during its duration." Maine let that sink in. "So airplane pilots won't see us while we're flying through their airspace?" Sage set the bag on the ground. "That and passengers and satellites. But magical beings will totally be able to see us. Not that we should see any while we're flying to the next continent." "Do you think the demon knows where Father Time is going?" Sage unbagged the ingredients he'd just procured. "I don't know. Probably. If he sensed Father Time on that airplane, all he would have to do is check its destination. He's probably searching for a way to reach Greece right now." "He can warp, right?" Maine asked. "Why wouldn't he do that?" "Because the angels can trace warping. I don't think he'd risk it. Even with the needle in his possession, he's not invincible." That was a good point. Maine watched for a while as Sage started a magic fire on the tarmac, and began cooking his human invisible potion in a stainless steel pot he had bought. Maine meandered away from the impromptu kitchen and called Makime on her phone instead of using the group comms.
"How are you holding up, dear?"
"Not good. I can't believe Al is dead."
"I know. Al was a good man."
"I know." She scratched behind her head while she thought about how to proceed. Sage said that you could do a seance, that you could speak with Al's spirit, and we have 3 days to find a vessel for him to return to life. For the longest time, her stepmom didn't say anything.
"Yes, but are you sure that's what you want?"
Sage said there wouldn't be any pain for Al, and Al would be the final determiner of whether he wanted to return.
"That is correct."
"But what? I'm sensing a but."
"The re-spiriting ritual is a very old ritual."
"How old? Like death and Father Time old?"
"Gods no. The ancient Egyptians were the first to use it."
"What's so bad about the ritual?"
"Everything has to be precise. The ingredients, the sigils, the incantations."
"Are you saying you can't do it?"
"Certainly not. But the last recorded successful re-spiriting took place over a century ago."
"From the way Sage talked, I thought people use it all the time."
"They do. Necromancers, at least,"
Makime clarified. "Necromancers? So Al would come back as a zombie?" Maine flashed a glance at Noff, playing with zombie Icarus. The miniature direwolf kept blasting off in front of the zombie's face, but every time he tried to swat at Noff, he was too slow or uncoordinated. This was who they entrusted with their lives to carry them across 2 continents and an ocean? On the plus side, at least Noff was getting some exercise.
"Only if we don't translate the spellbook correctly. Hieroglyphs are tricky."
"So one wrong mistake, and Al's spirit gets trapped for eternity in a zombified body?" Makime was her professional-sounding self again.
"Why do you think so many magical creatures sign DNRSs?"
Maine supposed she didn't ever want to be accidentally re-spirited as a zombie either. Sage made it sound like we could do it.
"Dear, if you can stop the demon from recovering the timepiece, then correctly translating and performing a re-spiriting ritual should be a cakewalk."
Maine rolled her eyes. When was anything ever a cakewalk beyond the veil? A few minutes later, Maine ended the call, with Makime promising to have a magical courier service respectfully remove Al's body. Maine was glad for that much, at least. Troll. This situation was so wrong. A girl wasn't supposed to outlive her butler. Chapter 36.
"Someday you'll be as fast at making potions as Sage,"
Noff yipped, as Sage magically funneled the human invisible potion into vials.
"He's fast."
He was fast, all right, Maine thought. He also hadn't told her the full story about the re-spiriting ritual. If she was honest with herself, she was a bit miffed at that. Sage handed each of them a potion, even Noff, who needed assistance with the cork. They all threw back the potions as one, except for Maine. She waited a few moments after everyone else to ensure there were no sudden unwanted side effects. Then she drank hers. Sage had said it would take a few minutes for the potion to take effect, so everyone gathered about and chatted, except for Maine. She walked away from the group, so she was alone. After putting away all his potion-making supplies, Sage approached her. "You okay?" She crossed her arms and turned to face him. "Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't I be?" "I don't know. Your uncle is telling hunting stories. I'd figured you'd be listening, enraptured by all the adventure." "Well, Noff is. He seems to love your uncle." "Yeah, he does," Maine said flatly, not meeting Sage's eyes. "Will the rest of the direwolves be flying to Greece with us?" "Nah. Zombie Icarus asked them, but they insisted that they run with the wind, not on the wind." Sage stepped in and brushed a stray bang out of her eyes. She shook her head and took a step backward. "Seriously, Maine, what's wrong?"
Is this about us not having any time together since we rescued you? She snorted. Oh, you rescued me? As I recall, I'm the one who reached out to you. It wasn't easy getting a cell signal in an underground angel safe house. Sage frowned. Why are we fighting now? Let's not fight now. Why? Because there's a whole ocean to fly over, and I'd rather not do it then. Not only an ocean. We have to fly across half of the U.S., also part of Europe. Enough with the logical smartass answers. I'm not trying to be a smartass. Look, I know things have been weird between us ever since we became a thing. Are we, though? It doesn't feel like we're a thing. Sage looked confused. I don't know what you want me to say. Can you at least give me a clue? She uncrossed her arms. I'll give you a clue. It rhymes with pal. Sage squinted. Gal? No. Al. The respiriting ritual. Sage's face dropped. Oh, that. So, you found out that Al will most likely come back as a zombie? Because no one has been able to translate the spell book correctly in over a century? We'll figure it out. Together. At the seance when we're talking to Al, if he doesn't want to go through with it, we won't. There. Are we good now? She looked at him. I wish you had told me the whole thing from the start. You were so sad at the time. We all were. I wanted you to feel better. We can do it. Just because others haven't been able to. Maine turned and walked past him. Let's get back to the team. The potion should be working now. Wait, Sage called after her. See you on the other side of the ocean. Sage started after her, but then Noff blasted off from where the others were and zoomed past Maine. Sage opened his mouth to say something, but caught Noff instead. Maine winced as she heard Noff say,
Look, buddy, I know my partner. Right now, she needs some time to think. Let her be, okay?
She knew she was hard on Sage, but the reality that she might have lost Al for good was still wearing on her. Also, she was hungry. She pulled out the chocolate bar Al had handed her, along with the stone. Al, I miss you so much, she whispered, and bit into the bar. Once they were all gathered, Zombie Icarus cleared his throat. Now, I will explain how I will give you wings.
Ain't that trademarked by Red Bull?
Noff yipped. Maine shushed him. Zombie Icarus dipped a withered hand into Sage's bucket of magic wax. Then he slathered the wax onto Joffrey's back, thoroughly rubbing it into and around his shoulder blades. When he finished, he plucked one of the downy feathers from his wings and licked it. Ew, Maine said. Noff shushed her. Then Zombie Icarus applied the feather to Joffrey's shoulder. A few uttered incantations later, Joffrey's body shuddered as two magnificent downy wings sprouted from his back. They flapped powerfully, and he lifted a couple of feet from the ground. Amazing, Joffrey said. I'm flying. Your wings will continue to flap automatically, draining neither your stamina nor magic reserve. You can, however, control how fast and how high or low you go by concentrating on the core of your magic. One by one, Zombie Icarus applied the magic wax and a feather to the weapon holders. Just before Maine's turn to grow wings, she noticed that Minnie looked scared. She walked over to him. I don't know if I can do it, he said. Why not? She asked. Because these wings don't come with magic parachutes. Oh, you're afraid of heights? The Minotaur nodded. We need you to come with us, she said. We need a true son of the labyrinth to get us into the labyrinth. Oh, it's Greece. You should be able to find plenty of true sons and daughters of the labyrinth. Wait, there are female Minotaurs? Of course, Minnie said. She tried to think of how to calm Minnie down.
Don't you want to see Greece again? You were born there.
Not particularly. Why do you think I came to start a new life in rainwater?
Crap. They were running out of time. Okay, what can I say or do to get you to take a leap of faith and grow magical wings? Noff patted over to her.
Leap of faith? Good one. Not appropriate here.
There is one thing,
Minnie said.
But you must promise not to laugh.
Okay.
I've always wanted to do karaoke, but I've been too afraid to. Someday, when this is all over, will you do karaoke with me?
Oh, troll, anything but that, she wanted to say. If there was anything she hated more than dancing in public, it was singing in public. Instead, she comfortingly said, "It's a deal." Minnie smiled.
Thanks. You know what? I think I'll go next, Mr. Icarus.
It would be my pleasure, the zombie said, as he plunked his hand into the bucket. He began to spread the wax on Minnie's back.
It tickles,
Minnie said. Noff nudged Maine's ankle. What? She asked.
I didn't know you sang.
Shut up.
Just messing with you. Oh, is your stomach acting up? 'Cause mine is.
Noff sucked in a big breath and made a prolonged farting sound.
Hey, must be the human invisibility potion.
Not funny.
Come on, partner. It was a little funny.
I get it. You're trying to cheer me up.
You're damn right I am. Now lighten up. We're about to learn how to fly.
Chapter 37.
The wax really does give you wings,
Noff blurted, as he swooped right in front of Maine's nose. Maine cracked a smile. She couldn't help it when a miniature direwolf with tiny, fluffy wings kept zipping past her through the air, having the time of his life while wearing a vest that said, "Security, do not touch." Joffrey flapped over to her.
I have to admit this is quite incredible. Your father would have loved this experience.
Maine thought of her father. At least I get to share it with you, she said.
Ha, that's my niece.
The troll patted her on the back. With the extra force, she went streaking ahead and would have crashed into zombie Icarus had she not pulled to the side right before impact. The zombie twisted back at her, a stern look on his face.
Miss, these wings are a privilege.
They are not a play toy.
Woohoo!
Noff yipped, as he careened past them, testing his magical blast-off ability. They were about 100 miles from Chicago now, headed east. They were flying just below cloud cover, and would have frozen had the goblin mage not used one of his demonic weapons' abilities to keep them all warm. At first, Maine didn't know what to think of the lightning in a bottle. What good was a literal lightning bolt in a bottle? But that's not what it was. It was a form of wish fulfillment coupled with manipulating the 4 elements. The demonic weapons, as eclectic as they all were, really did comprise a potent arsenal for the demon. She couldn't imagine him with a demonic timepiece. It was bad enough that he now had the needle. Snapping out of her thoughts, Maine realized she'd slowed down and was trailing behind everyone. It was an interesting scene. Everyone aloft on magic fluffy wings that automatically flapped like the beating of one's heart. Once they reached Greece, the magic wings would simply dissipate. No mess, no fuss. The Mantle hissed as she focused on her flying companions.
Weakness, tornadoes, hurricanes, fire, heat-seeking missiles.
Yeah, hopefully they didn't have to worry about any of that. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the novel sensation except for Minnie. He kept pausing to vomit. Each time Noff would yip,
4!
as if the good, unsuspecting humans far below could hear him. She felt bad for the Minotaur, but he had to run out of puke sooner or later. As she searched for the Minotaur now, she spotted him flying higher than the rest of them with his hands pressed over his eyes to block out the view. When zombie Icarus noticed this, he yelped in alarm, then flapped up and guided Minnie back down to the level of the rest of them. Turning in mid-air and flying backward, Zombie Icarus addressed them. Now, there is one thing I forgot to tell you before we lifted off. There is one rule regarding flying with Icarus wings.
Don't talk about flying with Icarus wings,
Noff guessed. No. Although, okay, there are 2 rules to flying with Icarus wings. First, we don't talk about flying with other magical creatures. I'm already booked until next spring at magical corporate events, instructing and teaching employees how to soar. Literally. 2, we must be careful that we don't fly too close to the sun. As Noff zipped past Zombie Icarus's face, he yipped,
"Found that one out the hard way, did ya?"
Icarus groaned, while he pressed a withered hand to his forehead. He had to feel like a professor trying to teach an unruly class of students in an airborne classroom. It was cool how all of their wings flapped in synchronicity, except for Noff's. They were flapping faster than a hummingbird's. Hours later, they were flying over the Atlantic Ocean. At first, the view of the waters stretching out in all directions below them was exhilarating. Then it got kind of monotonous. More than once, Maine caught herself dozing off, her magic wings continuing to flap and propel her forward with the rest of the group.
"Wake up, sleepyhead,"
Cupid laughed as he pulled up alongside her. His tiny wings were at rest as his much larger Icarus wings flapped instead. It was comical. His wings were longer than he was. "I'm awake," she said, swatting at the air playfully, and Cupid flapped away in Joffrey's direction, probably to provoke him. From up ahead, their flight instructor was going bonkers. "Now stop that," Zombie Icarus called after Noff, trying to catch him. "You're going to run into a stray bird." Noff kept on zipping up and down, left and right.
"Hey, everyone, look at me. I'm Superman. Shoom, vroom, nyah!"
Maine giggled. Man, it felt good to lighten up. She really did have the best partner she could ask for, even if he only came up to her shin. She was in such a good mood that she felt like confronting Sage, and apologizing for blowing up on him back on the ground. She started to flap his way when Noff flew past her, nearly clipping her head.
"What is that, folks? A bird? A plane? No, it's the Noff!"
Maine laughed again. As she did so, she spotted a speck on the horizon. Something about it made her uneasy. She flew over to her uncle, who had shooed Cupid away from him. "Ah, niece." "Do you see that?" she pointed. The object was growing closer to them. Her uncle squinted. "Perhaps it is a super Noff." "Huh?" "No, I've got a bad feeling," she started to say, when the Mantle interrupted. "Warning!" Tensing, Maine grabbed her uncle's shoulder to let him know she wasn't joking. Joffrey's face tightened with battle fury. "Archangel!" he bellowed. Everyone snapped to alertness. The dot on the horizon was now a humanoid figure, moving fast, on a course to intercept them. First, Maine saw the outline of the Archangel's multiple sets of wings. Then she saw the white-hot magic glowing from her palms. Maine shouted, "Watch out!" The Archangel shot out a blast of immensely hot smiting energy at the group of them. Everyone dodged out of the way as best they could as the streak of pure energy left a burned smell in the air. Had it not been for Joffrey's warning, they'd all have gotten caught in its radius. "You're all mine," the Archangel cried, summoning a white angel blade in one fist. "This time I will not fail." She seemed to be homing in on Maine in particular. "To the left," the Mantle hissed. Maine threw herself hard to the side, avoiding the Archangel's blade as it cut the air. "To the right." Again, she narrowly edged out of the way. "Down." On the third maneuver, Maine was a hair too slow. The blade nicked her on the side of the leg. The pain burned hotly as if acid had spilled on her. Had the Archangel smited her? The cut on her leg glowed white-hot and faded. Luckily, it didn't spread. "That is but a taste of my might," the Archangel screamed as she swooped at Maine again. Joffrey dropped through the air and swung the claw hammer, It only clipped the Archangel as she ducked and sliced up at Joffrey. He deflected with the claw hammer. The power of her attack drove him up, and he disappeared into a cloud.
Hi-ya!
Noff yipped as he blasted into the Archangel, striking her back. She swiped backward, but Noff had already blasted off again out of range. Cupid fluttered down by the Archangel, facing off with her at about 10 yards.
You sure you want to do this?
Cupid called.
You don't have to be the demon's whip dog. Hey, I take offense at that term,
Noff yipped, circling above them. The Archangel gritted her teeth. I've made my choice. As she repositioned her blade behind her in preparation for charging the cherub, Cupid drew his bow and loosed several arrows at her. Without breaking a sweat, the Archangel whipped the blade back and forth, striking down Cupid's arrows. Pathetic, she chided. Maine raised her palm and launched a fireball at their attacker. The Archangel simply watched the fireball's trajectory and didn't try to evade it. The fireball exploded upon her black armor without making a mark. You are vastly outpowered here. Surrender the demonic weapons now, or I will tear the wings from your backs one at a time and watch you plummet to the water below.
I wish the winds would be unkind to you.
The words came from the goblin mage, who had unscrewed the lid of the lightning in a bottle. As he flapped a safe distance away from her, the lightning inside the jar flickered. Suddenly, a stiff air current gusted across the sky, catching the Archangel and shoving her off balance. A massive, muscled figure seized the opportunity, crashed into her, and sent her flying farther out of bounds. Minnie? Maine asked proudly, as the figure turned to look at her. I don't like bullies, the Minotaur said, then puked off to the side.
4!
Noff yipped. The Archangel straightened herself, then flapped back up to the rest of their level. Her face bore a look of pure hate. She swept her hair out of her eyes, then turned to the side as 2 other figures materialized in the distance. The Archangel quietly said quickly, I gave you all a chance.
You wouldn't have let us go anyway, would you?
Noff yipped, as he zipped past her and kicked her head with a tiny paw. She slashed up at him but missed again.
Too slow, sucker.
That's it, the Archangel growled. She uttered an incantation and her sword glowed hotly. She then proceeded to etch glowing shapes into the air before her, until she had completed a sigil. Goodbye, she said, her words a hiss. I shall smite everything within a 50-yard radius. She gripped the blade in both hands and pierced the hovering sigil. White, hot light exploded outward, swallowing everything in a sphere 50 yards wide. The air sparkled and hissed. When finished, Maine and her companions continued to flap their wings, unharmed by the Archangel's magic. Then the Archangel let loose a terrifying shriek as her body and wings began to burn with holy fire. What is this? She screamed as she writhed. A trap, Maine explained. Thanks for falling right into it. Trap, the angel hissed. A powerful protection spell. You're welcome. A harsh sound escaped from the Archangel's throat. Can't fail. The goblin mage smirked as he closed the lid to the lightning in a bottle, then twisted it open again.
I wish for another gust of wind to blow our way.
Suddenly, another strong burst of wind broke through the air, heading right toward the Archangel. No! She shouted. Her eyes locked on the goblin mage. Then, with an incredible burst of speed, she shot forth and speared her sword through his chest. Grinning madly, she tore the lightning in a bottle from his grasp. Then the gust came, and both she and the goblin mage plummeted toward the ocean, far, far below. Maine made to flap down and descend after the goblin mage, but her uncle caught her by the arm. No, he is beyond our help now. We can't let the demon get another weapon, though. Raising his arm, Joffrey pointed past her at the 2 shapes flapping their way. We've got company. It looks like it's the sisters. Chapter 38.
Who?
Maine yelled over the mad torrents of wind that now buffeted her and her uncle as the two figures streaked toward them. Each wore pointy helmets, had sharp wings, and wielded pitch-black spears and shields. Sage pulled up alongside Maine and gasped.
"Oh no, it's the sisters."
"The what?" Maine asked. Noff zipped down to her level.
"The sisters, two of the demon's most trusted lieutenants. They're Valkyries."
She tried to recall from Greek mythology what Valkyries were. Reading her thoughts, Sage said,
"They used to decide who lived and died on the battlefield of war, until the corruptor turned them to his cause."
"So they're the good guys?"
"Not those chicks,"
Noff yipped.
"They're bad to the core."
The two Valkyries shouted a war cry as they flew in, clanging their spears against their shields. "Shit, they're straight up terrifying," Maine said, as one descended upon her uncle and attacked. Joffrey met the Valkyrie's spear with the claw hammer, but the woman was too quick for him and nicked him across the cheek, then cut him across the chest. Zombie Icarus shouted as he came to Joffrey's aid. The Valkyrie turned and lopped off one of his arms with a sharpened spear point.
Ah!
Icarus cried, and flew back up and out of reach. One of the Valkyries flew at Maine. Noff zoomed in front, intending to strike the Valkyrie in the throat. Instead, he hit the oncoming shield like a mallet to a gong and flew sideways in a daze. Maine flew up and threw a punch at the Valkyrie. She blocked with the shield, and Maine's fist went numb.
"Get out of the way,"
the Mantle hissed. She tried to twist out of the way, but she was too late. An arrow swished by then, striking the Valkyrie in the shoulder with a wet thump. It threw off her attack, and she missed Maine. Maine flew out of range to join Cupid. "Nice shot," the cherub smirked.
"Who said I wasn't aiming for you?"
"And the moment has passed," Maine muttered, preparing for an attack from the second Valkyrie. Except she didn't have any weapons other than her fists.
"Here, take this,"
her uncle shouted, as a magical shield formed in her numbed hand. She raised it as the Valkyrie thrust her spear. Maine winced, but the magic shield deflected the blow. In turn, the Valkyrie tried to shield bash her with her other arm. Evading the attack with the help of the Mantle, Maine shot a fireball into Valkyrie, who exploded back a few yards in the air.
"No time for gloating,"
the Mantle hissed.
"Above you."
Maine barely raised her magic shield in time to catch the second Valkyrie's spear. The momentum of the attack drove her down. Maine flapped harder and blasted back up, sending out a few more fireballs that the Valkyrie blocked easily with her shield. However, it provided a distraction for Minnie to flap in and take to the offensive. It lasted for only a moment before he was batted aside by a shield, but then Joffrey got in a solid strike with the claw hammer that sent one of the Valkyries cartwheeling. Sage appeared by his side and started rapid casting daze spells at the remaining Valkyrie. When she wobbled in the air, Noff blasted forward to throat her. It turned out to be only an act, and Noff received his second shield smash to the face. He zoomed past Maine with his eyes crossed and tongue hanging out, flapping in the wind. The second Valkyrie clanged her spear against her shield and shouted,
"Your tactics are weak. I shall bear you all off to Valhalla."
As she finished speaking, her sister Valkyrie rejoined her. "Ugh, we're back to fighting them both at once," Maine said. Sage flapped over to her, drained from casting his spells.
"We can't survive much more of this,"
he said, as another bout of rogue gusts began to buffet them all. Cupid swooped in and loosed some arrows, but the sisters raised their shields, deflecting them all.
"You guys have a plan that doesn't involve getting skewered?"
Cupid shouted, as he backflipped away from the sisters' wrath, continuing to fire arrows to keep them occupied. Maine focused on their twin opponents. Mantle?
"Valkyries. Extreme heights. Suggestion. Use yourself as bait and soar higher."
"It can't be that easy," Maine muttered.
"Valkyries start to lose fine motor skills the higher they fly."
"Yeah, but won't the same happen to me, too?"
"Of course, but you're a troll. Tap into your strength and push through it."
After giving each of her shoulders an exaggerated roll, she took off vertically, firing a fireball down at each Valkyrie as she ascended. It got their attention, and they took off after her. "What are you doing?" Zombie Icarus cried out, as Maine pierced a cloud and came out the top. "I specifically said do not fly close to the sun." "What? Can't hear you," Maine called back, as she urged her wings to flap her higher into the sky. She had to blink against the sun high above her. When she glanced downward, both of the sisters were still pursuing her. It wasn't long until she started to feel the effects of oxygen deprivation, or whatever was making her start to see stars in the afternoon. Each breath became a struggle, and she felt the mantle feeding her some of its energy. "How much longer?" she muttered, as she stole another downward look. She grinned. Rising shoulder to shoulder, both Valkyries looked punch-drunk, their eyelids fluttering, their bodies tottering from side to side as they continued up. "Okay, Mantle, here we go." Abruptly changing directions, Maine urged her wings to propel her downward. She dropped like an anchor at the sisters. They reacted by raising their shields, but were too late. Maine struck them with her feet, kicking them down with incredible force. Both Valkyries tipped backward and skyrocketed toward where Joffrey and Minnie were eagerly waiting to finish them off. Still feeling lightheaded from the high altitude, Maine grinned at a job well done. The Mantle hissed, "What did I say about gloating?" "We defeated the bad guys." Her body jerked to one side, and she commanded her wings to bring her back to a level stance. It didn't work, though.
"Fool, your wings are melting."
"What?" she muttered, twisting around to check on her wings. As she did so, wax dribbled away from where it affixed her magic downy wings to her shoulders and splatted to her forehead. In the next moment, both of her wings tore free. Then she was plummeting. Chapter 39. Maine had once heard that falling into water from really high up would feel like striking a hard concrete surface. In other words, the survival rate wasn't high. The ocean quickly rose to meet her. It wouldn't be long now. Luckily, she didn't have to find out if she'd splat or swim. A troll caught her in his arms. "Uncle," she gasped. "How'd you—"
"I'd never let you fall," he said proudly. "Wouldn't want the ghost of your father to haunt me for the rest of my life. Or your ghost."
He grinned, and so did she. A sea breeze blew up and swept salty spray over them as they hovered over the ocean's surface. "What happened to the sisters?" Maine asked, once she'd caught her breath. Joffrey seemed to be catching his breath, too, before he ascended to the rest of the group.
"Minnie and I socked them to the afterlife, or at least the next country over."
With his bicep, he wiped the moisture from his forehead.
"They won't bother us again."
"Thank Troll," Maine said. She then realized a soft creaking sound was coming from her uncle's back. It seemed to be from... "Are your wings okay?" she asked. Joffrey rotated his shoulders and peered back at his fluffy white wings. They weren't as bushy as when they had started. He must have lost some feathers in the fight with the Archangel and the sisters. They probably all had lost some feathers.
"They will have to do," he grunted. "They will get us to Greece."
It sounded like he was willing them to hold together long enough to reach their destination. He said it with such conviction that she believed his wings would hold together until then. "You sure I'm not too heavy for you?" she asked.
"Nah, no such thing as too heavy for a troll. See the pack on my back?"
Maine couldn't miss it. It was large and chock full of what appeared to be heavy equipment. Its weight had probably helped weigh him down as he had plummeted after her to catch her. It was most likely gear he'd scrounged up from his cave before they had departed for the airport, and would undoubtedly prove useful once they reached the labyrinth. "Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. With your weight, the pack, and me, your wings will give out, and we'll fall into the ocean."
"You know what the best part of these wings is?"
her uncle grunted, changing the subject. "What?"
"We don't need stinking passports."
Maine giggled. "I've never been out of the country before, but I kind of like the idea of getting all those stamps on my passport. Joffrey braced himself against more ocean spray. It felt cold, but refreshing.
You'd think that, but all the waiting in lines at customs. It's time I could be out on the trail, tracking, hunting. You know, troll stuff.
Trolls aren't so good at patience, are they? Maine asked.
Your father got pretty good at it. Detective work does tend to require that.
Joffrey caught his breath and flapped his magic wings. They ascended, his wings continuing to creak. An odd feather or two shot out at intervals, but the wings held. The rest of their group was still far ahead. Wind blasted through Maine's hair as they rose toward them. She never felt freer. Joffrey craned his neck to look down at her as his wings kept pumping.
You been working out?
A little. Noff wants to open a CrossFit gym in Rainwater. Want to join?
Pah. Trolls don't need formalized training. The wild is our classroom. We fight and brawl, drag logs and toss boulders. That's how trolls train.
She cocked an eye up at him. Maybe back in the good old days. Now trolls don't live under bridges anymore.
Hey now, stereotypical or not, I still like living under bridges. Huh, but you're right. The world has moved on, hasn't it? Guess I'm getting old.
Hanging around me will keep you young, Maine said.
Unless it gets him killed,
the Mantle added, killing the moment. Before they rejoined the rest of the group, Zombie Icarus flapped down to them with his remaining withered arm folded over his chest. He jabbed his stub at her.
You had to fly too close to the sun, didn't you?
Maine started. In my defense, the sun is like 90 million miles away from me. I'm not that close to the sun. Shaking his head, Zombie Icarus spun in midair. He threw up his hands, muttering to himself.
Millennials these days. They think they know everything. Next she'll say the earth is round.
Maine and her uncle shared a chuckle as they rejoined the rest of the group. Their faces showed genuine relief that she was okay. Sage and Noff flew up to her and gave her a group hug while Joffrey supported her in one arm. It was a bittersweet victory, though. They had survived the Archangel's attack and defeated 2 more of the demon's lieutenants, but they'd also lost the Goblin Mage. It had happened so fast. It seemed like one moment he'd been there jesting with them, the next he was gone. If the Archangel survived, the demon now had another of his weapons. Maine clenched a fist at the thought. She never even knew the Goblin Mage's name. They toasted the Goblin Mage. It seemed no one else knew the Goblin Mage's name either, so she didn't feel so bad anymore. Then they flapped onward for hours in silence. It was no secret that the journey was wearing on everyone. At the start, this had been an exciting voyage, and they'd had no shortage of topics to discuss. Now they were too exhausted to try to find something to talk about. Cupid and Noff were starting to doze off at intervals. Their wings kept on flapping automatically, and whenever they happened to veer off course, Zombie Icarus would flap over to them and herd them back like a shepherd with his flock of sheep. Also, Zombie Icarus's severed arm grew back. Maybe being a zombie had its perks. With less than an estimated hour left of flying, her stomach began to churn and groan. She was damn hungry. And unfortunately, Al wasn't there to offer her a chocolate bar. Al. Why'd he have to die? Why did she feel like she had failed him? Her uncle prevented her from traveling too far down that mental rabbit hole when he tapped her on the shoulder. He wagged a troll-sized granola bar in front of her face, and she snatched it up. Thank you. She tore into it. How'd you know I was hungry? Noff zipped past her nose right then, wide awake now.
Partner, I think the people down there in their fancy boats all heard that stomach of yours growl.
Maine glanced in awe at the collection of yachts, catamarans, and sailboats floating down below in the deep blue of the Mediterranean Sea. They were so close now. Whatever. Maine bit into the giant granola bar. It was pretty loud, Joffrey admitted, high-fiving Noff.
Where did you find this monster-sized granola bar? Paw Mart, her uncle said simply. A subsidiary of Walmart, but for magical creatures. Good prices, too. The magical world would never cease to amaze her. She chomped down the rest of the granola bar as she watched in awe all the watercrafts passing below. It wasn't long before Noff zipped past her face again, yipping.
Land ho! My legs feel like rubber,
Noff yipped, before face-planting into the grass on the island of Crete, southeast of mainland Greece. Joffrey flapped to the ground and set Maine down. As soon as her feet touched solid ground, she held out her hands for balance, nearly toppling. She made her way over to a tree and sat with her back against it. Eventually, she got her bearings back. Noff teetered over to her.
I don't know how birds do it.
He plopped down in the grass beside her and rested his front paws and head in her lap. Maine concentrated on drawing deep breaths and recovering from the long flight. It had been draining in a way that was hard to describe. For a time, she closed her eyes, relishing being able to relax against the tree. When she opened them, the grass seemed greener before her, the sky more vibrantly blue. The vessels out on the water seemed like tiny toys in the pristine sea, resting against the white, soft sand beaches. This was so cool. She was in Greece. They were on a hilltop, surrounded by thick foliage. Greece's largest island of Crete stretched out before them, all mountains, valleys, towns, cliffs, and beaches, and all the whitewashed houses facing the sea. There were vibrantly colored ones, too. It was one thing seeing this on a TV screen, another entirely seeing it in person. This felt like the most peaceful place in the world. She felt at total rest.
You know,
Noff yipped.
We'll probably have to fly back with Icarus wings.
His words broke her from her peaceful train of thought. Huh?
We don't have our passports.
Damn it,
Minnie grunted from off to the side, reaching up and massaging his temples. The Minotaur stamped his foot.
I can't stand another flight like that.
Poor chump,
Noff yipped, then gave an excited bark as Sage tottered their way. The miniature direwolf lifted himself off Maine's lap.
I think I'll give you two some time alone.
Hey, Sage said, as he approached her with a slight wave. Hey. She felt like an idiot for not having thought of something more original or personal to say to him. Sage pointed at the tree trunk beside her.
Is that seat taken?
She smiled. He sat. They both tried to talk at the same time.
Sorry, you go first, Sage said.
It's just, I don't know. It feels as if the world is always trying to get between us. She raised a finger. I'm not trying to make excuses for my behavior, but more often than not, it seems like the magical world around me is always on the verge of apocalypse or something. Sage shrugged. His shoulder knocked off some bark that rained down and tickled her shoulder. Her arm brushed his, and warmth spread through her cheeks.
You have grown to be an important and influential person beyond the veil.
I don't know about that.
Maine. Look. In the short time you've been here, you've solved your father's death, freed some kidnapped butterfly fairies, and saved Noff's direwolf pack from your uncle, who an evil archangel had commissioned. You helped broker a peaceful deal between Al and the magic mushrooms, saved Death's life at the McCam, and prevented a disgruntled fate from rewriting the world. Oh, and you brought down a murderous producer in Hollywood while also proving my innocence so I wouldn't rot in jail the rest of my life.
She sighed. That was quite the list of accomplishments. I also helped free the demon with my stupid luck spell.
Your heart was in the right place.
But it's the corruptor, ender of worlds, and all that jazz.
So you took a step backward. Take two forward now.
A step? I think I took more than a few steps backward. I feel like I've run a whole marathon backward. I mean, the world is on the brink of hell now that he has the needle, and the timepiece is within his grasp, too. She stopped. How many steps is a marathon?
Sage leaned his head close to hers and hooked some of her hair over her ear. I don't know. I don't care. Maybe you helped create this mess, but it was the demon who carried it out. We will stop it. Together.
Maybe.
But at what cost? Think of all the people we've already lost along the way. Atlas. That Crystal Lance gal. Lightning in a bottle dude. Whoever had the power ring. She paused. And Al. Sage grabbed her hands in his. I'm truly sorry about Al. I'm even sorrier that I gave you false hope in saying that it would be easy bringing him back to life. I should have been more transparent. I saw the pain in your eyes and wanted to help ease it, if only for a little. She let out a large breath. I know. I get it. I overreacted. It was stupid of me, but it feels like the weight of the world is literally on my shoulders. She looked at him soberly. I feel like Atlas. Sage studied her for a time, then shook his head seriously. No, you don't have the mullet. She laughed. Thanks. For what? Sage said. For being you. What can I say? I'm like hot sauce on brownies. I am what I am. She punched him lightly on the arm. That sounds disgusting. It's, well, yeah, it is an acquired taste. Look, I wasn't lying about bringing Al back from the dead if he wants to return. It will be hard, but we've got 2.5 days to do it, and we will get it right. He reached out and put his hands behind her neck. They both inched forward and kissed. When they pulled back, Maine said, You know, we're about to go into battle. Battle? Finding and escorting Father Time to the Lost in the labyrinth isn't going to be easy. There will probably be demons and angels trying to stop us along the way. And who knows what other surprises awaiting us. What are you saying? Sage asked. That we might die? I am not going to die. Sage scratched his cheek. Why not? Because I'm not going to die a virgin. You're a virgin? Really? She shook some hair out of her eyes. No, but being with someone like you, well, I suspect it will be like starting over. Sage swallowed. No one's ever said that to me before. He put his hands out behind him, feeling the tree at his back and the grass beneath him. You don't mean right here, do you? In front of? With a woo-hoo! Noff blasted into the thicket of grass at Maine and Sage's feet.
Sorry to interrupt you two lovebirds, but the rest of the team is getting impatient. Your uncle, in particular. They're about to start discussing how to proceed, and I don't think you two want to miss the powwow.
Maine flashed Sage a, see what I mean? Look, and he chuckled. They got up and headed back down the grassy hill. Chapter 40. That's where the labyrinth is? Maine directed her gaze around at the giant stone blocks and columns scattered throughout the side of the Palace of Knossos. Tourists, both human and magical, meandered around it, pointing in awe and taking lots of photos. Minnie stepped out in front of them all and nodded. It is beneath our feet, hidden from humans and most mythical creatures by powerful magic. It also has no visible entrance unless a minotaur unlocks one. He stood straight and sniffed the air. I sensed that none of the entrances have been opened for quite some time, which means Father Time is here somewhere. He is not inside the labyrinth yet. That was good. They still had time to find him and safely guide him to the Lost. Maine took in the breathtakingly large scale of the stone structures around them. How big is the underground labyrinth? It's very extensive. He pointed in the direction of some mountainous land off to the side. There is the secret back entrance over there. Off the beaten path. That is where I shall open our passage. You can find it on the maps I handed you all. They all glanced down at their rolled-up maps. One side contained an exterior map with the palace, some nearby side streets and natural landmarks.
The backside had sketches of parts of the labyrinth. Most of the labyrinth map remained blacked out, though. Maine raised her hand.
Yes,
Minnie asked. Why is the map on the backside only partially filled in?
Because those are the parts I've personally been to.
Maine studied the interior map. A single path traveled from Minnie's indicated labyrinth entrance to the central core of the labyrinth, which was labeled the Lost. While a few ways strayed from the main path, making it look like a maze you might complete in a puzzle book, it was just one small path on a giant page. What about the rest of the labyrinth?
The labyrinth is like a maze you must navigate. I was born in the wishing chamber.
He pointed at her map.
Here.
The wishing chamber was near the Lost, the center of the labyrinth. You have been to the Lost, right? Maine asked.
Certainly,
the Minotaur huffed.
All Minotaurs must make a pilgrimage to the Lost when they are 7 years old.
I went to kindergarten when I was that age. Noff snickered, and Sage cracked a smile but grew serious again.
Any other questions?
Minnie glanced at everyone beside Maine. So we have to follow this one route, or else? Maine asked.
Certainly not.
The Minotaur unzipped his fanny pack and pulled out a baggie of chalk.
Fun and games time,
Noff yipped.
I always wanted to write my name in chalk.
This is no ordinary chalk,
Minnie said tersely.
This is sacred chalk from beneath the sea. It is the only form of chalk or other marking system that will work within the labyrinth.
You mean like leaving chalk markings on the floor or walls, like a breadcrumb trail to find your way out? Sage asked.
Exactly,
Minnie said.
Any other source of marking material will either disappear immediately or change course on you, thus leading you astray. This sacred chalk will not disappear or change shape and form. The agreed-upon methodology we Minotaurs use is a long dash for the correct path to the Lost, and dots and short dashes for paths that will lead you to the circle.
Maine located the words, the circle, on the map. It looked like a giant curved path within the labyrinth, situated between the Lost and the outer walls. What's the circle?
The part of the labyrinth that goes around and around the Lost in an ever-turning circle. Once you enter it, it is very difficult to exit.
How do you exit? Maine asked.
I don't know,
Minnie said.
I only know that it is possible, but not probable, even for a Minotaur.
Noff yipped.
What he's saying, folks, is do not get trapped in the circle, or you're fucked.
Maine nudged the miniature direwolf. Her uncle didn't bother to raise his hand.
Is the circle marked within the labyrinth, so we don't meander into it by accident? Yes. You will know you are close when the walls begin to turn orange. By the time the walls are red, well, you're already in the circle. Stay aware of your surroundings, and you will not stray into the circle.
So, Joffrey postulated, if the demon shows up, which we believe he will soon, we could lead him into the circle to lose him. Then we could find Father Time and guide him to the Lost. The Minotaur nodded. Joffrey fidgeted.
Then what are we doing? All this waiting and talking is like standing in line at customs.
What I don't understand, Maine said, is what makes the circle different from the Lost. You go in, and you get lost. Sounds like the same concept to me. Minnie looked perturbed, as if this were elementary.
While improbable, one can find their way out of the circle. As for the Lost, there is no escaping.
Hence why the gods have tossed in their super-powerful weapons and treasures over the years? Maine asked.
Correct. To be lost for all time.
Is it going to mess anything up cosmically if Father Time gets lost in the Lost?
No. He'll still be alive, so time will continue to march on.
If Time ever did die, Sage explained, another avatar would be created to replace him on the physical plane.
Maine found that to be an interesting concept. Sage added, "Don't forget, the demonic weapons carry a piece of the demon's essence within them. With one of the weapons lost to him for all eternity, the demon will never have the chance to regain his full strength. He'll always be missing a piece of himself." Not a bad plan, Maine mused. Although, if she was honest, it kind of sucked for Father Time if he had to live alone, lost for eternity, in the lost. But that was his choice. He wouldn't have come to Greece if he didn't intend to carry out the mission. So in the meantime, we've got to find Father Time to get him to the secret labyrinth entrance, while setting a trap for the demon for when he shows up.
While watching out for them,
Joffrey grunted, nodding at a couple of angel guards patrolling the palace ruins. Wearing giant aviator sunglasses and stern looks as they searched for Father Time, they stood out terribly.
And them,
Sage said, angling his toe toward a vendor answering the questions of two lesser demons, who were wearing equally bad disguises: jean shorts, polka-dot button-up shirts, and wide-brimmed straw hats. Curious, Maine lowered the veil momentarily to see what the demons looked like to all the humans here. Instead of alligator heads, scales, and sharp claws, she saw two thick-boned mafia thugs. She raised the veil again. Her uncle punched his fist in his open palm.
"I could take care of them right now."
"Don't be stupid, you big lug,"
Cupid said.
"Right in the middle of the daylight?"
"You have a better idea,"
the troll grunted. Cupid flashed a wild-eyed grin.
"Yeah, I sniped them from the shadows with my bow and arrows."
Maine inserted herself between the two of them. "Look, no bloodshed. Or ash shed, or whatever. Not in public." Both her uncle and Cupid groaned. "She's right," Zombie Icarus intoned. "We must not cause a scene, or give up the advantage of surprise."
"How do we find Father Time?"
Noff yipped. Maine raised an eyebrow. "You're the one with the magic nose."
"Yeah, but I gotta have something to sniff for. An article of clothing or something."
"Leave that to me,"
Joffrey said. A moment later, he had left the group. Maine had a difficult time trying to locate him as he snuck through the ruins. A few minutes passed. Cupid crossed his arms over his chest.
"Who wants to bet he comes up empty-handed?"
Joffrey came back then, with a bright orange scarf in his hand. "That's Father Time's." Maine recalled it from the airport bathroom stall. "How'd you find it?"
"I may be an impatient troll, but I'm also a damn good tracker."
Joffrey pounded his chest and handed the scarf to Noff.
"Is this good enough for you, brave dire wolf?"
Noff beamed at the accolade.
"It'll do, but I'm sensing a lot of magical interference in the area."
"That would be the aura of the labyrinth,"
Minnie explained. "Will that be a problem, oh brave and wonderful dire wolf?" Maine asked.
"Not exactly. More of a hindrance. I'll still be able to sniff out Father Time, but only if he's close, as in 50 feet or so."
Joffrey belly laughed.
"Well, he's not in the ruins. You had better start picking your way through town. There's a lot of streets and buildings where he could be laying low."
Before Noff headed off, they finished reviewing their plan, and Minnie led them to the mountain entrance he was familiar with. They walked through a forest for a bit until they came to a clearing with a massive rock jutting up from the earth. Minnie pressed his hand to a nondescript section, and the stone slid to the side, revealing a dark interior. Joffrey took off his pack, pulled out some walkie-talkies, and handed them out. Inexplicably to Maine, Minnie said they would work inside the labyrinth. Then Minnie held up a piece of sacred chalk in his hand and reminded them all of the system of chalk communication in case they got separated. Long dashes led toward the lost, dots and short dashes to the circle. Their jobs were thus: Noff would search the nearby town for Father Time. Joffrey would work on the demon trap. Minnie, Zombie Icarus, and Sage would ensure that the path to the lost was correctly labeled, as well as plot out some side routes they happened upon in case they needed to take a detour from the path on the map. Maine and Cupid would be on demon watch outside the entrance, since, unfortunately for them, a labyrinth entrance stayed open for 24 hours once opened. Stupid magic rules. Once Noff located Father Time, they'd call Minnie back to the entrance, and they'd all escort Father Time to the Lost and save the world. They did a quick group chant and went their separate ways to carry out their jobs. Maine and Cupid waited outside the labyrinth. Cupid kicked a pebble across the clearing.
And then there were two.
The minutes passed slowly, turning into 1 hour, then 2. The sun was starting to go down. Noff still hadn't located Father Time, and maybe the corruptor wouldn't show. No, Maine knew the demon would show eventually. He could track the demonic weapons, and they were all in one place. On Crete, the largest island in Greece. In the middle of nowhere, next to a wide-open entrance to the labyrinth. Maine kept her eyes alert. This was a good place for an entrance to the labyrinth. At least they wouldn't have to worry about hikers or tourists stumbling upon it. Cupid started whistling. That's kind of annoying, Maine said, mostly just to mess with the cherub. Cupid stood and stretched his arms overhead. Then he adjusted his diaper.
I'm getting hot. Glad I don't wear many clothes.
Maine laughed at the absurdity of keeping watch for the demon with a toddler-sized baby ninja, who happened to be the cherub of love.
I've got to take a tinkle,
Cupid said suddenly, fiddling with his diaper. Didn't need to know that. Go over there, will you? Way over there?
Fine.
The cherub padded away and faced away from her. He called over his shoulder.
We've been waiting a long time. Think Noff will find Father Time?
Noff will pull through, Maine said. All we have to do is focus on our job, leading the demon inside if he shows up before Noff, and getting him lost in the circle. When he finished, Cupid cinched up his diaper and returned to Maine, patting his hands together as if air-washing them.
Easier said than done.
Ew, Maine waved in front of her nose. Did you soil yourself? Cupid giggled.
Nope. Thought I might have, but I checked.
You're so gross, Maine said.
Yeah. Admit it. I'm growing on you.
Oh, totally. Like a fungus.
Hey, words hurt. What'd I ever do to you?
Maine started ticking items off her fingers. You tried to kill me. You tried to kill me again. You tried to kill my friends. You drank growth potion and tried to kill me again. The cherub did a quick spin and landed with his palm against the labyrinth's outer stone wall.
Why can't you let bygones be bygones?
Alert! Alert!
The mantle hissed. What is it? Maine muttered.
My first master. He approaches.
Chapter 41. Branches crunched off to the side as the demon stepped through into the clearing in front of the labyrinth entrance.
Ah, the demon chuckled. So we meet again.
And so soon, Maine said.
Yes, you beat me here. You must tell me your secret. How did you cross all that land and an ocean?
I had some help, Maine said tersely. She had to get the demon into the labyrinth and the circle. The demon stood at his full height and surveyed them with a hint of annoyance.
Oh, yes, Icarus. I re-spirited him in exchange for the use of his wings. Did he tell you that?
Maine stood her ground. Beside her, Cupid dug his bare feet into the ground.
Speaking of Icarus and the rest of the demonic weapon thieves, where might they be now?
Maine bit her lip as she glanced to the sides, checking for additional threats. They're here somewhere.
Admit it. For the moment, it's only you and the baby angel.
Hey, watch it, Cupid said. I'm tougher than I look.
Amusement flickered across the demon's maw. "I'm sure you are." Quick as lightning, Cupid had his bow in his hands with an arrow already loosed and screaming at the demon's face. The demon sidestepped with supernatural speed, and the arrow passed into the bushes he'd stepped through. "Ow!" a female voice cried from the bushes. A moment later, the Archangel stepped through and into the clearing with the arrow protruding from her shoulder. Amazed, Maine said, "Whoa! You survived?" The Archangel nodded grimly. "You look like shit." The Archangel's skin and wings were burned and peeling. Her hair was damp, and a starfish was entangled in it. She seethed. A moment later, her eyes glowed a faint white, and she passed a hand over the arrow. The arrow and the wound it had inflicted disappeared. "So, you've still got some of your powers left?" Maine asked, disappointedly. "Your safeguard spell might have sapped most of my powers, but I am far from useless." The demon raised a hand for silence. "Come now. No need for us to fight so soon. Is that the entrance to the labyrinth, behind you?" Maine fidgeted. No. Definitely not. Just a cave. Really. A Greek cave. Didn't you see the travel brochures? Doesn't look like a cave. And there's so much power emanating from it. So much magic. Fine, you got me. Care to chase me inside? The demon grinned. And fall prey to some trap? I think not. Okay, fine. Let's fight. She threw a fist at the demon, who easily backstepped before sliding forward and slashing the air before her face. Accessing the mantle's agility enhancements, she slipped out of range. The corruptor. Weakness. Fear. He lost the first war. He'll lose again. Hey, Spiky, Maine taunted. You put on a good front, but you're scared, aren't you? Scared? The demon took another swipe, but she evaded. Barely. Yeah. You think you'll lose again. And with your demonic weapons within reach. The demon closed his eyes, and 3 fireballs appeared in the air in a triangle shape. They started to rotate, then one by one launched themselves at Maine. She broke into a mad run into the forest. This wasn't part of the plan to lure him into the labyrinth and the circle.
You okay, partner?
Noff called over her earpiece. She sprinted around a tree and picked a path through the undergrowth. Oh, just trying not to get toasted by a demon overlord.
Just another day at the office?
Dive, the mantle hissed. She threw herself into a sideways roll, barely avoiding the first fireball that exploded upon the ground like a mortar shell. A very bad day at the office. She spat out some dirt. She changed course to run in a half circle, back out into the clearing. As the second fireball screamed at her, Cupid flitted into the air, shouting,
Duck!
She did, as one of his arrows struck the fireball. It exploded magnificently. For the third fireball, Maine braked, reversed direction, and launched her fireball. The two connected in mid-air, raining embers all around them. The mantle continued. His ego is devastated by his loss, especially at the hands of your father. He seeks revenge by killing you slowly. Suggestion: stay alive and deny him the opportunity. You think? Maine muttered, as the Archangel rushed at her, palms ablaze in white-hot light. Archangel. Weakness. A fondness for the Guardian, as evidenced by her sparing the Guardian's life. As Maine moved out of the way, she recalled the angel promising not to fail again during the Icarus flight across the ocean. You're moving a bit slow, Maine taunted, as she stepped out of range of another of the Archangel's smiting attacks. If you don't watch it, you'll fail your master. Again? Why, you... The Archangel screamed, summoned her white angel blade, and sliced at Maine like a tornado of death. Maine dove through the bushes. The angel followed, filling the air with shredded shrubbery. The Guardian said he still loves you deep down inside, Maine said. The Archangel roared. whipping around and felling several trees with one swing of her sword. Cupid fired another arrow that smacked the archangel squarely in the back. The killer angel staggered, and Maine spun and caught her by the arm. With as much force as she could muster, she threw her into a tree trunk. The archangel sagged as the impact knocked the breath from her lungs. Maine sprinted back toward where the demon waited patiently at the labyrinth's entrance. "Gee, she failed again, Mr. Corruptor. You going to tolerate that?" The demon raised a clawed hand. Fire engulfed it, and he raked his gaze toward the archangel as she stumbled out of the forest.
"The troll is right. What do you think I should do? Be merciful."
The archangel picked herself up to her full height, surprise and fury blooming in her eyes. Wow. Was her ploy to turn the demon against his second-in-command going to work? Then the demon laughed. It was a cold laugh. He rounded on Maine.
"Enough with the charade. I know the mantle is helping you decide the right words to hurt me. It is working, but not in the way you think."
Damn it. He wasn't taking the bait. Now he was even more pissed at her. Cupid glowered at her.
"I told you we should have followed my plan."
What? Maine had no idea what the cherub was talking about.
"Remember,"
Cupid continued,
"you said it was stupid, but it was a lot better than your harebrained idea to lure the demon inside."
She understood then. Cupid was trying to make it look like they were fighting. She shouted, "This was not a harebrained troll trap."
"What?"
The demon strode toward Maine.
"Things not going according to plan?"
Maine stood her ground, right on top of the spot where Joffrey had marked with a twig an hour earlier. Then, moving with painful speed, the demon lunged at her, leading with his claw. The tactic worked. While the demon managed to slice her arm superficially, she had avoided the worst of the damage. She rolled in the clearing, rising to a crouch as she watched the first magic grappling hook strike the demon broadside, under the arm. The demon spun in a rage.
"What the—"
The next grappling hook punished his face, burying itself in deep. With a gurgling sound, the demon swept a hand up and around, pinwheeling frantically. "That's for Al," Maine said. The third grappling hook found his backside, jerking him around as the fourth hook impaled the demon through the shoulder. Joffrey exited the mouth of the labyrinth then, with a grappling gun nestled in his burly arms. He grunted in satisfaction.
"Look at that. Hooked us a big bad demon."
The archangel, seeing the demon trapped, tried to flee back into the forest. Joffrey fired the grappling gun, catching her in mid-stride. Then he stepped aside from the labyrinth's entrance and uttered an incantation. All of the grappling hooks tugged at the same time, jerking both the demon and the archangel inside the labyrinth. Joffrey raised his hand, and Maine high-fived him. "I tried to get them to come in, but they didn't fall for it," she said.
"Ha! I preferred it my way. Now, what do you say? Let's get them lost."
They bounded inside the labyrinth, and Cupid fluttered inside after them.
"Smart, having a backup plan. But why not fill me in on the grappling hooks?"
"Don't feel too left out," Maine said. "My uncle and I were the only ones who knew about it."
"You suck. You know that,"
Cupid said. "Whatever." Maine called Noff. "We've got the demon and the archangel inside. You're clear to enter whenever you find Father Time."
"Roger that,"
Noff yipped.
"Good luck."
Chapter 42. Maine, Joffrey, and Cupid bounded inside the labyrinth. As they did so, torches flared to life in sconces along the walls like automatic sensor lights. A little farther in, the rock-like walls of a cave were replaced by slabs of smooth stone walls. Mosaic designs of fantastic colors comprised the floor, and along the walls were marble columns with gold trim, as well as brass chairs and sitting benches. Tasseled floor pillows and ancient-looking vases half as tall as an adult also lined the walls. "This is a swanky labyrinth," Maine commented, as they progressed farther inside. Her eyes immediately latched onto the long dash chalk markings on one of the walls.
"Not nearly as musty as my usual caves," Joffrey said.
Cupid didn't say anything, huffing and puffing as he tried to catch up to them on his tiny wings. Maine stopped, searching for the ghostly trail of the magic lines that connected the demon and archangel to the grappling hooks. "Where are they?" Maine asked. Her uncle crouched, sniffed the air, and swiped the floor with his thumb and forefinger. With a scowl, he uttered an incantation. The hook lines flashed into the visible spectrum a moment before they burst into flames and disappeared again. Joffrey took off in the direction the lines had led. "Wait!" Maine chased after him, trying to keep track of the chalk marks on the wall. Her uncle stopped and turned in full circle. There was a side passage up ahead, and he took it. Cupid flitted up beside Maine.
"He knows where he's going?"
"Up here,"
her uncle called, as torches flared up along the walls, illuminating him. Maine caught up to him. There were no chalk markings on these walls. "Are we already lost?" she said softly. Joffrey cursed as he lifted the singed remains of the grappling hook lines. Cupid whistled.
"Looks like they gave us the slip."
Maine turned in a circle as she surveyed her surroundings. In the torchlight, she saw that they were in a hub of sorts. 4 other large corridors branched out from the one they were on. Glancing down again, she realized the mosaic floor formed a giant hexagon. Each facet had a different corridor. As she realized this, the automatic torchlights from the way they had come extinguished, one by one. Now there was no way to discern the corridor they had come through, since there were no chalk markings on the wall. Footsteps approached, echoing ominously off the palatial walls.
"Alert! The corruptor approaches."
Maine, her uncle, and Cupid lined up shoulder to shoulder to shoulder, so their backs formed a triangle at the center. "Which one is he coming down?" Maine asked. No one, including the Mantle, answered. Maine realized this would be one crazy maze to find their way through. Sound carried and amplified out of control here. And how many more of these hexagonal branchways would there be? She didn't have to wait much longer to find out where the demon was arriving from. The 3 pivoted to face the corridor where the demon's form materialized from the darkness. For some reason, the torches weren't flickering on for him. He walked in shadows. When his form fully emerged, it was like an image from a nightmare. He still had all 4 grappling hooks embedded in his body. He stopped about 5 yards away from them with a low growl rippling in his throat.
"What are you all looking at?"
he rasped. Then he laughed and extracted the hooks from his body one by one. They clattered to the floor in front of him, with their tips reddened. The sight of the demon's ruined face made Maine want to barf. In her peripheral vision, she saw that the sight disturbed even her uncle. Then the demon lifted a small silver object in his claw. He held it up, admiring it.
"I hoped not to have to use the needle."
Maine felt this was a small win. The demon was reacquiring his weapons one by one, but he couldn't use them, or he would alert the angel guard to his presence. Deceptively fast, the demon bobbed and wove the needle through the air in front of and around him. The air shimmered mystically around his ruined features.
"Growl!"
Her uncle charged without warning, gripping the claw hammer. In an instant, he was upon the demon and swinging with all his might. The weapon glowed eerily with power. The demon was still midway through mending himself. He held out a palm and stopped the troll where he stood with a flash of magic. Then he swiped with his claws, but Joffrey parried with the claw hammer. The attack sent him backsliding toward Maine and Cupid.
"Watch out!"
the Mantle hissed. Maine threw herself to the ground as the demon lifted the 4 grappling hooks with magic telekinesis and launched them like harpoons. "Uncle!" Maine called as she dodged one. One of the harpoons nearly took out Cupid, but he managed to evade 2. The other 2 lanced at her uncle. Maine cringed in horror, but then The 2 grappling hooks deflected off a hastily constructed magical barrier surrounding the troll. "Lucky," the demon grunted as he finished healing his wounds. He stepped farther into the room, and the torchlight revealed an unmarred face. His other injuries were gone as well. The demon tucked the needle away inside his armor. "What's your plan now?" Maine grabbed her uncle and Cupid by the arms and took off down the nearest corridor, hoping she wasn't dooming herself to be lost forever. Things were already deviating so far from the initial plan. The demon's footsteps echoed loudly behind them, his body concealed by darkness as the torchlights automatically extinguished behind them.
"I will skin you all alive."
Cupid put on a burst of speed so he was out ahead.
"I'd rather not have that."
"Then we've got to find the right way." Maine searched for chalk marks on the wall as she pushed onward. When she found the markings, they were dots and short dashes. Crap. She reached for her map, but it wasn't there. Damn it. "Mantle, can you help me?" "I am sorry, but I did not memorize the map, and this is part of the unknown territory. I shall do my best to guide you back to the correct path." They continued forward. It wasn't long before they came to another hexagonal intersection. As Maine scanned the corridors for chalk markings, the mantle tugged her toward a particular passage, and she took it. Still, there were no chalk markings on the wall. "Are we headed toward the circle?" Joffrey pulled one of Minnie's maps from his pocket, trying to decipher the location. "I have no clue," Maine admitted. She hadn't practiced navigating the labyrinth while they were waiting for either Father Time or the demon to show, but nothing could have prepared her for trying to find her way while outrunning the demon at the same time. "You can do it," the mantle hissed. "I have now memorized the labyrinth's layout from your uncle's map. I can now guide you with certainty to your destination, the red-walled circle of doom." "Thanks!" Maine shouted. Behind them, it sounded like the demon had dropped to all fours and was charging like a bear. His claws clicked against the floor as he rushed after them. At one point, the mantle hissed, "He's right behind you." She blindly sent a fireball behind her, which exploded dangerously close to them, the roiling flames illuminating the demon's features. Her uncle shoved the claw hammer back behind him as he ran, and fired a massive blast of magic energy that resonated like thunder off the walls and ceiling, displacing chairs, benches, and pillows. It slowed the demon temporarily, but he was soon back on their trail. "How much farther?" Maine's legs pumped her forward in the direction the mantle indicated. "Well..." "Come on, how much farther?" "You still have a few minutes left until you reach the circle." Maine took the next turn, following a zigzagging corridor that made her dizzy. Abruptly, it turned to the side. It felt like they were running the opposite way they needed to run. "Maybe if you would direct us in a straight line, we'd get there quicker." "This is the labyrinth. There is no straight line to anywhere. You must trust me." "You do trust me?" Yes, we've been through this. I trust you." Her uncle flashed her a look. "The mantle must sure be a talkative demonic weapon." "Tell me about it. Says we have a few minutes left until the circle. Are you good to keep running?" Her uncle grunted in assent. In the flickering torchlight, her uncle's features were grim but determined. Also, he didn't seem to be breathing quite as hard as her, so he would probably be okay. Cupid was keeping up too.
"You're lost, aren't you?"
the demon bellowed from the darkness behind them. "No, we're not," she called.
"I think maybe you are. Is the mantle whispering the directions to you?"
"No," she shouted, perhaps too quickly. He was trying to mess with her head.
"It is, isn't it? Whispering the directions I'm telling it to tell you. Ones that will lead you to a dead end so I can finish you."
"The corruptor is lying," the mantle hissed. "Do not listen to him."
A niggling doubt tickled at the back of her mind. What if the demon was somehow exerting his control over the mantle? "Lead on," she called to the mantle, quashing all thought of the demonic weapon betraying her. If it was leading her toward a dead end, there was nothing she could do about the situation anyway. If they stopped to try to find themselves on the map, yeah, good luck with that. The demon would claim them from behind.
Where are the damn chalk markings? Maine muttered.
The demon shot a gout of fire down the corridor at them from behind, but Joffrey erected a shield in time.
Looking for sacred chalk lines, the demon hissed.
Ha! The thing about magic chalk, it's still susceptible to the elements. He sent out another roaring gust of flames, and Joffrey blocked it as well.
Hurry, he's gaining.
Cupid fought to keep up with Maine and her uncle.
Don't look back,
the Mantle hissed. Maine looked back.
I told you not to look.
She wished she hadn't. The demon was now dangerously close to them. In another few strides, he'd leap upon them, leading with his claws. They weren't going to make it. There wasn't enough time.
Turn here!
The Mantle hissed furiously. She did. As the torches lit outward in front of her, she spied an ornate metal door up ahead. Joffrey must have too, because he shoved the claw hammer behind him and let loose with another magic blast that created a momentary gap between them and the demon. "Is that door unlocked?" Maine asked, as they quickly approached it. The Mantle didn't respond. Maine reached it first and pushed on it. It opened inward, thank Troll, but it was heavy. She squeezed through. Then Cupid and her uncle passed in after her. Straining with the effort, Maine started to push the door closed. Flames belched through the cracks in the doorframe from the demon on the other side. The tips of her hair caught fire. As the door clicked shut with finality, the demon impacted it from the other side. Maine sucked in a huge breath and collapsed to the floor, her heart a wildly beating mess. She magically smothered the fire threatening to burn her hair to the scalp, and gulped down another breath.
I can't believe we pulled that off,
Cupid said, as he touched down lightly on his bare feet. Then his nose twitched, and he checked his diaper.
Oh, gods damn it.
Joffrey sagged to the floor too, and passed his gaze up and around at the expansive room they were in, as torches illuminated it. "Guys, where the hell are we?" Maine mused aloud. Chapter 43. It wasn't a circle. That much was for sure. Maine touched her earpiece. "Can anyone hear me?" Static crackled. For the moment, it looked like they were on their own. At their backs, the reinforced door leading into this gigantic room thudded with each attempt the demon made to break through it. So far, it looked like it would hold for a while. After they caught their breath, they got up and explored the room. Like the labyrinth on the other side of the door, pillars rose throughout the room, lined with gold. There was also more brass furniture, vases, and pillows. What differentiated it from the rest of the labyrinth was the shallow rivulet on the floor that cut across the room. It ended at a circular drain near where they now stood. The beginning of the burbling stream lay across the room, about 40 yards ahead on a raised platform. Maine dashed over to it and climbed the few steps. The water's source bubbled up from a large marble tub. Beside the tub was a stone tablet with the etching of a baby minotaur on it. It was kind of cute. "Oh, my Troll, this is the wishing room. This is where Minnie was born," Maine blurted. Her uncle and Cupid joined her, musing over the room's location on Joffrey's map.
"Sure, it's not supposed to be called the washing room," Cupid said. "You know, because of the tub and the water."
From back at the wall, the demon continued to pound on the door.
"This is all very nice."
Joffrey swept his gaze over the tiny stone beds they now saw lined up around the room. This appeared to be a baby minotaur nursery, although what that had to do with wishing was yet to be seen.
"We don't have time to linger. The corruptor will make his way in eventually. We must find a way out."
Maine ambled off to the side of the minotaur birthing tub as she spotted something new. A vertical mirror at least 10 feet tall embedded in raised stone. On the far wall behind the mirror was a back door. She knew she should probably head toward the door, but curiosity got the better of her. "Yeah,
Just a second. I want to check out this mirror.
We don't have time.
She felt drawn to it, like she didn't have a choice in the matter. It will be quick, promise.
Famous last words,
the Mantle hissed. Disregarding the voice, she peered into the mirror. Her hair was a mess, that was for sure, and the burned ends didn't help. She was about to turn away from it when the mirror's surface rippled like quicksilver. Or had it. She stepped in for a closer look. Suddenly, she was aware that the image staring back at her was slightly different. Different in the way that the emotions on her face didn't express what she currently felt. The confident smile, the calm but energetic trepidation in her eyes. And her hair. Her hair was up in rolling curls, her face devoid of any dirt or scratches. She peered even closer at the Maine in the mirror. A professional had done her makeup, and she stood in a pure white dress of some sort. She looked like a queen, like royalty. What's going on? She was only vaguely aware of the demon's continued pounding on the door, or her uncle and Cupid trying to tug her away from the mirror and what it showed her. The Mantle hissed.
This room is called the wishing room for a reason. This is a wishing mirror.
Is it safe for me to look at it? Maine asked uneasily. Her feet stayed cemented to the floor. Her mind was lost as if in a dream world. Her eyes remained glued to the contents of the mirror as the focal point shifted and tilted, revealing a wider view of the scene that her finely dressed doppelganger was part of.
Yes, it is safe. Be wary, though. It will grant you your greatest wish, whether you are conscious of it or not.
Is that a bad thing? She asked dully. The scene in the mirror was coming together now. It was the interior of the Sacred Sourdough's dining hall. It had been rebuilt and looked as good if not better than its previous version. All of the tables had been moved out of the dining room's center to pave the way for a long aisle leading up to the kitchen counter. May stood there in an ornate black kimono with a thick book opened in her hands before her. The Haryanago attorney nodded, and the view pulled back yet farther. Tiny butterfly fairies fluttered down the aisle, tossing out flower petals to the sides with tears of joy wetting their eyes. Next, Noff trotted down the aisle with a small plush pillow strapped to his back. Atop the pillow sat 2 gold rings.
What?
Maine murmured, unable to take her eyes off the unfolding scene.
Maine, it may not be safe. We must leave,
her uncle shouted over her shoulder. She had to stay and watch. Even if the demon came in, she had to see this. She had to know if this was real. In the mirror, Sage now stood next to Makime, looking groomed and spiffy in a form-fitting tux. Wow, he looked really good. Really, really good. Organ music started playing. Maine couldn't hear it, but she could feel it playing in the scene. Then the view reversed to the other end of the aisle, to her in her stunning white wedding dress as she took her first step. Dressed in a tux at her side, her Uncle Joffrey escorted her by the elbow. She started to cry.
What is it? Her uncle barked. Are you hurt?
No. She pointed at the mirror. I'm happy. I'm so damn happy. Look. She turned away from the mirror toward her uncle in time to see the look of bliss spreading over his face. Aren't I so beautiful? Maine asked. Her uncle's face crinkled. He didn't take his eyes off the mirror.
You? No, you're not in the mirror.
But you're walking me down the aisle on my wedding day, aren't you? The Mantle hissed in annoyance.
That was your greatest wish, not his.
Oh, I mean, what do you see in the mirror? She asked quickly. Her uncle grinned triumphantly.
The greatest and happiest day of my life.
What is it? Maine asked.
We gotta go,
Cupid whined, fluttering uselessly above them both, trying to catch their attention.
Me, On a sandy shore, I've bagged the ultimate prey, a kraken that I've hauled up from the depths."
"That's all very nice," Cupid said. "But can we please—"
The door to the wishing room exploded inward, skidding along the floor until it crashed into the far wall. In stepped the demon. They all twisted their heads back at the doorway. After surveying the room, the demon threw back his head.
"I see you found a wishing glass."
A grin curved his wicked features.
"Reads your heart's greatest inner desire."
Maine stiffened. Their best chance of escape probably lay with the door at the back of the room past the wishing glass at their back. It would lead back into the labyrinth, right? She kept her voice strong. "What do you know about the wishing glass?"
"Only that I had one in my angelic prison cell all these years."
"Why?" she asked. His eyes flicked to hers from across the room like a lashing whip.
"Isn't it obvious? So I could see my greatest desires. Desires I could never make manifest. Why did the angels put it in there? To torture me. Day in, day out. Every single day. There's some truth to the statement that prisons breed monsters. Of course, I was always a monster. By your standards."
Maine didn't say anything. The three edged backward past the wishing glass toward the back door, while the demon slowly made his way toward them, undeterred and not increasing his speed. With utter confidence, he approached the mirror.
"Do you know what I see?"
"What?" Maine asked. They were getting close to the back door now. "Let me guess. Fire falling from the sky? Rivers of molten lava running through cities?"
"No. I see peace. I see humans falling and worshipping me. Me, their savior. I've liberated them from their boring jobs and hateful polarization of each other. How, you might ask?"
He paused, the only sound of his claws clicking upon the floor as he advanced.
"Because I've ended the constant fighting between the light and the dark."
"You're lying," Maine said.
"I'm not. Ask the Mantle. Believe it or not, I want a better life for all."
Her mouth tasted like ash. A life where people worship the most destructive demon of all the hell dimensions? He passed the wishing glass and picked up his pace.
"You could be my number 2. I could make you president, queen, empress. You'd make a good queen."
"I don't want to be a queen. I want you back behind bars where you belong. With your wishing glass and all." The demon cocked his head curiously at her and abruptly stopped.
"Wrong answer."
Suddenly, he pivoted on his heels and launched a firebolt backward. The projectile slammed into the wishing glass. Stone and glass exploded throughout the room. Joffrey shielded Maine with his body, wincing as shards pierced his back and arms. The demon sent another firebolt in their direction, but Joffrey threw up a magic shield. It absorbed the firebolt's brunt, but it weakened him.
"When are you going to learn that you can't stop me?" the demon roared. "Save yourself the pain and trouble, and learn from those who came before you. Either join me or get out of my way!"
Cupid wrenched at the back door, but it wouldn't budge. Maine stepped around her uncle and stood in the demon's path. "What can I say? I never took magic history in school." The demon gave an unimpressed shrug and punched another firebolt her way. Instead of evading or launching her own, in comparison puny, fireball, she anticipated the magic projectile, catching it in her palms before it could connect with her. Mustering an intense focus within her, she turned the fireball around and sent it slamming to the ground between her and the demon. The fireball erupted into a curtain of fire that clawed up at the ceiling, while the stream continued to burble down the room's center. Cupid finally got the door open. Breathless and fatigued, Maine grabbed her uncle's arm. Come on! Behind her, the demon stepped through the ceiling-high flames and flexed his armored biceps.
Cowards,
he sneered, as he crushed a shard of wishing glass beneath his foot.
There is no happy ending for you.
Chapter 44.
Why do you two have to look into that mirror?
Cupid shrieked, as he frantically fluttered alongside them. Maine sprinted down the new corridor, the mantle indicating which direction. There still weren't any chalk markings. Had the demon flame-broiled the markings off the walls of the entire labyrinth? I wonder what you would have seen if you'd looked in the mirror. You could use some happiness in your life.
I'd rather be sad and alive than happy and dead. Now pick up the pace.
Maine righted herself as she skidded around a corner. As she did so, the magic torches on the wall flared to life along the pathway ahead of them. The mantle guided them through a few more turns until they were running down a hallway with a bright light up ahead. Maine was trying to figure out what it was coming from when her stomach clenched. The archangel appeared from inside the bright light with a sneer. Thought you got rid of me? Where'd you come from? Maine took a sudden turn at a hexagonal hub not indicated by the mantle.
You're going the wrong way,
the mantle hissed. Then reroute me, Siri.
That is not how this works.
Why not? Maine glanced over her shoulder at the angel quickly gaining on them. The demon was also catching up to them again.
I must admit, I am stymied about where to go from here. You must find the chalk markings again if you wish to make it to the circle.
Damn it. There went her guide. She'd have to keep running blind until she came upon some more chalk markings the demon hadn't scorched off the wall.
Duck!
Cupid shouted, as a ball of smiting energy blasted past them.
The good thing,
the mantle hissed,
is that your chaos factor is quite high. If you keep running in circles long enough, you will most likely find your way back to the chalk. Or get yourself irretrievably lost.
Ah!
Cupid screamed, as the demon's latest firebolt exploded behind them. The cherub put on a speed burst and fluttered past Maine. The back end of his diaper was singed and smoking.
I can't go on anymore,
he gasped, and sprang onto Joffrey's back, clinging to the wolfskin draped over his shoulders. With the demon and archangel approaching, Maine selected the nearest turn and bounded down it.
You do know where you're going.
Her uncle sped up, and easily kept stride with her now that he had regained his energy. About that. The demon roared directly behind them.
Let's end this.
As he pounced at them, Maine and her uncle both threw a fireball backward at the same time. Their fireball spells combined, intensifying the might of the giant fireball as it screamed toward their two pursuers. It exploded with a mighty roar.
Good job,
Cupid blurted sarcastically, barely managing to hold onto Joffrey's shoulder.
You succeeded in pissing off the demon even more.
The corruptor leapt at their backs. She and her uncle separated, throwing themselves to either side of the corridor as the demon rushed down the center, claws slicing the air. The demon rounded on Maine, rearing up to strike. Joffrey brought the claw hammer down upon his spiked shoulder, staggering him into a tall vase. Maine shot another fireball at the demon, which blasted him sideways. Then the archangel shot forward. Joffrey intercepted her smiting with a force field shield. As he held her back, the claw hammer glowed, but its radiance dimmed with each passing moment. Feeling her strength and magic reserve dwindling, Maine launched another fireball at the angel, knocking her back a step. Then she grabbed her uncle's arm, and they again tore down the hall.
That was too close,
Cupid gasped. Her uncle looked dismayed.
You're still hanging on back there?
Yeah, you big dumb troll,
Cupid said.
Now keep moving.
It didn't take long for the demon and the archangel to recover. Then they threw themselves at Maine and Joffrey all over again, like rapids cascading over rocks. Maine and Joffrey continued to wear down, as they parried with their magical abilities, and dove to the sides all through the attacks. Joffrey sustained a claw wound to the thigh, while one of Maine's arms got scorched from the elbow up to her shoulder. Both wounds were nothing a health potion couldn't fix, but the hard part was surviving long enough to take a potion. As evidenced by the Mantle still not finding any means of reaching a discernible path, they were still running blind. They pushed on. They couldn't keep going for much farther. Maine wheezed as she took the next corner, hoping the Mantle would notify her that it knew where they were now. She sucked in a breath, pushing her body toward the next nearest hexagonal fork to try to lose their pursuers. She found it, took it, and kept running. Her uncle's pace slowed with hers. She realized then that the demons and the archangel's taunts and attacks were no longer coming. She risked a peek over her shoulder. They were alone. Had they lost them? She drew in a relieved breath and slowed her speed to better listen for either the demons or the archangel's footsteps. Nothing. Nothing from the Mantle either. She initiated a wireless call to Noff.
"Yeah, partner?"
he yipped. Thank Troll for technology plus magic. Hey, I think I'm lost.
"What do you mean?"
She glanced around her at the corridor they now found themselves in. I don't know where I am. Congratulations, the Mantle hissed. You've condemned us to walk the labyrinth until you die, which without water should amount to only a couple of days. Huh? What do you mean? She only then realized the red walls around her. Because you've made it to the circle. Chapter 45. Father Time peeked out from his hiding place in the Greek marketplace square. He'd so far evaded all the demon and angel patrols, which hadn't been easy, even with his new look. To go along with his shaved head and beard, he'd procured a set of tourist clothes, baggy cargo shorts, a t-shirt that read, "I survived the labyrinth," and a ball cap bearing the same slogan. He'd decided to part with his beloved orange scarf earlier, but now as he debated what to do, he wished he had it back, to comfort him. A bulky demon in a straw hat passed his gaze over where Father Time was hiding below a vendor's table, then commenced searching the opposite side of the street.
"Could they be any more conspicuous?"
he muttered. "You going to buy something, mister?" the vendor asked. Father Time slipped the man some money. The coast was clear now. He made his way down the street. Just like the demons and angels, he was searching. For what? He didn't know. A few moments later, the voices of his past and future selves slammed into his mind, crashing together in a kaleidoscope of mental trauma.
"Quit talking,"
he blurted, disregarding the looks that vendors and tourists were giving him.
"Coward! Coward!"
his future self called.
You will do the right thing, the past self called. I know you will.
"You couldn't do it,"
chided the future self.
"You're nothing but a weak-willed fraidy cat."
He clamped his palms over his ears, to no avail, his fingertips digging into his scalp and back of his bald head. He felt so exposed, so beaten down. He felt like a coward. He was a coward. As his future self's words bored into his being, he recalled how he'd watched Maine and her party touch down outside the town. He knew the time of their arrival because, well, he was Father Time. He was genuinely surprised that Maine was still living. He'd watched as the demon had struck her down back at the airport. How was this possible? He'd been a coward then by not reversing time. Thankfully, it seemed that his cowardice had been erased, forgotten. She was alive, which meant the demon did not have the mantle. This was good, as long as the demon possessed as few of his weapons as possible. His strength would never be what it once was. And the most important weapon of all, the timepiece on his wrist, could not fall into the demon's clutches. From a distance he'd watched them, analyzed their movements as well as that of the demons and angels prowling about the streets in cheap disguises. Part of him wanted to reveal himself to them. They could help him, right? He had observed them as they toured the ruins of the Palace of Knossos, searching for him. He almost made contact with them several times. The demon was tracking the timepiece. He would find him eventually. All he had to do was reveal himself to Maine and the rest.
They could help him. There was a minotaur with them, and only minotaurs could find and open the entrances to the labyrinth. He was running out of time. No, this was his mission. He had to do it alone. There was too much at stake. However, since he needed a minotaur to open an entrance, he had continued to watch and follow them. He followed them to the labyrinth's entrance in the clearing. Again he'd almost caved and revealed himself to Maine and the other demonic weapon holders. He'd observed their preparations, including the grappling hook guns they positioned. The Minotaur, Zombie Icarus, and the Wizard Chef ventured inside the labyrinth to chalk up the route to the lost, so the way was clear to those who knew how to decipher it. Then the demon attacked Maine and Cupid outside the labyrinth's entrance. The Archangel was with him too. No, the time was not right to reveal himself. He'd held back. Like a coward, his future self reminded him yet again. You're a coward. You're a coward. You're a coward. It was a tremendous weight to carry on his shoulders. As the avatar of time, he did not have the luxury that mortals did. He had to keep time safe while ensuring it flowed correctly. The very existence of the demonic timepiece interfered with his ability to watch over the flow of time. With the timepiece, the demon could warp time and bend it to serve his will. The weapon did have safeguards. The wearer could only reverse time up to 1 hour, and not consecutively, as in that foolish time-traveling fiction book he'd written, and it could only slow down or speed up the passage of time for brief intervals. So if the timepiece did fall back into the corruptor's possession, he would not be rendered invincible. But the demon would be as damn close to it as one could be, especially if the demon ever recovered the needle. But the Cyclops butler, he was the most responsible demonic weapon holder of them all. He would never give it to the demon, nor would he ever put himself in a position to allow the demon to take it from him. Cyclops and their death-seeing ability. So macabre, and yet so handy. After Maine and the others had succeeded in getting the demon and Archangel inside the labyrinth, Father Time had waited outside the labyrinth's entrance. Earlier, he'd overheard them discussing the meanings behind the chalk markings they would use, which meant he didn't need a map. He could guide himself to the lost in their footsteps. Then he'd throw both himself and the timepiece into the lost, because as long as he still walked the earth, he was a threat to its existence. The demon could, in theory, create a new timepiece from his essence, unknown to everyone except himself. Father Time had helped the demon engineer the timepiece, back during a period of weakness. It was true what was said of the corruptor, that he showed you the truth of what you wanted, then bent your will to serve him. What did that say about the demon's abilities? That he could convince even the avatar of time to betray his sacred duty. His weakness had been that he deeply wished he could, for one day, forego his duty to preserving time. If even for a single day, he wished to enjoy life as the mortals did. Ah, all those truly happy and carefree mortals. Of course, never had he stopped to reflect that in all his existence, he had never once met a truly happy and carefree mortal. They all had inward doubts and fears they had to overcome each day of their lives. In some ways, living was a curse for mortals, for at the end of life was death. He'd discussed this quandary at length with Death a few times at the annual Avatar conventions. Father Time still felt that he could find one truly happy and carefree mortal. Or else, he was determined to be the first, if his duty was ever temporarily suspended. Only later had he discovered that the only truly happy and carefree mortals were babies. He didn't want to be a baby. The corruptor had said he only wanted a taste of time. He wouldn't think of upsetting the balance of time. He'd made all sorts of arguments about why Father Time could trust him. For example, the other avatars of the laws of nature wouldn't allow him to break time. There were other claims, but mostly it was what the demon had promised him. A single day of being completely unburdened with the duty of guarding time. And so, Father Time had carved off a sliver of his time-controlling essence and relinquished it to the demon in exchange for a single day off. a single day that had come to haunt him. He couldn't have known that the demon was forging the terrible weapons he was making at the time. He hadn't known. Coward! He couldn't say for how long he'd stood outside the labyrinth's entrance before turning away from his duty and heading back into the tourist-laden town, unsure of his next action. Coward! Finally, he'd found a place in the street to sit and hide. He'd been disturbed by the crying of a baby. It seemed he was wrong in his analysis that babies were truly happy and carefree. Still, they were the closest thing to it. Coward! Unable to rest in peace, he had gotten up. Now he was on the move again, walking the streets, running from his duty. Coward! Until a familiar yipping sound reached his ears. He glanced down and saw a chihuahua-sized direwolf before him, tail wagging furiously.
You're a tough asshole to track down,
the direwolf yipped. Noff was his name, Father Time knew. Father Time frowned. They'd found him. Should he reverse time? No, not yet. He was curious about how this might play out. Noff stared up at him curiously.
I know the way to the labyrinth. You gonna follow me, or what?
You're going to do the right thing, his past self said. The dire wolf doesn't know I'm a coward, Father Time muttered aloud. Noff perked one of his ears at him.
Huh?
He could still reverse time and shirk his duties. It was very tempting. Easier than venturing into the labyrinth. No, he'd received another chance, and he would go through with this. Before his future self shamed him again, Father Time straightened his tourist attire and nodded. Let's be off then, shall we? Noff yipped proudly and padded toward the labyrinth's hidden entrance.
Stay close, and I'll make sure we avoid all the patrols. I'm a damn good bodyguard. Don't let no one else tell you otherwise.
Father Time forced a smile. He'd made an error earlier. He could trust these people. Life was hard when lived in solitude. He sighed. It was a shame he had to lose himself in the lost. He supposed it was his penance for what he had done, for what he had helped the demon to forge. He had been a coward once. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Chapter 46. Can you repeat that? Maine asked, as she walked the endlessly identical red walls of the circle.
I've located Father Time. We're entering the labyrinth now.
Maine turned to her uncle where Cupid still clung to his armor, so he didn't have to walk or flap his wings. She gave her uncle a quick embrace. Even though they were still far from victory, it felt like a huge win. Good, she said. We've got Father Time, and the demon and archangel are trapped somewhere in the circle with us, I think. Now my uncle, Cupid, and I just have to get out of the circle.
About that,
Noff yipped.
I got an idea.
The circle had many hidden one-way entrances. These entrances could also be exits, but only if there was an anchor outside the circle to guide the trapped party back through it. At least, that was their best guess. Minnie had no idea if it would work or not. So, Minnie, Zombie Icarus, and Sage rechalked the way from the lost back to the entrance, then guided Noff and Father Time toward the circle's boundaries. Maine and Joffrey impatiently waited as Noff updated them every step of the way. Fortunately for them, instead of being annoying, Cupid decided to take a nap on the floor atop one of the tasseled pillows.
Okay, I'm in place,
Noff said finally.
Operation Sunburst is a go.
From Noff's position, the Lost was only a 1-minute walk. It was a good thing because if they could find their way out, they'd need to reach the Lost as quickly as possible. The demon and archangel, lost in the circle with them, would likely be able to see Noff's sunburst beacon and try to escape as well. So far, neither Maine nor her uncle could see any sunbursts. They heard no sign of the demon or archangel either. Hopefully that meant they were lost, far away from their position.
See anything?
Noff yipped over her earpiece. Over his earpiece. Not a thing.
You sure I'll be able to see your sunbursts through solid walls? Minnie's voice came over the line.
It is held in Minotaur lore that the red walls of the circle aren't really solid walls.
Maine pounded on the nearest wall with the meat of her palm. Feels solid to me.
They are, but they aren't. The circle isn't part of the labyrinth. It's more or less a giant pocket dimension in the shape of a ring inside the labyrinth.
Ugh. I really hate magic sometimes. Okay. Still no sign of the demon or the archangel. Let's give it another try. Noff, keep doing your thing.
Roger that, partner. Look for my magic sunburst and run toward it. If there's a wall in the way, keep running in the closest direction.
Gotta be quick, she thought. Have a demon to outrun. Possibly because she now kind of better understood the circle's construction. She saw the sunburst immediately. It seemed equally 1,000,000 miles away and only 100 feet away. After exchanging a knowing look with her uncle, she took off in its direction. Joffrey picked up a groggy Cupid and ran after her. They didn't run as hard as they could. Not yet. It was impossible to determine the exact distance to the circle's entrance. Was it close enough to sprint to? Maybe. They didn't want to tire themselves if it proved to be a good distance away. Not when they had to outrun the demon. The good thing was that the demon wouldn't be expecting the sunbursts. If he saw them, surely he wouldn't piece together that they were the key to escaping. At least not before they had already escaped themselves. It wasn't the best plan, but it was a good plan. Her optimism started to wane when, a few minutes later, they still hadn't located the exit. Running through these unending, twisting, red-walled corridors was tiring to the mind. Were they going in the right direction? Sage's voice came over her earpiece.
You can do it, Maine. I know you can.
That boosted her confidence enough to keep her hope up after each twist and turn of the corridor that didn't lead to the exit. As they ran, she wondered how long Noff could sunburst without wearing out. It was a magical ability, so he couldn't keep doing it for hours on end. Hours? Would it take that long? No, it couldn't. Would it?
There is a reason that no one ever makes it out of the circle,
the Mantle hissed. Maine grunted, and it added,
But if anyone can do it, it would be you.
Thanks, she muttered. You know, some positivity might help you function better, you old rag.
I am not designed to give motivational speeches. I identify weaknesses. I help you exploit weaknesses. I lend you increased strength, agility, and endurance when I can, and increase your precision and perception. Optimism is for the weak.
Whatever, she said. Her uncle spoke up from beside her.
Is the Mantle saying that we're close to the exit?
Then she saw it. Up ahead, a solid black rectangle of an open doorway. An alternating and blinding white flash just beyond it. That's it. That's the exit. With renewed energy, she and her uncle broke into a sprint, hit the black rectangle, and crumpled. The headache Maine experienced was like a rock bashing against her skull.
Troll!
She cursed, picking herself up and trying to see, but her eyes didn't want to work right. Something wet touched her cheek. What the hell?
You made it,
Noff yipped, and licked her cheek a second time. Huh? As her senses returned, Maine saw her friends standing around her. Noff, Minnie, Sage, Zombie Icarus. Behind them, Father Time stood uneasily.
Congratulations,
the Mantle hissed.
I knew you could do it.
Psst. She locked her eyes onto Father Time as Joffrey and Cupid picked themselves up off the floor. Now let's get you to the Lost. With Minnie leading the way, they reached the Lost in no time. May knew it was the Lost because, well, when you come to a great sucking pit of blackness, wide as a football field comprised of a quicksand void, you just knew. The room surrounding the Lost was cavernous, and magical torchlights hovered throughout the room. The lighting in the room had an almost intoxicating vibe. The farther the light traveled from the floating torches,
the more it became warped and sucked down into the pit. The effect doused the room's outer portion in shadows that seemed to shift when looking at it for too long. Also eerie was the utter silence in the chamber of the lost. Maine thought the void in the floor ought to be making loud sucking sounds. The lost and the room had a very supernatural feel to them. She stepped up to its blackened edge, her toes nearly touching the swirling void matter. "Warning, do not go any farther. You will be lost forever, which means I would be stuck with you." With a smirk, she turned away from the quicksand void. The only person entering the lost would be Father Time. Would it hurt him? Would he feel pain as he sank beneath and into oblivion? Maybe she didn't want to know. Father Time looked unsure. His knees trembled, and he kept muttering under his breath what sounded like, "Shut up." "Father Time?" she called. He straightened, seemed to get hold of himself, and nodded. "Do you need a moment?" Maine asked. The avatar of Time's lips quivered. He sucked in a breath and shook his head. He glanced at the demonic timepiece on his wrist, then over at the sucking void of the lost. He stepped up to it so he was as close to it as possible without being in it. "Goodbye, then," he said, and lifted a foot, dangled it over the lost. A second passed, then 2. "I can do this," he muttered. "I can do this." It looked like he was trying to push the tip of his shoe into the void, but it was meeting resistance. Straining, Father Time leaned even farther forward, then pulled his foot back and settled it on the ground of the labyrinth. He frowned. "Can't do it, can you?" It was the voice of the demon. It cut clear and final across the open-air chamber of the lost. They all spun toward the demon. On high alert, they all drew their weapons and assumed defensive stances. "Father Time, so nice to see you again. Even without the mantle about my shoulders, I still know your deepest fears. I can still taste them as if it were yesterday. You don't have it in you to destroy the timepiece." The demon paused for dramatic effect, his teeth clicking. "Plus, you physically can't jump into the void. There's an invisible solid barrier over the top of the lost's surface. I created it with the needle when I arrived here first." Father Time gasped. "The needle? You have the needle?" Yes, this is old news," the demon said. Father Time froze, his face screwed up as his brain hammered away, futilely. Then he did the only thing he could. He reached for the timepiece on his wrist. He was too slow. As he reached for it, there came an arcing gleam and a slicing sound. Then Father Time was looking down in horror at his hand, and the timepiece, now lying on the ground. A demonic hiss came from the shifting shadows from off to the side of the room. A moment later, a human-sized lizard padded into the torchlight. In one hand, he wielded Atlas's gravity bat. In the other, a blade on a chain. It was clear that the chain blade had cut off Father Time's hand. Maine focused on the newly arrived figure. The lizard, a lieutenant of the corruptor, quick and agile. Weakness, extreme heat and cold, excessive OCD. His chain blade. His weapon was his weakness? A deep, throaty roar from off to the side interrupted the mantle, as a hulking creature on 2 legs with a fat horn over his eyes leered at them. The rhino, another lieutenant. Very slow but thick-skinned. Weakness, extreme speed, and, incidentally, the drug speed. Also, gravity, tanks, explosives. The 2 lieutenants closed in on them from each side, hemming them against the lost while the demon formed the triangle's 3rd point. The Archangel stepped into the room and joined the corruptor by his side. "Stay back," Maine commanded. In her peripheral vision, the void continued to swirl at her back. This wasn't good. The demon grinned hungrily. "I don't think you're in a position of power." Frantically,
Father Time stooped and reached for his severed hand. With a jerk of his amphibious wrist, the lizard whipped out with the chain blade, prompting the timepiece and hand to hop out from under Father Time's grasp. "No, this cannot be. I was going to do the right thing." The demon's eyes narrowed to slits. He was on Father Time in an instant, moving faster than could be seen. He kicked the timepiece back to the Archangel and grabbed Father Time at the collar with one hand, while simultaneously shoving a clawed hand down upon the space over the quicksand void. A transparent, glass-like material shattered. The lost whooshed and sucked and demanded tribute for having been sealed over. The demon leaned in close to Father Time's face. "You should have known this would happen in the end." Then he dunked Father Time into the lost, and the void took him. Chapter 47. "No!" Maine shouted, as the demon patted his claws together as if washing them in the air. "Face it," he growled. "You've lost." "How'd you get here before us?" she asked. "Probably the same way as you. With a beacon outside the circle?" Maine glanced at Noff. The demon huffed in annoyance. "Not him. My 2 lieutenants. They snuck inside the labyrinth after us and have been following us the entire time." "How did they beacon you out?" Maine asked. "By using the demonic weapons they have. The weapons contain a part of me, and thus I am drawn to them. I simply exited the circle by a different doorway than you did." "How do you know your way around here?" "As soon as I arrived in town, I convinced a local minotaur to give me his map." Maine felt like she was going to be sick. The lizard and rhino watched them closely with weapons gripped tight, ready to let loose. The Archangel picked up the timepiece and held it out to the demon. The demon's smile was hideous. Instead of accepting the timepiece, he lashed out with his claws, and the Archangel collapsed to the floor in a heap. "Why?" she sputtered, sucking in a breath. Maine was equally stunned. The demon looked exasperated. "Because you keep failing me. You're a failure." "I served you." "You've outlived your usefulness. In your wounded condition, I bet you're not strong enough to smite even a gnat." The Archangel's head dropped forward. The demon stepped over her, lifted her hand, and pulled off a gold ring around one of her fingers. Noff yipped softly at Maine.
"At least you don't owe that angel a favor no more."
"Is that one of the slave rings?" Maine tried to stall for time, as she figured out how to get the timepiece without being killed by the 2 lieutenants. "For the power ring, yes." He tapped the gold ring on his finger. "With this ring, I can control my lieutenants who also wear them." Out of the corner of her eyes, Maine saw that the lizard and rhino each wore a ring. "They also cannot betray me," the demon growled. "Why would anyone agree to wear a control ring like that?" "Who said they had a choice? Not everyone wants true freedom. Some only want one thing. I can give them that."
"Ravage,"
hissed the lizard.
"Kill!"
roared the rhino. The demon nodded as if to say, "See?" Then, with a glance down at where the timepiece lay, he said, "I've already informed you of how I intend to shape the world, so I think we can get right down to the ravaging and killing part." The lizard struck first, lashing out with the chain blade. Joffrey batted it aside with a claw hammer, where it struck Zombie Icarus in the chest. It couldn't kill him, but it did hurt him. "Ow!" Zombie Icarus grunted, as the lizard brought down the gravity bat. Upon impact with the ground, the battle changed. Everyone lifted off the ground a few inches as the rhino charged, wielding the crystal lance with both hands. Everyone was stuck, suspended in midair. As the rhino drew closer, Noff blasted off in midair and struck Maine, knocking her to the ground and freeing her. Then he adjusted his trajectory so his next blast-off ping-pong-balled him off the remaining good guys. They fell to the ground as the rhino came upon Maine. She lifted her palms and fired 2 fireballs against his chest. They both exploded violently and propelled him backward as he swung out with the crystal lance. She avoided the weapon's tip, but wherever the lance cut through the air, visible electricity stayed in its wake like an airborne snake.
"Caution, high voltage," the mantle hissed.
Maine maneuvered around the trail of electricity floating in the air and launched fireball after fireball at the rhino. He parried with the crystal lance, reflecting the intense fireballs right back at her. She dove to avoid being incinerated by her attacks. Meanwhile, the rest of them contended with the lizard, who could move quicker than them. He lashed out with his chain blade while attempting to bash them with the gravity bat. Sage cast a duplication spell then, and suddenly the room was filled with doppelgangers of all the good guys. With a hiss, the lizard attacked the magical holograms one by one. The rhino charged Maine, and she tried to shoot off another fireball spell. Nothing happened. She was out of magic for the time being.
"Oh!"
The rhino gored her position with his horn. She threw herself to the side at the last minute, hopping up and out of the reach of the lance's tip as he followed up with it. The air crackled with electricity. Suddenly, her uncle came up behind the rhino and dropped the claw hammer on him. The rhino spun and met it with the crystal lance. Each demonic weapon glowed furiously as their powers fought each other. Being fresher than Joffrey, the rhino's strength won out. He knocked the claw hammer back and thrust forward with the lance. It pierced cleanly through her uncle's shoulder, and he dropped to the ground, clenching his teeth against the electricity jolting through his body. "Uncle!" Maine shouted, rushing toward him. The mantle hissed.
"He'll be fine. Probably. Now beware the chain blade."
She barely dodged in time, or it would have struck her down. Instead, the lizard's chain blade zipped past her nose.
"Weakness, his chain blade,"
the mantle repeated. Maine understood now. Obeying her instincts, she grabbed the chain before he could recall it. She yanked with all she had, which was a considerable amount since she was half-troll. The lizard hissed as he flew past her, swiping at her with a gravity bat. She leaned back and did the limbo while still maintaining her grip on the chain, causing the lizard to miss with his intended blow. He dropped gracefully to the ground, then pounced at her. Maine realized the lizard had dropped the chain blade. He was now coming at her with the gravity bat. Flinging the chain blade into the lost, she rolled to the side. The gravity bat struck the ground, and she was airborne again, floating helplessly a few inches off the floor. A withered hand tagged her shoulder, sending her to the floor, and she glanced up in time to see Zombie Icarus smiling down at her. Right before he took a tail whip to the head that sent him soaring toward the lost.
"Ow!"
he muttered. Then, "Oh, crap," as he was about to be consumed by the quicksand void.
"I am the Noff!"
The miniature direwolf blasted into Zombie Icarus, knocking him out of the way of the lost. Then Noff blasted off again in midair, landing safely outside the lost himself. Maine focused on the lizard and the rhino at one time.
"Weakness, each other."
She caught the lizard's attention and darted toward the rhino. She waited until she heard the whoosh of the gravity bat swinging behind her and rolled to the side. The gravity bat connected with the rhino's shoulder and, well, pieces of the thick hided rhino were everywhere. Maine brushed some hair and rhino out of her eyes. "We're winning." Noff yipped in alarm.
"The demon!"
5 yards away from her, the corruptor bent and picked up the timepiece from Father Time's hand. Then, instead of donning it, he slipped the device inside his armor.
"Now that you are all sufficiently weakened," he said calmly, "it is time for me to finish you all off one by one and claim the weapons that are rightfully mine."
Chapter 48.
"We must attack him as one," her uncle commanded in a battle cry. "You can try," the demon laughed. "I need no weapon to destroy you."
He sidestepped Joffrey's attack and threw the troll to the ground with a quick shove. Sage cast a daze spell at the demon,
but he deflected it back at him with a mirror spell. Then, after retrieving the crystal lance so he was dual-wielding 2 demonic weapons, the lizard jumped in on the fray. He swiped with the gravity bat and stabbed with the crystal lance. Minnie did his best, but he didn't have combat training or a demonic weapon. A glancing blow from the gravity bat struck him down. Cupid fluttered down to attack and barely managed to dodge the lizard's cunning lance attacks, but he couldn't evade the electric cloud that hung in the air. He flopped to the ground, convulsing with the shocks. When the demon stalked toward a very dazed sage, Maine threw herself at him, leading with a fist. The demon caught her fist with a painful crunch. Wincing, she shot a foot up into his armored crotch, which, being armored, hurt her more than it did him. She moved out of the way of his other claw and landed a solid jab to the face. The demon spat out a mouthful of blood. She broke free of the demon's hold and conjured a fireball out of the scant amount of magic she had recovered since her last attempt. Standing upright, the corruptor let the fireball strike him full-on in the chest. It fizzled like a firecracker and went out. They were outgunned and outmanned. They had lost the demonic timepiece to the demon, the one thing they had to prevent from happening. They had failed. The demon raised both hands and began to conjure the largest fireball Maine had ever seen, as the sound of 100 trumpets filled the labyrinth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Angel guards in armor swooped into the chamber of the lost with a war cry that caused the floor to rumble. They dropped upon the lizard with swipes of their swords. They sent balls of smiting energy at the demon, who had to abandon his fireball in midair and dart in a zigzag pattern to avoid their blazing attacks. Maine glanced up as the guardian swooped overhead, surprised by his acknowledgement of her as he flew by. "Took your sweet time, didn't you?" she said. Then he continued forward to meet the demon head-on. Time began to slow for her. Above her, all throughout the chamber, the angels moved at only a half-frame rate. "He is using the timepiece," the mantle hissed. The angels outnumbered the demon. Even with the timepiece, he faced at least 100 of them, maybe more. What was his next move going to be? Escape? But how? If he could magically teleport, the angels would only follow him and proceed to finish him off. The demon strained to the point of exhaustion and caused time to freeze nearly completely. Then he called in a clear voice, unhindered by the distortion of time. "It is time I take my leave. My servant, come to me." Huh? How was he going to leave? What servant? At first, nothing happened. Then, a few moments later, a figure sped through the chaos at normal speed, darting among all the angel guards stuck in mid-motion, in mid-air. The figure was Cupid. Noff yipped, his words distorted like audio played back at half speed.
"I knew it, you little rat bastard."
Cupid fluttered up to the demon and landed beside him, keeping his eyes to the ground. Maine's voice was equally slow and distorted. "Why?" Cupid waved a hand over his other hand, revealing a magically concealed gold slave ring on his finger. The cherub didn't look proud, and he didn't say anything. The demon looked at the cherub with only the smallest amount of disdain. "You have done well, my little spy. You got them to trust you, and you never failed to pass on to me good intel. Kept me one step ahead of them the entire time." He paused, letting the betrayal sink in for Maine and the rest of the demon weapon holders. "Now, Cupid, your final test. Did you acquire the stone?" Stone? What stone? Then Maine recalled the infinite stone from Al. She still had it in her pocket, right? Cold sweat stained her armpits. Her heartbeat throbbed in her throat as her hand slowly went to her pocket, feeling. Whew. It was still there. Cupid avoided eye contact with the demon as he presented a stone. What was going on? She had the stone. The corruptor suspended the stone up to the light. inspecting it as a jeweler might a precious gemstone under a magnifying glass. All this he did while the angel guard continued to swoop incrementally closer to him with each passing second. Is this truly it? Is this the infinite stone? It's not, Maine told herself. Cupid swallowed.
Yes. I swapped a fake for the real one. For the one you now hold.
No. It couldn't be. The real one was in her pocket right now. The one that Al had said to keep safe. She knew it was true. She held a fake in her pocket. Cupid must have swapped them when he had given her the roses at the airport after Al's death. When he had hugged her, which she had thought was so odd for him at the time. Cupid. The little runt was going to pay.
Have I pleased you, Master?
Cupid asked. The angel guard were now getting dangerously close to them, second by second. The demon gave a half grin. For now. But how did a stone help the demon? He was about to be set upon by 100 angry angels and the guardian, who looked quite strong and hale now. Ah, yes, the infinite stone, the demon explained calmly, patiently, in light of the oncoming angels. It felt like a theatrical display. The source that powers the only untraceable way of teleporting to a new location. He then activated the infinite stone between his claws, and a door opened within the fabric of space. The dark, cloudy interior of the one-way filled the doorway. This can't be happening, Maine thought. This was what Al had entrusted her with as he had died? The gift of the one-way? Why hadn't she looked into the stone earlier? With a harsh laugh of triumph, the demon disappeared through the one-way. Cupid hopped in after him, and the doorway vanished as the first of the angel guards swept down with their blades. At nothing. Chapter 49. Maine sat despondently by herself on the floor of the Chamber of the Lost, the cries of the lizard not entering her ears as the angel guard relentlessly attacked him. She knew that Sage was sitting beside her, and that was enough to calm her to the point of not freaking out. She closed her eyes. Time passed. When she blinked them open, Noff, Joffrey, Zombie Icarus, and Minnie stood in a ring around her and Sage, making sure the angel guards didn't try anything funny. For example, try to kidnap them again for their safety. At last, the guardian stepped up to them. He didn't say a word. He didn't need to. Maine finally picked herself up and walked over to meet the guardian. Sage stood and waited with the rest of the team, unsure what was going on. An angel guard was in the process of handing the angel leader a report, and bowed back out of the way at Maine's approach. This isn't good, Maine said, stating the obvious. The guardian looked at her and past her, almost as if he wasn't as concerned as he should be. It would appear so. Maine let that soak in. Tried to let it soak in. Something about his voice hinted that he wasn't the least bit worried. It annoyed her. You're saying that things aren't as bad as they are? She asked. The guardian shrugged. It wasn't a shrug of defeat or of, I don't care. It was a cool and calm shrug. It was confidence magnified exponentially. It made Maine a little jealous. Where was the defeated angel leader who had nearly died? Whose angel guard had mutinied against him? Who had been a shell of himself only a day earlier? In case you didn't realize, she began, the demon now has both the timepiece and the needle. I know, the guardian said coolly. If you had alerted me to your plan sooner, perhaps we could have prevented both. The way he said it was neither harsh nor scolding. It threw Maine off guard. He strolled over to the remains of the lizard and retrieved both the crystal lance and the gravity bat. Maine watched the angel leader as he stepped over to Sage and handed him the crystal lance. A look of utter amazement passed over Sage's face, and he probably would have fainted had the guardian not given him a zap of restorative magic. The guardian was one of Sage's idols,
and he had handed him a demonic weapon.
You will need this to help keep the rest of the demonic weapons safe, to keep the mantle safe.
He paused long enough to glance from Sage to Maine. What he meant was that he wanted Sage to help keep Maine safe. The Guardian turned back to Sage.
The crystal lance's energy will help you heal faster, put up more potent magic barriers, and cast stronger spells. I trust you shall wield it honorably and well.
Sage's head bobbed yes. His eyes glazed over in awe.
Very good.
He paced back and forth for a few moments while hefting the gravity bat and patting it with his other palm.
Noff yipped excitedly.
Me! Pick me! I want the gravity bat!
Maine snorted. What? You can't even pick it up. Noff rolled his tiny shoulders.
Nah, but I can chew on it.
You are not getting a gravity bat chew toy. She glanced up at the Guardian. Is he? For the first time that Maine could ever recall, the Guardian chuckled.
Fortunately for us all, no. I do not think the gravity bat could handle the Noff.
Noff grinned and nudged Maine's ankle.
For the time being, the Guardian continued, I shall wield the gravity bat, and I shall bash in the corruptor's skull with it when we storm his base.
A battle cry rose among the gathered angels. Storm his base? Maine asked, after the echoes had died down. The demon just magically teleported away using the one way, which he said isn't traceable.
All true. All true.
Then what the hell aren't you telling me? The Guardian watched her closely as he waited. Was it her, or was he messing with her the same way she had messed with him in the past, making her stew in her impatience? Finally, the Guardian gave her a knowing smile, his words ringing confident and true amid the chamber of the lost.
The demon and the one way are untraceable. The cherub, however, is not.
She impatiently waved for him to keep going. Troll. Was this what it felt like to Sage and the Guardian when she made them sweat?
Truth is, the Guardian said, I never much trusted the cherub.
Because he helped the demon create the demonic weapons? Maine asked.
No, I'm envious of his youthful face.
Seriously? Maine asked.
The Guardian shook his head. No, he helped the demon once. I knew he was susceptible to helping him again.
Maine felt stupid. Of course. Makes sense.
So, I placed a magical tracker in his diaper.
Hope flared in Maine's chest. She turned to the angel guard that had been about to hand the Guardian a report before she had come forth. Seeing that she now understood, the Guardian nodded.
We're tracking Cupid's movements, as well as that of the demons, as we speak. We shall rally our forces. Once they have settled down, we shall strike fast and hard in the deep of the night.
He drew a deep breath, sizing up Maine and the rest of the demonic weapon holders.
What do you say? Will you help us?
Maine clenched her fist, visualizing the demon's defeat.
Hells yeah!
Noff yipped.
Let's do this, gang.
This concludes Corruption on the Run by Ramy, Vance, and Michael Anderle. Narrated by Jen Lee. Copyright 2022 by LMBPN Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with LMBPN, LLC, and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.